What are the true contents of the Five Nights at Freddy's 4 box? And who is the Vengeful Spirit? And what the hell is going on here? There are a lot of unsolved FNAF mysteries in 2026, so today I'm joined by some of the greatest theorists ever to try to solve them, starting with Glamrock Freddy. FNAF Mysteries with T-Dreads and Andrew is in the games. Hello everybody, welcome to the first episode of FNAF Mysteries with T-Dreads and Andrews in the Games, and I am here with a very special guest, Unwithered Truth. Say hello.
Hello, how's it going?
It's going pretty good. We've gathered here today to do some speculation about the Glamrock animatronics, one of the biggest FNAF mysteries right now, especially with Glamrock Freddy in particular. I remember that was a very hot topic of debate when Security Breach came out, and still is, but we've gotten progressively more information as time has progressed.
Yeah, I remember back in the day it was all the, is Michael possessing Glamrock Freddy, you know, along with Gregbot and all that. And then obviously Ruin added to everything with the whole prototype debate. So I'm sure we've got lots to talk about, even just on him alone.
Definitely. All right, I guess we can start with an easy question to think about here. And I guess this relates to the Glamrocks in general. Why do we think they lose power so fast? I know that's a weird one to start with, but it is interesting because that seems to be directly correlated to how they kind of become disheveled as the game progresses. Like, Glamrock Freddy doesn't really get beat up that much, but by the end of the game, he's, like, covered in poo. So, I know what I think is going on there. So, what do you think is going on there?
So, I suppose I'll answer the question with another question. Do you mean all of the Glamrock specifically, or specifically the way Glamrock Freddy operates as, like, a game mechanic when he is, like, running out of power and we've got to run to the recharge station?
I would say the lore reason, like with him looking specifically so disheveled.
Yeah, so I suppose I would relate the disheveledness, amazing start, disheveledness of the Glamrocks as the game goes on to, I mean, you know, we can talk about the original plans for Security Breach and how the story was going to go in a bit of a different direction. But I think when we're looking at it now, there seems to be some sort of, I don't know if it's like agony influence or it's just the general like breakdown of the entire pizzeria, and it's being represented through those animatronics. And obviously the actions we take as Gregory are beating them up and putting them in worse and worse situations. The power thing specifically with Glamrock Freddy needing the recharge stations and all that, I think that's probably more of a gameplay thing. But in terms of them getting more and more beat up as the game goes on, I think we're seeing the kind of facade of the Pizzaplex of this really happy, nice, wonderful place. It starts to slip, and we're seeing the kind of more gross underbelly of it. So I'm not sure about it in terms of a lore reason, but I feel like it's definitely working at that in terms of a storytelling device. In terms of it actually breaking down over time and Glamrock Freddy especially getting so messed up, you can look at agony as a cause of that.
Yeah, I would say he's juiced on Remnant, particularly because of the change in the bow tie color is absolutely bizarre. How his bow tie just slowly becomes purple, kind of like, you're gonna hate me for this, you're gonna hate me, the Proto Fredbear suit. in Proto Freddy's. The bow tie in that one is the only one that's purple. Proto Spring Bonnie's bow tie is black.
Oh, interesting.
And obviously you climb in the same way. The only problem with that is that Glamrock Freddy's waist is more snatched than Proto Fredbear's. So maybe he started doing like a keto diet or something.
Yeah, he got swole on top.
Yeah.
He skipped leg day.
Gregory.
I guess with the
cut out the carbs, Gregory.
Where's my protein shake? I need my protein shake, Gregory. I don't think necessarily that I'm about to say prototype, and obviously that relates to.
I mean, it's written on him. It's written on him.
Yeah, I think when it comes to the prototype Fredbear in the basement, I would it would be difficult to convince me that they're supposed to be the same
Yeah,
animatronic
especially with body
in
type.
some
Yeah.
way. Yeah, and I think again, and I know it's kind of a cop out answer, but when you look at the gameplay mechanics, it's like they had the same mechanic that they copy and pasted from Security Breach to make you get into the suit for Fredbear and Glamrock Freddy. Like in the code, it's the same way. So the fact it looks similar might not be related, but I will say that the bow tie turning purple over time is definitely important. I mean, if we want to relate it back to our favorite theory, God Victim, you're putting a Fredbear character
Goodness
alongside your
gracious.
Gregory character. So, there is that sort of element to it as well, where, yeah, maybe he's not literally Fredbear, but we're again evoking that similar imagery as Gregory is evoking of the crying child. Um, the prototype thing, do we want to talk about that in terms of Glamrock Freddy's prototype? Question mark.
Let's get to that a little later and go into our next opening question,
Okay.
which is
Cool.
also one that's probably going to hold us for a bit. Why, right, is Glamrock Freddy the only animatronic that protects Gregory instead of attacking him? Because to me, it's interesting because although they're probably not canon, I believe in, is it Escape the Pizzaplex? I believe he has control over all of them, or like Roxy as well, unless
I
I'm
think he
mistaken.
does. Yeah,
Yes.
he's got the remote that can kind of control all of them.
So it's very
What I would
odd.
say is, I think the implication in the Escape the Pizzaplex is that they're all under Glitchcraft's control, including Gregory. So the way I look at it is, were he still a part of Glitchtrap, he would have control of all of them. But Glamrock Freddy, in the same way that Gregory has broken free, has also been broken free of that system by booting into safe mode. So
Interesting. But
Gregory,
now,
whether
yeah.
he did that intentionally or not, I don't know. I
now
think
we have
that
to
would
answer
make
the
most sense
question.
because he's
We have to answer the question of why does Glamrock Freddy break out of safe mode, right? Is it because he's got fucking Michael Afton inside of him, or is it because he just happened to see? But you'd think that all the animatronics programming would conflict with Capture GGY, since you know what I mean. You think they'd all crash? It's interesting.
Yes, I think personally, I'm gonna reopen the opening scene from Security Breach,
And I'll put it in. I'll put it in post.
Yeah, cool.
That's right. We got a podcast with editing, chat.
We got it. This is with post production, guys. I have a feeling that Gregory might have, using his hacker skills, presuming they're not given to him by Glitchtrap, used his knowledge of the system, or what he could remember of Glamrock Freddy specifically, being the one that he related to the most or liked the most. He used that to intentionally boot Glamrock Freddy out of the system, and was using him against, like, Glamrock Freddy didn't know. He wasn't aware of the whole plan, but in the beginning of Security Breach, it's clear that Gregory isn't giving up all the information, even though he's saying, like, I don't know why, but that guard is really suspicious. Maybe he's worried about tipping Glamrock Freddy off to the whole thing and resetting him and putting him back into the control. So he's just being as careful with all the information as possible.
So you would argue that Gregory is still kind of a lying narrator during Security Breach?
I think so. I don't think it's a case that he's completely unaware of the whole thing. Maybe he is. Maybe he's just completely unsure of what's going on, and it's just more of a subconscious thing that he's aware that, like, oh, something's wrong with Vanessa.
Because he does have a voice line that is exactly this. He goes, I don't know why you're not attacking me like the others. For some reason, you're different. He says that to Glamrock Freddy, which is a weird thing to say if he hacked into him to make him safe. He goes, for some reason, you're different.
Yeah, that, because, you could just say, oh, well, he's just lying. But at that stage, why is he making up further lies?
It's misleading.
About Glamrock Freddy?
It would be misleading from Steelwool to kind of just push that out there if it means literally nothing. So it's so interesting to me because I have a theory that I really, really hate. The hills. The Secret of the Mimic, David on the hill with the endoskeleton,
Yes.
and Gregory on the hill.
Yes.
There might be a very potent amount of F10N4's consciousness inside of Glamrock Freddy in particular, for some reason. And that's why it's different, because it recognizes this kid looks like her son. And so for some reason, you're different, right? And also, Glamrock Freddy says, get this, right? When it goes down, I am not me. And Fiona has that, was I me? So that could be seen as a follow-up.
Yeah.
I don't like this theory. I don't see why Fiona would particularly be in Glamrock Freddy as opposed to the other animatronics when they should all run on M1. But it's looking more and more likely, also because we just got that new Halloween teaser, right? Halloween stuff or whatever, whatever you want to call it. And the Glamrock Freddy there has glowing green eyes, and the color green is being associated
it's like shattered
with the Mimic. Yeah. So my current theory,
Freddy.
my current theory, genuinely, is that it might be because Fiona is in Glamrock Freddy somehow, and that's just because of the imagery they're using. That I'm assuming that.
Yeah, when you look at David on the hill next to M1, the robot, and then you see Gregory on the hill next to Glamrock Freddy, it's the kind of connection that I agree we kind of saw, and then we're like, that's kind of weird though. I kind of don't want to think about that. And we just focused on the David part.
Yeah,
but there's two people in that image.
We might have needed it. So we were taking it really literally too, but apparently we weren't taking it literally enough, because everything in that image is the same. Yeah. The kid on the hill is the same one, and the animatronic is the same one. So so I guess, what's your take on Glitchtrap in terms of what like M number it is? Like, is it M1, is it M2, is it an M3, is it some element of M1? Because I think that if Glamrock Freddy is Fiona, and like you were saying, why would she be in that one more than another one? Maybe if this idea of Gregory and Glamrock Freddy being broken free of Glitchtrap is true, that might also be the case for the other Glamrocks, and that when they are under Glitchtrap's control, Fiona can't access to them, or can't, speak through them, or can't be a part of them. But the fact that Glamrock Freddy is rebooted and put into safe mode means that Fiona has more agency to act through him. Like, what's your take on the whole Glitchtrap situation? It's an interesting comment, because I do remember the color green is also associated with Roxy's mask in Ruin, and now we're seeing that in Freddy's eyes. But Roxy's still violent toward Gregory in Ruin, so I'm not sure. Regarding Glitchtrap, I'd like to call it M1, because I think it's built off M1, which is what Tom from Game Theory does. But I can't call it M1 because having let's say it's M1 with Afton's agony or influence onto it. That's what I think Glitchtrap is. The base M1 program with Afton attached to it. But I can't call that M1 because it isn't anymore. It's something new, right? So I can't say Glitchtrap is M1 because the traits that make up M1 are not the traits that make up Glitchtrap. If he's attached to it, he's kind of warped the program, glitched the program. So I would call it M3. I don't think there's a third Mimic running around for the chat, because I know people hate hearing M3, but that's just me saying it's another iteration of the same program, right? Because it wouldn't be acting like Fiona if Afton's influencing it. Would you agree with that idea, do you think?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, personally, and I'm just calling this right now, and if they don't do this and it is M1, then or M3, this is a complete waste. But if we don't have a moment where the Glitchtrap like screen, there's like a screen with his face on it, and then it like glitches away and it says it's M3 instead of it's me, then that's completely wasted opportunity. So they should do that if they're gonna do M3.
That would be hilarious.
But I would agree that, like, if it's M1 plus Agony or M1 plus Glitchtrap or whatever, it would be like some new branch. And I think the other thing to keep in mind is when we look at M1, M2, all this kind of stuff, it's still hard to pin down in Secret of the Mimic whether the M indicates a program or a physical endoskeleton, right? Because M2 is apparently a copy of M1's code, but it's also got blueprints, and it's also seemingly tied to the David robot, but it's not the same robot, you know.
Yeah.
So when we get into the security breach era, like, are we calling every new Glamrock M79? You know, are we just randomly assigning numbers, or is it like this random Glamrock endo runs the M1 program or the M2 program or the M3 program or whatever? So it might not be as clean of a breakdown as we might like it to be. So if Fiona is in everything, we might just have to start calling that like F10, and then we call Glitch Trap, and then we call David, or the Mimic, or whatever we want to call, you know, Mexus, or, you know, they could all be different parts of the program all running on a base code that is the Mimic, you know, MIMIC, like we see in the blueprints in Secret of the Mimic.
All right, now let's go a layer deeper with our questions. Now we're going to have a tough one, which is going to be, what exactly do we think he means in his monologue under the Pizzaplex, and why does he recognize the FNAF 6 pizzeria? I can pull up that dialogue right now and read it to you if you want, because I'm sure it's been a while since.
That'd be great.
All right, ready? Here we go.
Mm-hmm.
The speech is, I know what this is. I have been here before. She brought me here. I found myself for the first time when I cleared the path. I did not want to, but I had no choice. Now I have a choice. I have changed. My friends are here. They are so angry, confused, but I can protect you. I am not me. So let's break that down line by line, right? We start with, I know what this is. I have been here before.
Mm-hmm.
So, pretty self-explanatory. He's familiar with the Freddy Fazbear's Pizzeria Simulator location, the underground one.
Yeah.
Has been in that area previously. She brought me here.
Or, sorry, just to put a quick, or what about this? He's familiar with a Freddy's location underneath the Pizzaplex.
Yeah, that's what that works too.
Potentially also be the prototype Freddy's. Yeah,
that's what I'm. Yeah, one and the same, I think. So I think that's what he's getting at. I think he's familiar with Proto Freddy's. All right.
Yes.
Next, she brought me here. Now this could relate to one of two characters, I think. The only major female player in the Pizzaplex, as far as I know, is Vanessa, right? The human.
Mm-hmm.
Potentially though, F10N4, which would also be weird if F10N4 is inside of Glamrock Freddy. But she brought me here. I found myself for the first time. So if it's multiple iterations of the same thing, pretty mind-melting, but I could see it, I guess.
Yeah, could be some... If Fiona, if F10 is still down there or is the Mexus machine, then it could be a case of, a branch of the Mimic is finding Fiona underneath the Pizzaplex.
Yeah, and look at that. I did not want to. I had no choice. Now I have a choice because I've changed, right? So I'm almost thinking, we know programs like Moon.exe are designed to kind of reprogram the Mimic into new personality behaviors. And here, Glamrock Freddy is saying, hey, I found myself down here. Myself maybe do this. Now I've changed. So what if, wouldn't it be interesting if Glamrock Freddy is running on a specific version of M1 that has kind of gotten its own personality and adapted over time, but came into contact with the original F10N4, which was making him do all this like stuff. So it's absolutely. I think that's a good idea. It's like a base Mimic program that comes into contact with its roots, the original Mimic program.
Yeah. And so do you think that I have changed is in reference to something like in terms of meeting the Fiona,
Yeah,
like
I would
the
say it's in
original,
terms of,
or is that to do with the being rebooted at the
yeah,
start
no,
of the
I
game?
would say now I have a choice. I have changed is I have changed because my programming has evolved through my experiences. I'm a mimic, so I learn by doing stuff, blah, blah, blah. So over time, I have changed to deviate from the original M1 programming that is in F10 and 4. So I'm no longer just that. I've taken on a personality and motivations of my own.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, there's this kind of like unsung character arc which Glamrock Freddy goes on in the over the course of Security Breach, where there's that part where he goes into the daycare and he looks at all the endoskeletons and he has this like existential crisis where he's saying,
Yeah.
am I just a Monty with a different shell? Am I one of a million Freddys? If there's 1,000 of me, am I unique? And it's like the answer to that question is like, yes, you are unique. Even if you come from that original, source, you have evolved over time and changed and grown. And so when he says, I have changed now, I have a choice, he has gone on this path of like learning and growing. And so then to find himself down there is really interesting. If it is Fiona, finding that actual original
Founding
piece,
the programming I'm
which
based
he was
off
kind
of.
of,
Yeah.
yes, yeah.
The only problem with this, right? I think this is a really good interpretation based on what we're looking at in this line here. It kind of undermines what we said in one of our intro questions, though, which is that Glamrock Freddy is uniquely F10. This kind of implies that, yes, M10 is its base programming, but there's something else that Glamrock Freddy has that's making him so warm towards Gregory. Because otherwise, it would make no sense if he's changed to deviate from F10. You'd expect that the desire to protect Gregory would be less potent, not stronger than the other animatronics.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, so
Michael Afton, he's here. Yeah. I knew it. He survived.
He found his corpse down there, his burnt, rotten, Ennard corpse. I mean, that was literally the theory back in the day of why he's possessed. So let's look at it then from the point of view if we wanted to go the other way and say Fiona wasn't the one that kind of orchestrated this, but it was Vanny was bringing him down here. And then see, I found myself down here also doesn't have to literally mean, because I know obviously that's
something
on words.
That's something they would do. Don't lie. I found myself. When I cleared the path. Like I found the F10 computer.
That's the thing is
I found the F10 computer.
That's the want is for you to go like, oh, it's a double meaning. It's like it's not. It's
like
actually more literal than it
or
means.
Pizzeria Simulator.
It's like, yeah. But like, we can also look at it from the point of view of like, I found myself down here. I found my meaning down here. I found my my reason to be Glamrock Freddy. He was brought down there by Vanny, and then Fiona like incepted him and kind of like hid a little subroutine of herself in there so that she could use Glamrock Freddy without Glitchtrap knowing. Like it could be a subterfuge. Like Vanny brought him down there, but didn't mean for him to come into contact with F10, and that made him into himself. He found himself there. Was that Fiona kind of gave him that little boost, and it would then tie into the whole, okay, I didn't have a choice back then because I was being controlled by Vanny, but I have a choice now because I've kind of grown beyond that and I've escaped that control that I was under. Something I will note that was interesting in the opening cutscene is like when he starts freaking out, one of the things that comes up on screen is a high threat level and then a little symbol of a person next to it. And there's all these alerts flashing on his screen. And the lighting is extremely purple. And then his vision like does the like TV turning off effect, but it's purple. It's like this big purple flash, and then it turns off. And I'm wondering if the idea is he was under Glitchtrap's control. The threat was Gregory, because maybe Gregory had already escaped from Glitchtrap's control and was considered a high threat target. But maybe that Fiona subroutine or whatever we're
Yes.
considering might
Okay.
be different about him.
So
is
that would
what
mean
was like, oh, it's Gregory. Turn on.
yes. So all the other Glamrocks are run on the Glitchtrap M1 variant, while
Yes.
Glamrock Freddy is simply run on the base M1.
Yes.
Okay, that's smart. That's smart. Okay. Still is kind of confusing if I found myself and now I've changed as literal, because you'd expect if she found herself it would be the base program. It's odd. It's hard to reconcile that. I found myself for the first time when I cleared the path. Now I have changed. It's just odd because if it was, I would have omitted that line, Steel Wool, if that's what you're going for, because we'll see in the next game. And what we're saying, that sounds really solid to me. That sounds like a good reason for him to be different than the other mimics, is if the glitch trap kind of essence is shut off in him at the start of the game. But if that's what they're going for, I would have omitted the "I have changed" line, because he would be more or less the same as the M1 in the F10 and 4 computer.
That's true. That's true. Well, maybe it's again this idea of being his own person. Like he's not Fiona, right? But he is run on that same base program. Like, you know, in the same way that David is based on Fiona, or M2 is based on Fiona, but isn't Fiona. He could be his own separate thing. Like he's a unique personality that's developed. Or it's Michael Afton. You know, it's
that would be kind of crazy. It would be kind of wild if they went that route. I think.
I think it had a better chance of being true before, like Ruin or Secret of the Mimic, where purely based on security breach, yes, that is a fair enough kind of takeaway. I will say also, when he boots into safe mode, the screen that he boots into is like a green background. So if you've got that whole purple versus green thing, the purple screen turns off and then it turns on its green.
And people will say color theory doesn't matter.
Yeah, it is blue text and orange like circles or whatever, but you know, there's something there maybe. But yeah, so I found myself, but now I've changed. I think if we go with this idea that he was brought down there for one purpose, whether it was to help Vanny build Glitchtrap or just to clear the way so she could find William's body or something, and then while he was down there, Fiona like plugged a little bit of herself in and was like, okay, you are anytime you see my son, you're gonna turn back into good mode. You're gonna protect him. Yes, you're gonna be his protector. Yeah, if she was able to do that, then rebooting at the start of the game would, I think, count as part of that change. And I think whether it's executed well enough or not, I think the idea is that Glamrock Freddy goes on this arc of change during the game. I don't think it's supposed to be saying like Glamrock Freddy has been on this journey of self-discovery for the whole, you know, these last few years. It's like since we started playing and to the point he gets into the sinkhole, that's when he's saying he changed. So we can kind of discount anything that happens before the game in terms of that line, I would reckon. So that line about him having changed doesn't necessarily mean like, oh, he had to be a different program that got overwritten, you know, at some point, whatever. It could just be he's grown since we started playing.
I just thought of something to add on to what we've been saying. It is, right, when Burntrap reaches his hand into the screen to possess Glamrock Freddy, that's when he starts becoming violent toward Gregory again.
Yes. Yeah. And I think his eyes turn purple, doesn't he? Isn't there some purple imagery with that?
Yeah, there is. He's not purple in the main stage performance, like in the start of the game. His eyes aren't purple. But I just think that's interesting that, maybe his influence is what makes those Glamrock animatronics violent.
Yeah, I think that makes sense, because then we have the whole thing with Roxy, and she's, like you mentioned, that she's kind of a weird case in the fact that she still hates Gregory even though she's trying to help Cassie. But there might be an argument there in terms of maybe there's an internal struggle going on in Roxy as well as Glamrock Freddy, and it's just that Glamrock Freddy got booted out of that system, whereas Roxy is under the control and the threat is Gregory, right? Like that's the one that Glitchtrap wants to get rid of, and so she might not have that active programming to hate Cassie, so she might be dealing with that sort of like, oh, I've got to kill him, but she's over here. Or it could even just be that she has learned to hate Gregory because he hurt her. You know, there's that whole other side of the game where it's like we're kind of also undoing some of Gregory's work. You know, he was pretty ruthless in terms of how he treated the animatronics. And Cassie is much more forgiving and nice and kind. So if we have that kind of situation going on, then maybe Roxy has just learned to hate Gregory. She doesn't necessarily have to be under any control.
That's true. Because they do have their own personalities. Because it says, he says, I've changed, my friends are here, but he's referring to how Chica and Roxy and Monty are all down there. He's not referring to the Blob, because the Blob, like, murders you. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
So,
and he said something about so my friends are down here. They're hurt and scared or confused. What does he say?
They are so angry and confused, but I can protect you.
Yeah. So angry and confused. Again, that feels like he's become aware of this control they're under, and so he's like, it's not their fault. You know, they're not supposed to be like this. This is something that's happened to them.
I did not want to, but I had no choice. Now I have a choice. Yes. I've changed. It's because he broke out of Glitchtrap's control. I see. Yes. I think that's it. I was under the control of the Glitchtrap variant of M1, so I had to clear the path. I couldn't not. I was forced to. But now that I have broken out of William Afton's control, I have a desire to protect you. Which still begs the fucking question, why did only he break out of William Afton's control? Because I would assume they're all built on a base of M1. I would assume they're all built on the base M1, and when they saw him, and it said kill Gregory, protect Gregory at the same time, they would have all crashed. It's so odd.
Well, it might be the thing of him having been brought down there, is that he is the only one that's gone down there, and maybe he did meet F10, or maybe he did find Michael Afton's corpse or whatever. Like, something about this Glamrock Freddy in particular is
let
unique.
me interrupt one time. I found myself for the first time when I cleared the path. This, people won't like this because it involves Mexis, but in Ruin, there is literally a giant path cleared out in a tunnel. There's just a giant tunnel dug out that leads to the Mexis computer. So if Glamrock Freddy was a fucking bulldozer, he would have literally found the Mexis computer. Which I know people don't like to say it's F10, it could be, but that would make sense. I found myself when I cleared the path, there's a path that's cleared, and in it is F10N4 computer.
Yeah, and actually I was just about to say, to tie in everything that we've been saying about him being out of the system, who's the one animatronic that is not visible in the Vanny mask in Ruin? Is Glamrock Freddy. All the other ones you can see in the mask. He's the only one. He vanishes. The entire
that was
prototype
actually
vanished.
our next question. But before we get to it, chat, make sure you guys like the video, subscribe, and leave in the comments what you think the reason for all this stuff we've been talking about is. Why would it say that he found himself and changed if he had M1 in him to begin with? And why is that different from all the other Glamrock animatronics? Our next question would actually be about Glamrock Freddy in Ruin. For one, why is he suddenly violent towards people? And two, why is he now completely gone from the network?
So I think the network thing is answered by what we've been talking. So you think that, and I would agree with this myself, but I just want to make sure we're on the same page. Do you think that that prototype, quote unquote, is the same Glamrock Freddy that we played with in Security Breach?
I think surely because the Princess Quest ending where we take his head and the thing has no head.
Yeah.
So
if it's not, it's crazy.
Maybe we just took his brain, kind of like maybe the thing that connects him to the network is in his head, and when we take that, the body is just.
Well, I'm just thinking that if he gets broken out of the network because the Vanny network would essentially be the Glitchtrap network. If at the beginning of Security Breach he's separated from the rest of them, that's why he's not visible in it, because he's no longer connected. Why he becomes violent, I don't know. Is that?
Yeah, that's weird.
Maybe just he's broke. Is that because he's just broken? He's damaged,
shattered, and there's a new box in his stomach as well, which is bizarre.
That is true,
but it's in Fazbear Blast. It's in the same place he falls in the Princess Quest ending.
It's literally the place where he falls, and he's surrounded by staff bots.
That fell
so
out,
like he's
maybe they did something
so
to
like
him after he fell.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
I I don't know why
Yeah, him being violent is weird, isn't it?
he's angry. Yeah, I don't get the idea. You know, could be a scary chase, you know, but
Yeah.
he does kill you. Like he will actually kill Cassie.
Yes.
You know, you can chalk it up to being controlled or not being controlled by being broken, and it's just he's malfunctioning and he's just acting out.
Yeah.
There's like, I mean, he doesn't have a brain. His
Yeah.
head fell off, so I don't know. Actually, this might not be. I'm not sure, but
Might not be answerable yet.
Mexis, yeah, the Mexis can't summon Glamrock Freddy, right?
No.
'Cause you know the way
No,
it
no.
can
He
summon
only
the other
appears
ones,
that
it
once.
can't summon
He only
him.
appears that once.
Yeah. Yeah,
So,
and
yes,
if you
'cause
put
he's
on the
not in the
mask,
network.
he just completely vanishes.
He's not
Yeah.
in the network.
Yeah.
Which again, fucking bizarre because we've been saying, hey, if he's run on a base version of M1, that's what everything's run on, so he should be in the network. So this is what I mean,
Yes.
right? You'd still expect him to be in M1 if what we've been talking about, I found myself, I found the root of my programming, I found what I'm based on, I found the mimic AI. Apparently not, because that's not even in him. Like it's so there's so many loops to it that just mind melting.
Well, so then this gives us the reason for him to be a prototype, and why they want to specify that now is to show not that this is a different one than we've been hanging out with, but to show that he is different than the others, that he is an earlier model of the Glamrock Freddy. So he could be in some way unique, whether it's he's based on an earlier code, he's not connected to the Vanny network. Maybe it's just the fact that he is a prototype, that he has this safe boot mode. Maybe the rest of them don't have that same function. Maybe this is part of the prototype, and that's why he malfunctions. And being separate from the Vanny network could be because he's like forcibly taken out of it at the start of Security Breach in that cutscene, or it could just be as a result of him being this prototype version that doesn't tie in.
Yes. All right, moving on to our next point. I'm still kind of wondering if maybe he was individually tampered with by Gregory, because in both of the other continuities that these characters appear in, that is the case. He kind of messes with Gregory and Gregory messes with Freddy and GGY, and Gregory messes with Freddy in particular in the other one. What's it called? Escape the Pizzaplex. So it still could be like we could just be like completely losing our minds here, and the reason is because that's his favorite, and Gregory put more effort into like hacking into that one or something. I don't know anymore. It seems like they're differentiating from the books a lot, so I wouldn't be surprised if Gregory did not hack into Freddy. However, there are those therapy CDs that reveal that before Gregory was possessed, he was developing software programs. So he is still a tech whiz if he's patient 46, which probably is. He is still a tech whiz. So it's possible that he could have hacked into Freddy before becoming evil.
So here would tie into the prototype thing. It might also tie into the Fredbear thing, because with his bow tie turning purple,
that's such a weird detail.
That could be an indicator that he is like, in the same way that Fredbear is an earlier version of Freddy, this is actually a Glamrock like Fredbear that has been made into a Freddy. And the reason he's a prototype is to give reason to why Gregory can hack into him so easily and why he's able to manipulate him. Because prototypes come with debugging features, they come with like they come with developer like tools that you're able to use.
Yeah.
So being a prototype makes him way more susceptible to being hacked. So it could be a case that he was intentionally put here in the position as being like the main Glamrock Freddy by Vanessa or Glitchtrap or whoever it is, so that Gregory could have more control of him. And then Gregory uses that to his advantage. I mean, it could be a case of, because if we find out, say, okay, GGY, once he broke away from Glitchtrap's control, Gregory lost all his memories and had no idea what was going on. Maybe it could be a case of GGY, while under the control of Glitchtrap, was like, just in case they ever try to kill me, I better put in a thing that Glamrock Freddy can't kill me. You know,
Yeah.
like just in case Glitchtrap ever turns against me, maybe I should just put this in here. You know, it could be something as simple as that it was GGY thinking ahead, and it just happened to help Gregory once he came out of the control. But I think him being a prototype, him having the purple bow tie, they're both indicators of this Glamrock Freddy being a unique earlier version, which has since been upgraded to the new version.
On that note, going deeper and deeper, and I'm sorry I have to do this to you, none of the other Glamrocks have the stomach hatch that opens that you can climb inside of, that looks exactly like the stomach hatches from Proto Freddy's, which Proto Freddy's is where the FNAF 6 was, and he remembers being there. I remember being here, Proto Fredbear, open up his stomach, Proto Fredbear has a purple bow tie. Now, obviously, it can't be the same, because Proto Freddy's bow tie is engraved into the suit. It's actually not a bow tie. It's just like carved out and painted a bit with purple paint, like a shape of it. Proto Freddy is also plumper than Proto Fredbear.
Different shape
plumper
entirely
than Glamrock Freddy. However, it is interesting that the stomach spring lock design carries over. That's so bizarre. Why do you think that is? Because clearly, like, he might be right. It might be to carry oversized birthday cakes and piñatas. But I have a feeling whoever designed that Glamrock Freddy suit was doing it because they had seen the Proto Freddy's suits. I almost wonder, maybe, this is going to be insane, if Edwin could have designed Glamrock Freddy because he designed those suits that had those opening stomachs.
Yeah, I wonder...
Which, break and mend, I built the breath, they hunt now drawn to life, that whole room in there, could Edwin have written that as well?
Yeah, see,
if he's not fucking dead.
I'm not convinced.
If he's not...
I'm not convinced that he's... No, I'm not convinced that he's dead. I think he's actually alive.
Well, then if he is alive, he probably wrote that wall code. If he's alive, he probably wrote the wall code.
Oh, I think if anyone else wrote that wall code, it's going to be really confusing. Because, okay, the books... If the books are written as completely misdirecting, like as just intentional misdirects, so that we cannot track the story until it's told to us directly, then fair enough, anyone could have written that wall code. But if the books are at all trying to help us figure out the story even a little bit, then Edwin writes in a code language that's specifically made to communicate with the Mimic, and it's like made of triangles and triangles within triangles and strange shapes, which is exactly what that wall code looks like. And he does that before he dies in the Mimic. So, or not in the Mimic, in the Storyteller. So I think I follow the philosophy of, you don't see a body, they're not dead. And we walk into the room where Edwin supposedly died when we find that wall recording of him being like, M2, help, M2, I can't feel my legs. That whole thing. If he's not lying dead on the floor in front of us, then I don't think he's dead. Because where did he go? Did the Mimic get rid of him? Did he go and stuff him into something?
I mean, we literally have seen the Mimic fall into lava, and we know that it's gonna stay around. So
yeah, exactly. So I'm like, if Edwin is not sitting on the floor in front of us in that final room, like under a big pile of debris, then he's alive. Because
look at Afton.
Even from
look at Afton, he's still there apparently.
I always come back
because I'm now all this Mimic era stuff has only made me more confident that William Afton is actually still at play. I think that I don't think it's the Mimic just acting like him. I think it is William Afton's agony in infesting the Mimic. That's why you have all this imagery of like the purple ooze on the glitchy greens, and it's a really good explanation for why some of the Mimic inclusion animatronics want to kill Gregory, and Glamrock Freddy does not.
Yeah,
so if he doesn't have the Aftonness, he doesn't have the violence.
Yeah, if they weren't misleading us in the FNAF interview by saying that Glitchtrap is gone now, that was the end of him in Help Wanted 2 and that one ending, then we definitely are still dealing with Afton. I think regardless we were.
I think he's out of the cloud.
Yeah.
I think he'll be consolidated in Burntrap's, the physical body of Burntrap. I think that's where the last thing of that is.
Oh, you think? You think they're gonna do like a reveal and he's like
Yeah.
behind a curtain and he's gonna be like,
Yeah.
I'd love if they put him in the wheelchair.
Yeah,
like in
I
Silver
think,
Eyes.
and so I know.
In
I
his
think
robe.
Burntrap's real. I think Burntrap exists. I don't think it's M2. Hot take.
Personally, I know there's been so many ideas about what Burntrap is. The one that makes the most sense to me is it's just whatever happened. I know he has 2 arms and whatever, but like to me, the most straightforward thing is that it's William's body down there that she went to go look for. Vanessa went down there. She wanted to bring William back to life, so she needed his body, and she went to go look for it.
And I think,
and maybe she repaired.
I think she's got his.
Bits or whatever.
I think she's got his fucking agony in a computer chip and using that to res him. so
where do you think he is now? Like after, because Vanessa and Gregory are working together now. So what are they up to?
Yeah, we don't know if the Burntrap is in the tube or not. I think people say it's empty, but I don't think you can see in there. And it's not like Steele was going to model it and put it in the tube if you can't see inside of it. So I'm not sure. He could still be in the tube. Gregory draws the ending, but that doesn't really matter because he draws all the endings, and we know the blob exists because we see the blob in the game. So I would say Burntrap is real because everything else Gregory draws is real. It's in some way, shape, or form. Where he is, though, I don't know. I feel like
Vanessa
I'd say
trying
still
to
in the
work
tube,
to stop
probably.
Yeah,
but it's also so weird because in the Burntrap ending, that's the one where there's an earthquake, and there's clearly been an earthquake.
Yeah, that's true.
So I wonder if it's a mixture. I wonder if it's Princess Quest.
Yeah.
After Burntrap ending or something.
Yeah, because I mean the blob is also out. It's not in the bunker. It's not in the underground anymore.
It's roaming around for some fucking reason. Don't know what it's doing.
Yeah. So I think maybe if Burntrap is around, because we could even have a situation where there's a Help Wanted 2 ending, because there's one where Vanny crushes Glitchtrap in the claw machine. There's the other one where you see Glitchtrap's hand like pulling itself out of that exact same charging pod, and all the Nightmare stuff.
And I think that's symbolic that the Glitchtrap AI is inside the Burntrap suit, and that's why it comes out of the charging pod, just like Burntrap does. You're supposed to know,
exactly.
Okay,
yeah. So that to me is saying Glitchtrap is successful in putting himself into Burntrap.
Yeah.
That like in that ending, he doesn't
right.
need Vanny to do it for you or do it for him. And it could be a case of, because usually the bad endings are the canon ones in FNAF, right? Say for like the really big like ending moments that are usually like, I think FNAF 6 is the only one we could say maybe confidently has a good ending, quote unquote, with the spirits getting released.
Yeah.
But all the other games, it's been the bad ending happens and then we keep going, usually. So if Help Wanted 2 was showing the defeat of Glitchtrap with Vanny like crushing it, that's the good ending, quote unquote. But the bad ending would be him crawling out of that charging vat, and then Cassie's dad gets put into Maskbot, which we see happen directly after that. So that's something that we know happened.
Yeah.
Which to me is very much like, this is the right ending because you see something that you already know is canon happening directly after it.
It's interesting because I feel like whatever Vanny's goal is obviously relates to Burntrap in the basement, right? Because she got her little bed down there and her little head above the thing, and I feel like that's clearly the crux of the project. You know, I'll be there and I won't let you down. It'll be fun. You know, that's from Chris Dreadbear. Whatever that plan is, somehow to bring William Afton back to life, she needs to kill a bunch of other kids, and maybe she needs Remnant. Maybe she needs Remnant for it.
I think that might be the idea. She's like charging his body up to bring it back to life.
Which would go under She's Always Nervous' Remnant Plex, that all those charging tubes are actually run on Remnant instead of electricity.
Yeah, actually, I saw a few people in the Discord today talking about it, that apparently the wet floor bots are called souls in the game files. They're called like cleaning souls or something like that.
Everything's possessed. No.
In Ruin, yeah. So, and like you can hear kids crying when you go up to them and deactivate them. So yeah, so like I think it makes sense to say that if William is using, and it also is cool if it's right next to the sister location bunker where he was doing all this research, that Vanny is using the same stuff that he was researching, and you kind of take like a Curse of Dreadbear thing. We're reanimating the inanimate. You know, taking that idea that, oh, we use Remnant to heal things or bring things back to life or to infuse energy into them. That's what her goal was to use as much Remnant as possible to put it into the burnt corpse of William Afton and bring him back. Which is why he's got like more growths on him and stuff, as he's like reforming around the rebuilt endo that she's made for him. I know people will hate that idea, but I think that's as good a guess as we have about most things in this kind of current.
I think that is
era.
a good idea. All right, chat, we're coming up on an hour for this episode. We're gonna let it go today. FNAF Mysteries with T-Dreads and Andrew is in the games. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to FNAF Mysteries with T-Dreads and Andrews in the games. Today, I am joined by the wonderful Gibby's Horror Homestead. Say hello.
Hello, I am Gibby. This is Toto, and Andrew's in the games.
What happened to Toto?
This is Toto. He's always looked like this. What are you talking about? I have no idea what you're talking about.
He looks like in the cartoons when like they take out a shotgun and it blows the soot at them.
Yeah, he has a little tan.
Yeah. Okay. We're talking about the box. Everybody's favorite topic conversation, right? It has fallen out of discussion recently. Not really recently, but in the last year, because the whole Scott interview with Dawko, because people were like, oh, it doesn't mean anything. But we'll get into that first, actually, because I guess that's the most important thing, first and foremost. So, the box, everybody knows, when you beat the hardest night on FNAF 4, you get a little like chest with 2 golden locks on it that says, some things are best left forgotten for now. Okay? And then nothing. Whole lot of nothing. Why
for 10 years.
Why do you think he never said what it was?
I am very confident in this. I think that Scott changed the story after the reception of FNAF 4. I think there was a pretty serious change in the lore of the series. Specifically, I do not think that Foxy Bro and Crying Child were supposed to be children of the murderer. I do not think that they were Aftons when FNAF 4 came out. And so wherever he was going with the story, because he does have a Steam post where it's a different post. It's not the one where he's like, the community didn't put it together and I think that's special. He had a different post where he was like, after FNAF 4, I knew I had to make the story special and important. I knew people really cared about it, so I had to like hunker down and figure it out. So I think after that point, he's like, what if Foxy Bro is Mike Schmidt and Mike Schmidt is Mike Afton? I think that happened later. So I think the plot point that the box was meant to set up changed when Foxy Bro became Michael Afton.
Now, there are many, many, many interpretations for what the box is, which we will get into. First, though, just for people who are new to the whole theorizing space, it's important we go over what Scott has said about the box. The first thing backs up what you just said, and is from the 2018 Dawko interview after Dawko beat 50-20 mode, and that is MatPat was correct in saying that the contents of the box have changed over the years. So in FNAF 4, it changed from then to sister location. He actually says like several times or something akin to that as well. So I think it's changed more than once. I believe he has said like in some like not in those exact words, but in the interview he implies that he has changed it at least 2 times. Which I think is very interesting because at that time there was not even any Steel Wool games. This is just after UCN. And we already have double box changes. So, okay. I guess the most important thing for us to ask now, after just going over that, would be, was the box ever a literal box containing things, or has it always been symbolic?
I always interpreted it as something literal that, I mean, diegetic, right? It's in the story, a character, were they to stumble across the box, could open it. because the other sort of like end screen things, right? FNAF 3, what do we see? We see the headsets of the animatronics either lit up or not lit up. We can take from that the symbolism that having lights behind the eyes means that they're still possessed. But there's still 3 physical objects that were present in the FNAF 3 Fazbear's Fright location. Like you can see Chica's head and Freddy's head like around the building.
Mm-hmm.
So my thought with the box would be like, this is a box that is out there somewhere in the Afton's like closet or something. And what's inside it is what's supposed to be inside it, whatever that is.
Okay, that's good, because there are a couple different ways you could go with that because of imagery, right? Namely, we called this out, Unwithered and I, all the way back in our little overanalyzing every FNAF game and breaking the lore video, where in the FNAF 4 ending, where it's the crying child and the Fredbear plush, they're sitting in a black void under a spotlight, and it's 2 characters that presumably represent Golden Freddys. So 2 golden, you know. And so our idea was like, that's interesting because that's the same kind of shot composition as the box. Just one spotlight coming down from above in a black void with 2
things.
golden characters.
2 golden, that's why you said golden
yeah.
locks.
Golden
Okay, I
locks.
see it.
Yeah.
I see it coming together.
So that for me would be like, that almost feels like it would be a symbolic thing of like, the crying child is one of the locks, which is like, what does that even mean? You have to use the crying child to unlock something? That doesn't make any sense. Or maybe it does, because, you know, because I think Cryo heard that and came up with like, oh, maybe crying child is necessary for Happiest Day, or, you know, and the Fredbear plush is Glitch Bear, who also helps assemble Happiest Day, you know. So, like, they're the keys to Happiest Day. That interpretation is supported by the box being open in the FNAF World Code. Okay, I know you don't like to use you don't like to use that, but like,
listen, is it supported by that? Yes. Is that a completely
make sure
valid
you like and subscribe.
Is that a completely valid conclusion to draw from these pieces of evidence? 100%, and I appreciate it, and I approve it, and I find it compelling. I don't think that the open FNAF 4 box in the code of FNAF World is an important piece of lore that we can or should use in theorizing. It's just a texture in a game, and it wasn't used. And if Scott did it on purpose, where he's like, I cannot wait for them to go through the files of my game and find the open box, tee-hee-hee, right? What would that mean? But why would he do that, and then by the next game, you know, seemingly not want to even touch the box anymore?
But see, now we're entering scuff territory, because you have the whole drowning ending in FNAF World, where Happiest Day is above the screen, off screen, and Nightmare is only called Shadow Freddy in the code of FNAF 4. So then we also have to be like, how much are we willing to take and pull from the code? It sucks, because you kind of have to nitpick with these things, depending on what you're, like, the same thing with, like, I think isn't... Oh, no, it's not. I was going to say Golden Freddy's called Yellow Bear, not Freddy Bear.
Yeah.
Because I was going to say, if Golden Freddy was called Freddy Bear, and then he gets called Fred Bear later, you could see that as like, see, he does use the... You know, but that's... Yeah, he changed his name. Okay. So that's just one interpretation I thought of, though, was that the box is FNAF World, right? Because that results in people being set free, whatever, and that just works like, oh, the two, you know. So that is a functional interpretation. Another functional... yeah.
I would say that back in the day, I don't remember when you said you joined the community, but back when FNAF World came out, that was kind of the main thought about what was in the box. It was that FNAF World is in the box in some sort of spiritual or metaphysical way, or like whatever FNAF World actually is the thing that's in the box.
Yes.
That was like box theory number 1.
Our second
besides the literal
box
puppet
interpretation is it is some sort of memorabilia or symbolic items related to the crying child and or the Afton family. So this would kind of be while the box is literal, the message within it would be kind of symbolic, which is funny because it's the reverse in the other one. It's like the box is metaphorical for something that actually happens, which is the souls getting released. In this case, it would be the box is a literal thing containing real items, but those items have symbolic meaning. So I think whatever it is, it says some things are meant to be forgotten. What
For now.
Yeah, what could be? What could that mean at the time of FNAF 4? Before we even get to SL.
So this is the theory I put forth in my 9-hour video. It was that the contents of the box are literal items. They're meant for the player, but they're still in-universe things that might have been put into a box. And that if Scott was thinking of ending this story arc with FNAF 4, you know, he had Sister Location in his head, but I don't think his intention was like, and then we're going to follow the murderer's daughter, who is also Mike Smith's sister, right? Like, I think he meant for it to be more removed than it ended up being. So the theory that I came up with before Scott said that the box was bunk, was that the box would open when we solved the FNAF 4 lore, and whatever was inside it would sort of be check marks on the theories that we had as to what the four games, one story are saying. And so for me, it was something to the effect of like tying Foxy Bro to Mike Schmidt. It would have been like the Foxy mask and a name tag that says Mike Schmidt to tell you, oh my god, the nighttime security guard we've been playing as is Foxy Bro making amends for killing his brother, and that's why it says it's me, and that's why all this stuff is happening, because he's like, you know, he's our tragic hero. You know, he started off as a bully and then redeemed himself. So like that would be in the box. And then maybe like the Golden Freddy plushie would be in there to confirm that Crying Child is Golden Freddy, because I don't know if Cassidy existed yet. And then maybe, you know, again, other things to confirm that we figured out the lore.
You know what I bet it would have been? I bet
What?
you it would have been the answers to the questions he gave MatPat on the live stream. That would make sense.
Yep.
If he's like, have you, because you saying that, the secret forgotten, have you thought about who the security guard is?
Mm-hmm.
That, the Foxy mask with the Michael tag, that would answer that question. So it'd be interesting if every item in the original box answered the questions from the MatPat live stream. That would have been cool.
Do you know when Scott made his post about you know, no one solved it and that's special compared to when Matt did the GT live stream? Do you know the dates for those two?
I can check. I feel like it's probably in the interim between the stream and, because he essentially threw in the towel, right, in that post, right? He was like,
Yep.
well, guys, you haven't solved it. You suck. So for him to turn around after that and then try to help MatPat solve it is weird to
True.
me. I feel like,
Yeah,
I'll look it up, but
Look it
I have a feeling it'd probably be in between his live stream and the Dream Theory actual. See, it did that. I hate when
that was awesome. I love that. I think that post was announcing the Halloween update, actually. So yeah, it would have been, I think, after the GT live stream, but then before the FNAF 4 Halloween update.
Yeah.
Yep.
So that'll be interesting. All right, that's a good first interpretation. And even if it wasn't, I feel like he would have already come up with the things he was going to ask MatPat anyway.
Mhm.
Like the questions didn't come into existence when MatPat did his live stream. Those were always the key to the story. He just told us they were. So it doesn't really matter either way, because it's not like he only came up with those details because MatPat hit go live. So yeah. All right.
That live stream is so interesting, because it definitely is what made Scott swear off talking about the lore publicly, because he saw how wrong people like took his words.
Yeah.
Right, like even us talking about it right now, what are we doing? We're trying to solve why Toy Chica was missing her beak.
We sure are.
Because it came from Scott. Scott said it, so it must be true. You know, that must be the most important thing in the world, because it came directly from Scott. And so I think that him hinting in the direction of where he wanted like MatPat to go to solve the story was almost like an admittance on his part that it was too complicated, which he later went on to say in that Steam post.
Yeah.
So like the idea that it was so complex that he needed to help out, but also things were subject to change because he ended up changing them. Like you said, the box changed multiple times. I think that he made it too complicated and then wasn't happy with how complicated he made it, as opposed to wasn't happy with where the story was, if that makes sense.
That makes sense, yeah. And then just for people watching, the earlier theory when we said the box is FNAF World, I'm applying that to the box is Happiest Day as well. I'm going to label those in the same category. So the box is symbolic of FNAF setting up Happiest Day, or the box is literal with symbolic items in it, is what we've gone over now. So then after Sister Location gets made, those items probably get updated to be things relevant to the Afton family. So you might throw in like a family photo of them, like, or so, you know. So that would make sense. But changing more than once. Oh, they have changed over the years is an interesting word to use instead of they have changed, right? If it has changed once, I would say, oh yeah, that's changed. Even if it's 20 years later, I say, oh yeah, I changed that. I wouldn't say I changed it over the year. Like, changing over the years to me sounds like more than once it's been changed, or more than one thing in it has been changed.
Yes. So one of the things that Scott said that we haven't quoted yet is he said, what's in the box? It's the pieces put together. And so a lot of people use that to theorize that it's the puppet, or it's some version of Golden Freddy, because what's said at the end of FNAF 4, it's I will put you back together. And the crying child's wearing a striped shirt, striped like the puppet. Ooh, so it's just the puppet in the box.
We'll get into this later.
Okay.
And we'll be sad about it.
The thing that changed, if it was just crying child's no longer the puppet, now he's Golden Freddy, that's one change, that's one drastic change.
Yeah.
One time.
I don't think,
and that's kind of not what Scott was implying. That's not what Scott was implying.
I don't think he was ever the puppet, because he didn't get stabbed outside of a restaurant.
I agree.
So, yeah, okay. This is an interpretation that you might like, might hate. The next one chronologically for us to go over, I can already see your face. The box is FNAF 6. Everything is locked inside, gets burnt down to be forgotten forever.
Mm-hmm.
This place won't be remembered. The memory will fade away. Sometimes these things are better left forgotten. You see, they're just trapped in a giant rectangle. So, this one makes sense to me, and I'm down with it. It's a little bit cringe. It's not very it's not very satisfying. I'm not like, oh, the box was a pizzeria this whole time. The box was an underground pizzeria that used to be a Proto Freddy's with a FNAF 3 map, and oh shit.
The box is a labyrinth of sounds and smells, a maze with no prizes. Yeah.
A labyrinth with no exit, a maze with no prize. Yeah. So that is an interpretation that is also functional, especially because it was updated to Forgotten Forever. Scott can still take that and twist to, like, see, guys, this is why it's Forgotten Forever. Although he was still wrong, because security breach exists. So, you know.
So, that theory is what I believed. In my big video, that's kind of what I concluded with, right? I'm like, this is what I thought the box was originally, and then he changed it, and it became FNAF 6. With the Daco interview, I no longer think that's possible. For Scott to say, I lost the trail of the plot point that the box was setting up, and so, you know, we've never really done it because I lost that plot thread, and it hasn't been important to the story. It's obviously not the FNAF 6 fire, then.
So before you continue, we'll actually go over that quote, because I was saving that.
Okay.
So that is our next Scott Kaufman interview. We've been solely going off his notes from the 2018 interview. Now we'll do the 2024 interview. Let me put on my best Scott voice, because I have the quote right here. Hold on. Okay. All right, here we go.
Hey, phone guy.
But you know, whenever I'm making these games, there are a lot of things that are in my head that are just flowing ideas. And when I have them and put them there, it's the first half of something. It's like a string or a rope, just reaching out. And at the time, I know that what's there on the other end is there, and I trust that it's there. And whenever I progress forward, the rest of it just reappears. The rest of it appears and just fits into place perfectly. That's how all my games have been made. I feel that there is something there with the box, and I make the roads to get there for that to be revealed. But then sometimes when things do progress, the roads aren't always the same roads as the ones that had been planned out before. And so what that means is, even though at the time something was definitely there, something was reaching out to be there, and I could feel that it was there, the progression of the story didn't go there, and so those strings never got pulled on. All of that is to say, there is something in the box, I just never pursued it, and I don't know if I can find it again. And I think that's the best answer I can possibly give. So,
And I think that's an incredible answer, genuinely. Like, what he described there is exactly how writing works. You come up with, imagine you're writing a screenplay or a book, and you know kind of who the characters are and where they start off. Like, this guy's a poor college student, and you know where the finale is going to be, what the big climax and the ending is going to be. Between those points, you might sort of write, like, each chapter, each scene, you might do a little summary, like, he goes to dinner, he meets this person, he fails his math test, right? And each paragraph, each chapter you're writing may be a little paragraph. And when you get to them and you flesh them out and you add more and more details to sort of, make the story make sense. And then you get to your summary of chapter 9 and you've written the first 8 chapters and you see the little paragraph that you left off for yourself, 6 months ago when you first wrote out the outline, and you realize that the story you've written up until this point no longer can sort of meet up with where you had originally planned it because it's changed so much. And you're like, oh, well, I guess I need to drastically change what I'm doing because I can no longer sort of follow that path.
What the fuck is that? Sorry. Did you see that?
You got jump scared.
It was a bee's nest. There was a bee's nest in my wall. I love October.
Bro got jump scared.
I don't know if you saw that. Was that a bee?
No. I didn't see anything.
Oh, that's going to be in the recording. I think that was a giant bee.
Bro got jump scared IRL.
He just crawled up in like the window on the other side of the room. That's gonna be a problem. I mean, it's October where I live.
Yep.
It's fall, so it's October where I live. Holy God. It is getting colder where I live, so they're probably trying to, weasel their way inside so they don't die. So, well, that was alarming.
Incredible.
Yeah.
Anyway, yes, Scott talking about tugging on strings and leaving open-ended. That's exactly how writing works. And so I totally get exactly what he's trying to say. And again, to me, that makes it being the FNAF 6 fire completely impossible because he says that we haven't tugged on the other end of the string. And it really makes me think that something about the story, where the story was going, changed at one point.
To put that into English for everybody, because I was doing this when I was not, or I was doing this when I was new to the space. I was like, oh my God, there's nothing in the box. That's not true. There is something there, but imagine Scott has a flashlight or whatever, and he can point it to illuminate some like storylines. He just never pointed it over there. He just kind of forgot about it. It's kind of just, we're focusing elsewhere now.
I saw people the day that the doco interview went up say things like the contents of the FNAF 4 box are lost media, or Scott forgot what he put in the box, and that's not what he said.
Yeah,
he said, I don't know if I can find that.
Yeah,
I need to find that stranded plot point if we ever want to tug on it to see where it goes.
Well, hey, if there's any time, it's going to be FNAF Abyss, where we're going up to that ye old Afton house. So
it would be the right sort of time period. Because I'm guessing the next real FNAF game will be 30 years in the future.
Yeah, if we go there. Yeah, that'd be crazy. Oh my goodness. So hopefully the box is not a dead mimic child, M2 stuffed into a box with a crying child's shirt on.
Do you think that when Scott says the box changed, right? Because when I think that, I sort of think that what he means is it changed based on the details of the story. Again, it changing from like saying Mike Schmidt to now it says Michael Afton. Do you think that it could possibly have changed so much in that now it's like a mimic thing? It's something that wasn't even possible when FNAF 4 came out? Like the mimic?
Well, that's exactly what I think is going on with the Fredbear plush, so I would say...
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I would say probably.
Understandable.
Especially because you got to remember, the mimic, these things exist during the time of FNAF 4. Like chronological, like in timeline universe, there is now a Mimic and Edwin, where in 1983 or before 1983. So, I hope he doesn't do that. I hope we don't get some sort of like, we open the box and it's M2. that would be beyond.
Yep.
Beyond mid.
I think if it's Crying Child and Crying Child is M2, that would be fine, because Scott could be like, the plan was always that Cece was rebuilt as a robot child, but now a robot child is M2 from Secret of the Mimic, so I think that would be fair. But yeah, I just foresee the end of the next FNAF game having just a big chest in a room, and it's the FNAF 4 box, and we get to open it, and it's some stupid Pizzaplex thing.
Yeah, no, I could definitely, because he says, like, I don't know if I can find it again, and that sentence to me kind of feels like that the box is an idea, it's a representative of something. And so what the items in it to represent that thing change as the series gets, you know, wider and more filled out. Do you think they'll ever... I don't think he'll ever... Even if we go to the FNAF 4 house... Yeah, no, I'm 50-50. I don't know. Because I don't know if they'd be able to resist the temptation. So like, if we go into the FNAF 4 house
Steel
again...
wool?
Yeah, yeah.
They'd have the box. The box would be there. 100%.
Yeah, because that's what I mean.
Like, they would make Scott do it.
And after how much Doggo's been begging them, they'll probably put, like, Fredbears nearby, too, or something. That'll be funny. Depending on when we see it. If we have a flashback or something, or, you know...
Yep. I mean, the Steel Wool guys going back years, right? It was an interview, and they said, like, oh, if you could make any game, what would you want to make? And they said, we want to make a Fredbear's Family Diner game. It's like, well, there's no story to tell in Fredbear's Family Diner. So I can totally see them they want to revisit that era. They want to be the ones to open the box. I can see it in them. I know J-Top wants to open the box.
FNAF 4
so
minigames,
HD
edition, FNAF 4 minigames. That would be so cursed. You're walking down the street with, like, shaders on and, like, 4K 60 FPS.
There's a couple other theories people have had over the years.
All right, let's hear 'em.
Charlie Box. Big one.
Who's
After the
what
fourth
now?
closet. Charlie Box. You know Charlie Box? So Charlie dies at the end of the Twisted Ones. Just fully, like, dead. Oh my god, what happened? Fourth closet picks up. Now it's a new protagonist. It's like John the boyfriend or whatever. He's the point of view character. And he, like, drives to, like, her old house, and in her room is a big chest, a big box, and he opens it, and a curled up, like, deactivated Charlie robot is inside of it.
Wouldn't that just be CC bot adjacent? It's like
it is.
The owner's child is a robot.
The owner's child is a robot who is inside of the box. That's what started a lot of the crying child is literally a robot stuff, is because Charlie was before Charlie was a robot, no one was making the children are robots theories in FNAF. She's the first and to date only one.
Yeah.
So her being inside of a box was a big, oh my god, is that the FNAF 4 box? Like, lore moment.
Right,
that was a huge one.
There's no way...
I think a lot of people might still believe it.
There's no way Scott was mad that we didn't figure out the crying child was a robot in 2015. there's no way.
Scott might be like, I literally had the last line of the game be, you're broken, I'll put you back together. How did they not figure out that he's just a robot?
Yeah.
The fourth clause, or the Silver Eyes were, like, already coming out. He must have thought that he was being super clear about it.
Think of any other theories, or is that pretty much the only other one?
The literal marionette puppets in the box.
That's probably the oldest for some reason.
Yeah, psychic friend Fredbear's in the box. All the masks that we see at the end of FNAF 3 are in the box. Because FNAF 4 happens after FNAF 3, kind of. But yeah, modern day, I think I'm much more interested in modern day theories because of all of the sort of discoveries we've made. Like, God Victim and Loot Victim, like that kind of stuff, arcade theory, didn't exist 10 years ago. And so kind of what I'm interested in is re-examining the box, assuming that one or all three of those were Scott's intention.
Oh, we forgot to mention, in FNAF World, all the little power-ups you get are in little FNAF 4 boxes of various colors.
Very true.
Standard is gray, then there's red and yellow?
Yeah, there's the chip things that you find.
Yeah, I think red and yellow.
Yep.
Yeah, red, yellow, and gray. And you get to the red boxes by talking to Old Man Consequence glitching something, they go in glitches in the wall. And then, in Princess Quest, you gotta hit the red lantern to get to the shadow lantern and split into... This series is chopped. So, all right. This might be a shorter episode then, because I feel like we've kind of exhausted our box topics.
Well, we've exhausted theories other people have had, so we got to use T-Dread magic and just find the answer, pull it out of nowhere now.
We solved it.
We did solve it. That can be like, right now, you play me saying, oh my god, we solved it. You put that at the beginning of the episode.
Yeah. Yeah.
tease people. Let's talk about like God victim stuff. If the idea is that Crying Child saw all this stuff when he was younger, and then God victimed himself to being, you know, influencing the rest of the timeline. If Scott had intended that in 2015, what would he have put into the box to sort of indicate that that's where the story was going? Because my thoughts go to like, okay, Toy Chica missing her beak sort of influences Crying Child saw Toy Chica, right?
I think
Which
he would
echoed
have
into
put,
FNAF 2.
he would have put the theory of God victim in the box. So I think the little plush trap thing would go in there. I think the Toy Chica without her beak would go in there. I think the Mangle toy that was on the floor, or like its head or something, would go in there. So I just think the theory of God victim itself would be in the box, if that's what he wanted to. Because most of what God victim is you walk around and you see small objects and go, oh, oh, oh. You know what I mean? So.
Things I recognize, but it's not time for them to exist yet.
Now, of course, you couldn't put, like, Pigtail Girl saying, like, they stuff you in suits in the box. You know, that couldn't be in the box. That'd be weird. So I just think, like, the physical objects to do with God victim would be in the box.
Yeah. I think if that was, let's say that the box opened, I think that Matt Pat would have taken it as more evidence for Dream Theory.
Yeah,
right? He would have seen the
which
Toy
also
Chica
could be
missing
a
a
reason he
beak,
didn't
plush
open
trap.
it. He's like, oh, if I open, he's gonna think it's Dream Theory more, even though it's just the opposite.
Yep. It's literally, I mean, it's the same mechanic, it's just the opposite thing. Crying Child saw things and then dreamed it versus Crying Child saw things and then actually made them real in the real world. They're basically the same theory. But, you know, I think that it's the things that Crying Child saw that echoed into the future.
Yeah.
Could be in the box. And it could be a toy chest. A lot of people pointed that out over the years. What would you put in it? It's toys.
Which, what you just said, yeah, because 3 of those things we just mentioned are toys. Little Mangle, Little Toy Chica, and Plush Trap Guy. Those are 3 toys that would fit in a toy chest.
Yep.
So, that would make sense. What do you think is in there, right now, if you were to guess?
Right now.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I need to pull the arcade theory string, right?
Yeah.
Like, if Scott's saying that most of FNAF 4, you know, half of FNAF 4 is an in-universe arcade game, half of FNAF 4 is a dream. Like, what is this? So would the box be real? Is it like the one diegetic thing? Yes. And I think that the narrative of FNAF 4 is that it's sort of taking place right before FNAF 3, right? Mike is dreaming these events where he's like, you know, monsters are coming to his closet doors, his hallway doors, right before FNAF 3 happens. So whatever's in the box should sort of be a lead in to the events of FNAF 3 for Mike, but a culmination to the entire series for us, the player. So it would almost have to be like, I'm thinking Mike's like uniform from FNAF 1 that says Mike, maybe it says Afton, but then there's like a piece of tape over it that says Schmidt, but it's peeling off so you can say that it's like the same thing. So like a little hat and a little uniform and a badge, and like a note or something that's making him think like, oh, now I need to go and do FNAF 3, right? Because the events of this game have happened, I'm now obligated to go and finish off this whole journey and go face Springtrap in FNAF 3.
Yeah.
So it would kind of be the confirmation that FNAF 1 and FNAF 3's guards are Mike, and that Foxy Bro is Mike. And then be the, I am Mike, I'm Foxy Bro, and I defeated Springtrap, and this is sort of the call to action to go and defeat him in FNAF 3. Because Scott, despite saying that FNAF 4 was the final chapter, FNAF 3 ends with the cliffhanger that Springtrap is still alive. Like, it does. That's in the original game. I will not take this nonsense that the FNAF franchise was supposed to end with 4. So I think that could have been a tease for like, and now Mike must don the uniform again and go and stop Springtrap at FNAF 5, or really FNAF 6, but at FNAF 5.
At brother
so
location.
I think that could be possible. Brother location. Where's cousin location? People think that Fiona Murray is like Henry's sister.
Uncle location.
So, yeah, uncle location. Uncle location.
That's where that's where Matt Pat's going.
that's where Orville
Unk
is
status.
from. That's
Yeah.
where Mr. Hippo's from. Yeah.
Sounds like a fun place. All right. I think that is a good length. I think that'll do it for today. The Vengeful Spirit is one of the longest running mysteries in FNAF. Their origin stemming all the way back to the MCI, or perhaps even before. But there's a problem. Nobody can agree on who the Vengeful Spirit is. FNAF Mysteries with T-Dreads and Andrew is in the games. Hello everybody, my name is T-Dreads and welcome back to FNAF Mysteries with T-Dreads and Andrew is in the games. Today we are here with Rye Toast. Why don't you introduce yourself?
It's a pleasure to be here over on FNAF Mysteries with T-Dreads and Andrews in the games. My name is Rye Toast.
I don't appreciate those air quotes.
My name is Rye Toast. I do FNAF theories and a whole bunch of other stuff, but mainly, talk about FNAF and slightly disagree on things in a nice way.
Yeah. That's the name of the game. All right, so what we are here to do today is kind of go over, kind of in order of like normie FNAF fan to I never go outside, some Vengeful Spirit questions, right? So we'll start with a basic kind of intro overview question, more like a statement from us both, which is just kind of the origins of the Vengeful Spirit, which for those uninitiated, the name Vengeful Spirit is actually never in any of the games. It comes from, I believe, the casting on voices.com that Scott Cawthon put out for UCN. In the games, it is known as the one you shouldn't have killed, and is only ever addressed with male pronouns, which is interesting, giving some of the theories on the Vengeful Spirit, which we'll get into.
Yeah.
So what we'll start out with after that is going over who we think are the 3 most likely candidates in order of most likely to least likely, and why to be the Vengeful Spirit. So I'll let you go ahead and talk for a while on that one. I would say first give your least likely out of 3. I wonder who it's gonna be.
Well, it's not who you think it is, I will say. Unless I think so. If I can read your mind correctly. Because I will say, you say 3, which is, I think, an interesting number to debate upon.
Yeah.
Because when I think, my brain immediately goes to 2. And if not 2, then it kind of gets bigger than 3. So if I were to narrow... So what 3... Let me ask you, what 3 names were you thinking of when you said that?
I am thinking of Andrew, David Murray / David Afton, and Cassidy.
I see. Okay. Then I'll say 4, because I was thinking of a different third name.
Okay.
Granted, the different third name is my least likely answer.
Don't say Michael.
I was gonna say the fourth. My least likely answer is Michael Afton.
Okay.
And I really think that just comes from a matter of, if you're just taking solely the games themselves, stopping after Ultimate Custom Night, I think there is a case to be made for Michael Afton. I don't think it's a very strong one, but I think it is, like, it's narratively there, it's all right, but I just personally think, there are other things to take into consideration, especially once you start adding books or even parallels of books, games past then. I think Michael Afton gets less and less likely. My next least likely Vengeful Spirit, I think I am going to say anyone within the Crying Child, David Murray, like anyone within that bubble, I think is similarly least likely. And for me, it's a matter of a lack of vengefulness, for lack of a better term. I think they, while, obviously they've been wronged in their lives, it's an age thing. I think they are, whoever you think that would be at this point in the timeline, I think that character is too young, I guess, or too killed at too early of a point to be this vengeful, angry spirit. It's the same reason why in Secret of the Mimic, I don't think that the Mimic is actively being possessed by David Murray, because it just seems more aggressive than I would put on a 5 or 6 year old who maybe got killed in a car accident, and then we go to the 2 more likely candidates for me, which are in order of least to more. My personal take would be Andrew, then Cassidy. I think if either of these characters do exist in the games, either of them have a very strong case for being the Vengeful Spirit. If we're taking the Fazbear Frights books as literal things that happen in the games, then I think it kind of has to be Andrew, because that is Man in Room 1280. Like that, that's what that is telling us, is that like pretty much directly. So it's a matter of, are they happening literally in the games? I don't think the case is there to make that strong of an argument, or rather even like these are similar things. I think I would want to personally see more game-based or game-focused information of an Andrew-like character. But I totally see that argument. And then for my reasoning of Cassidy being the most likely, only really, frankly, the only thing there is with the security logbook in tow, which tells us more information about the games, and that one slip once. Now again, it was changed. But the one slip of Cassidy being the princess from Princess Quest, meaning that name is at least in talks at the team. Like it's very loose evidence,
and the kazoo,
but it's at least something. And the kazoo, like it's one of the, and again, every time this happens, Scott is very quick to be like, "Oh, take that down." So the reason is like, okay, this is where the pure speculation comes in. Of is that gives away too much, or is that's wrong? Please stop saying that's right. We don't know, frankly.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think for me, it's just introducing the Fazbear Frights to the canon. The canon gets quite messy. And if that were to happen, I think the fact that Andrew comes with the canonicy of the Fazbear Frights, that is where I hesitate. I think that would be my thoughts on it.
All right. Me, I say least likely. I will do. I'll also do Michael.
Yeah.
I'm actually gonna put Andrew at 3.
Okay.
Yeah. So the thing is,
spicy take for FNAF Mysteries with T-Treads and Andrew's The Vengeful Spirit. A spicy take.
don't tell anyone, but it's a joke. I don't actually.
Yeah. No. I gotta figure it.
Okay. No. So I get the best argument right now. I think for that is kind of just the fact that Edwin is in the games and fills a similar role to what he does. But then you kind of have to branch out and say like, okay, is Hudson in the games? Well, no. Is there like, does Cleatrophobia happen in the games? Does Haps happen in the game? You know what I mean? So,
Kelsey Trap, classic Kelsey Trap.
Yeah, that's what I mean. So to me, I really think that we can't assume a character is in the game universe now until the games tell us they are. Because, I really just don't think Hudson is the FNAF 3 guard at this point.
Yeah.
I think it's, much more likely, because that doesn't line up with the events of the book at all, just like the events of the Mimic story don't line up with Secret of the Mimic. So, for that reason, I only put Andrew in 3rd, because I'm not convinced he even exists in the games at this point.
Fair.
2nd, I actually will put the Crying Child or David Murray. First of all, this is gonna sound so stupid, but bro is rocking a bowl cut, which is a bit
thinking of the image of the Vengeful Spirit. No, that's fair.
Bit similar to David Murray's hairstyle, and you can't really comment on the Crying Child's in the 8-bit minigame, but in the one canon drawing we have of him in like some guidebook or whatever, his hair is very similar in pigment and shape. Also, this is a debate as to whether or not what is going on with my webcam? Okay. I don't know what that was.
Good morning.
Let me zoom out.
I think I know what webcam you have because of what just happened.
Yeah, it's pretty chopped.
It's a good webcam.
Yeah, it is. It's pretty high quality. Okay, anyway, back to what I was saying. I think it's because my hand. I'm gonna put it down here. All right. I would say because of the pronouns that are used to refer to it. Now, I know that people often debate whether or not that's talking about Golden Freddy. It could be. It's also odd because, like, I'm pretty sure Withered Chica goes in the vents, and then she's the one that says, "I have seen him, the one you shouldn't have killed," and that's the kid's face appears in the vents. It can, not Golden Freddy's face.
Good point,
so there's interesting ways to interpret that. I'm fine with it being just referring to Golden Freddy in general. It's interesting though, and then you also have it mimics the mediocre melodies. It speaks through the mediocres, mimicking the mediocre's voices, speaking through them with its voice layered under, which is very similar to the way that the Mimic speaks in Secret of the Mimic. It'll have the primary voice box of the character, and then under that you'll be able to hear a little bit of like David's voice or some other voice. It very often kind of layers the voices in Secret of the Mimic. So that's one thing I noticed that was interesting there. Unwithered Truth, I think, is a big believer of that right now. So are a few other people. They're kind of converting to Bite Victim, the one you shouldn't have killed. Also, depending on how competent of a writer you think Scott is, if he can write a character that's like 2 dimensions, where like Cassidy is nice to the Bite Victim and mean to William Afton, because in Fazbear Frights, Andrew's just kind of not a very nice. Yeah,
he's just kind of prickly.
Yeah, he's just not a great, not a very nice kid. I still would put Cassidy at my number 1 though. Like you said, the name is clearly relevant to the lore. I think it is very, very obvious that the Vengeful Spirit is Golden Freddy. I don't think you have that all that imagery in there for no reason. I pointed myself to locker 14. I think it works well, especially. But then there's that other thing. It's implied the Vengeful Spirit is going to be probably like a boy in the movie, but it's also the Golden Freddy kid. You know what I mean? It's so strange.
Yeah, there is that one weirdness too about like people have been sharing online about the drawing of the Golden Freddy child is like different in different scenes and things like that. Like there's something weird going on with that too, which I think might even, similar to how the FNAF 1 movie kind of gives us more credence to believe that possibly FNAF 1 takes place after the place is closed down, so on and so forth. Maybe that something like that is going to give us like a little nudge in the right direction for Golden Freddy. And you bring up, I completely forgot to bring up, as far as Cassie's name relevance, the whole screenplay thing where Scott himself was like, oh yes, the Cassidy screenplay, this one was for the lore heads, so clearly it's an important name to something. Character. I totally forgot about that.
So did I, don't worry, until you just mentioned it. I've been so Secret of the Mimic brained since that game came out.
Oh yeah, I mean was it October, and I'm still like, so it's been 4 months and we're still digging through that game. It's a dense game. It is
a dense game. On the note of what we were just talking about, we can actually move on to, do we think Scott has done anything since the release of Ultimate Custom Night to help point us to who this is? I would actually say yes, 2 things. One of which we probably misunderstood. The easier one, I think he is trying to tell us that it's the Golden Freddy kid, based on what we see in the movie. Particularly the novelization, the whole last paragraph, the novelization is like, the boy wanted William Afton's suffering to go on forever, perhaps longer. To me, that's like, hey, that's what happens.
I know that.
Yeah.
No, that night sounds ultimate and customized just for William.
Some sort of ultimate customized night.
Burr, Invincible logo appears.
Yeah. So that's the one thing.
I completely forgot about the novelization of that.
Yeah. Oh, it's weird. It's weird. Bonnie and Chica.
I remember what they did to Doug
in that too. In that continuity, Bonnie's a girl and Chica's the boy. It's very strange. Anyway, what was I gonna say? And
then the other one,
Andrew. The Fazbear Frights epilogues came out after UCN. So clearly that was supposed to inform us. I think we were wrong about, or some of us were wrong about the way we took it. So now people have been asking themselves, okay, is Andrew a Bite victim parallel or is Andrew a Cassidy parallel? Right?
Interesting. Yeah, because there is the whole shadow victim relations with how Andrew works and functions as a spirit.
It goes all over everything. Yeah.
Yeah, it kind of needs to be gathered. And that's something that, gets repeated a lot throughout the franchise if something is broken apart, it needs to be gathered to be dealt with.
And then Andrew's the one that can't see, and then in the logbook you have I can't see. So now we have to figure out, okay, but see, the thing is, I can't imagine the demeanor of Bite victim being the same as Andrew. I just can't.
No, not at all.
Can't imagine.
I mean,
that's why
let's be real. If the Bite victim survived maybe 5 more years, we'd get Andrew.
Yeah.
Right. But like at his age, at everything he was going through, there's no way that he's this sobbing, crying mess. And then 10 minutes after the minigame ends, he stands up and starts like cursing people out. Like that's not what's gonna happen.
Yeah. It feels.
That's part of the reason why I don't believe in CC Runaway. And I understand, I get the argument there, but I also just like, is he breaking is he breaking a window? Like, is he gonna break out of a window? I don't see it.
Yeah. And then as more subtle imagery, if you think that Dreadbear as a character is representative of the Bite victim, you have that death screen in Curse of Dreadbear where it's Dreadbear's hand over the glitchy purple grave and all the graves, so he's kind of got them in the palm of his hand. So those are the Bite victim weird Andrew imagery parallels. Does Andrew have any parallels to Cassidy? Because we don't even know anything about Cassidy.
That's the thing. We have such a
Yeah.
lack of information with Cassidy. I was thinking about it the other day, and I don't remember if this is in a video that's coming out or has come out or whatever, but I was thinking about it the other day that it's interesting that not necessarily the characters, because we know very little about the characters, but the things that are going on post FNAF 6 Fire link up almost perfectly with Andrew and Jake. And the idea that, like, if we look at what Andrew and Jake are doing, there's Andrew, who is before room 1280 doing Ultimate Custom Night, and we see Jake at the end of the epilogues going into the ball pit and helping as many people as he can on the way down. If you, like me, believe that FNAF World is taking place alongside Ultimate Custom Night, we kind of have a similar situation here, where Ultimate Custom Night, William is being held in like an agony torture forever, and at the same time, if FNAF World is taking place, it's kind of this like weird fake purgatory created to help people move on. So it's in this, like, the fact that I was really thinking about it, that like we don't really know much about the game characters of Charlotte or Cassidy, but their actions, if they are behind these two things, do mirror Jake and Andrew's actions in these stories throughout different points of it, which are really interesting.
Yeah, that's true. That's a good point. Yeah, kind of going into memories to give people happiest day or something. Yeah, I get that. That makes sense.
Yeah, because that's kind of like Jake, like as the dust settles, you know, everything is over. He uses the rest of his body to change people's memories to make them feel better. And we have post FNAF 6 where everyone is like presumably burnt and passing away. Yeah. And Charlotte then using whatever she has left to like reach out to these MCI victims, doing Happiest Day, doing FNAF World, depending on when you think those things happen.
I haven't seen the FNAF World UCN theory, but that could also explain why, if it's after the FNAF 6 fire, why the MCI kids are able to show up in Happiest Day.
Yeah.
If they're all collected in FNAF World or whatever.
My big link for it is that not only the Old Man Consequences connection between the two games, but in Ultimate Custom Night, Marionette has the line, "I'm not afraid of you, but you need to stay out of my way." What is Marionette doing?
You know,
so that's kind of where I lean
you're
into
a
that.
Smart fella.
Oh, thanks. I'm also a fart smeller, depending on the day.
Oh my goodness gracious. Okay, well, we can move into.
Yeah,
sorry. I was gonna say we'll move into some more of our intermediate questions, right?
Sure.
So kind of now we're at like 1300 power level. You know, we're about to get to 14 million power at the end. But
of course.
yeah, we'll start. So why do so many fans assume the Vengeful Spirit is Golden Freddy? Because this may sound like a dumb question, except when you remember that half the fan base probably still thinks it's not Golden Freddy. So, to me, I think the inclusion of the Red Bear sprite being the one talked to in the OMC ending to leave the demon to his demons, I think the final cutscene of the game being Golden Freddy going off into the distance looking restless. We have a cutscene series called Bear of Vengeance, right? Those three to me feel like the biggest ones. Also the fact that Golden Freddy, we've always known from FNAF 1, was a special character because of the way they just acted so different. And if they are the Vengeful Spirit or had a more agonizing death, that provides an explanation for why they are so different, right? I don't think you need to create a new character when you already have like Golden Freddy, a character who's already mysterious that you can kind of put to fill that role. Could you think of any reason why Golden Freddy would not be the Vengeful Spirit?
Yes, but I do want to start with I agree with you. Because everything you just said, I'm like, yes, 100% I agree. That's why I think it is Golden Freddy.
Same, yeah.
When I was trying to make an argument against it, I took the one you should not have killed being a title that is being said by the Vengeful Spirit, separating these into two characters. The reason being is that then makes it much more of an argument for if it is not Golden Freddy. This kind of leans into the Michael Afton arguments, which I do think are fairly debunked at this point. But the idea of like, for example, if it say were Michael Afton, and we are then talking about the one you should not have killed, who is this? If this is for the crying child, then that moment is less, the ending cutscene is less, here's you and me forever twitching off into eternity. It's, even if you do everything you can to try to beat this, this is the one you should not have killed, and you will remember that.
Yeah, and even, I didn't say, even narratively, right? let's say Golden Freddy, and you got to remember Golden Freddy's power system as well, which is in some way it can change reality. It can change posters
it can
on
change
the
reality.
wall,
It can take
make
over your mind.
Yep. When you set all the animatronics to their hardest difficulty in all FNAF games, it's called Golden Freddy mode. When all the animatronics are angry, implying a connection between Golden Freddy and Max Aggression Custom Nights. So when you set all the animatronics to their max level, you get Golden Freddy fetting away because he's responsible. So that is why I am not based in Andrew Pilled. I'm sorry, Chet. I'm just not.
I mean, even in the books and in the movies, you get direct examples of Golden Freddy kind of leading them, being cut it out. Like even in the Silver Eyes, which is a completely different canon, essentially, you have Golden Freddy as Michael being like, "Hey, everyone, chill. We got him."
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Okay, we can take a step back from direct questions and hop into the actual dialogue that is given.
Okay.
Regarding the Vengeful Spirit, for which I will have to open Google. So T-Dreads from the future, cut this out. All right. So first, we're going to go over the other characters talking about one you shouldn't have killed. Apparently, the first one, according to Genius.com's transcript.
I don't know why it's so consistent that every FNAF quote is on Genius.com, the lyrics website. I don't know why.
They're straight bars. Okay.
Apparently.
Yeah. Okay. So the first one is actually Jacko Chica, who says, "Greetings from the fire," and the one you should not have killed. Now, depending on how deep you want to get into theorist mode, you could be like, "Oh, what, a fire? Oh my gosh, it's a Fall Fest. Oh, it's David Murray." But it also could be just because Jacko Chica's on fire.
Yeah, no, there's 100% that. If I remember correctly, and I'm Googling to double check here, was it? I remember there was a weird thing about the canonicity of the Halloween edition of FNAF 4, which I think is interesting here.
Yes.
But I don't remember which characters were and were not canon. I remember it was specified. Do you, on the top of your head,
yes, it was only Nightmare Balloon Boy.
Which is so interesting when we have Jacko Chica, of all people, being the one to say this line.
Greetings from the fire and from
a character who technically doesn't exist.
Greetings from the fire and from the one you should not have killed.
So it's interesting that this kind of a line, which is important since it's mentioning the one you should not have killed, is given to a character who Scott himself had said doesn't exist.
Their other line that might be important is, "I am a burning reminder of your misdeeds," which if you want to kind of assume that William actually killed Fiona in Fall Fest, if you want to assume that he set that on fire, a burning
reminder
of
interesting
what
link.
he did. Yeah.
That's not bad. That's not bad.
Yes. So
no, I do like that.
Greetings from the fire and the one you shouldn't have killed. Now, if we had text in the game of Secret of the Mimic that said David Murray was at Fall Fest, I'd be like, "Oh my, wait," that would be actual evidence. But
yeah,
it's just odd because I don't think. I think
we know he didn't die at Fall Fest, which
Yeah. If anything, "Greetings from the fire" might be even referring just to FNAF 6. Like, oh yeah, you're in a fire right now while this is happening.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, it could be FNAF 6 if they're in the fire. It could be, like you mentioned, Jacko Chica is literally on fire. I mean, you could even argue Phantom Chica connections, where Chica, the whole building of FNAF 3 was burned, and in
down,
that, Phantom Chica has burn marks on her. So
yeah, all good points. All good points. All right, next up, this one's interesting because this is a real character now. Mangle, right?
Right.
Mangle says he's here and always watching, the one you shouldn't have killed. Now, a couple things. Firstly, and I think this goes understated, the sprite for Mangle in the Five Nights at Freddy's 2 Save Them minigame is also called He's Here.
Oh, I didn't actually know that.
Yeah. And in that
That's
Save
really
Them minigame, who should be teleporting around but Golden Freddy?
Fair. I mean, also isn't Save Them Mango's the only animatronic moving around besides the player?
That is correct. Now, the other interpretation of that Mangle sprite being named that is if you think the DCI just happened or something else. The sprite is called He's Here because William Afton, the purple guy, was there going around stabbing people. But for
Mangle
whatever reason,
being sort of like the attack dog of like bark, 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 over here, over here.
Yeah. But for whatever reason, or I think it might be called like He Was Here or something. But
Something
same,
like that. Yeah.
Same
Close
type
enough.
of shit. Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's interesting. As far as Mangle's other voice lines, let's see if they could relate at all to this. The only thing is kind of I get to play Take Apart and Put Back Together, but that's kind of just like what Mangle does.
That's
anyway.
kind of, that's
I don't think it's a Bite Victim reference.
Mangle being threatening.
yeah. So that one's interesting.
Yeah.
I don't think we can really dig deeper into that one because it's kind of a one-off. He's here and always watching. Well, all it really tells us is that it is a kind of like literally like a domain expansion from the.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's in complete control.
Yeah, exactly. Kind of like being the puppet master, pulling the strings, things like that.
Yeah.
Which, and then because it also leans into, we wouldn't want to, because like you mentioned, He's Here being William Afton in the FNAF 2 minigame. We're not here to say, because, it's comma, the one you should not have killed.
Yeah.
Not like alongside or something like that. Otherwise, because you could make the argument that some of them are talking about William Afton, but not in this instance.
Yeah. It would also be a weird thing to tell William Afton that he himself is there after killing him.
You're right.
Yeah. Okay, that's interesting. Let's go and see if I can find the next one. I believe there's one more. Yes.
I know there's at least one more.
Oh, there's two more. There's two more. Okay.
Okay.
Oh, yes.
I know
okay.
of Chica.
Okay.
Or Withered Chica.
Yes, Withered Chica, after being in the vents. I have seen him, the one you shouldn't have killed. Obviously, as I said, like 10 minutes ago or so, Withered Chica is crawling through the vents, where you also have a chance to spot the face of the Vengeful Spirit. So the fact that Withered Chica... Oh, yeah, go ahead.
No, go on.
I was going to say, the fact that Withered Chica refers to it as kind of like a male child is interesting.
I also think it's worthwhile to mention the other voice line of I was the first, I've seen everything. Are we to assume I have seen him means the one you should not have killed? Or I have seen him just being, either dead or alive. I saw the victim who turned into the one you should not have killed.
I think the latter is a much cleverer interpretation because I was the first. I have seen everything that's panned out. And then it's the same language. I have seen everything. I have seen him. Right?
Yeah.
So
and it even works if this is David Murray.
Yeah, because
Chica was around that time. Yeah.
And also, depending if like Cassidy was going to the first Freddy's location. I mean, they all were.
Sure. Yeah, they all were. Yeah.
I was the first.
The idea of like the MCI kids knew the Golden Freddy victim as well.
That's true. Yeah, I was the first still trips me up because I have no idea what that's referring to. Yeah. For the first,
it's like, is Susie the first victim, or is it just that Chica predates Freddy's? Like, what are we talking about here?
We found that out in Secret of the Mimics. There's a bit more evidence for that now.
Yeah. But like, was that even always the plan? Because I know there was always and I think it stemmed from this voice line, the theories of like, was Chica a third party that was bought on after the fact at some point?
Yes.
A lot of people thought that at the time Henry was like heading us the Mediocre Melodies group, and Chica was the headliner. They merged, they formed Freddy's, and then like now we see that kind of happened, but with Murray's. No, it's interesting.
All right, this is actually the one that gives us the most information. Nightmare Freddy gives us a couple pieces of information. So it's I am remade, but not by you, by the one you should not have killed. This tells us a couple things, okay? The first one is that the Vengeful Spirit knows that William Afton is responsible for the construction of Nightmare animatronics. The second one, you can take one of two ways, okay? Either the Vengeful Spirit must have seen the Nightmare animatronics, or the Vengeful Spirit has the ability to kind of go into people's like minds and kind of see things from inside their head. So if the Vengeful Spirit was kind of just like mind attacking William Afton, they would be able to see that he constructed these experiments and performed them on kids. I'm curious, what do you think the answer to that is?
I think it's closer to the latter, and that's because of the Eleanor and Detective Larson fight at the end of the epilogues. Because in there, you know, he's kind of taken out of commission for most of that fight because Eleanor agonies him or whatever, the, you know, never specifies how it works, but kind of throws him into this barrage of her memories mixed with some of his memories, and it's this weird like memory purgatory he has to break out of to be useful in the fight again. So it seems like both Remnant and Agony can affect someone's memory, and I think that's linked in the grander idea that keeps showing up in FNAF, where like, what is a spirit but like memories manifested. Whereas Remnant is shown to be able to go into someone's mind, find positive memories, make them bigger and more important, and make someone happier for it. We see Eleanor doing the opposite. We're using agony. It's not never said like, I'm using my agony attack. Like, we don't know how she does it, but this being of mostly agony can throw Larson into this weird memory chamber he has to break out of.
Yeah.
So my interpretation for Ultimate Custom Night has always been it's a combination of the Vengeful Spirit and William Afton's memories melding.
Okay. Now we can move on to the mediocre melodies lines. All right, let me go to the top here. The first one, we'll do Ned Bears. This is how it feels. And you get to experience it over and over and over again forever. I will never let you leave. So to me, the most important line out of all that is this is how it feels, which I think can be interpreted as the Vengeful Spirit knows how it feels to sit there helplessly and be jump scared over and over and over again. That is one way to interpret that. That is one way, which would imply that it is someone who experienced the experiments. Oh, say that 10 times fast.
Yeah, kind of a bar, frankly.
Experience the experiments.
It kind of is. No, I think that's a fair point, because I had previously taken it as, you know, just death / being spring locked. But to your credit, he has felt that. He knows what that feels like. He got spring locked. So it being more of a helplessness thing of, you know, just you're stuck here, you're gonna get killed over and over and over again. Linking that to the FNAF 4 experiments, I think that's a pretty great point. I can't immediately think of a counterpoint to that.
All right, let's go, chat. Make sure to leave in the comments.
Hey, we got one. Hey,
Team
plus
Cassidy,
one.
Team Cassidy or Team David? Comment what you are. And if you comment Team Andrew, you're banned. All right.
Easy. If you comment Team Michael, I'm coming to your house.
I'm already in your walls. Right. You know, me when I see a mysterious T-Dreads shaped bulge on the wall in the drywall.
hey, where'd all the Andrew evidence go? Me with 17 books in my throat.
Okay. Okay, next. We've only just begun. I will never let you leave. I will never let you rest. Holy nothing burger.
Yeah, okay, cool. Yapping over here.
Yeah.
Anything.
You think you're so edgy. Oh my goodness. Okay, see that one, yeah, not much. I can get.
Yeah, I mean it links up with the ending cutscene, but so do all of them. So
yeah, it just kind of serves to inform you of what is happening, right? If you didn't read the Vengeful Spirit like source code, that kind of just gives you basic context of what they're doing. So
exactly.
Yeah, so I still think it was a necessary line. He tried to release you. He tried to release us. But I won't let that happen. I will keep you here. I will hold you here, no matter how many times they burn us. So this implies that the Vengeful Spirit has been present for both burnings, no matter how many times they burn us. So, hey, we have been burned before. We have been burned again. This to me is actually more evidence for the Golden Freddy kids case, because I think it's possible that after Follow Me, that little 5th ghost kid that scares him into the suit, I think it's possible right then and there it latches onto him. Because I think chronologically after that point in time, we do not see the Golden Freddy suit.
It depends on what you think the Freddy in FNAF 3 is, the one that appears to the left side of your office.
I think it's Shadow Freddy.
Because it's like yeah, I think so too. It's got that weird like greenish blackish tint that makes it impossible to tell what it is.
Yeah.
I think it's Shadow Freddy, but I have heard interpretations that that's the Golden Freddy. But it doesn't attack you, so I don't know. It doesn't really line up with there. I think you're right to say that, because the only time we would see anything Golden Freddy related after that would be, you know, recreations of it. So FNAF World, FNAF AR, things like that.
I agree.
Of course, I guess that's if you believe Follow Me takes place after FNAF 1, which I do.
Okay, I can see.
Because some people believe Follow Me takes place before FNAF 1.
I feel like after makes a lot more sense, because
I agree.
They're possessed in FNAF 1. They're coming for you. So
yeah. Possessed FNAF 1, they're coming for you. And you know, if it's before FNAF 1, they would have been broken up for parts in FNAF 2, remade, broken down in Follow Me, and then remade for FNAF 1. Which that's a lot.
They're having a rough time of it. Those poor animatronics. Oh,
yeah. No, I think that's fair. I like the interpretation of I believe Stormister's theory of between FNAF 3 and FNAF 6, when he kind of becomes that Scrap Trap variant. The reason he does that is to go and modify the Springtrap suit to be less affected by Balloon Boy lures and things like this. And in doing that, or like just repairing after the FNAF 3 fire, whatever your reasoning needs to be, in doing that, seeks out the Golden Freddy suit, takes pieces of it, attaches it to himself, and in doing that, unwittingly attaches the Vengeful Spirit to himself.
That's a good idea.
And that's why the snout and the feet look different in FNAF 6.
I remember. I saw that. That's pretty old.
Yeah.
That's like a couple years old now, that theory.
Yeah, so it's a theory that I heard. I'm like, I still really like this theory. You know, that still comes back to, no matter how many times they burned us, the puppet randomly shows up at FNAF 3. The puppet's just there. Yeah. So who's to say Golden Freddy ain't there too? Regardless of if it's attached to William at that point or not.
I like how the puppet can just like go outside and like float across. I'm
doing?
imagining it like hitting like a crosswalk button and it's like slowly drifting by.
I've been saying one of the biggest missed opportunities in this franchise, because similar Ennard, there's a period of time where Ennard's just wandering the streets.
Yeah.
Where is our like cryptid style game where you're a kid in a neighborhood just trying to get home with a flashlight and Ennard is in the bushes around you? It could be
like Stranger Things kind of.
Exactly.
Yeah,
like where is that? That's, you know, there's so many times in this franchise where these animatronics are roaming and it's never addressed.
Yeah. All right. Moving on to our advanced 14 million power super tourist questions.
I'm locking in.
One more for the Andrew Nears. I know you guys are.
I'm pulling out my most lore important book yet.
In the
my Ticket to Fun guide.
Ticket to Fun, yeah. Anyway, so let's expand a little bit on how we think we should interpret Andrew, because Edwin fills a fairly similar role in the books and games. So we got to figure out if Andrew does too, and if not, what he is meant to tell us. First and foremost, oh my God, is he boring? Second, let's see. So, we know one of the most important parts of Andrew is his dynamic with another character, Jake. It is pretty much all we see of him aside from the man in room 1280, which is kind of just him torturing another person from inside like their own head. Now, the story mentions, man in room 1280, that there are two consciousnesses fighting for dominance within William Afton, which to me has always felt like it would be unnecessarily convoluted to have that be the Vengeful Spirit in the games. Because we know for a fact there are more than two consciousnesses in Afton. There are at least three, because Charlie's there, right?
Yeah.
So this has led people to say things like, okay, UCN starts in the fire, they're all there, and then Charlie and Cassidy both fuck off, and then William Afton gets wheeled to a hospital, and Andrew's just still on him until then he leaves eventually. Which, I feel like you might as well just do it all at one time. Plus, then you have to explain how his body gets back to where Burntrap would be. So, does he get wheeled out into a hospital, exploded, reassembled by the Force, and then wheeled back? Like, it's funky.
That was my biggest problem with Man in Room 1280 happening in the games was the in between of FNAF 6 and Security Breach. And I will say, rightfully flamed on Twitter for it, because I was like, how would anybody find this body? And I got quote tweeted, and it was just essentially FNAF tuber forgets that like emergency response teams exist. But my whole thing was in Man in Room 1280, his body is fused to that, like in Man in Room 1280, his body is by itself. It's like this just translucent skin flesh bag that does not make any sense. And both in FNAF 6 and in Security Breach, the 2 times we see William Afton, his body is fused to the animatronic. So if Man in Room 1280 happens as we see it in the books, not only does he have to come out of there and then either a new body is put on this suit or he's put back in there, but they would have had to gotten this body out of the Springtrap suit.
Yeah,
I don't know how they do that.
That would be pretty tough. That would be pretty difficult.
That's where I get hung up on, is if Man in Room 1280 happens as we know it, either they forgot the detail that there's also an animatronic here, or they like scraped him out at the site and pulled him out.
because that should be welded. That would be welded. To
that's why I like they're one in the same body at that point.
Yeah. You get the comment about like how like Burntrap like grew his arm back or something. For one, could just be replaced. Secondly, there is a giant scooper underneath the Pizzaplex. If you think that's Vanny's, or if you think that Remnant actually has healing properties, not just like sustaining properties, then that could help to heal that corpse.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of ways to explain that. Like you said, Remnant there. It could be someone else's. You know, if the Mimic itself, the whole thing about the Mimic is that it can repair itself with other pieces. Whether or not Burntrap and the Mimic are related, there's at least this idea of taking different pieces to put back together. There's plenty of bodies at the Pizzaplex to use.
That's true. Definitely plenty. We know all those people are going. Oh, that's another reason. All those kids, we don't know why they're going missing yet. It could be kind of a remnant farm to heal Afton. I could see that being a possibility.
Yeah, I like. I think she's always nervous at the remnant plex theory, where it's
the whole thing is
the whole thing is run by and just being siphoned off by Vanny, which like it's a little far fetched, but it kind of makes it tracks with the information we have. You know.
Definitely. Okay, in that case, let's move on really quickly before our final 2 questions. To talking about Andrew in regards to his relationship with Jake and kind of his role in the epilogues. So Andrew, we know, has gotten his agony and kind of infected various objects, such as Fetch, some other things. This, to me, fits very well with what we know about kind of the Bite victim's death. That's why it's interesting. Because even though I feel like he's a Cassidy parallel, the actual way he functions, infecting other objects and not being able to see in the suit that he's sharing with somebody, those are very Bite victim isms. So in my Golden Freddy theory, I actually propose that they are that's intentionally done. It's Scott just reversing the roles of the nice spirit and the bad spirit. I would be interested though, because Jake, right? We know that Cassidy also in the games, I think you've mentioned this earlier, is kind of acting as a bit of a guiding spirit for Bite Victim because of the logbook, right?
Yeah.
Which Jake is also doing for Andrew.
The logbook, and I mean the whole themes of before his death, his one anchor is his Fredbear. You know, whether or not you think that's his imaginary friend, a spirit, William, whatever that is, there's so much artwork around this is the thing that's anchoring me.
Yeah. And I think that what we have to do, not here today because we won't be able to, but as a community, I think we should delve back into this, and I think Andrew is basically fucking dead to me. I do not think that dude is in the games. I think his purpose is to tell us that the Vengeful Spirit is either Bite Victim, or Cassidy. And at some
Okay.
point, I'm going to go look over all those epilogues again and try to figure out which one he's supposed to be. Because I am so sure he's supposed to be a parallel to one of them.
Yeah.
I am just having trouble with which one that is. So if you guys have any ideas, make sure you let us know.
I had one idea and it got thrown out by the week before, as much as I love that story. Because I had this really solid theory that I loved about It's Me being the crying child trying to reach out to somebody before the Golden Freddy accidentally kills them.
Yeah.
And then the week before shows us that pretty much every ghost in this franchise says it's me. So now I have no idea.
Yeah, but then you can ask, like, oh, is that because Golden Freddy's influence is over everything?
Fair.
Yeah, so
It's possible.
this series is chapped. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, our last couple questions here, because I've been holding you for a little bit. We'll go over first one. What is the most convincing thing to disprove each candidate? I'll let you start with Michael, because I know you'd love to.
Yeah. I mean,
Go off.
Most convincing thing to disprove Michael is everything about Michael that we've learned in the books and the games after.
God. On God.
Like, would you want it alphabetically or chronologically? Like,
you can do chronologically. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I think most convincing thing to disprove Crying Child or David Murray, I think, is just they don't have the guts. They don't have the chutzpah. I don't see them being it. It just everything about their characterization puts them both as these small, helpless victims, these perfect victims that I don't see the turn. And I don't see the agony involved in the turn either. Whereas you can argue there's a lot of evidence for Cassidy and Andrew being Springlock victims. Now we're talking.
True. Yeah, that would give him a reason to motive.
Yeah, I mean, because even with Andrew, if you think the whole hair description in Man in Room 1280, that hair is similarly described in, I'm forgetting the name of the story, but the one where it's the two boy, the new kid. Yes, the new kid. I almost said, the one with the new kid in it. But in that we get the description of hair in the Golden Freddy suit. Hey, there was this one story. They found something. It was these guys that found something.
Yeah. He was in his flesh.
Something about it. There was this ball pit and they went into it. I don't remember, dude. But then Andrew, the biggest argument against Andrew, the separation of books and games, I think, and a lack of any evidence of Andrew existing in the games.
Absolutely.
And similarly, though, the biggest argument against Cassidy is the lack of any tangible evidence in the games of Cassidy existing.
Searching for Cassidy.
Yeah, like there's this constant theme I always saw in the books versus games debates of like, there's no in-game evidence of Andrew, and it's like neither of Cassidy.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Our best evidence of Cassidy is a book and a Scott Reddit post
and a kazoo.
And a kazoo, yeah. So I think the lack of evidence on all fronts, frankly.
Yeah. So I'll turn that around and I'll give what I think is the best evidence for each candidate.
Okay.
For Michael Afton.
All right, go start with Michael.
The thing is, he doesn't even die.
he's probably Glamrock Freddy, right? That's like
I mean, there's a world. There's a world. I don't think so. There's a world though where that's the case.
I like the theory. I don't think it's right, but I like it.
Yeah. Speaking of Glamrock Freddy, if you want to know who we think he is, you should watch the first episode of FNAF Mysteries with T-Dreads because we talk about that. Oh yeah. I've got some ideas on what's going on with him. But that's for last episode. We already did that one.
But go check it. It's
Guys,
on the channel page.
Everyone, 90% click-through rate. Okay.
Yeah.
I would say for Crying Child and David Murray. First of all, that line we read from, I think it was not Happy Frog, Ned Bear, right? This is how it feels. We know that the Crying Child and David Murray both lived in a weird FNAF 4 looking room. If the Crying Child was an experiment victim, which it's still possible he was an experiment victim because he's crying all the time, maybe if that's not just from bullying, he's traumatized, who knows. So if he was an experiment victim, that fits really well with him. Also, you got the whole, kid's got a bowl cut. Golden Freddy kid in the movie has a similar kind of design to David Murray and Crying Child's hair in the games, and they actually exist. That's the thing. They actually have appearances.
Yeah, it's a real character.
It's a real character that we actually see. Best.
There's multiple ways to take that line too, because if they're getting killed by bites, that's the most famous thing about this character.
Yeah.
Like half the cast is like, I bit you in the forehead or something.
Yeah,
so
that's
even that
how it
doubles
feels to
down with
get
that
bit.
idea.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Best evidence for Cassidy, I would say, is actually probably just that it doesn't really fit with a lot of other people. So like you said, character-wise, for Bite Victim or David, I just don't see it at all. They do not seem the type. And even though we don't really have a personality outline for Cassidy, we do know there's something in Golden Freddy that seems to be responsible for the triggering of max aggression and all the animatronics, right? For like FNAF 2, Golden Freddy mode, yada, yada, yada. Same with, it's even in sister locations custom night, where Golden Freddy is not even there. There's a Golden Freddy.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that, I would say, is the best evidence for Cassidy. It's just kind of the Golden Freddy imagery and just the profile not really fitting any other shoe, as well as the fact that Cassidy is an important name, as given by the script. Best evidence for Andrew is just that he's the Vengeful Spirit in the books. There is nothing. That's all you have. There's nothing else. That is the only piece of evidence.
Which is a great piece of evidence that's not in the games.
Yeah. All right. For our last question, we'll go over.
All right.
What would it take? And we're going to leave Michael out of this because it's just not happening. But
yeah, it's not worth it.
Yeah.
It's funny to bring him up, but
what piece of evidence would you need to convince you of each kid being the Vengeful Spirit? So Dave, Cassidy, Andrew. Try to do like the most minimal, not like Andrew walks on stream and says, "That's right, I was in the games the whole time." Like, not that.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
Because it's also something that would have to come out now, I assume. Not like something that would have already existed.
Something new.
Or anything.
Something new, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, something that could come out now. The smallest thing that could convince me.
Yes.
I think for Crying Child / David Murray, I would want, I guess, literally anything to show agony related to those characters. Anything related to show that. So either, frankly, if we get any evidence that William killed David, besides just the hearsay that we currently have, because then at least there's something there, or I would need something to show me they've got the chutzpah, because I don't think they have it right now.
Yeah.
For Cassidy, I think for Cassidy and Andrew, I'm similar for both of them, where any sign that they actually exist. Yeah. A name said so. I've said before, like, if just the name Andrew appears, not even important, not even like Andrew being like, I'm the Vengeful Spirit, but just like a mask with like on the back of it just has a signed like Andrew or something like that. Like literally anything like that, I'm on board with whoever that name is. And to be fair, kind of the same goes with Crying Child, Dave Murray, but we already know them, so that's less important here. I think both Cassidy and Andrew are equally set up to be this important character without any information about them. Yeah. So any information about them, I think, would help me double down there.
Gotcha. I think, let's see. For Five Nights at Freddy's Abyss, there is a immense likelihood we will be spending a good portion of that game in the sister location bunker. Yes. I think it is possible, right, that we get more information on the FNAF 4 experiments, especially when the last game has ended in a FNAF 4 recreation room, right? The last game, Secret of the Mimic, ends in FNAF 4 house looking place. We're going to be in sister location bunker, where we know there's some weird underground testing room things. Perfect time to expand on that. Perfect
time for it.
If we get a indication of a specific child, like a record or a experiment log or something, right?
Yeah.
Hidden lore source code type of code in the wall comes out. Whoever's name is on that experiment sheet, that's the Vengeful Spirit for me.
Horrible possibility.
Don't say.
My current timeline. No. Well, my current timeline, I think that is most likely is after the death of the crying child, Michael Afton is put in those chambers. And the only reason I think that is because how similar I think the FNAF 4 night gameplay is Michael Afton's actual nightmares post FNAF 1.
Yes.
And I think they're influenced by his time in the chamber. Yeah, the call.
Yeah.
I think they're influenced by the time in the chamber. And then, you know, the funny thing is that you get to say, this is why Michael Afton is really good at surviving FNAF scenarios and nothing else, because he was in those chambers for who knows how long. But, you know, if that's possible, there is a horrible possibility that that's the name on the log.
Listen, but it's so weird you say that, because if I saw that log and I saw Michael Afton's name, I wouldn't think he was Vengeful Spirit. But if I saw David Afton, I would think he was Vengeful Spirit.
I'm kind of in the same camp.
Yeah, it might be, but like just seeing one of those names, like this child was tortured over and over and over and over again. If it's Mike, I'm like, he'll just shrug it off.
Yeah, but I mean, honestly, he kind of does, and we know where his part of the story is.
That's true.
We have these names, we have these characters, we don't have a place for.
He's very melancholic. He's not. His dialogue isn't like, "Fuck you, I'm gonna beat your ass. I'm gonna come beat you."
That's the outtake for the FNAF 5 monologue. Father, it's me, Michael. Go fuck yourself.
That's actually why Leon Riskin did the reprise of Demolition Inevitable. It's gonna. Dun, 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 dun. Fuck you, Father.
We gotta redo this. Yeah. And frankly, I think Michael Afton is more likely to be Old Man Consequences than he is to be the Vengeful Spirit.
That's true. Have you heard the OMC?
And I don't even know if I fully believe in that. But like, if he's got to be anywhere.
Yeah, OMC Edwin is making the rounds right now.
Yeah, I mean, with Edwin being in the games, I totally see it.
Yeah. Well, luckily we're probably gonna get a Princess Quest 5, because he also made a new thing for that. So we'll get more context on OMC in that probably. But as far as today goes, we have run out of epic Vengeful Spirit questions. So FNAF Mysteries with T-Dreads and Andrew is in the games. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the third episode of FNAF Mysteries with T-Dreads and Andrew is in the games. I am here with a very special guest to discuss the bite victim. Please say hello, Hyperdroid.
Hello, everyone. I hope you're all doing well.
Yes.
Great introduction.
No, that's a good intro. They probably know who you are.
It's fine. It's fine. I make FNAF theories. That's all you really need to know.
All right. So the bite victim, probably one of the most debated characters in the history of Five Nights at Freddy's. It might even be the most. It might be the most debated one. I think.
I would agree with you with the most.
Between that and Cassidy. Between that and the Vengeful Spirit.
Well, true. Well, what if they're the same people?
Well, that's what Make sure you stick around to find out.
Especially recently with the God David stuff. He's definitely come back into the topic of conversation a lot more.
Yeah, who was responsible for that?
I don't know. God, I hate that guy, like whoever it was.
Yeah, I know.
God.
The worst theorist ever. All right. Okay. So, basic entry level, just quick overview. Quickly, we'll go over who the bite victim is and what happens in the FNAF 4 minigames. So I'll start. Bite victim from FNAF 4. That is the main character in at least the kind of 8-bit minigames. No longer Atari style, but still the minigames you play through. He's a young kid who's constantly crying, and the minigames tell us a few things. So for one, very bad home life. No parent figure is present in the home.
Yeah.
Constantly being bullied by the older brother in the Foxy mask. Kind of surrounded by people who are just like not very nice to him. Like even the kids on the street kind of pick on him a little bit.
Yeah. His friends that are going to his party bully him as well.
It comes across as very passive aggressive. He's got it rough. He doesn't have it easy.
Yes, that's true.
But it was this really interesting thing for Scott to do, because leading up to then, mini games for one always had little to no dialogue. And they were usually very short.
This one had a lot of dialogue.
They were usually very short, lasting maybe with the exception of like Save Them, they lasted like a couple seconds or something. No, even Save Them. Sorry, I meant Follow Me.
And Phone Code, but that's like.
The interesting thing about these is that they spell out a narrative, like a
it's a full story. Yeah.
And it basically, all you got to know is that it starts 5 days before the bite victim's birthday, and ends with him dying at the jaws of Fredbear. dying. So, you know, depending on what you
Dying.
believe. Yeah, depending on what
Some,
you believe.
some disagree.
Some disagree. Yeah. Okay.
I think it's dying.
Yeah. All right. So, with that being said, why don't we take a look at what narrative role we think Bite Victim has in the rest of the series outside of FNAF 4. So, I think you and I agree on this. Not a trick question. What is Bite Victim? Who is he? At the basic level.
I think at the basic level, he's within Golden Freddy as a second spirit.
Let's go. The comments
Common
are already
consensus.
already 90 comments like, actually, Deidre.
Actually. Well, yeah, there are theories that he's instead in every animatronic, which I understand why people think that. It makes a lot of sense, but I just have a big problem, which is how they do that. Like how he gets into everyone. That's my main complaint with that.
Yeah, so we can talk about both. I guess the easy part with Golden Freddy, obviously he gets crushed by Fredbear, the Golden Freddy suit.
Fredbear, yeah.
And in addition to that, he's carrying around, or maybe it's following him around, a Golden Freddy weird possessed plush looking thing for the
it's his
entirety
best
of the
friend.
movie. Yes.
Correct.
So very clearly that character is significant to him. Right? And then depending on how you interpret It's Me and everything, with what happens in like the week before, it gets a little iffy if we still think that's canon.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, I still think it's like more tied to Golden Freddy than everyone else.
Yeah.
Even though everyone else kind of has the It's Me thing.
Yes. The argument for him possessing everything would be that he dies away from the suit, presumably, like in a hospital or at home in a hospital bed or something. And then we'll get into this later on because this is like intermediate level stuff. But Andrew in Fazbear Frights has kind of this weird mechanic where he possesses a bunch of stuff through his agony. And then you have all the imagery of like Curse of Dreadbear, and Dreadbear represents the Bite Victim, and Dreadbear has his hands over every grave in the entire franchise. So you have all this imagery as well.
That's true. Yeah.
I just honestly believe both. I think that he's in Golden Freddy, but I also think Golden Freddy has powers the rest of the animatronics do not. So I think he does have a degree of influence over everything.
I would agree with that.
Yeah, which is why God David exists.
Yeah, I would agree with God David. Yeah, I would agree with that. Yeah, there's a lot of imagery in FNAF 4 especially that it's him, Golden Freddy, and the other four. Like it's them together as one sort of group.
Yes.
So I do think he's definitely a part of it in some way, no matter what. Base level, he's definitely a part of it.
All right, awesome. Okay, with our beginner level questions done, just who's Bite Victim, what happens in the minigames, we can move on to our intermediate level questions, which will be, we'll start out with a fun one. Do you think Crying Child was always the purple guy's son? Or do you think that was a after Sister Location writing choice by Scott?
That's a very good question. Huh. I don't know, actually. Because even in the Silver Eyes trilogy, William didn't have a kid. Like, as soon as it started, because we only had one book at the time.
Elizabeth doesn't get introduced.
He had no children. That was it.
Yeah.
So it could have just been a different family, and Mike Schmidt was just a completely random guy. But was he always intended to be? That's actually a tough one. I would say maybe.
Yeah, it's tough.
I'm not sure actually.
MatPat actually.
It depends on what you think. I will put you back together. Means really.
Yes. Because you have to think who wants to do that. You know.
Yeah.
Presumably, someone that's important to the kid. MatPat actually somehow came up with that as far back as the FNAF 4 live stream. I don't exactly remember how. I just very vividly remember them on that, way back in the day with like 8-Bit Ryan and Dawko talking about what if they're all a family? What if it's the purple guy's family? So that was super interesting.
I mean, it made sense.
I think even if he was, the story would have been so drastically different that the overall narrative would have shared like almost no resemblance. Right? I think he pivoted. I think he pivoted very hard with Sister
Location. I mean, that makes sense. It's very, very different to the other stuff, and kind of grounds a lot of the story as well.
All right, time for a fun one. So we've established that we play as Bite Victim in the FNAF More minigames. Crazy, I know.
Yes,
Do we play?
crazy.
Do we play as Bite Victim
God.
in the night gameplay?
Oh.
My take on this recently has changed, and I think you know why.
Oh yeah, that's. Oh yeah, I wonder how that does affect it actually.
Yeah,
because I still think no.
Oh, okay.
I think no.
Explain
I
your
think
case.
we play as Mike, and that's it.
Explain your case.
I think it's just Mike because of the FNAF 1 phone calls, the FNAF 1 gameplay, I don't want to say Springtrap because Plush Trap, that's a whole can of worms.
Yeah.
But like this, it's the gameplay to FNAF 1, it's very similar.
Mm-hmm.
And it just seems like that's where it's pulling from.
Yes.
So I just think it's Mike. I don't think anyone else is involved. Well, sorry, I do think the crying child is involved.
Mm-hmm.
I do think he's involved. But the how, I don't know, really.
Okay.
I think it's definitely a mix of his memories, like the crying child's, Mike's memories of the crying child and FNAF 1 kind of mixed into one kind of dream. But besides that, I don't think he's a part of it, really.
Okay. My take recently would be, yes, I 100% agree with everything you said about the Michael part. FNAF 1 phone call reversed. Obviously, we have Scott's whole, I didn't add random Easter eggs, so that's meant to be relevant and tell you the player of this is the same player of that. What else?
Yeah.
What else? Okay. They are literally called the Nightmare animatronics. And I think that's lost a bit of its.
So they are nightmares.
Yeah, yes. They are also real.
Oh, and the logbook. I forgot about the logbook.
Yeah, he draws it. Yeah, he draws
the
it.
recent dreams thing. Yeah, Mike draws that. Completely forgot about that.
Yeah. They are also probably real, though, because we have the dreaded sister location 1983 camera room. Now, I was a firm Bite Victim never in the rooms believer until
I am that now.
Until I walk into David Murray's room. So my thing is like I won't even get into I won't even get into God David in this chat, but just like it or not, the kid is deliberately designed to have a lot of similarities to David Murray. Take that as you will. Same toys, same whatever.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
It would be weird for an exact recreation of David Murray's room to not have relevance to him. So, do I have evidence? No, but I have a feeling, and that matters more.
I mean, that's like with the whole God David stuff in general. There's a lot of connections there, and it's definitely like they are there. Like, I'm not denying that. It's just the conclusion. I don't think we can fully 100% say that's what happens.
Oh, absolutely not. No,
but I do think all the connections and stuff are there. God, I hate cis location.
Yeah, it's
with the observation thing.
Yeah, and it gets into a whole can of worms of why he would need to observe that specific setting either. Like if the experiments were a killer chasing kids in a pizzeria, that would make more sense. I just think having it be in an exact copy of David Murray's
What do you think
bedroom.
the Fazbear plush is?
Oh, you're gonna hate me so much. Oh God.
I don't know, babe. Unless you say it's like a mimic plush.
Tom and I are on the same page about this now. It is William Afton for most of the game. We think the last line has been Scott Conn to be M1.
Really?
Yeah. Well, so Tom's logic for it was he said it's a slightly lighter shade of yellow. So he's like, oh, maybe that's retroactively it's trying to mimic the actual Yellow Speaker's text.
Yeah, I have a similar thought. I think that's William mimicking the plush. I think the plush is the old FNAF theory that it's like a agony thing from the crying child's agony.
Okay.
And I think William sees that and he creates the observations with the Freddy plush in the bed, just like the Fredbear plush on crying child's bed, to try and recreate the agony.
Okay.
And it's like the whole observation thing, in my opinion, is to try and figure out the fear and the agony and how all that works with the supernatural.
So we are in the same note that it's an attempt to recreate something that William Afton has observed before.
Yes.
So I like that. That's good.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. Some people think it's just like he just puts them down there to torture people for fun or whatever. I'm like, I mean, maybe that's part of it. But.
Even Didophobia says that he's specifically doing it to monitor their fear.
Yeah.
So it's something to do with that.
All right, let's see here. What else do I have for us? Ooh, okay. Let's talk about Scott Cawthon's fun little teasers from that MatPat stream.
Oh, God.
We'll start with what is seen in the shadows is easily misunderstood in the mind of a child. Let me start with what I think this is not. I do not think this is Charlie getting stabbed.
Yeah, that's great, because that's what I think it is.
Are you sure? Oh, man.
Well, no, I'm 50-50. I think it makes sense to be that. But at the same time, I would not at all be surprised if it's not that.
Can I guess what your reasoning is? Can I guess what?
Sure.
Okay. You think it would be he thinks the actual animal is killing someone and doesn't understand that it's a man inside the suit doing it. Because what's he misunderstanding there?
Well, I'm assuming. I think he's misunderstanding the puppet being next to the dead Charlie, and then assuming that the puppet killed Charlie.
Oh.
And then that's why he's afraid of the animatronics.
Hmm.
But I don't know.
I will be down with that.
It's rough.
Yeah. You know, if
it's mainly because of Midnight Motorist and my interpretation of that minigame.
If Nightmare
so I kind of need an answer for that, really.
Yeah. If Nightmare on were canon, that would be a good piece of evidence for that as well.
Yeah.
I mean,
why is he an ultimate customer?
Why is he in the Pizzaplex? He's everywhere.
What is it? Yeah, exactly. Is he canon or not?
Then in Ruin, it says it's from that old headset game, which is a lie. It's not from there.
Yeah.
It's from FNAF 4.
Well, yeah. So. I don't know if he's canon or not. But I do get what you mean. Yeah, it would make a lot more sense if Nightmare was canon. I don't know.
Let's see what else.
What do you think that means?
See, I'm stuck on this one because I feel like nothing fits very well.
Which is why my only answer is I guess it's Charlie's buddy.
Obviously, there's the whole. There's the whole literally in shadows, you see a guy getting stuffed into a suit, but then again, that's the employee doing that. That's not the mascot stuffing somebody.
Yeah, and my problem with that is that's after the plush already says what does he say?
You know
what you saw or something like that. Yeah, that's after that. So I don't think it's that, but
and there's plenty of
it could be.
There's a lot of theories to say why that is the case. You know, let's not get into loop victim.
Oh my god! Yeah, let's not.
Don't you love loop theories, Iverdroid?
I love loop. Everything is a loop. Every game, every book, it's all a loop.
Yeah, the other one is the suit in the back room that has hair sticking out of it or wires or something.
Hair,
Then again, that also comes the night after though, because that's on night 4 of that minigame. So that's also after.
Yeah, that's true.
You remember what you saw. So in conclusion,
which is why I just think simple answer to me is just I guess it's Charlie or some sort of tragedy.
If there was any puppet imagery in the base game, I'd be so on board. But I
understand. I understand that a lot.
It's such a nothing burger of a Scott teaser because we have nothing to go off of.
Well, yeah, because you think Charlie dies second, right after the crying child?
I do not know. I could slice it either way.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fair.
Because then you got to deal with whatever the hell the Help Wanted 2 Grave Order is trying to tell you. You know, that is birth. Well, that is birth Charlie 87, which I'm sure your ears are delighting in.
Which I got a 20-minute video going.
Oh, Fazbear, watch out.
A 40-minute video. A 50-minute video with a 20-minute section completely about Charlie's death date. But
nice.
That's fine. That's a topic for another day.
All right. What are the other Scott weird FNAF 4 hints? I'm assuming you remember one off the top of your head.
The pigtail girl saying that they come to life at night.
Okay.
Which I think because Scott said there's no random Easter eggs, I think the children notice that the puppet has tears. And I think they're how'd that happen? And rumors spread. I don't know. It's because I'm assuming Henry didn't just with Charlie's body. I'm assuming that was covered up in some way.
Yeah, and in the FNAF 1 phone calls, they even say that if a dead body's found, they clean it.
Yeah,
super good. No one's gonna. Yeah. I think an important thing to do is we have to ask ourselves how willing Scott Cawthon is to retroactively add details, not necessarily change. But for example, Edwin didn't fucking exist.
Now he does.
Now he does.
Now he was one of the biggest parts of Fazbear Entertainment.
So there's a part of me that's like, well, Pigtail Girl says, oh, hey, I hear they come to life at night. Something, hide your body, something, I don't know. Don't tell anybody. Mimic, the Mimic, 12 teams of people went missing at MCM.
Yeah. So. And he stuffs them in suits.
In suits, yeah.
Why does he do that?
And then
why?
You gotta, well, because and then it gives your whole thing like, oh, is William Afton mimicking the Mimic? And that's why.
Yeah, did William see that? And now,
yeah, it's so. Scott, stop!
I love Scott Cawthon's writing. Yeah, I love it.
It's just like I could just feel my brain melting out of my ears with every new game.
Yeah, because now everything's put into question.
Yeah, and it was
like, how reliable is everything?
Because everyone had largely stopped talking about Gregbot and stuff, and then he was like, "You think you could forget?"
Yeah.
Boom! David Murray room. Boom!
David Murray.
Kids on the hill.
There's a robot David.
Yeah. So
it's great.
We thought we could escape. That is an interesting line. Let's see. There's also 4 games, 1 story.
Yeah, I'm trying to think.
I always thought was stupid because that's well, duh.
I thought that was about the night guard, in my opinion.
Yes, yeah.
Like it's his story, the security guard story. Yeah. And FNAF 4 was kind of giving him the motivations.
So yeah, under that, the security guard would always have been Foxy Bro. I think that's fair. I think that works.
Yeah.
I like that.
I think the Bucks thing was trying to tell us that.
Yeah.
In my opinion, because the Bucks, the person speaking has gray text, which would be Foxy Bully, and would connect the player to Foxy Bully. And the player has the FNAF 1 audio, which would connect him to all of them.
Yeah, I get that. That's interesting. Okay. There's one more. There's one more FNAF 4 little blue text they did. I'm trying to think. There's
it's the Toy Chica Beak.
Oh, God, David. Okay. No, meme set aside.
Yeah.
Why?
It's even from back in FNAF 4. Yeah. What was he talking about? Why?
Because this is like. I'll let you go. Go ahead.
So you go. Well, I was going to say you go, but I think
time delay between ourselves.
Yeah. I think I have no idea what he was thinking.
Yeah.
And my interpretation is definitely not what he was implying, but I think it's kind of like the toy animatronics in 1987 were based off the old toys. Like, I just think that they had the Toy Chica detachable beak, the Foxy that was pink and white. Like, that stuff came from the actual toys. That's why they're called toy animatronics, despite never being called that in universe. But that's such a loose, vague interpretation, though, because there's no real evidence for that, really.
I actually really like that idea, the kind of toy animatronics being based on the toys, because that would make sense to call it that. It is a odd. See, that's kind of minute to be like one of your super epic. Yeah. So here's my thing.
I know. Yeah, it's just to have an answer for it. Really.
I think whatever he was intending, whatever he meant, it was bad. So like, Dream Theory or God David are both equally chopped interpretations. But if it was,
they help explain that.
Yeah. If it was actually meant to be telling you why, say, Toy Chica's missing her beak in FNAF 2, right? If it's meant to tell you, like, hey, there's a relation to this random girl's toy not having it, and this thing 4 years in the future.
Years prior. Yeah, literally. Yeah.
No matter what you come up with, it's going to be weird. So.
It makes, it's just such a weird, especially, like you said, to be one of the important things that he calls out.
Yeah.
Why? No one cared. Why?
Yeah, and I'm sure that was this, like, before Scott made his announcement, I'm sure that was one of the things people were like, oh, haha, Easter egg. That's like how it looks in FNAF 2. That's fun.
Yeah.
What a nice meta.
Yeah, it's just a random Easter egg.
Yeah. But unfortunately.
Well, yeah, which is why I just think maybe it's just a toy thing, toy based on toy. Toy Chica, toy had a detachable beak, so now the future one does.
It's just giving you the kind of origins of the toy animatronics.
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. Was there another Scott teaser? Or was that 4 games, 1 story, misunderstanding, the Toy Chica-Beak? I don't think there was another one.
I think that was it.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So, our last question for a kind of intermediate category before we go off the rails. This is going to be okay. Let's chat about our fun sister location bunker. Why don't we? Okay. So,
love that thing.
Let's start. When is it built? Because I always assumed that Circus Baby was constructed kind of in there or around that area. It could be that William Afton just built it in his garage. Like, he could have just built it in his garage, maybe. But see, the thing that's wild about that is that I think, wouldn't that imply that he would be having the idea to make Circus Baby and do these like weird like claw grab experiments all the way back in 1983, which is why that date.
I mean, I think. Sorry, you keep going. Sorry.
Okay. For whatever reason,
still thinking.
For whatever reason, his kid dies, and immediately he's like, "All right, we're setting this date in here. I'm marking this as the day of my David Chambers."
Yeah.
And then so
and I'm gonna make core murder machines.
Yeah. So you're also of the Circus Baby Elizabeth death incident and stuff before the MCI then?
Yes, I think Elizabeth's death directly inspires the MCI, like putting them into the bodies of the suits.
Because he notices that he possessed her the first time. Because that was an accident. The MCI isn't. So that's a good call out.
Well, yes, exactly. It's what's the novel say? Like, you have to replicate the accident.
Recreate exactly that. Recreate the accident.
Yeah.
Discover the sparkle.
So I think he does that, which does mean that I think he built them directly after the crying child's death.
Good.
I don't think it doesn't mean it had to be finished directly after.
Yeah,
but just that he started working on the experiments and stuff afterwards.
Well, because I had this theory a while ago that the entire reason that whole operation is started to begin with, and literally everything, like the rental service, the pizza world, I think it's literally just to figure out how to resurrect Bite Victim. I think that's the whole point of all of the remnant kind of stuff.
I do agree. I agree with that halfway. I think he does it trying with agony, and then when Elizabeth dies, he's like, oh, there's a whole different way of doing the supernatural. Instead of agony, there's remnant, and it's a whole different thing that he experiments.
Yeah. Now, this is why, and again, I just hate this so much, okay? Because, like I said, the connections just never end, dude. Because not only do we enter 1983 here, because it's like Dave Afton's special experiment room with his room in it, they make us put 1979 in there in Help Wanted 2, which is relevant to David Murray. So I just hate it's.
Yeah.
So now we're like, what did he build this? Because remember, in the Breaker map has the FNAF 4 neighborhood, and some subject in the crying child's room is being observed. So whether that's actually the crying child or another kid that he put in there, we don't know. But now we have a way to interpret.
I assume it's another kid, especially because of your theory with the child inside baby by the time it's his location.
That's true. Yeah. The schedule.
So I think he is putting other kids in there.
That's a good
schedule theory. Love that theory.
Yeah. That was a fun one to make. So, man, this is so. Oh god.
That keypad, because that's the thing. Is that my immediate question is that keypad actually from the FNAF 4 office, or is that just the Help Wanted 2 VR version of it?
Yeah, I'll say, do you believe, you've heard of Fazburger, right? The whole thing where it's all built on a
plot of land. Yeah. Fazplot, all that stuff. So I agree with it.
That could also be what it's trying to tell us, is that, hey, the grounds of Sister Location were later, or were earlier, they were grounds of MCM. So it might not have anything to do with the Bite Victim at all, especially because when you type it in, it just gives you Tiger Rock. It doesn't show you like David's room. So It might not be trying to tell you that.
Well, and there is the Jackie like card thing above it as well.
Yeah.
So it's kind of just like a Secret of the Mimic teaser in general.
Yeah. That's possible too. Yeah. Okay. Well.
Yeah, I do. Yeah. I don't know.
Time for hell. Is Cassidy a real kid, or is Cassidy just the name of the bite victim? I'm sure you have strong thoughts.
Cassidy is a real kid. I don't understand. Maybe I just need to look into it more, honestly. But I don't understand how the crying child can be a part of the missing children incident, like, and be counted as a 5th kid.
Yeah.
Because no matter what, there's 5 kids who go missing in 1987. 5. Jeez. One bit.
Yeah, and no matter what, we know that Cassidy's an important name because it has appeared a bunch. First,
yes,
Cassidy's script, a script that Scott Cawthon rejected for the movie because it was too much lore, it was too lore heavy.
And
second,
too accurate.
Yeah.
So.
Or like, what did he say? A visual encyclopedia, I think was exact.
He said it was basically a visual encyclopedia.
Yeah. And
was too, like, maybe this was too accurate or something like that.
The fucking kazoo, the mythical, legendary Cassidy kazoo, that got recalled.
Cassidy kazoo.
Dude, I wish I could have bought one of those. You could sell it as like a
before they bought it
for like the price of like a Gen 1 Charizard card. Just make like 20 grand. And then there's one more. Oh, the princess in Princess, which they actually took out.
Oh, I was going to say Fourth Closet.
Well, yeah, there was
MCI kid.
The more the merrier, Hyperjoy. The more the merrier. Yep.
Yeah, literally.
So yeah, it's a kid in the 4th closet, and it also was the name of the princess. Now, whether or not that was taken out
is
yeah, because it was wrong.
Who knows?
Because like there's a world where Steele was like, it's a golden girl, Cassidy. You know what I mean?
Yeah. There's also a world where Steele will think it's Cassidy, but Scott didn't have that intention.
Because he just didn't tell them. He literally just did not tell them what the story was.
Yeah.
So.
Great decision. Yeah. Amazing decision from Scott.
You'd think once you were several $1 billion into your multimedia franchise that you'd be like, yeah, I know how to do this now, but it's not. So
it's fine. Yeah, I think Cassidy definitely exists as her own character.
It always coincides with that they believe Charlie is the other spirit in the logbook, and they're not convinced that Dave is the name. I think, I'm so sure the Foxy Grid is a code, though. And I think you're right, obviously. Especially because of the whole David Murray thing. Yeah. Yeah. And the whole Afton copying Edwin's kind of stuff. So with the Dave, same sort of thing. Mm-hmm. So that made what you said way more likely to me. There's also just kind of... It would make no sense for the Foxy Grid not to have... where there's so clearly 2 spirits communicating, for the Foxy Grid to just not have an answer doesn't make sense.
Thank you.
Now, my friends who aren't
Why would he do that?
Yeah, my friends who aren't ready to let go of the mythical Cassidy bite victim belief are all like, well, you see, T-Dreads, Cassidy was the name of the bite victim before the David Murray brainwashing. And then he gets convinced his name is David. I was like, okay, we're going crazy now.
And he gets convinced to be Dave?
He gets converted to be David by evil...
I have not heard that before.
No, you haven't been to the Discord calls.
I haven't been to that.
You haven't been to the Discord calls.
Jeez, that is...
Yes. Okay. From there, we can move into our next question, which is going to be... Who do we think the runaway in Midnight Motorist is? After you.
I think that's Dave.
You think it's the...
I think that's Dave, honestly. Okay. I think that's the crying child. I just think that especially, I used to think it was Mike. 100%. I thought it was Mike. I thought it was Shadow Freddy leading him to Golden Freddy, Golden Freddy or Shadow Freddy leading him to the crying child's grave, all that sort of stuff. But specifically because figuring out that the yellow man is William Afton is as simple as purple car equals purple car. I just think that man watching TV, gray shirt, gray text equals the man who has watched TV with gray shirt, gray text. I just think it's as simple as that. And therefore the crying child has to be the runaway.
Totally fair. I also, calling back to, although they're not one-to-one, obviously, you have those, that similar moon.exe, where you run out of a window to escape your father. That is an image, and yeah. It's for different reasons, obviously, and in different context, but I still think Scott would be able to kind of repeat parallel imagery, because that's something that Evan Lampy, the director,
he does that a lot.
Said, oh, I know. I'm making a whole 2-hour-long video going through every Fazbear Fright book, calling out every time he uses the same writing trope. Every time. He did it here, he did it here, he did it here, he did it there.
He does it all the time.
Yeah. And yeah, half the stories are about getting your body stolen by some weird, like, sea bodies. Or, why is he running away?
That's a good question. I think it's a shadow luring him to Charlie's body, like I said before. That's kind of like the only real kind of solution I can think about that.
Yes.
Because besides that, I'm not really sure what else he would be being lured to, really. And especially at that time that he's alive.
He had a rough day.
Yeah.
Oh, excuse me. So part of the reason I still... Oh, damn. Do I still lean there, though? Oh, my goodness. Yeah, I'm on the fence now. The existence of David Murray has really rocked my world, let me tell you.
Yeah, I can understand that.
I always liked the Michael explanation better, at least before this, because I think it worked better narratively.
I agree.
Because let's say...
I agree, 100%.
Even something this easy, right? He had a rough day. He had a rough day because his younger brother is fucking dead, and his younger brother's body's in this grave over here. And then Golden Freddy, who that younger brother in the grave is possessing, lures him out his window. Super easy through line there.
Yeah.
When you start to say, when you say bite victim is the runaway, then it gets a bit more mysterious. You gotta be like, oh, well, what's going on?
Yeah. What's he doing? Where is he going?
So, and especially when you have the whole FNAF 6 was meant to tie up loose ends. Absolutely absurd that he thought we would just know what that meant. He thought we would just, oh yeah.
It is crazy.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Yellow man, purple man.
You look at Fruity Maze and Security Puppet, and it's like, but of course.
It's no real interpretation needed.
Yeah, and then you get to Midnight Motorist, and it's like, what does even happen?
Yeah, which is why I just think if he thought we knew what it was, I think that the couch person is meant to be Mike, because there's no real. Any other solution doesn't really have that simple one-to-one kind of through line.
That's a good take. Okay. All right, let's do another deep question here. Is there anything you believe about the bite victim that is not common consensus in the theory space? Do you have any hot takes for us?
Happiest day receiver. I don't think he's the happiest day receiver, but I think his memories were used for happiest day. I don't know. Is that common consensus? I don't know what the common consensus is.
That's very split.
Days.
That's very split. I know almost everyone I make videos with thinks that bite victim is the receiver. Aside from Withered Circle, he still believes.
I understand that.
Yeah.
I understand it, but to me, I just think it's like the 5 MCI. Why wouldn't it be the 5th MCI?
Yes, that would make
the whole
more
logbook
sense.
stuff and like, yeah.
To respond to that, the only answer there is, my favorite word to use, Scott conning, where the 5th MCI kid is Cassidy. It's Cassidy who doesn't want to move on. So she's not there. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
But I see in my interpretation, that's because she's in Ultimate Custom Night and she's the last to rest. Which is why her and the puppet are the last to kind of
why the puppet needs to kind of go out of her way to do that and kind of get the reason be there. It's because Cassidy's still fighting. That's a good take. Supported actually
she's fighting
by Ride Toast brought this up yesterday. It was I don't hate you, but you need to stay out of my way.
You stay out of my way.
Puppet says.
Yeah.
Which implies that she's actively attempting to do something.
She's doing something. Yeah. Which I think is setting up helping set up Happiest Day.
I think that
which is why I think
a lot of sense.
Yeah, which is why I think Withered Bonnie also says like we're both trapped here or something like that. I think all the MCI are with Cassidy.
Cassidy's just dragging them all.
Custom Night. Yeah, I think it's like she's stopping all of them from moving on, which is why the puppet's like, chill. Like I need to set up this Happiest Day and let everyone rest. Do
you think Bite Victim's even there, or do you think he gets let out at FNAF World?
I I think he's there in a way, because I think that's what the Fredbear Easter egg might be implying.
Death coin. There's 2.
Yeah, that he's there. His memory is there in some way, which is also with the whole Happiest Day thing, that inevitably he would rest when everyone else rests.
Yeah, because FNAF, it's interesting, isn't it? Because FNAF World is very clearly, to me, for the bite victim, but it sets up Happiest Day, which could be for Cassidy, depending on your view of it.
Yeah.
So it is.
Yeah, I think it's like. Sorry, keep going.
I said, I know, I was done. I was saying it is interesting to think about.
Oh, well, yeah, I think it's similar to the Fazbear Frights epilogues where. Oh, let me remember this right. It's been a while since I read them, but Jake gives Andrew the memory and kind of throws him and lets him free.
Yes. Yeah.
And then Jake rests.
Yep, correct.
So I think that's the crying child giving Cassidy and all the MCI the memory of a happy birthday
that he didn't
and
get,
then freeing himself later.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I was talking, so Rytos and I's episode was about the Vengeful Spirit. So we were going over who that could be and yada, yada, yada. And so we basically said that now that Frights and Tails got nuked to oblivion, we were like, okay, so what was Andrew supposed to tell us? And that's clearly supposed to tell us something. It's a very long, drawn out arc. So I think you are right. I think it is now the dynamic between Cassidy and Bite Victim is what that is supposed to tell us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, especially with the whole Stitch Wraith, 2 people in one body, all that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
It just makes sense to me.
One of them can't see. I can't see, and So a lot of stuff there.
Yeah.
Any other beliefs, or are you mostly pretty basic on Bite
Victim? Basic is crazy. I'm trying to think. We already went over William probably names Dave because of David.
Yeah.
I think he's 7 years old because of the birthday thing and the sketch thing as well.
Yeah, and that would make every David progressively older. You get Murray with
yeah. Well, yeah. Yeah. I'm trying to think. Any other hot takes about the crying child? I don't think so, honestly.
Okay.
I don't think I have any hot takes. What about you?
I am about, so I don't believe this. I'm about 80% Cassidy right now. I think there is it is more likely that crying child is the vengeful spirit than Andrew. Genuinely, I believe now.
Okay, yes, I believe that too. Yes.
I think,
especially, like you said, with Frights being obliterated.
Yes. And so I will just go over really quickly. Obviously, it could be referring to Golden Freddy, but male pronouns are used for the vengeful spirit by every character. In a weird way, very similar to how M2 functions, the vengeful spirit underlays its voice under the voice box of the mediocres, which are from Murray's Costume Manor, to deliver its threats. There's a bunch of other stuff Unwithered talked about in his video, but I'm blanking. And it's, and you have... I
watched that one.
The Bear of Vengeance is a series of cutscenes about a Foxy and a Freddy kind of going after each other. And it's very, like, the Fox makes him do dishes to get back at him, which Gibby's mentioned that's a very, like, brotherly bullying way to, like, I'm going to put my chores on you, right?
Yeah.
That's one way to see that. That's just one way to interpret that minigame. So I think it is possible that the crying child is the vengeful spirit. I don't believe it yet. I still think it's Cassidy, because I think otherwise Cassidy's role in the story is kind of just like the Timu version of the puppet. Like, I'm just gonna help this one kid. I got this. I got this one, guys. Don't worry. Yeah. So
I mean, I used to think the crying child was the vengeful spirit, like back in when the game first came out, actually. Yeah. But my main problem, especially now with like seeing all the not retroactive thinking about it, but like the topic coming back up into discussion, I think my biggest problem is just the one you should not have killed. William did not kill the crying child.
Well,
and I don't think that's kind of, unless he pulled the plug, which it's still like, it's not enough for me to go, he would be angry about that for 40 years, despite the week before showing he's angry about the bite. Not that he's died.
And he's
angry about the bike spite.
He's genuinely very docile as well.
Yeah.
You know, he's not like through the game.
Well,
I never interpreted him as rebellious or anything.
Yeah, and the logbook is also, he's still like, I'm scared.
Yeah.
Like, he's still very, I can't see what's going on. He's not really like, and he's not going to be like this smiling, vengeful spirit
taking the initiative,
who's torturing Afton specifically. It just doesn't work in my mind, honestly. I understand why people think it works.
The only way to reconcile him being the one you shouldn't have killed is if the entirety of FNAF 4 is orchestrated and he gets him killed on purpose.
Yeah.
Which again, that would fall into that area is being observed. That neighborhood is being observed. There's 2 dots for the animatronics on stage, 2 dots for the animatronics on stage. He's observing Fredbear's Family Diner.
Yeah.
So I think this is a hot take. I genuinely we might get the answer. Because
we might get the answer.
There is a good chance we are going to sister location in Abyss, I think.
Okay, I agree with that.
Yes.
Yeah.
So
especially with all the sister location music that's coming out randomly.
Yeah, and all their new scores too, new compositions. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
yeah, I agree with that. Yeah.
There is a chance that you get every collectible, and then you can get into the 1983 room, and it's So that
imagine we see that. Imagine we see the crying child there.
Dude, I would.
We go in there. And it's just a recreation of the crying child.
It's just a robot version of him. Turns around and says, "My name's Gregory Davidson." I'll be like, "Oh my god!" I'll be like, "Somebody shoot me!"
I would quit. I would quit.
Yeah,
that would be my last FNAF thing ever.
Yeah. I can't do this anymore, Scott. My goodness gracious. Yeah. So I don't think we're gonna get Secret of the Mimic DLC at this rate. It seems like they're going right for Abyss.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Yeah, they didn't do Help Wanted 2.
I thought they would. I'm surprised they wouldn't, but I don't think they will anymore.
Well,
even just like a small Full Fest DLC.
I don't know if he has the chutzpah to set a game in 1983 on the Afton's property, because that's what that is. That's just the FNAF 4 house.
Yeah.
It's true. You'd have to get pretty obvious in your writing at that point. So
yeah. And he would have to actually have an answer, like a concrete answer for every question.
Yeah, I've been wondering if because if Fazplot or Fazburger or whatever is true, and obviously Tails games got obliterated. There's no reason for him to build an underground version of the house. He could just go up on the hill and just rebuild it. And be like, okay, press the send kids there button. And, Brain Blast, Hyperdroid. Brain Blast.
Okay.
Night Terrors. Circus Baby and Funtime Freddy, the 2 animatronics that can store kids in their stomach, are the only ones that appear in that FNAF 4 house.
Yeah.
So they're performing.
Biddy Bab Minarina.
Okay. No,
they can appear as well.
But nobody, that doesn't matter. I think that's just to show that.
I get what you mean. Yeah.
So they could grab kids and then deposit them in the nightmare.
Yes.
Yeah. So,
That's a good. Yeah, that's actually a good.
Yeah, that's a good observation. Yeah.
That's a good observation, actually.
Yeah. Dude, if this we might get to see the Springlock suit too. If we go back to sister location.
Oh.
If it's Jackie, I'm gonna crash out though.
Did.
It better not be Jackie. I'll crash out.
Dude, it being Jackie after all this time. Oh my god.
Scott wouldn't answer what it was in the 2018 Dalco interview. He's like, I can't say because I'm not going to announce it for another 7 years. So
I wouldn't put it past him.
Yeah,
I would not put that past him at all.
I wonder how long he's had this planned out, because I think since at least Help Wanted, he's known what he's doing for this current arc. So
I think after the first arc, he was like, okay, I need to write this beginning to end and know where I'm going and what I'm doing. Because the last time it didn't really, there was a lot of misinterpretation. There was a lot of wishy-washy, what's true, what's not. So yeah, I think the modern one, he was definitely a lot more like, I need to plan this out.
Yeah. Is there anything else about the bite victim you wish more people agreed on? What would you say is the thing you think you disagree with the most with people?
Disagree. It would probably just be the receiver, honestly, like the cake receiver.
Yeah. I think it's
that's honestly just really it.
Cassidy after
because that's like, yeah, I do think it's Cassidy after UC. I think there's a lot of evidence for it. I understand why people think it's the crying child. Like, I fully understand that.
Yeah.
But I just think it would be such a weird thing, because then Cassidy's story is just unresolved.
Well,
when does she get her cake?
Through the Stitch Wraith, the Stitch Wraith angle. I hadn't thought of that. That's smart. How it's kind of you have like, you can let other kids into your happiest day or whatever.
Yeah, when I read that, I was like, oh, this is just Cassidy and Crying Child. Like, this is literally just the Crying Child giving her memories and letting her free.
One thing I was talking to Rye about is that it's very interesting how Andrew and Jake. Yeah, Andrew Drake, that's right. They both have traits from like both characters. It's very strange. So, for instance,
it's not one to one on who's who, like who's meant to be who.
Mm-hmm. That's why. So, and I said to end off our podcast, I think the most important thing in regards to the Vengeful Spirit debate is to figure, and even the Golden Freddy debate, which is relevant to this conversation, is to figure out who is supposed to be like more bite victim in that interaction, right? Because you have Andrew who can't see, and then he gets his agony on a bunch of Fazbear's stuff and puts like a curse on certain items, which I still think Golden Freddy does to an extent, because we know that Golden Freddy can kind of influence his surroundings, depending on how literally you want to take the custom nights. Making all the animatronics their angriest is Golden Freddy.
Yeah, they're all called Golden Freddy mode.
Even in Sister Location when he's not fucking there. The custom night max mode is Golden Freddy mode still.
Well, Yendo. People think Yendo is kind of him.
Which then it gets
in a way,
then it gets into the whole like, is he a projection? Oh my goodness. Kelsey's a projection.
Kelsey,
So that for Andrew lines up to the bite victim, but then Andrew also maybe sort of gets spring locked in the new kid, the kid with the curly black hair. So and that's more of a Cassidy thing.
Yeah,
that's more of a Cassidy thing. So you have to ask yourself, like, who's who? It's so
who's meant to be who?
Yeah. So I'll probably
I think Cassidy's more meant to be Andrew. Because Andrew is the one who gets given Jake's thing. It's the one who's in the body of Golden Freddy. It's the Vengeful Spirit. Well, people can disagree with that, but I just think it's meant to be, Cassidy's meant to more be Andrew.
Yeah.
But there's definitely similarities to both. Like, you can't deny that.
Which again is funny, because in the logbook, it's the Vengeful Spirit helping to guide bite victim, not the other way around. Cassidy is the one that's like, so
that's true.
It's a whole mind explosion.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know what he's doing. So
well, it just depends on how the Crying Child gets those memories and kind of transforms them into a good memory. Like Cassidy, it's so annoying. It's so annoying trying to figure out the actual storytelling. Like, how do you tell that as a story?
Yeah.
How does the Crying Child do that? Like, literally do that?
They don't even explain how Andrew does it. He's just like, I was really mad, and then I put myself on everything.
Suddenly...
I wanted to be everywhere. So some W writing, Scott. W writing.
Even the whole memory thing. It's like, what did it say? It's like he swung Andrew with a bat of intention or something. And it's like, what does that even mean? That's not.
All I can think of is the gif with like the flaming pen writing on the paper. Right in fire. Never changed.
What does that even mean?
Never
a bat
changed.
of intention.
I guess the last thing I'll mention, it's kind of strange how Cassidy seems to be like struggling to identify the exact memories that are bite victims. Like, Cassidy's poking around in bite victim's head and has like a bunch of different like toys. Like, is one of these toys from, like, it doesn't know.
Yeah, she's like, which one? Yeah.
Whereas whatever the Fredbear plush is, knows what the bite victim's going through, and kind of narrates his life for him. The spirit in the logbook,
which is why I think it's agony.
Yeah, the spirit in the logbook is like, do you know what this is? So that's interesting.
Yeah,
it could be because his mind gets kind of smushed when he gets bit, maybe. Kind of he's like broken or whatever. So maybe his like Cassidy can't access his memory.
Well, he is said to be broken in a way.
Mm-hmm. Just like Gregory and David. I love this franchise. I love you, Scott. Yeah,
I love God David.
I love God. Chad, if you love God David too, you should subscribe. Subscribe to me and also Hyperdroid, because we are going to wrap it up for today.
Yeah.
FNAF Mysteries with T-Dreads and Andrew is in the games. Hello there, everybody. My name is T-Dreads, and welcome back to FNAF Mysteries with T-Dreads and Andrew is in the games. Today, we have a very, very special guest. Please welcome Game Theory. Say hello.
Hello. Hello.
We are here to talk about a very non-controversial topic that everyone unanimously agrees upon, and that is Gregory from Five Nights at Freddy's Security Breach. I can't wait.
Of course, the notoriously easy to figure out subject in this, like in a sea full of complicated lore, this is the one that everyone agrees on.
Oh, for sure, for sure. That and Midnight Motorist. Okay.
Oh, yeah. Easy.
All right.
Very, very easy subject, really, obviously.
Yeah. So obviously, we'll go over kind of from a beginner level to a more like advanced, I never leave my house kind of level of the questions about Gregory, starting basically just with who do we think Gregory is and how did he end up at the Pizzaplex? Now, I said simple, but obviously there's already 30 different ways you could go with this. But when it comes to Gregory, this is a sadly as simple as you can get, pretty much.
Right, you've got to start somewhere, and who Gregory is feels like the obvious starting point.
Well, we can do a descriptor first, because that's just objective.
Sure.
He is someone with the appearance of a young child.
Love the caveats we're having to throw in and the vagueness.
I can't because we can't say if he's a kid or not. You know.
No, we'll spoil what we're going to talk about.
Got watch to the end. Retention.
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay. What do we know? Yes. Okay. So he is someone who appears to be a young child. He is not on the records of the giant Pizzaplex that they're at. That's another thing as well. Seemingly, this already sucks.
Right? How hard this is.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean, we can talk about so we first encounter him. He is inside of Freddy's stomach hatch.
Yeah.
Somehow got in there. Again, welcome to the mysteries of nobody knows quite how and when, but he's in there.
Yeah.
And he is, during that game, is trying to escape. He's trying to get out of the Pizzaplex. Seems to have some knowledge of wider murders or missing kids going on.
He is a prerequisite
out that line.
Prerequisite distrust of Vanessa that does not get explained. He knows Vanessa's evil for some reason.
He knows Vanessa's evil, and right at the end he pulls out the line of like, but what about all the more kids will go missing? And we're just like, wait, this has not been brought up at all. But sure, okay, you know about this thing, cool. And he has, the classic thing is he, as you said, looks like a kid, brown hair, brown eyes, blue shirt with stripes on it.
I'm thinking of the chart.
Shorts, band-aid on the knee.
Yeah.
Classic visuals that FNAF fans will recognize, but again, retention. You'll have to see what happens. But yeah, that's kind of like the crux of Gregory's like initial appearance, who he is. I'm trying to think of like personality traits, even like from what we see of him in the games. Like you talked about his distrust of Vanessa.
It's a bit snarky.
He's snarky. Yeah, he seems to he feels like it kind of, again, Security Breach is such a mess. He feels like he flip-flops a lot, from sometimes being like, know what I'm doing and everything, like I'm just gonna do my thing, and then other times going, how dare you leave me behind and not tell me what's going on. And it's just like, it feels like he kind of moves between these two sides almost, of like being aware but not being aware. Having this righteous sense of, we need to save like the future kids from all this stuff, but then also potentially like could just leave.
Yeah, whether that's lore relevant or just
and
not being
that's
very
always
tight.
The question, especially since Security Breach. That was always the question. The only other time we've seen much of Gregory was right at the very end of Ruin, where we then have, and again, whether this is Gregory or not is a whole debate, but it's the initial appearance is that Gregory is talking to Cassie right at the end of Ruin when she's in the elevator escaping the Mimic, and he's like trying to guide her through. He's been trying to guide her through, going, follow my directions. My friend has the schematics. We know what we're doing. But then at the end going, hey, you've kind of seen too much.
Yeah.
And we can't let that thing out. So see ya. And drops the elevator shit and to what appears to be like what is going to be the true canon ending, again unconfirmed, but it feels like the only place where there's a story to go, because like the other ending is like the Mimic gets defeated, which feels really anticlimactic, then having followed up with Secret of the Mimic if we're just going, oh well, that's gonna, but anyway, that's me getting off on a tangent. Anyway, apologies.
Well, well, and that's the ending with the little MCU teaser too, where it's like Cassie, it's Roxy. So I 100% assume that one's canon.
But yeah.
All right. I think for now we'll move over how'd he end up there, because I'm sure we'll get into basically stuff that encompasses that. So for now we can say, why do we think there is so little record of him? Because to me, this really sticks out because it's a contradiction in the story, kind of. Because the therapists very clearly have records of him because they're able to say, hey, the things you're saying about your past are not true. You know, these are lies. However, at the Pizzaplex itself, nothing. There's no record of anyone named Gregory. So the odd thing about that is that it almost makes me think that where the therapy is happening is a separate place from the Pizzaplex, which is bizarre because Vanessa has all the same therapists. Are they just like contracted therapists going out to different clinics?
I see. It's weird. But then at the same time, why would a therapist be seeing kids in the Pizzaplex? Like I guess you could have that as a resource, but that feels odd.
Exactly.
I do, in one of the therapist tapes, I love it that we all call them tapes, even though they're like CDs. It's just like, tapes. Like it's what we got used to. But with those tapes, she talks about, I talked to I can't remember if it's to Vanessa or Gregory. Like, I think it's to Gregory, but again, it's been a long time since I've got into the details where she says like, I talked to lots of people. Like I talked to, not just kids. I think it is Gregory because it's like not just kids, but like adults and different people I talked to. And like, so it would imply that there's some, there's some outside corporation here that's like Fazbear is essentially contracting to go, you're going to deal with all of our important people. You're going to deal with their therapy rather than having like an internal therapist, which then allows them to essentially be a freelancer who can see school kids as well. Because again, depending on how much you want to take GGY at its words, it's like they're like school therapists or they're seeing school children, I believe. And so that's kind of where I would see it. But you raise a very good point of like, they clearly have records, but Fazbear doesn't. And so firstly, that distinction of like, are they third party is important because it then goes, okay, so some records of this kid exist. They're not just someone that kind of came out of complete nowhere, but the Pizzaplex doesn't. Which also raises an interesting point. I know for a long time, we pointed towards this, and I know a lot of people did, when Freddy kind of goes haywire, he spots like a kid in the crowd and then short circuits and goes into safe mode. If there's no records of Gregory, is he therefore seeing Gregory?
Yeah, I'd say if there's no record of him, who's he recognizing? Yeah,
which is an interesting little breakdown there, because as well, we also have all of the animatronics, and again, like whether this is Vanessa's influence or Glitch Trap or how this is kind of working, is all the animatronics know who Gregory is. Because they're all like, you have the creepy lines of Gregory, like coming and trying to lure him in. So again, there's some idea of who he is. It's just not in the official records. Which...
Yes, and I would say to that probably... Because they're all probably... Most of the animatronics minus Freddy in safe mode are into the same kind of like mainframe system. And we know Vanny has a Vanny mask, so I'm assuming Vanny herself would be able to influence all the animatronics to go after Gregory, similar to what we see happen in kind of GGY, where we know that Gregory can put code into these different animatronics to make them behave certain ways. So that might be why they all know his name. I almost wonder if the reason Gregory has no record at all there is because he never even went to the Pizzaplex in the game timeline under that name. Yeah, if he always had an alias. Because it's annoying, because Escape the Pizzaplex, there he's known as Gregory there. But does that happen?
But he also, I mean, so I talked with Gibby about this a little bit. I'm of the opinion, I believe, and again, with everything open-handed, right? Like, I'm always willing to, like, have this be changed. I am of the opinion that the interactive novels seem to be in universe, like in-game universe, they seem quite well, like some more than others, admittedly, but they seem, especially like Escape the Pizzaplex and The Week Before and VIP, it's literally just Return to the Pit that kind of feels like this weird extra branch. But right,
that one's insane.
But those ones seem to be more tied into universe, and in Escape the Pizzaplex, like Gregory's just kind of there, and it's always like after hours, and so it feels like, again, is he sneaking in, or is he, you know, sat up in his cubby in the cubby hole we find in the daycare, and he's just like hanging out there. So again, like, he's not a kid that's like registered in the system, he's snuck in essentially and is just like camping out. So there is no, like, either he came in with an alias initially and then just hung out, or, you know, it's that thing of like, did he just sneak in to begin with, and so there's no record of him? I think either is perfectly reasonable to kind of assume at this point. We don't know for sure, obviously, but I think that would explain why there's no records of, like, and again, even if he did scan in, why there are no records of like a Gregory if he had an alias. Or
I'm having a brain melt because I just remembered the employees know he goes there. The therapist specifically says, hey, the techs recognized you. The techs know you're doing. So what? Why is there no record of it when they know he's there?
This lends itself, I guess, to the idea of the alias that you're talking about, because the therapist never references him by name. And so the idea that, like, Gregor, and like even we called out in like initial theories that fact that he gets out of like Freddy, and he's like, who are you? And he's just like, Gregory, and kind of like comes up with this name almost. There's a pause which feels a little odd. And so it's like, oh, is he trying to remember that his name is like trying to remember what his fake alias is, because that's like what he's been giving out since he's been in the Pizzaplex. Kind of lends itself to that, and I think that would make a lot of sense. Like, the techs know who he is, but he's like not who he says he is, essentially.
Yeah. I've never thought of that Gregory is the fake name. I always thought that he broke out of control and remembered his actual name. That's a good point,
that's the thing. It could be like with all these things, right? Yeah. There's so many options and we have no idea. Like, there's very little confirmation. So it could be either, but it's an interesting... It could go either way. Either he's remembering his real name, or it's that thing of, oh, I've got to remember the fake name I gave out. But again, I think it is probably more in line with what you were saying about remembering his real name, because if there's no record... or is it, though? Because if there's no record of a Gregory... I'm getting myself in loops now. This is FNAF, well and truly.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
This is how it goes.
This is how this goes.
If there's no record of a Gregory, then... Is that because the fake name is the one he's been... Like, Gregory's the fake name that he's been living under, so there's a Gregory in the system, but then they wouldn't have... I'm getting so caught into nuts over this.
Yeah. we'll be doing this all night.
This is the video.
Okay.
Have fun, everyone.
Okay. Yeah. We're going to solve...
Oh, I love it. I mean, that's the trope, isn't it? Every video, I solved this thing, and then by the end of it, we're all like,
It actually, it works. I know, that's the sad part.
Because everyone wants it solved. We all want it solved. We all wish it was solved by the end.
I know. Every time I see that in a title, I'm like, really?
It's a glimmer of hope. Long last? Glimmer of hope. One day we'll get there.
Right. Well, speaking of him coming out of Glamrock Freddy, what's up with that? Because Glamrock Freddy, for one, goes into safe mode the second he spots Gregory, presumably, for some reason. And then throughout the rest of the game, does not try to harm him at all unless he runs out of power. So it's you got 3 layers there. You have Freddy with no power, Freddy with the base program running, and Freddy with the base program plus developer permissions.
Right.
That is also evil. So it's weird. It's like an evil hamburger. He can be evil, good, and then depending on how much power he has.
Yeah, the power
Very
thing
odd.
is strange. Like, because the other part, the first half of it, there's some sense of it. If we're looking at Glitch Trap, M1, however you want to like the Mimic 1 program or Glitch Trap, depending on how you want to look at the Pizzaplex and how it's being run, him then being in safe mode goes, oh, he's like outside the system. Like he's not connected. It's like only booting with base formatting. And so you go, oh, he's not connected in. He's not like, he's not able to be controlled in the same way where like the others are, which is why he's safe. Because that's what they're programmed to be. So that kind of makes sense. But then you go into the like loss of power and you're going, oh, this feels like what, like almost again, it just feels like a game mechanic where it's like, hey, don't lose, like you just can't lose the power rather than it being a lore thing. Because it's like, from any perspective, it's like, if he's lost power, he's lost power. He ain't doing nothing. He's lost power, surely. Because then he suddenly would like have to like reconnect into the system out of safe mode and all that sort of stuff. And it feels confusing. But therefore, like even just talking about like the first half, I think it again makes sense with his connection to Gregory, because in safe mode, he's just like, you are child. I protect and look after you. That is my programming. Versus when he's under the control of like Glitch Trap, Vanessa, M1, and that sort of realm, who are like, this kid is in some way important, which we'll get to, probably, maybe. But it's like, but like this kid's important and we need him and we need to grab him.
Yeah. I'm almost thinking about kind of the Glamrocks as kind of an operating system, the way they kind of boot into like safe mode or whatever, because it's weird that like he clearly has another like type of programming that gets shut off when he crashes, and I always interpreted it as he's kind of booting up with just the base necessities, you know, whatever they call it, like manufacturer settings, factory reset kind of, you know what I mean? So it's kind of interesting because I guess that'll lead into the next question, which is that just not really a question, more of a discussion about the hacker thing. Right? Patient 46 is a hacker. And my question has always been, is Gregory naturally good at hacking? Or can he only do that because he has some weird Mimic Afton virus mimic stuff in his head?
Yeah. No, it's a fair question. And it was one of the things that I reevaluated a little bit once I had gotten around to watching God David and like some of the other theories from the community and stuff like that. Like some of the options that I threw out were very much that. They were options. I was like, I'm not sure at this point. Here are two ways of looking at this. And so your theory of God David very much lent into, here's a different perspective on some of this evidence. And I really liked a lot of it because it comes down to that sense of, with Gregory, like that idea of like, does he suddenly gain abilities? Is he just a natural hacker, or is he like, because like the level of hacking he's doing feels impressive. Like he's hacking. I know Fazbear is like negligent and all of this sort of stuff, but they're not like it is an entire like system he is hacking into. He is hacking into like basic things like emails and security cameras and things like that. But he's also like, again, depending on how you want to take GGY, he's like hacking the animatronics themselves and able to like recode them to do his bidding, which again, book canonicity, not necessarily a thing at this point, but especially with like Tales from the Pizzaplex and stuff like that. But there are little snippets you can take away and go, well, we know that the animatronics are being corrupted in some way by Glitch Trap. And so is that a connection point there to go, oh, Gregory in the books is hacking them in the same way that Glitch Trap is. Therefore, this is a connection between Glitch Trap and Gregory, and that's how he is able to hack. And so it becomes that point of like, he's learned from Glitch Trap. That would be kind of where, again, so much of this is so hard because it's like, I want to launch into other things, which I know we've got, we want to dive into more depth. And it's like, it's that order of operations. Which do you tackle first?
Yeah, basics first, then
then Greg Bot's next.
Yeah, that'll be the latter like 40 minutes. No, because I was thinking of that because when I was going back through all the lines Gregory has for like the God David research or whatever. The first time you use the repair station to upgrade Freddy, Gregory makes a big deal about not knowing what he's doing. He doesn't know how to operate machinery. He goes, I don't know what all these buttons do. Something akin to that. Something akin to like.
He does.
Yeah. So I'm reading that like, okay, is he like Death Note 4D chessing? Like, I'm gonna pretend I don't know what I'm, or is he actually like, I'm a kid, I've never touched a Freddy upgrade machine. I don't know what this is.
Because it's one of those things, and like I toy with it a lot in other franchises as well. I'm currently working on Poppy stuff, and that's in my brain. So, and again, this is a franchise where we've done this, where it's like you have to be really careful with how many times you accuse a character of lying, or how many characters you accuse of just lying, because it just becomes really unsatisfying if you just go, oh well, they were lying. It's like a get out of jail free card for the person writing the story, but it's really unsatisfying to just go, oh yeah, all those things you learn, yeah, they're not. Don't worry about it. Like, it was all fake. It's just like if it's well planned and seeded, then it's like, oh, that's such a good twist. But if it's just like pulled out of nowhere, it can feel really disingenuous. And so I'm like, with this, it's like, again, it was like with the whole Gregory trying to remember his name thing or saying his name. It's like, how much of it is him being disingenuous? How much of it is real? There's that sense of like being careful with like, yeah, is he lying? Am I saying he's lying just to fit the narrative that I need? Cause so obviously it's like, oh, well, he's clearly lying, and that can easily be a trap that people fall into, and like we've done it in the past as well. And so I'm not like trying to like shame anyone for that. It's like it happens. But with like this, with Scott, while FNAF lore is complicated, he does tend to lean into tropes and similar and simplified elements within a complex story. And so I would hazard to lean into that sense of like, again, as we've been talking about, it feels like a moment of, oh, this Gregory and this Gregory are not the same. Like, not that they're physically different people, but it's just that sense of like, there's the Gregory who can hack and is doing all of this, the GGY Dr. Rabbit, essentially, and real Gregory, whichever, and that sense of like, he is not a hacker by trade. I think that's a great piece of evidence towards that perspective. I've totally forgotten about that. That's fantastic.
Yeah. Well, you got to remember that so many of these people telling the story are not Scott, like in universe. People telling the stories are unreliable narrators. Like Baby throughout the entirety of Sister Location, just lying to you, pretty much, presumably to get you to do things.
And that's what I mean, though, about it being satisfying. You know? I think Baby, like, lying to you the whole time, at the end, like, the rug's pulled out from under you, and you can go back and you can kind of see, oh, this was getting me to do this. This was getting, like, tricking me into this to align a purpose. So you go, I didn't see it, but I get it. Whereas I think, like, this, if Gregory was just lying, I don't know how to use this machine, just, like, feigning incompetence for something that didn't necessarily, like, the only person there is Freddy. He didn't need to lie. And so it would just feel like, oh, like, it would just feel a bit trite, I think is probably the best word for it.
Kind of pointless. I get what you mean. All right. Well, before we get into the meat and potatoes, we can lastly talk about GGY very briefly. I haven't read the story in a while, but for what I remember, I don't even remember the kid. Is the main kid's name Tony?
Oh, gosh. Gosh, it's now
maybe
it's now
all right, anyway.
Shredding my whole brain as well. I'm like, oh gosh, it has been a while. Tony. Tony.
Yeah, Tony. Okay. He's some middle schooler. They're writing a project. He's got two friends. He writes it about the mysterious GGY in the arcade cabinets at the Pizzaplex. Eventually, he discovers there's some weird, like, hacker stuff going on in the system. Glamrock Freddy's being weird. And then his friend, Dr. Rab, that he calls Rab, who is actually just Gregory.
Just wholesale.
At the end of the story, he's like, come to the Pizzaplex. We'll have fun. I totally won't murder you. And that's basically it. And all the stories seem to be supposed to tell you was that Gregory is Patient 46 because nobody could agree on who Patient 46 was.
Yeah. It's so funny. Again, a lot of, like, Fazbear Frights and Tales from the Pizzaplex, these short stories, are very interesting works of fiction and very interesting ways of like telling these stories and like what information are they trying to get to you. And sometimes it's like just a good story. Sometimes it's like big reveals, and then other times it's like, here is just like one story that just clarifies a thing. And that's very much what this, as you said, this is what this feels like, where it's just like, hey, we just get very definitively, here is patient 46. Like, here are the therapists. His name's Greg. He's hacking everything. And by the way, his nickname is Dr. Rabbit, because that's not suspicious. So it's...
No, not at all.
And it's where, like, the challenge of, like, the book canonicities come in, because Secret the Mimic basically blew that out the water in terms of, like, the canonicity of those books, because the Edwins are just drastically different and the family histories are just drastically different.
Oh, yeah.
And so it's then hard because, like, this story feels like such a thing that could just fit, right? It could just be part of the lore of the game timeline, and there's very little in it that would feel contradictory, at least to memory. And so you're just going like, but now it's like, oh, but it's not canon. So how much of it is other than like, okay, we can take the detail that he's probably patient 46, but how much of like his hacker identity is important there? Was like, is he possessed at that point? And again, is Gregory then the alias he's using? Like, there are small things we can take, but I remember like liking it as a story, but I liked it because I'm a FNAF fan. And so I was reading it going, wait a minute, Dr. Rabbit, that's suspicious. Oh, a hacker. Oh, therapists. And so you're putting the pieces together. As a story in and of itself, it's a little bland, kind of, because it just kind of has this sense of like,
yeah,
like there's some like build up obviously in the story, but at the end it just kind of like, there's no big like, it doesn't feel like there's a big real moment. At least for me, there wasn't like this big moment of like, oh my gosh, this like real threat. It kind of is like always looming, but never quite arrives. And then at the end, he just kind of goes, oh, I won't murder you. Come with me. And it's like,
yeah, I feel like the main point of the story was probably just to be like clarification first and foremost, less of a. Also, I love how Scott waited till after all the books were done to be like, ha ha ha, deconfirmed.
Yeah, right. I mean,
yeah.
I mean I could talk about that whole debate for hours. I mean, I think the big thing is Scott is very aware of the community. Always has been.
Oh, yeah.
Like, and you know, in the old days when he was talking to Matt through website updates, like during live streams, like he's aware of what the community is saying. And I think while, you know, we can talk about like how that debate was handled online by people, it kept the conversation going. Like, he is releasing books in between game releases, and it keeps that hype and that discussion going. And so that debate allowed lots of different theories to happen and lots of debates to keep going.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Continuously. And so it keeps FNAF in the zeitgeist and in like people's consciousness. Whereas you think if there was like nothing for 10 months, people start to lose interest because there's just nothing to go. So allowing that debate to kind of go, and him trolling, being like, the answer is yes, which is like, well, is it this or this? And he's like, yes, and just doesn't like confirm anything really. It's constantly just kind of stirring the pot and allowing the discussion to keep going, which is a smart business move, I suppose, more than anything. But but it is frustrating for all of us. But at the same time, it allows him to go, right, because now the discussion is all going to be about this game. We don't need this debate to keep going to perpetuate the discussion.
Well, we've arrived at our latter half/third of this discussion.
Yep.
There's a little known theory going around called God. Which actually builds off of one that I think you co-wrote, had a degree of responsibility in.
Yeah.
Which was the Gregbot. Yeah, the Gregbot theory.
Yeah, that was my first.
So basically,
that was my first ever FNAF theory.
Oh my god, what a way to come out swinging.
Came out swinging, absolutely. It was one of those things. I'd been there like a few months, and Matt was like, oh, so Secure Breach coming out, you have to write FNAF theories. I was like, oh no, what have I done? And suddenly we were in it, and it was one of those things where me and Matt spent a good several hours and days, like several hours that spanned into days, talking about this and trying to figure out what the theories were, because we ended up with like 4 at the end of it, and that was the thing. We were having all of these ideas at once, and it was having to pass through them and figure them out. And so yeah, Gregbot was where we kind of started as our kind of like, this is like the big one to kick off, because Matt also liked to go big to begin with.
Definitely was a big one to kick off with. Basically, God David is simply the idea that through some means, crying child is supposed to be David, is supposed to be Gregory. It's just the idea that all 3 of them are intentionally, by some force in the story, supposed to be the same kid, right? Preferably not through robot means, because that's its own theory. That's its own theory. But in general, there's a really big, there's a huge amount of evidence along that line of thinking, to the point where I could make a 55-minute video just being like, and then there's this, and there's this, and there's this, and what does this mean? And it's very interesting because people had largely stopped talking about it by the time Secret of the Mimic came out. It was less relevant than it was, obviously, like when Security Breach was first coming out, right? People were more so focused on, Ruin and Cassie and this kind of stuff, and Help Wanted 2 and Cassie's dad, blah, blah, blah. And then out of nowhere, Scott Cawthon just comes swinging with David Murray, who's sitting on a hill with an animatronic caretaker, got stripes on his shirt, lives in the FNAF 4 house. Like, nobody asked for that. He just came, woo!
Yeah, it implies that there's at least some level of planning going on, which, we
I know, I can't believe it.
We as a community flip-flop. It's so funny seeing the pendulum swing where, like, Scott is a genius and everything's been planned from the beginning, and Scott doesn't know what he's doing. And it's just like, you do see it swing over time, which is so fascinating to see. And it's like, it's swinging back into that direction of like, oh, maybe he did have, at some point anyway, not from FNAF 1, I think that would be absurd. But that's ridiculous. But there clearly came a point where he was then like, this is the pendulum swing to, like, he knows. He had some plan at some point. And whether that was for Security Breach, which he always planned to bring in, or whether that was like, a little bit later on when he started planning Secret of the Mimic and was going, oh, actually, this is like the thread to pull. Or, he just knew that it would wind people up because of how angry people got at Gregbot over the connection points. And that's the thing, like, you said, like, you made a 55-minute video, literally, like, there's so many connections. And, like, now with David Murray in the mix, like, it brought that conversation back to light. But, like, back in the day, we were like, look, there are, like, people laughed and joked about, like, oh, these 2 boys vaguely look the same, therefore. And it's like, there is a lot. Like, we ended up doing our part 2, our second video. We had like a little rebuttal at the beginning of it, because we're like, look, here's all this extra evidence, because there were just a lot of connections between David Afton and Gregory, where you're going, these 2, like, there has to be something going on here. And at the time, our best efforts were going, Robot Kid, because it had been a thing that had been teased for a long time, but had never gone anywhere in the franchise, and that was kind of how we ended up there. But there's got to be something between these two characters, and then you add David Murray into the mix, and I'm like, okay, this is like, to your video point, yeah, it's undeniable. And it was kind of what I toyed with at the end of my Secret of the Mimic series, was this point of like, this cannot be coincidence. It is now purely about how you explain
what's going
those
on,
connections,
what it's trying to tell you.
What are the connections? Like, these connections cannot be coincidence anymore. There's too many to count, so it needs to be. We just need to figure out what the explanation for that is, versus just going, it's a coincidence and move on, because it's like, it just can't be. So
for the benefit of FNAF theory, Twitter everywhere, let's go over what those connections are. So, Tom, loud and proud, why did you think he was a robot?
Why did we think he was a robot? So, like, I mean, the robot part of it, it stemmed from a very, very old theory where Matt had talked about what's in the box. You know, that old bombshell of like, what's in the box?
Oh, yeah.
And he talked about, it's a robot version of the Crying Child, because the Silver Eyes trilogy had just sort of come out around that time. And so it's like, Charlie, robot kid in a box. The robot kid's in the box. And that's going to be the FNAF 4 bedroom. It's the Crying Child. So that had been something that had like gone nowhere. As we all know, the box went nowhere in the end. But there was always that thing in Matt's mind of robot kid in the box. And then we looked at Gregory, and like, yeah, again, everyone memed us for the visual differences of like, oh, you have, you know, you've got the striped shirt, the hair, the shorts, and the bandage on the knee, and those sorts of like similarities where you're just like going, oh, this visually there's some connection here. Like, but again, visual connections are not the be all end all. You have lines like, "You are broken," which Glamrock Freddy gives, and so it's like, again, that line was changed from a line about "you're bleeding," which would make him seem much more human. So we're like, okay, so that's an interesting change in and of itself, but also that change, the fact that it got changed infers that there's an importance to that language difference. And so highlighting that connection of "you are broken," which is "you are broken and I will put you back together."
Yeah. In retrospect, it might not have been to make you not think he was a human. They might have had that in there as an extra bit of like, like a breadcrumb, like connect with the crying child, guys. Connect with the crying child. You know, so that might have been the reason they changed that.
100%. And that's the thing. It was us trying to go, here is these two characters that feel the same. I'm trying to remember them all now. There's so, again, we do so many theories. There are so many connections to, I'm trying to recall them all now. I mean, part of it all connects to like the idea that we also believed he was patient 46. And so you have like the post-it room, and there's things like where you have birthday cake, it was for me, or like party time and things like that, where the party was for me, which is from the security logbook with the crying child saying the party was for me. As well as then like a drawing that, like, if you connect the dot or the pieces, it looks like the connection from the FNAF 4 house to the diner. And I think there was a point where we had like a lot of presents, but we had like 7 heads, and 7 graves had become a new thing for us. Where it always been like, it'd always been the 5 missing kids. Then there was 6 gravestones in FNAF 6, which we were then, oh, that's Charlie, like on the hill, like having died. Similar visual in the graphic novelization of the Silver Eyes. And then you've got this 7th kid, and it's like, well, the crying child is this other dead kid that never really fit anywhere and didn't make sense. So having this like 7th head in this group of faces in a room also filled with binary, and like the writing slowly getting better over time, and like it's saying like, I forget what the binary was. It was like
and the Afton family table just sitting up there.
Yeah, exactly, the Afton family table, and I can't remember what the binary was.
Little on the nose.
But yeah, all of those things suddenly make you go, okay, so there's like something in binary. Learning who it is, those things seem connected to the Aftons and the Afton family. And again, we've then had this idea of this robot kid in a box that didn't go anywhere. And again, it was trying to explain, well, okay, if we've got this kid who feels so much like an Afton kid, how do you explain that? Like, how? With the knowledge, and again, with the knowledge we had at the time, we're like, with the books we had and all of the theories we'd had previously, it was like, well, robot kid feels like the logical answer here.
Yes, because that was what you had at
exactly.
The
Whereas now we have the mimic.
What Scott had established.
Yeah, sorry. Whereas now we have like the mimic.
Because I was gonna say, I'll go into God David from there, because that was your little like Gregbot retrospective. From God David, what I basically did was I took everything that you and Matt put into sorry, for God David, what I did was I took everything you and Matt did, and I went, yeah, true, and I took it and I started kind of building with the new stuff that Secret of the Mimic gives you, right? Which is David Murray and a few connections with that weren't available before. So yeah, just one of them. Obviously, you have a whole new kid to make the design connections with, right? Carries the stuffed toy everywhere. Has a favorite stuffed toy. You know, depending on how you like the image, he's got a striped shirt. Some people think it's a belt. I still think it's a striped shirt.
I would agree.
But they very deliberately put him into the same position as Gregory and Glamrock Freddy at the end of Security Breach, and that's a very clear visual cue. Besides literal like physical similarities, you have the landscape as well, right? Because now we know that Edwin house at the top of that hill probably gets repossessed by William Afton later on. And we also can be pretty sure, I'm assuming that you've heard all the theories that like Murray's costume manor that later becomes the grounds for the Pizzaplex.
Yes. Yeah. No, I kind of inferred the same thing in my episodes. I'm just like, yeah,
okay,
everything gets built on top of everything. That's just what this franchise does.
So with that, you also have that, hey, all three of those kids at some point all have, like adventures on that same plot of land. I don't know if I'd call Cece's life an adventure because he just died.
Yeah, like
same with David's, but like they all occupy that same exact plot of land, which is kind of something we didn't know before. We didn't know that the FNAF 4 house was literally where the Pizzaplex was, And then third, you just have the really weird connections, like the fact that Tiger Rock, the way that thing acts, is exactly like Golden Freddy.
Yeah,
it shows up in your face, giggles, then teleports away. Which is exactly the same kind of possession that Golden Freddy has. So my brain was kind of going between a couple different things for what that could mean. One is that David Murray is his own kid, right? And this is just, whatever happens with him, this is just somehow a phenomena that William Afton realizes. He discovers this, and he tries to recreate it, similarly to how he tries to, recreate the possession he sees with the business associate's daughter in the books, right? Same kind of character motivation there. And that is the reason why Golden Freddy teleports the same way as Tiger Rock. He's literally observing it as like a control group and trying to recreate. Like, oh, possession, now I'm going to make the same one. Boom. Alternatively, theory number 2 under that umbrella was that they're all literally somehow the same thing. So, yeah, so his consciousness is the crying child's, which is Gregory's. I also forgot to mention, I'm pretty confident that Hyperdroid's onto the right track with Dave being the name of the crying child, which in and of itself, when you have another kid named Dave with all those traits, that alone is just like, that's interesting.
Oh, 100%.
So, yeah. So I think the connections definitely mean something. The reason I did not go the robot angle was because of Scott's kind of old lines that he likes to clear up mysteries in later games. And the very next release after Security Breach introduces a mechanic where they can put a little chip in your head that can kind of talk in different voices, right? And presumably control you to act a certain way, because Vanny has that mask on and she's the evil one. So my thought there was like, okay, if it's not he's literally a robot, it might be some sort of like that mask might be having him act a certain way. Or else, Fate Fiona somehow. I don't know how willing I am. I love Gibby. I don't know how, and he knows. We clown on each other all the time. We're like, your theory sucks. No, your theory sucks. But, yeah, we're good. We just went to Universal together. We're great friends.
Oh, brilliant.
But I don't know how willing I am to believe that Scott Cawthon is just gonna like throw the field in the games without telling anybody.
Yeah, it's one of the it is a little bit out there. And I talked about it in an episode. I talked about both your theories because I was like, these are both fascinating in different ways. And I think there's interesting things that you can take. I think, the 0 point field, it's hard when it's like a single book. It was something I didn't mention in the episode. When you've got one book that does like this one mechanic, which is never like utilized again, it's hard to then pinpoint it as going, this is the method. Compared to, again, why we went down Robot Kid initially was because so many books have like kids, like people becoming robots or robots trying to look human and those sorts of things where like robot children seem to be a thing. Now we can kind of look back at it and go, again, some of those you can separate out a little bit more because you've got the mimic who is trying to like be human. And so you're going, okay, it's robots being like, there's a slight difference there. But yeah, that's where things like that become slightly tricky. But yeah, there's a bunch of these, like, it's all really interesting stuff, and it's just how you want to.
How do you connect the dots?
How do you connect those dots, right? And like, how much do you take like symbolic stuff, like another part of like Gregory being crying child was the ice creams at the end of the game. Vanessa has an ice cream that's similar to the Elizabeth ice cream, and he's taken a bite out of the Golden Freddy ice cream, which you go. Like, that feels symbolic. That feels like retribution in a funny way. And then there's the fact that like all of their shirts are like purple in that scene because it's sunset, and so that's how like lighting changes the visual. So it's like, no, we know that Gregory's shirt isn't literally purple in this scene; it's blue. But they've chosen to present it in a purple while you've also got Golden Freddy ice cream, all of this thing. There's those like connections where you just go, okay, we have like that's a big connection, but we have to figure out why that is and how.
Yeah, I wanted to get into Rytos did a podcast about a month ago on God David.
Oh, fantastic.
Have you heard of mimic custody?
Oh, yes, I have. That's Rye has mentioned this to me. Yes.
We kind of were brainstorming that live on that. I'll do a very quick like couple sentence overview because I think he's on the right track. There is so in Security Breach in the Endo daycare, right? There is at the very end, you have two paintings. You might be trying to visualize this.
Yeah.
there's two paintings right next to each other, right? The one has a green.
Your camera's doing the thing. No.
So in the Security Breach daycare, at the very end, when you're about to get out of like the Endo Weeping Angels section, there are two paintings, right? Above one is a green light. Above the other is a purple light. Under the green lighted painting, it is a single endoskeleton caring for a single young boy's bruised knee with a green check mark. Under the purple light, it is the same endoskeleton with Glitchtrap spray painted on grabbing its shoulders, and a older brother and a younger sister are added into the picture.
Yeah.
So you have the same endoskeleton, except in one it has one kid, and in the other, Afton is attaching itself to it, and two more are added to the family.
Yeah.
So our essential and the young boy is the same in both pictures.
Yeah.
The boy that So we took that, and I just thought of that because you were talking about all the. Are you looking those up now?
Yeah, I'm trying to. I was just looking up because I remember the one with the purple, the Glitchtrap bunny ears, and I remember that one really distinctly. The other one. Because I
the other one is just the endoskeleton caring for the young boy, and they're right next to each other at the end of the. Yeah, but anyway, so the idea with that was that was symbolism that. That's why I called it mimic custody. It's that both of these both of these forces are taking the same kid and trying to make him into their own thing, basically. So Gregory, right, the Afton side that's attached to this is like, oh, that's my son. And then assuming that M1 is what powers the whole building or runs a significant part of the building, it sees Gregory wants to make that her son. So that's why it's called mimic custody. It's because the young boy in both families is the same one. But I just found it, I think it's very intentional that the one that has Afton spray painted on it, the Afton in that one has the same children his family does, which is a sister and two boys.
Yeah.
So that was our theory. It was like, okay, that's kind of like foreshadowing or hinting that like, hey, two forces are at play in the Pizzaplex, not one.
That's interesting. Like,
and the reason I was thinking of that is because when you were reacting to God David and giving your thoughts on it, you were like, it's kind of weird that like Balloon World, that the purple text that comes up there would be Fiona or M1 or like David M2. Sorry, you're like that's more likely to be M1, which is infected with Glitchtrap, and I was like, yeah, true. That's probably correct. I didn't think of that somehow. But
this is the joy of FNAF theorizing and being a community.
Yeah, you get to work.
We get to work together to solve things, like rather than it being down to one person to individually find the entire solution.
But yeah, so I kept thinking about that, what you said, and the kind of theory that Rye mostly made with the mimic custody, and I was like, that also kind of explains why it's so mentally torn apart in the sticky note room, right? It's like, what am I? What's going on? It's trying to be two different kids, two different people. So I thought that was just a series of very interesting things that you can kind of connect together. So that is where I currently stand on God David. I think it's that both of those entities are trying to enact their will on everything in the Pizzaplex. Where do you currently stand on Gregory?
Where do I currently stand on Gregory? Honestly, Gregory is a little simpler for me these days. I think Crying Child David Afton is still like a question mark. And again, I know you brought it up in God David, is how he gets possessed or how that works is still
no idea.
It's still a stretch. Like, it's a stretch. It's hard to figure out. And so that one I'm still mulling over myself. But Gregory, I think it's one of those things where going back to Gregbot, and even in like my one of my split theories where I talk about this is how like why these connections are the same, and Gregbot gets created. Like, I recognize, and even in that video, I recognize that there's a lot of point A and point C, and we kind of have to make up B to get there.
Yeah.
You have to make a lot of assumptions of like how the Mimic ends up back underground, and then M1 creates a robot somewhere, and that's why they have no records. But then at the same time, like you pointed out, the therapists do have records of them, and they have a good family, they have a history. So it's like, honestly, I do tend to lean more towards the God David explanation for Gregory. I think, there you go. There's your soundbite. No, but like genuinely,
put that at the beginning.
There you go.
Of the episode.
There you go. No, I genuinely think it's very well, like the Gregory connection makes a lot of sense. It finally gives us an explanation for Balloon World, which I think is brilliant. I think finally having this sense of what on earth was this arcade machine for that leads nowhere, but it being in Gregory's cubbyhole, and therefore it's where like he
you're already getting used to it.
So it's like, and then you get into his so like he's playing it and it gets into his psyche that way, and then it allows for the things we were talking about right at the start of all this, where it's like he's not a hacker, but his influence from M1 Glitchtrap is and allows him to be a hacker, and it's more of an infection, more of a AI possessing thing, where he's becoming possessed by what M1 and Glitchtrap want him to be. And so he's now a master hacker. He's now acting differently towards his friends and to the therapists, and he's bumping them off when they get too close to like what's going on, talking about like his internal dialogue with the therapy tapes and all of those sorts of details. Like, again, it's one of those things. I look back and I go, Gregbot, especially like original Gregbot theory, I stand by that theory. I think it's a very good theory. I think given what we had, it's put together, and I think it makes a lot of sense. We then reevaluate, and with new information, I think it is much less likely that it is, as you were saying, like a robot kid, and instead we're now exploring this idea of AI controlling people's minds, like with Vanny, like with the chip that Cassie gets, all of that stuff. So that would be where I would lean. I think Gregory is a real kid that is probably being possessed into being David. The only thing that like niggles me a little bit is the post-it room and like how the heck that works, because like for a long time everyone was going, oh, is this the Mimic? But then the Mimic's locked in the basement, so it can't be that. So it's like, what? Is he writing in binary? Again, I guess the explanation could be like he's writing in binary because, like you say, you've got these two opposing forces or this mixed messaging, depending on how you want to look at it, from like the Mimic program that's in his brain. And so some of it is like, here's stuff from Crying Child, here's stuff that's that's like more David Murray or a little bit different, and like just pure robot text because it's literally like a machine program in his head. I guess it just feels a little bit like odd. But then Security Breach is very odd, and it's so hard to know what we can and can't trust fully in Security Breach. So
I'm gonna have a whole episode on the post-it room at some point. So subscribe for that. You want to.
There it is. There it is. No, that sounds great.
Yeah. But I see too few people mention there's not only 3 evolutions of how the post-it notes go, right? Because when you climb out of the post-it room, that's when all the little white paper is on the floor.
Yes.
That says it's drawn to sound. So there's actually 4 layers.
Yes.
It's these little colored squares of paper. Then you go up, and now there's all the white paper on the ground, like error 404. It is drawn to sound.
Yes.
Something, little drawings of Glamrock Freddy's head.
Gosh, there's so much in that.
So whatever,
game.
and I think it's symbolic, right? Because as you make your way up the silo, as you scale it, the things writing the notes get more intelligent, right? When you get to the top, it's it's like, you know, I'm assuming Gregory or someone of at least like 12 years old wrote that. You know, they're not scribbles and doodles. So it's very odd that it's like, all right, you have this kid starting down here. On the middle floor, it has enough intelligence to build little replicas of families. And on the top floor, it knows about like radio waves and how to lure the animatronic. Like, it's very odd, the progression of that. So that's a whole other can of worms. But I just wanted to point that out because I feel like I never see anybody mentioning that there's actually four different kinds of drawings in that area.
Yeah, no, it's true. I'd not thought about that. Like, it was it's one of those things where you often come up with, Security Breach especially, there's so much, and you come up with these things and you just go, these 3 layers I can like wrap my head around, and it makes sense for like Patient 46 and Robot Kids and all that kind of explanation. And then you get to this layer and I'm going, I don't know what this is for. I don't understand this. And so you kind of like, it's so easy to like pass information and like get lost because you're not thinking about it within the right context necessarily. But it's really interesting. I wonder if it's, because again, like if we're going like, again, this is where we kind of had Robot Kid initially, because it's like, oh, it's a robot coming into consciousness. Here's binary. Here's it getting slowly better and better at the thing. But, and clearly there is, as you say, a level of progression going on. I wonder if it's I wonder if it's something to do with like Gregory's initial possession, essentially. Like as he's initially like, you know, he gets like brain blasted by Balloon World and gets possessed by, you know, the AI. And so he like, you know, again, like locations in the Pizzaplex are so annoying and confusing because it's so big and there's so many things like hidden. It's like, why are all these things that are hidden that are clearly like connected? But it feels like, was he like, you know, again, the crappy explanation will be, oh, he stumbled his way down there because like, again, like almost coming out of consciousness of himself and into this new one. And so it's the new one almost having to like almost reestablishing itself, like the AI establishing itself within his brain and like almost like resetting him as a human, and like he has to like do a quick progression up. Again, I'm sure your theory will go into a lot of this detail, so I don't wish you to spoil it or anything like that, but that was just a thought that came to mind that I think is interesting.
Did you and Matt even talk about how the door to the sticky room is called Charlie Door, as like that's a reference to the novels where it's the same kind of thing, a robot of somebody learning to be them or whatever?
Yeah, we talked about it. We did so many theories. I've done so many theories.
There's a lot.
And I know in one of them, or in a couple of them even, it was where we were talking about the tendrils a lot. I'm talking about once we started to get closer to Ruin, I think it was pre-Ruin, possibly, because it was when we were like getting into the storyteller era, was like the big story that was coming out. And it's like, oh, here are all these tendrils and wires, and they're all puppet like colored, like with these black and white stripes. And so like, and we had like the logos for Steelwool were purple and green, and we had the discussion of like, you know, it feels like at the time it felt like, oh, maybe this is Charlie versus Afton, and it's this kind of battle for control, which again leads into kind of stuff we've been talking about, just not the right characters that we were associating with. And so we did talk, because the Charlie door again was part of that evidence of like, look, Charlie is clearly here and is like possessing what we had was like Charlie is possessing the Pizzaplex in some way, like burial ground style, which I think is part of like Fate Fiona and like how that ties in. Like we had made those connections of like, it feels like the marionette is everywhere, and so is Charlie possessing the whole thing. And like there's a door called the Charlie door, which is like a crucial door. But again, we never found a satisfying way to, because we made the connection of like Charlie door, we've got the fourth closet and the doors in the books, but where that kind of went, because again, it was like at the time we were going, well, it's Gregbot and it's Crying Child. So where does Charlie fit into this, and why is this the Charlie door if this is meant to be the Crying Child coming into consciousness?
Yeah, well, we got two Charlies to pick from.
Yeah, and then it's like, you've then got like, because again, like Charlie's one of those characters where I think we get so like obsessed, or we focus on things like the Crying Child and like Michael Afton, because like the story, it feels like there's so much story to tell, and there's more to their story, whereas Charlie's kind of felt like it kept getting like keeps getting dragged on, like, oh, Happiest Day, like the puppet's released. Oh no, she's back in FNAF 6. And like, but like at the end of that, like Henry releasing his daughter and freeing his daughter feels like a good ending for her. And so it's like, where does she fit into this modern story? Because clearly there's some reference to it, but it's just unclear how she ties into the wider story outside of the fact that the Mimic is, like, whether we, or I say the fact, the idea that the Mimic is being used to train or to create the VR game, like it is in the books or is referenced in the books.
Yeah, and I'm almost certain that's what is happening, considering that there's literal rooms from the VR game in the Pizzaplex underground for some reason in the basement.
And so yeah, it feels like Charlie's influence makes sense from that perspective, and so the Mimic again getting muddied with all of these ideas of different characters and who it relates to. But why Charlie Door specifically with that room has always been a bit of an odd one for me.
Yeah, one thing we've been doing on I do a lot of live streams, and our main kind of thing is we call it like overanalyzing the games, and we really do. Security Breach, we spent 30 hours playing, not in a row. Not in a row.
I was gonna say like that would be dedication.
Yeah, and even on like a playthrough years later, we still noticed like new stuff and took note of new stuff. So like for example, Princess Quest 1 and 2. You start the games normally. Princess Quest 3, when you press start, it freezes for like 25 frames, and there's green and purple chromatic aberration. Only on that start screen, on none of the others. Also, thinking about like the kind of like the Mimic running the whole Pizzaplex thing, it is only when Burntrap reaches his hand into a piece of technology that he's able to control Glamrock Freddy, which is kind of a hint that everything's into the same system, you know? All right, if I grab this technology, I can control this technology. So there's just so much stuff that's very, like, even years later, that even if, like, you know, certain people pick up on it, you can have new people to the games come and notice things that, like, 80% of people might not have known about years later. So it's crazy how much is packed in to this. I would say, what are your predictions for Gregory going forward?
Oh, gosh. I mean, my general prediction right now, generally for like FNAF, is we're going to get DLC for Secret of the Mimic. My hope is it's full fest. I don't know if it will be. I wish it was, but I don't know if it will be. Like we all want it. We all want it to be full fest, and it's taking place in September, and there's a big fight. Like it like the Mimic walking off, like at the end of one of the endings, you go like, yeah, it's just walking, like, because everything is built on the same land, so clearly full fest is down the road. So like, I think we'll get that, and then my gut is that the next thing we'll get is like follow-up. It will be the Ruin sequel, where we actually find out like what's going on with Cassie down like after the elevator crashed, and therefore what is going on with Gregory and Vanessa. So I think that's where what we're gonna get, and like where that story is. And this is then the big question, I guess, and I'm fascinated in your thoughts on this. Do we think that Gregory is totally free of Glitch Trap?
This is the weird thing, because there's actually 2 Balloon World machines. The one in the daycare is still functional. The one underground in the Burntrap room is destroyed.
Yep.
I mean, he must be pretty far out, because they're going to extreme lengths to get him back.
Yeah, no, it's true. And again, it falls into...
like, the mask comes off.
Yeah, and it falls into that idea again of, like, if we're going, oh, is he playing the long con this whole time? Again, it just feels a bit like, okay, more lies, more, like, sweep it under the rug kind of mentality. So, like, I tend to lean towards the idea that he is probably free, like Vanessa is, because of the Princess Quest endings. It's like, it feels like that was the point. The point was to go, look, they are now free of this influence, but that influence is still here. Like, Ruin and Help Wanted 2 is to point, like, the Mimic is here, and the Mimic, like, is, like, Glitch Trap is, like, revived almost at the end of Help Wanted 2 that leads into Ruin. So it's like, this thing is here still. It's just that these two are, like, out of it. And now they're trying to, like, fix everything. I love the detail that when we had the Help Wanted 2 update, the van that takes away the mixer's machine is the same one that Gregory drives in one of the endings. So it's like a Fazbear van, and it's like, oh, well, that's what they'd have access to. So it's an interesting idea that, like, they went to pick up mexes to, like, maybe try and fix things, possibly. Again, there's so many ways you could take that. But the idea that they are working together to fix this problem, or because they were part of the system almost, they are aware of the mimic and how dangerous it is, and so they're trying to resolve it in some way while the mimic is trying to free itself or free its son, because it's like I personally believe it's M2 down there. I again open to seeing how that changes, but it feels like it needs it needs to be like M2 like having rebuilt itself in some way. And so you're going, okay, we know about this thing in the basement now that it's trying to get to. We need to stop that. And then Mimic's, the glitch trap is going, no, I need that thing. I want that. So we're gonna like use Cassie to like get through. And so I think with Gregory, I would love for it to be a game where if Cassie has managed to survive somehow, because everyone survives everything in this franchise at all times, I'd be fascinated to see, like, again, if we go back to the Gregory walkie-talkie thing, but it's actually Gregory this time and he's actually helping in some way. Like, outside of that, I think, and like maybe he's giving, because again, we're into a realm now where we're getting much more story being given to us in the game. So like the audio files and the mailboxes and stuff throughout Secret of the Mimic was like quite overtly saying, here is Edwin's story. Like, here is a lot of it. There's still interpretation, but a lot of it's like, here it is. I think we're probably going to end up, I'd be interested to see if we end up with more of that like clarification stuff from Gregory. So they've clarified like the start of the franchise, and now we're going to clarify some stuff at the end. And so Gregory's there kind of as your guide, but as you go, you're crawling through a vent and suddenly you get a Gregory going like, oh, that I remember how it felt, and like talking about like what it was like being under the influence of this thing, and like, oh, I remember when I realized what was down there or whatever, like, and starting to like make those connections. Whether he like, and so he kind of becomes like your guy in the booth, the guy like who's behind the scenes, who's got all the tech, has got the maps up, and is like, like I can see that being his role. And then like maybe he shows up at the end, maybe like, I could see like a final encounter or something where him and Vanessa like swoop on in, and it becomes this like, we're here to like help you, Cassie, get out or whatever. But I feel like that's probably the direction it's going, because also everyone hated the idea that Gregory was evil. Everyone just didn't like that idea. And so I think leaning into the idea that he is good now and he's going to help you and be like your guy in the box is probably the direction they will lean. It just depends on where Cassie ends up, and that's so up for debate at this point.
Yeah, well, especially because he is characterized as nice as well at the end of Ruin in the Roxy section, which you and Matt mysteriously teleported past.
I can't believe that.
In your first
we managed to skip it. There was so much stuff we could have sat there and talked about. It wasn't until afterwards I was like, oh no, we missed like this whole like character moment for both Cassie and Gregory.
Like a fourth of the game.
Oh my gosh. Yeah. Hey, we helped a bunch of speedrunners, so we did.
That's true.
We did something. But yeah, I think it'll be interesting. What do you think? Where do you think sort of Gregory's going to end up?
I would probably say the exact same thing. I don't think he's gonna die. I think that would be a little. Yeah, I mean, I was gonna say that'd be a little dark, but this is FNAF. But
it would be nice to have an ending where people don't die. It'd be nice for not everything to go up in flames. True. And it'd be like, no, these characters made it.
I also don't think Scott has it in him to be like showing a kid die like on screen. Right. It would have to be off screen, obviously.
Yeah.
But what else was I gonna say? I agree with you on. I hope he's not evil at all. I do not want him to have his Professor Quirrell moment where he's like, da, 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 and I was the mimic the whole time, and I'm like, okay,
yeah, no.
So
we end up with too many. It's the same problem that I had with again with Gregbot, and also even with like when I reacted to your theories and talked about like, oh, do you just end up with like too many versions of like a mimic program running around, or too many robot kids running around? You also just end up with too many villains running around. Because it's like, okay, no, we know the big bad is the mimic. We know we've now learnt their backstory. We've understood where they're coming from and who they are, and kind of what, to some degree, what they're trying to achieve. Obviously, we're all still theorizing about how all that works, but it's like we have inklings of what's going on. And so it's like, no, the mimic is like this big bad that's been ruined and destroyed and like influenced in these negative ways. This is the problem. This is the bad thing. it's much cleaner to focus on here's the bad thing, rather than, you know, it going, you've got this bad thing, but also Gregory, but also this thing. And it's sometimes the simplest solution is the right solution. And it just feels like if we've got the Mimic as our big bad, it feels more better to just go, let's lean into that. Let's solve that problem rather than having all these other characters also maybe be evil anymore. Whereas in like Security Breach, we weren't sure who the villain was. And so it was interesting to kind of go, well, is Gregory really the villain? And he, to some degree, he may have been beforehand. And now it's like evolved into a different direction.
All right, I think that's a good place to end this particular discussion of FNAF Mysteries with T-Dreads and Andrews in the games. Thank you so much for joining me, Tom.
No, thank you so much for having me.
As always, make sure you guys subscribe to me and Game Theory, little known channel. They need some help, guys.
Please, guys. We're desperate.
Very low sub count. Midnight Motorist. It's the most confusing FNAF minigame of all time and poses so many questions. Who do we play as? Where does it take place in the timeline? And is it truly solvable? Well, today, I'm joined by top FNAF theorist John FNAF, and we're going over all of those things. So stay tuned for the answers to these FNAF mysteries. FNAF Mysteries with T-Dreads and Andrew is in the games. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to another episode of FNAF Mysteries with T-Dreads and Andrews in the games. Today, we are here with... What's so funny, John? What's so funny?
It's like a book. Like the title's like a book.
Yeah.
I love it. It's so long.
That's good. Yes.
That sounded...
Everybody, clip!
No!
Okay. All right, but yeah.
Anyways.
Say hello.
Oh, hi. I'm John FNAF. I'm here on FNAF Mysteries with T-Dreads and Andrew's definitely not in the games.
Okay. I think you're on the
I'm
wrong
excited
show.
to... Oh, sorry. That was... Sorry. I'm excited to talk about Midnight Motorist today. Sorry, I spoiled it.
Yeah.
Do you want to share what we're talking about today?
Yeah, we're going to be talking about Midnight Motorist. We're going to be going through in order of kind of real, like, simple things about the minigame to getting super, super complex and making people on Twitter very angry. So, are you excited?
Yes, I'm excited to make people on Twitter very angry. I do that effortlessly. So,
right. Let's go then. We can start off with just a basic question. What is Midnight Motorist, and where does it come from in the FNAF series? I'll let you explain.
Okay, Midnight Motorist is a minigame from FNAF 6 Pizzeria Simulator, a game that was allegedly supposed to tie up loose ends in the series. Like the last main kind of FNAF game, Ultimate Custom Night, was supposed to be DLC to FNAF 6, but it's a minigame where... Do you want to explain the whole thing, or just where it's from?
Just kind of where it's from is good for now.
Okay, it's just a mini game from FNAF 6. You can buy it in the catalog, and that's it. It's a mystery.
Yeah. So it's got two layers to it. It's got, you start, and it's kind of just like this racing mini game where you're in like a magenta car going down the road, get as high a score as possible. But I think it's on the third or fourth lap. I think it's the fourth lap. On the bottom of the screen, there's a little gap that you can drive in and access a deeper layer of the minigame, which actually tells a story. Now, going into that story right away, no. Instead, what we're going to do is break down the various aspects of that deeper minigame. So there are several characters, right? First, we have the yellow guy, right? And he is driving a very, very, very dark purple car. So those are the first two things.
Okay, I'm going to stop you there.
Hmm.
Is he yellow or orange? Because I was told by MatPat that he's orange, Cheeto Man.
I feel like it depends on your monitor.
Ah.
I've seen videos of him where he looks yellow, and I've seen videos where he looks more orange. So
okay, I'll go with yellow. That's
we'll go with yellow-orange. Yep. So... two more things you can find, right? Veering off a path in the dirt, there is just a dirt mound sitting in the middle of the forest. Going down a different road, there is what appears to be a restaurant of some sort called Junior's with a green guy outside and a bunch of cars. And then last but not least, you have the house, a blue house in a clearing that is the yellow man's house. And the youngest child, whatever, his child has run away out the window, presumably into like the woods or something. And there's a pair of animatronic footprints outside of the window. So already, that was a lot. We're on the most basic level. When you compare this to something like Fruity Maze, it's okay, you run around for like 5 minutes, then William Afton shows up. Like, that's real easy.
Yeah.
So the thing that amazes me about this is that Scott thought we would know what it meant. Because FNAF 6 was about tying up loose ends.
That's a great point. I don't know. I think with the trailer to FNAF 2 coming out, the movie, and it presumably showing us what's in the box, and it was the memorabilia of like Afton's murders, like trophies.
Yeah.
That is something that there was absolutely no hints at in the games. There's no way we could have figured that out without guessing. You know, oh yeah, it's probably this, unless there's something that you know that I don't. But part of me thinks that I don't think he thought we could figure it out. And I think it's a box situation where he is maybe setting something up for the future. I mean, we can go into it more later, but I don't know. Did he think we'd figure it out? I don't know.
Because everything else in that game is very...
I know.
Like the security puppet, easy. Fruity Maze, easy. Insanity ending, easy. Like everything else in FNAF 6, Minute Motorist it's a sore thumb. It's just like it's so strange. About that
it's so weird.
All right. Well, we have quite a slew of things to choose from out of all those categories I just mentioned. John, which element of Midnight Motorist would you like to talk about first?
Let's get the easy stuff out of the way. The car, definitely William Afton's car. Yellow guy, definitely William Afton. Right? Okay. Five Laps at Freddy's.
A year ago, or before 5 Laps, people would have been all on your case for that.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
What was like the second most popular thing, you think?
It's a MCI victim's father. And you know, we won't say what the footprints are, but it branches out from there. It's you know, you could imagine what the 3-toed footprints are if Afton is not the player.
Interesting.
So, yeah.
So it probably definitely Afton now, like unless something like it was the developers of 5 Laps of Freddy's going crazy and just doing their own stuff, but I doubt that.
I don't think after Security Breach that would have been let under the radar. I think,
absolutely.
I think Scott locked in after Security Breach in terms of that.
So purple car, why is he yellow? I don't know. Dark mini game, purple would have blended in too much. Who knows?
Yeah.
But yeah. Yellow for maybe spring Bonnie suit.
That's what I was gonna say. If there's any other color to represent Afton by besides purple, it would be like orange or yellow.
And in Fruity Maze, the little yellow rabbit in the dirt represents William. That yellow color connection.
And he talks in yellow text as well.
True.
And Fruity Maze.
So another obvious thing, it definitely does take place after Charlie's death. We're on the same page.
Yes, we are.
Midnight Motorist.
Yes.
Is there another popular theory that you can think of that maybe it doesn't take place after Charlie's death?
Well, for that they're gonna have to wait till later in the video because there's a secret name of the file that the minigame is called. Don't spoil it, John.
Oh,
so
I won't spoil it.
We'll get to that in a second.
Okay, what do you want to talk about? You choose next.
Well, no, we'll keep going. We're not done with Yellow Guy yet. We got some.
Oh.
Yeah, we've got some more to elaborate on. Particularly with how he acts. Not a very nice guy. And I actually think that there's more evidence that Yellow Guy is William because of a couple things we got in the FNAF 2 movie trailer, where William literally pulls a knife on his own daughter.
It seems like he cares.
Yeah, he will care. He will care.
He will care.
He will care. Yeah. So there's that one. So abusive, clearly very controlling. Both things that you would suppose that William Afton is, and that is kind of supported by the movie trailer as well.
Oddly enough, has a house where he allows his kids to lock the door from inside the room.
Yeah, I mean, I still feel like I feel like most locks are on the inside, right?
You would think he would like get rid of the locks. You know? I don't know. Yeah, interesting. Maybe he was pulling a knife on Vanessa or whoever in the trailer to protect her from something.
Because he just cared.
Maybe he does care.
Oh my goodness gracious. Okay.
I'm kidding.
Well, I guess right from the and yeah, for those who don't know, in 5 Laps at Freddy's, the purple car is called the Midnight Motorer, and I think the description itself got scrapped or something, but it's like,
yeah,
if you're fleeing a crime scene, drive this car. So akin to that, yeah. And there's a little Spring Bonnie bobblehead thingy antenna on the back.
Yep.
So that is pretty good
I think it's
evidence.
called Midnight Motor. Midnight Motor? Motorer? I don't know.
Tomatoes.
Who cares?
Yeah. All right, next up. Ooh, okay, let's pick a good one. If
pick a good one.
I think we have to do couch person next.
Ooh, okay.
This one is still more debated. Most people accept that Afton is the yellow guy now, orange guy. The couch person, though, is still, I believe, split between 3 different people. Okay?
Yeah.
The first one is Michael Afton. People think it is.
Yep.
The second is Mrs. Afton. And the third most popular that I've heard is actually Henry. That's the couch person. So.
Oh, weird.
Yeah.
So if Henry's the couch person, who's yellow guy?
Afton.
So why is Afton? So whose house is it?
It's Afton's house. The idea is it's like some 800 IQ Megamind strategy because he just got done killing Charlie. So he's like, hey, Henry, come babysit my daughter. I have something to do. Whoosh, you know. So it would be like a big brain 500 IQ type. Yeah. So
weird. That's cool.
That being said, there's no other car there, so I guess Henry just
right.
Yeah.
Weird.
Okay.
That's cool.
Are you part of the Michael Afton or Mrs. Afton Truthers Club, John?
I'm part of the Michael Afton Truthers Club.
Oh no, he's a BB runaway. Ah!
But I can be convinced either way. I don't care. But would you like me to explain, or do you want to go first?
We'll give our entire thoughts on what's going on each in the next section. Let's keep going through just the elements.
Sounds good. Yeah.
So
what are you?
I think.
Who do you think it is?
I'm still. Yeah, I'm split. I am 55% Michael Runaway, but I'm just as I'd be just as okay with it being the bite victim being the runaway. I feel like with Michael being the kid that's running away, you have easier explanation for the rest of the things in the minigame. It makes it easier. So for example, just under that line of logic, right? If we move on to the mound, right? If Michael's the runaway, you can say, okay, well, the mound is the crying child's dead body. That's why he had a rough day today, yada yada. That's what he ran off to that place again. That's where he's going. That kind of thing. The footprints outside, easily Golden Freddy, who the bite victim possesses. You can very easily, without much stretching, just kind of explain everything.
Yep.
Bite victim with the motives, it gets a little harder for me. What the mound is, you kind of have to take in other elements of the story outside of just the Afton sphere, or the Afton family itself.
Yep.
So,
no,
all right, John,
totally
what's
agree.
the mound? What do you think the mound is?
Oh, we want to go there? What is the mound? I this is gonna sound insane, but
he's gonna say it.
I made a Midnight Motorist theory this year, and I said it was Susie's dog. I really believed it was Susie's dog. And then the FNAF 2 movie trailer came out. And it said, Henry said, Charlie basically dies before the MCI. Because the only way it can be that Susie's dog is MCI happens first. Which is a crazy thing to happen, but whatever. So now I don't know. I think my gut, if all my money's on the line, Scott Cawthon's in front of me, I have to get it right, or he's gonna delete my channel. I think the mound isn't a grave, and I think that is where Fredbear's used to be.
Mm-hmm.
that mound of land.
I suppose you could also interpret it as a giant mound of ash, if you wanted to.
Ash, yes. I mean, all of the like logbooks and guidebooks say it's like a secret grave, but who knows how much we can trust that stuff. Scott could have easily, like, I feel like I feel like one of the more important things is that it's obviously a place where a building used to be. That feels almost more, maybe it's not obvious, but that feels more important than the mound itself. Like the mound could have just been like, oh, this is the wreckage, or like something used to be here type thing.
It is a big area that's carved out for it. Just like, if it was like William Afton secretly built a grave in the woods, I as the designer would have made like a very narrow pathway with a little at the end.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
That's a good point.
I don't know. I would say it used to be Fredbear's. What do you think?
Well, I'm Michael Runaway, so I think it's the crying child's body. But if I were Bite Victim Runaway, there are other angles you can take. The mound has a lot more interpretations than, say, Couch Person does, where Couch Person primarily has two, right? The mound people are a lot more, like, they have a lot of different things. What's up?
I'm an actual moron. It can't be where Fredbear's used to be, because Bite Victim is alive, if Bite Victim is the runaway.
Ah.
Okay, so I'm a moron. Take everything I said. Don't even think about what I said. Then I have no idea what it is then. Keep talking.
Okay.
Sorry.
Well, I will help you by listing the various possibilities that people have brought up over the years. All right. So the first one, these are all under Bite Victim Runaway, right? So the first is this is the most cooked, right? The bunker, right? Which I now believe exists early in the timeline.
Oh, me too.
Yeah.
Me too.
Yeah.
But I'm writing a video about this, but that is the entrance to the bunker?
That would be
like
there.
The pile?
Yes, yeah, that'd be there.
Or
where it's being constructed. Other theory, this is a very recent one, so I don't think this is true. It's where the Costume Manor burned down. That's another one. But that would be, how could you possibly figure that out during FNAF 6?
Right.
Yep. Third one, it's a twisted animatronic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
or the nightmares, but yeah.
The release of the twisted ones was like right after FNAF 6, or right before FNAF 6, like right around FNAF 6. So I could see him maybe doing that, but
yeah,
I don't think so.
Fourth one, Charlie's body. How'd he pull that off? It's anyone's guess. So that wouldn't even make sense.
Probably not.
No,
Probably not.
My camera did the zoom in.
No.
Fifth is like Susie's dog, I guess.
Yeah, I actually really like the idea of it being Elizabeth.
Oh.
But I don't know, because that is something that we see Afton actively tried covering up, like her death.
That's true.
But then like,
still, if it were a cover up, it makes sense to hide
Circus
it in the woods.
Right. I mean, if Elizabeth dies in Circus Baby and then Circus Baby's sent back out to do stuff, they'd have to take her body out
and it gets scooped repeatedly. She's definitely out of there. Yeah.
Right. So I like the idea of it being Elizabeth, actually. But yeah, I don't know. I think the mound is once again like a box situation. Like, I think Scott is the only one who knows, and the only way we could truly get it is if we guess. I don't know. I think Susie's dog is like unironically the one with the most evidence in FNAF 6, but it doesn't make sense. So
yeah,
I don't know.
And it's just kind of a strange thing for William to do.
Right. Yeah. I mean, so you think Bite Victim Runaway? No, you think Michael Runaway.
Michael Runaway and the grave is the crying child's body. Yeah.
So what is your second option? If for what the grave is,
if it's not the crying child's body, it just makes so much. Under Michael Runaway, it should be that it shouldn't be anything else, because you have the footprints and that are two elements you can connect, right?
Yeah.
So you see like, oh, he's dead, and so his Fredbear ghost is coming. That to me is very like that fits. So that's why I think it's the Bite Victim. Second best option. Is he building something maybe? Because it would be.
I like MCM. That's a cool idea.
I think my second option would be it's the remains or the beginning of some sort of new location that he's working on. Because what would this be in 1983? So this maybe no, because Freddy's is already open when the crying child dies. First one. He's just killed Charlie, so the second one shouldn't be. Well, I can't say that because we have to get into the mythical dice.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So.
Oh god.
Yeah, I don't have an answer for that. Under Michael Runaway, I would only be willing to accept that it's Bite Victim's like body. I feel like anything else is kind of.
It makes the most sense.
Yeah.
It really does. That's what MatPat came up with, right? That was his theory?
I believe so, yes.
Okay.
All
People
right.
probably thought of it before, but, he popularized it.
All right. Second to last, Juniors.
I have a hard stance on this.
Oh, lay it on me.
I think it's a bar. Final answer.
Yeah, I mean, that would make sense.
Yeah, I mean, what do you think?
Two options. The
Okay.
first one is under the interpretation that Midnight Motorist happens around 1983-ish, and that is that it's a bar.
Yeah.
The second interpretation is cooked. And that's that
Is the 87.
Yes, and that is
Yeah.
that it is the FNAF 2 location. Because Phone Guy says, our guard is on watch from open till close, turning away people, especially previous employees. And the green guy says, hey, you can't be here, go. So if Afton was a previous employee at the FNAF 2 location, that would make perfect sense for the green guy to say that if he was the guard that Ralph was referring to in the FNAF 2 phone calls. But that a prerequisite for that theory is that the game happens in 1987, which we will discuss later in the video. So make sure you smash like. Yeah. All right.
Okay, let's dig into this. It would be the FNAF 2 location, and you're saying green guy is an employee at the location turning William Afton away.
Yes, he is the replacement guard that Phone Guy refers to on night 6.
So, the pizzeria is open at this point or closed? Because there's a bunch
gotta look
of
up the phone calls now. Dang it.
There's a bunch of cars in the parking lot.
Yeah, I gotta look up the phone calls. Hold on. T-Dreads from the future. Cut it again. Oh.
What?
You're right. So that theory doesn't make any sense. Because it says
and that's a popular theory, completely debunked.
It says the building is on lockdown. No one is allowed in or out. So having that many cars,
parking lot full of cars.
This is a personalized message to fellow YouTuber Cryonide. You're wrong. Okay.
You're wrong. Whoever you are.
Okay.
Interesting. I mean, you could pull the well, Scott forgot about the phone calls.
Well, in my defense, it would have been cool. Okay.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, it would have been cool. It would have been cool.
Okay.
I don't know, and I also think that saying juniors, calling the place juniors, is a little too far as this is actually supposed to be this. Juniors is a very stereotypical bar name, I guess. So, but yeah, it's crazy how those phone calls line up so perfectly with that situation, though, with turning them away at the door. It's so frustrating.
I'm a bar believer as well. I think that makes the most sense. I don't think it's Fredbear's. That doesn't make any sense. Yeah. I would say it is just a bar, and Afton's been turned away because he's gotten too blasted. So
yeah, and I think that bar is a vehicle to explain why Charlie's murder was so sloppy and spontaneous. He was literally drunk, going there saying, "I'm gonna kill this girl," and she was just happened to be outside, and he was like, "Done," driving away. So yeah, that's pretty easy. Junior's bar.
All right, our last element of the mini game is the spooky footprints of doom. So you have to believe it's Shadow Freddy then, right?
I believe it's Shadow Freddy.
Okay,
Yes.
I figured. Yeah.
Yes. I mean, yeah. What do you believe? You go first.
Golden Freddy.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
Fair enough.
I think Michael's run away.
So if it's a bite victim runaway, what do you think the footprints are? Because I agree with you, it's Golden Freddy if it's Michael Runaway.
Yeah, I guess it would have to be. That's so weird though, because like, here's what I mean, right? Let's say like Shadow Freddy comes from the agony of Charlie's death. That thing has to manifest pretty quick.
I know, I know. It's so frustrating. I know, but like, there has to be. For me, it's the fact that Charlie's death minigame and Midnight Motorist happen right next to each other. Like, he put them right next to each other for some reason. Mm-hmm. Like, what was the reason?
Yeah.
Why did he show right after Charlie's death? I mean, was it to establish a timeline to show, hey, these people are still alive?
I think
Michael's still alive.
I think you're meant to infer the characters in Midnight Motorist from. So now that we're already here, the file Midnight Motorist is called Later That Night in the game files, right? That's all you get, right? Two interpretations for this. One I like is that it's Later That Night from Charlie's death from the security puppet minigame, where someone literally drives away in a purple car, right? That makes sense. The other interpretation that is incredibly popular, I'm not pulling your leg, Later That Night from when you go inside the little gap in the Midnight Motorist actual minigame. Doesn't even make sense. What like
no.
Yeah, like
I don't see that.
Like I drove down my street and later that night I pulled into my driveway. That doesn't
yeah,
even make, doesn't even
I don't
make sense.
know. No, that would be the same night. Like, I don't understand that.
Yeah, well, that would be like
that.
10 seconds later.
That's like if I was driving down a road and then turned right and I said, well, now it's later that night.
Yes.
No, it's the same night. It's only 1 minute has passed.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah, so I think it is supposed to be after Charlie's death. And now that you brought that up, I think the reason it's after Charlie's death is because you are supposed to use Security Puppet to infer who the characters in Midnight Motorist are. So yellow guy, couch person, runaway, yada yada yada. I think that's why. Right? So
can you explain more?
Yes. So because Later That Night is the name of Midnight Motorist, right?
Yeah.
We know that's tied to Security Puppet, where Charlie gets stabbed, car drives away. So since Midnight Motorist starts with a car driving down a driveway, a purple one, we could say, okay, hey, that's Later That Night from when this car drove away. So so in that way, it helps you connect William Afton to be both of them.
True.
Now it gets harder because now we have to. I'm gonna do it, and we're doing it.
Do it.
Our first advanced question.
Oh gosh.
The 87 dice from 5 Laps at Freddy's.
Okay.
So it has come into debate whether or not Midnight Motorist happens in 1983 or 1987, because there are in in 5 Laps at Freddy's, the Midnight Motor car on the little like windshield, whatever it's called, rearview mirror, little danglies.
Yep.
There's dice hung there, and they say 8 and 7, which aren't even numbers you can have on dice because they're 6-sided dice. So it seems very intentional. It's weird, right?
It is weird.
So that single-handedly has created the belief in a big portion of the community that Midnight Motorist happens in 1987, which would mean that Charlie dies in 1987 after the MCI, which is also Charlie is the last grave you light in Help Wanted 2. So it's like,
Help Wanted 2.
Yeah.
Holy crap, we're jumping.
It's like, no. So this creates a debate in and of itself, which is when does Charlie die? Which is crazy. Because if it's Later That Night and Midnight Motorist is in 87, then she dies after everybody else, which is insane. I don't know where I stand on this.
Really?
It makes more sense for it to be 83 to me.
Yep.
But having a 6-sided die that says 8-7, it's just that doesn't even make it. That's weird. That's a weird thing to do.
it feels like it feels irresponsible from a game developer POV if it's just an Easter egg.
Mm-hmm.
Because I mean, maybe Scott thought Afton being yellow guy was completely obvious. So the Spring Bonnie head on the back of the car was just like that's fun. And then the 8-7 dice is like, sure, that's an Easter egg. I don't know. I don't think it's an 87. I really think Charlie died before the MCI.
That would make the most sense to me. Yes.
And the movie seems like it's backing that up.
And yeah, so now in 2 out of 3 continuities, she does die before the MCI in Silver Eyes.
And if she died last, then Give Gifts, Give Life would had to have been like delayed until she got there. You know?
Yeah, they would have been rotting in there until.
And then she got there and woke them up, or help them remember or something. I don't think so. Why do you think it could be 87?
I just think that it would make sense to me more so to have that happen with Michael being the runaway, because more time would have passed. It would be a little weird for me if like Charlie dies. So that would mean Charlie would come after the bite victim, because Afton would be going out and doing that. It puts a lot of things in the timeline really close together.
Yeah.
Which is bite victim dies in this. I still think it's 83. I don't think it's 87. I am willing to.
Okay.
If it gets confirmed that it's 87, I'm not going to be like, I'll be like, okay. But I think it's 83.
Okay.
A good point for Michael Runaway is that the couch person says, like, he had a rough day today, right?
Right.
Which to me, depending on how quick you put stuff together, if the bite victim literally like just died, that would be a reason that Michael Afton would have had a rough day.
So,
or if it was the funeral, or if they buried him that day, that kind of thing.
Right. We didn't talk about it. So you think Michael's runaway? Who do you think's the couch person? Miss Afton?
Yeah, you'd have to say it was Miss Afton, wouldn't you? The couch person's the hardest one to identify, because like
yes,
Mrs. Afton, well, unless it's Michael, which is simple enough because of the gray text. But Mrs.
The
Afton's
gray
not
text,
even really
the gray shirt, the watching the TV.
Yeah.
Makes
those
my head
do
explode.
Fit. Those do fit.
And God, I'm just reiterating my video. The fact that FNAF 4 set up that Michael babysits the crying child when Afton's not there.
That's true.
Like they are home alone together. Crying child is in his bedroom. Michael is wherever, probably watching TV on the couch. It's and Michael doesn't have a bedroom in the FNAF 4 minigames. Not that matters. It could just be minigame logic. But I don't know. I want it to be Michael on that chair so badly.
Yep.
Anyways, I feel like I'm off track.
I was gonna say, one of my good friends is like utterly convinced that Charlie dies in 1987. I'm like, geez. So
I wonder why.
Yeah, I mean, it makes the whole thing with like a wound first inflicted on me sound really like weird, because under that interpretation, the wound would just be like the possession itself. Like if Charlie was the first one possessed, I think it makes more sense for Charlie to come first. It makes the story less complicated, which is what I like.
Right.
You don't have to have like all these kids die and then do nothing for a few years, and then this girl dies and then comes back, and then you just get kind of one fell swoop. All of them are like, ooh. So yeah.
Yeah. Do you think crying child before Charlie? This is way off topic, but
crying child before Charlie. I think so.
I agree, yes, but I'm starting to lean towards Charlie first.
I wouldn't
because
of
the movie.
Yeah, I wouldn't at all be surprised. He's a maniac.
But then again, how much credence do we take to the movie? Like, how does that connect to the games? I don't know. Oh.
Well, riddle me this. In the FNAF 1 movie, we literally have a part of the movie where Golden Freddy pulls up to a little kid's house and lures them away.
I know. Don't get me started. I know.
John FNAF.
You know what? I think I think we're going to learn what Midnight Motorist is in FNAF 2.
That would be so hype.
Because we are witnessing Charlie's death. it wouldn't be hard to show Charlie
What happens
dying,
later that night?
Afton driving home, passing by something.
Dude.
Who's home, sitting on the couch watching TV? You know, I think
it would have to be Vanessa in that continuity.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Oh, imagine we get like imagine like he kills her and then we get the dun 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 dun. I'd be like, yeah. I would actually pop
That'd be
off in the theater.
awesome. And then we pass by the grave and it's Charlie's or Susie's dog and
it's Garrett.
Yeah.
No. All right, yeah.
It's a Charlie bot.
This is a little like tangent off topic, but I want to talk about it anyway.
Okay.
So Michael Schmidt is not Henry's son. So what was Afton doing driving to Nebraska?
That is a great
to kidnap this totally random kid with no relevance to him. I looked it up. It's an 8-hour drive both ways.
Oh my God.
Afton drove 8 hours, yoinked him, and drove 8 hours back.
That is a great question. And unless Afton was also camping there at the exact same time and it was just bad luck, bad timing, that seems kind of not plausible. Oh, that's so crazy. That's the big question.
Yeah.
I want to learn that in FNAF 2.
I think that's going to be a FNAF 3 reveal when they're in Fazbear Frights together. He's going to have the I am your father moment. I didn't take your brother, Mike. I took you.
I took you. And the baby isn't mine as Garrett is the crying child.
Yeah, that's when I leave the theater.
Oh, no. Don't leave. Huh.
Okay. Well, back to our Midnight Motorist discussion. Really quick,
okay.
just out of sympathy for some people. We will shine light on the idea that the Midnight Motorist was about another one of Afton's murders, right? Whereas, so Security Puppet is about an Afton murder. Fruity Maze is about an Afton murder. So before the FNAF movie trailer and a bunch of stuff, people thought, okay, well maybe Midnight Motorist is also about an Afton murder. So that is why some people say that the footprints are actually Spring Bonnie, right? Standing and luring the kid out of the window. Now, that is a theory. To me, couple glaring issues. For one, Scott goes out of his way to draw the runaway kid having multiple sets of footprints, whereas the suit just has one.
Yep.
So you would infer it can teleport from that, right? It needs to plop down to that one spot and it can leave. Spring Bonnie, is he like hovering, like he smells a good pie and he's just like, ooh, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like
Bugs Bunny.
Yeah. Second, it's raining. He would be super dead.
Exactly.
So those are my two problems with that particular theory.
Yeah, and I would argue that Midnight Motorist is, yes, Fruity Maze and Charlie's death are Afton murders. Midnight Motorist is the aftermath of an Afton murder.
Mm-hmm.
It's directly connected to Charlie's death, if you believe that. I assume if you think that's an MCI kid's death, you don't think it's right after Charlie's death.
Yeah, and did you see it was a very popular post on Twitter. Alchemist's Fantasy has the same leitmotif as the Midnight Motorist song.
Really?
Yep, in the song.
I didn't know that.
I'm gonna try. Cool. I'm gonna try to find this. I'm probably going to be unsuccessful.
Your camera.
Did it do it again?
I did it again.
All right, our final point of discussion, because this will actually take us a while. We will each go through our respective full Midnight Motorist stories.
Oh, crap.
I'll let you begin, John.
Me go first?
Yes, you have to do it.
Okay.
Set the scene.
Set the scene. It's raining. It's dark. We're in the woods. So Afton kills Charlie, speeds off, and drives by the mound, which is, I don't know, some building that he's building, or something like where a building used to be, or something like that. Then you drive by the bar where he got drunk. That's why the murder of Charlie was so sloppy. Then you get home. I think Michael's on the couch watching TV. I'd be real pissed if it wasn't. No, I'd be fine. So, like established in FNAF 4, Michael babysitting the crying child while Afton's gone. Crying child is in his bedroom. Michael locks the crying child in his bedroom all the time. I know the lock is from inside the bedroom, whatever. Then Afton goes, pounds on the door, crying child's not there, walks outside. I think my best guess, if it's crying child runaway, is Shadow Freddy showed up because of the murder of Charlie for some reason and lured him to Charlie. Just like in the Twisted Ones, the Silver Eyes trilogy, where the Shadow Freddy lures Charlie's friends to Charlie. I think that could have been a hint from Scott in that book that Shadow Freddy showed up for some reason and lured the crying child to Charlie.
I didn't think of that.
Really? So, and then when he got there, he saw Charlie laying on the ground. That could have been the thing that he misunderstood. Like we saw in that teaser on Scott Games a long time ago, what is seen in shadows is easily misunderstood in the mind of a child. I don't think that's the case, but it could be. And maybe that's why the crying child is suddenly so scared to go to the pizzeria, because Afton says ran off to that place again. It's a pattern of behavior. If the place that crying child really ran off to was the pizzeria, he loved the pizzeria. He carried around his Fredbear plushie. He had Freddy, Chica, Bonnie, Foxy plushies. Apparently he loved the characters until he didn't. And maybe that's when he saw Charlie dead, that fear came in and he started crying all the time. That's what I think based off Bite Victim Runaway. My mind can be changed. What do you think, Mr. Michael Runaway?
All right, set the scene. It's a dark and stormy night. William Afton has a blood alcohol content of 100%. All right. He's just been kicked out of Junior's bar by the green guy. He's like, man, I've had a terrible day. Why? Because my youngest son is dead, and we actually just buried him. We had a private funeral because he didn't have any friends, and
because he cares.
So nobody came anyway. Or I buried him in the trees because I don't care that much. But anyway, I have a large ego, so the fact that one of Henry's creations actually killed my son has made me pretty mad. So I'm gonna go get some revenge type beat. So now I'm driving at 100 miles an hour up to the Freddy Fazbear's Pizza. Oh, what's this? Charlie has conveniently been placed outside. Boom. Drop that 7-year-old in the back alley. Drive away.
Oh. Is she 7? Is she 6, 7?
Oh, God. Oh, God.
I'm so sorry.
Oh,
is she 6 or 7?
Get
that
out.
was terrible. Cut that out.
Now that he has successfully murdered a child for like the first time ever, probably, he's driving back home to his house, right? Still drunk, by the way, right? He drives past the mound where he buried his youngest son, just like earlier. He's like, okay, fine. He's like, you know what? I kind of want some beer still. So he goes back to Junior's, but the guy's like, nope, too much. And he's like, all right, fine. I'm going to go home and yell at my eldest son then, who is in part responsible for this. So he goes home, right? He's like, all right, here it comes. But then someone on the couch is like, yo, don't be hard on Michael. Michael's had a rough day, right? Because like his brother literally just got buried in like the woods. Like you didn't even get an actual funeral for him because you don't care. and then he turns to the person on the couch and says, hey, you person on the couch, stop that. And then he goes up to the I don't know who the couch person is under this.
You could just say it's Mrs. Afton.
Mrs. Afton, yeah, I guess.
Who cares?
That's fine. Okay, anyway.
She hasn't showed up at all, but sure.
Goes up to the door, right? Says, oh, he ran off to that place again. He'll be sorry when he gets back, right? So then you look out the window. Oh, what's this? A pair of Fredbear footprints and something that's mysteriously teleported away, right? So Michael's like, what the heck? Fredbear? I must be hallucinating. Let me go to Fredbear's Family Diner and check that it's actually still there and not randomly teleporting about the neighborhood. Because I'm pretty sure I just saw Fredbear outside my window for a second. So boom. That is it.
Nice. The MatPat interpretation. Nice.
We're both very good storytellers.
You're a lot better than me.
How dare you interrupt my story with a 6-7?
I know, I'm so sorry. People are going to be so pissed. Let him talk.
Can't believe John fell off.
I fell off, Monk. I think it's really interesting that the movie kind of showed us Midnight Motorist happening.
Yes.
About how Golden Freddy shows up, kidnaps, in quotes, Abby, and takes her to the pizzeria where they then try to basically kill her.
Yeah.
So I think it's possible that something like that maybe could have happened in the games of the Crying Child. But that would also mean that MCI would have had to happen first. Because there's no possessed animatronics to lure the Crying Child away out of his bedroom.
Yeah.
And the fact that the window is broken, it feels so like maybe the window was locked and there was no other way to get out. He had to break it.
But that's also the thing. It's depending on how much detail Scott puts into the mini game, the window's broken from the outside. It's broken in, not
right.
out of, depending on the amount of detail, Scott. So you could also say that's just like Golden Freddy or Shadow Freddy, just like Professor X, like
yeah, exactly. Yeah. Exactly. That's tough. That's tough. This is probably the one thing I would ask Scott if I could ask one question. It'd be about Midnight Motorist.
Yeah.
I don't know, in mini games that have barely any detail in them throughout all of his games, I don't know how much weight I put on there not being glass on the outside.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
On the window. I don't know.
I am interested in talking about the FNAF 4 house.
Oh, okay.
Because here's the thing, right? I'm going to assume that they move in there shortly after the events of Secret of the Mimic, because we have that email that's like, I would never go to your house, and also because David Murray's room just becomes the FNAF 4 room, etc., something like that. You know, it is very clearly based on it. Is you have to be out of your mind to say they're not supposed to be incredibly similar. Like when you have the toys in front of the closet. That's all you need.
Afton literally uses the same toys for his child. Yeah.
Which is also why I'm a God David believer. Anyways.
Okay.
But I'm like, I find it really odd because Secret of the Mimic takes place in 1979.
Yeah.
And there's already an email from Afton saying they're going to yoink his house.
Yep.
But FNAF 4, which is in 1983, seems to take place in an entirely different place. Like, I don't know if I buy that the FNAF 4 house on the hill with literally nothing around it is the same house in FNAF 4, where there's like a playground and Fredbear's right next to it. So
that's a good point.
I'm like... So that would be Michael runaway evidence, right? Because if that is a different house, Crying Child probably never would have seen the FNAF 4 house alive, unless he was an experiment victim, which is also, I'm willing to believe now for reasons that I will not discuss here. Dreadbear house, house on the hill of the title screen, and Midnight Motorist house are all the same one. I'm pretty confident.
Yeah.
But the terrain in none of them, not in Five Laps, not in Midnight Motorist, not in FNAF 4, not in Dreadbear. None of it matches the FNAF 4 neighborhood from the minigames. So it's like, it's so annoying. Because like, if it was just the one, it would make sense. Like, oh yeah, just in FNAF 4 because that's a minigame, right? But no, you have this house depicted 4 separate times. You have a Curse of Dreadbear, you have it title screen, you have it Midnight Motorist, and you have it 5 Laps. Yep. They don't ever put a little like swing set with some girl with Toy Chica toys or whatever. Like
they do have like a tire swing next to the house in Secret of the Mimic.
Yeah, they do.
The tree, but that's not like that's not a playground. Yeah, I don't know. It could be a like finally bringing it to 3D thing, and if like mini game logic coming to life. Like the Fredbear's is literally basically connected to the Afton house in the FNAF 4 mini games. That's not possible. I mean, it is, but I don't know, unless like the ending where everything burns to the ground in Secret of the Mimic is canon and he rebuilds the house, but finds some of the toys in the ashes and reuses them, and for some reason it's
they
just
couldn't
like
be destroyed. The toys.
Maybe Afton just thought Edwin's house was super ugly and wanted to build his own like very small house instead. I don't know.
Yeah,
I completely
would
agree.
feel like that FNAF 4 house is the minigame house.
Yeah.
Because we don't even as far back as FNAF 4, right? You don't even need Secret of the Mimic, right? You don't even need FNAF 6. The gameplay house, the title screen house, was different from the minigame house. Right?
Yep.
You don't even need any other games.
Mhm.
You play through. You look at the title screen. You go, that is not the same place as the.
Yep. Completely agree. And it's like a
sister location, the map, the breaker map. They are different places. They're different places. The gameplay house is over here. The minigame house is over here.
It's true.
So
it's frustrating.
So what was he? Oh God.
What was he doing? Trying to make it confusing on purpose. Spoiler alert.
See, but for me, that's like some Michael runaway stuff, because I'm almost feeling like Bite Victim dies before they move in there, because sister location breaker map tells you there's another neighborhood. The gameplay house is
there's another neighborhood.
Yeah, the gameplay house is a separate. They're on different sides of the map. The gameplay house from FNAF 4 minigames, is way over on the right side, and Fredbear's Family Diner in the FNAF 4 neighborhood is on the left side. They're on totally opposite sides of the breaker map.
It depends what you believe, because I believe that those things are all recreations.
You know what? I would also be willing
sets.
to. I would also be willing to believe that.
So I don't take that map as seriously.
Okay. I would be willing to believe that also. I would also say that there. Yeah.
Occam's Razor tells me that if the FNAF 4 bedroom was Nightmare Chambers on that map, the rest is
everything
also
else
fake.
Is, yes.
You know.
But that makes me say, like, what if the Bite Victim was actually in the Nightmare Chambers? Right? Like,
it's possible.
What if the entirety of FNAF 4 minigames was a Nightmare Chamber? And that's what the Fredbear plush is. It's part of the observation experiment. So that's one of my theories of why the Bite Victim's like crying all the time. And I believe like. So
the kids would also be.
Yeah.
Like throughout the neighborhood.
They're not even fucking real.
Whoa.
They're true. He's Truman showing his own son.
I mean, that's what I believe. I just don't think the crying child went through that. But it's possible.
Well, I only believe that now because of David Murray living in the exact same house. So you have
you
don't need to have. So let's hypothetically, right? Let's say that William Afton believes the mimic is possessed.
Yeah.
Right? He would learn everything he could about David Murray, et cetera, and try to recreate that. So that includes making an exact copy of David Murray's room. So that's why those FNAF 4 chambers exist. He's like, all right, I'm beginning my David experiments with my son, also conveniently named Dave. Begin.
Maybe.
So, but then again, David Murray doesn't get bit by a Fredbear. It doesn't make, it's...
Right.
They're not one-to-one.
That would explain minigame logic, like what the crying child goes through every day.
Mm-hmm.
That would explain like why the map is so weird. It's because it was not real.
Yeah.
Oh,
and that's why he's crying. That's why he's crying all the time. Is he's literally in an observation room. That's what the Psychic Friend Fredbear plush is. That's him That's William talking to you from outside the game.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that is totally 100% what I believe. That's what I put in my timeline. I just don't
think it's the crying child.
I mean, I don't think it was the crying child. It could be.
Yeah.
But then you have to explain why he is doing this before the crying child is dead.
David Murray.
Why is he doing all this? Yeah.
That's the motivation, because he thinks the mimic is possessed or something.
This feels like a lot of like Scott retconning.
Yes, completely. I agree.
You know.
I don't like it, but I would be willing. So I would have never said the crying child was an experiment victim before, but because of the David Murray FNAF 4 room just being there, that has to mean something. So I'm willing to push the yardstick back to like, okay, instead of crying child being the starting motive, David is the starting motive. Mm-hmm. So I'm willing to do that.
I genuinely think that the only reason the FNAF 4 bedroom shows up in Secret of the Mimic is to show that Afton took over the house. That's it. Like, it's the same house as Afton House.
Little irresponsible considering how popular Gregbot was and other adjacent.
They're poking fun at it. I feel like they're messing with us. I don't know. It's possible. Anything's possible. I'm not like hardcore believing anything, you know.
Well, now Tom and I both believe that Gregory is an AI mimic chip infused, David.
Are you serious?
Yeah, we were talking about it the other day.
I watched that podcast. Was it on the podcast?
Yeah, he said that. He says,
wow. Wow, I wasn't paying attention enough.
Doesn't think they're robots anymore. They're probably AIs. So funny.
Gregory is an AI?
The Vanny chip. The Vanny chip has a thing in it, like a personality that overtakes your mind.
So Gregory is a human?
Yes, yes.
With a chip in his head?
With an AI inside of him.
Okay. Okay.
See Monty with it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes. No. I can get on board with that. That sounded crazy at first. Gregory is an AI kind of made my brain explode.
No. He has an AI.
Yes, he has
within.
an AI.
He's the AI within.
Ooh.
Badum-tis.
Okay, I can get on board with that. Anyways, Midnight Motorist.
Yeah. Is there any other references, perhaps, to Midnight Motorist in anything else? You said that, doesn't Shadow Freddy just kidnap Charlie from her house?
No, the Twisted animatronics kidnap Charlie.
That's right. And then
Shadow Freddy
lures.
Just randomly shows up in the woods and lures Charlie's friends to Charlie.
Okay. See, my thing on that is Shadow Freddy working for William Afton?
Right. There is literally no explanation of why Shadow Freddy shows up and what it is.
Well, even in Follow Me, Shadow Freddy lures you them all to to get remnantized. Like, that's not cool, Shadow Freddy. What the heck, man?
Yeah, what the heck?
I've heard the theory that Shadow Freddy is just an entity that seeks to create the most agony possible. Like, it is agony. It's just like trying to create more of itself.
But how did it get there?
That's what I mean, right? Because if it's right after, it would make sense to me, since it's literally a palette swap of Golden Freddy, if it somehow came from either the Bite victim's death or Cassidy's death.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. You know, I partly believe that the FNAF movie was showing us that Shadow Freddy in the Follow Me minigame was literally Afton wearing a purple Freddy suit.
That would be so incredibly
stupid.
I understand. That would be absolutely dumb.
I totally get it, but I really think it could be Scott doesn't know how to explain this right now, and he'd put that in the movie to show, it's just, what if there was a purple Freddy? What if there was an Ella doll Springlock? What if there was a Sparky? Anything's possible.
So for the first 4 nights, he lured them all back there in a purple Freddy suit. Then on the 5th night, he brought the Spring Bonnie suit instead to kill himself in.
Right. Well, maybe he used the purple Freddy suit because this is post Give Gifts, Give Life or whatever, and the kids are awake and they know that the yellow bunny is bad.
Why'd he bring it on the 5th night anyways?
I don't know.
Yeah, it makes no sense.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
So yeah, Shadow Freddy is weird. You have to ask how he gets there.
Yeah, I don't think we're supposed to make sense of the minigame, and that's like it's the biggest mystery in FNAF for me. Like I'm so curious if Scott is thinking like, why haven't they figured this out yet? I'm so curious if he thinks that.
We're getting closer. I think we're getting closer.
I think the FNAF 2 movie will help. I really do. If we're getting Charlie lore, Midnight Motorist is right there.
And we know for a fact there are scenes that are flashbacks in the Afton house.
Exactly.
So, which is probably going to be the most direct lore we've gotten on Afton since like the Silver Eyes.
Absolutely.
So I'm excited for that. I'm excited for that.
Me too.
Because we were, for a while there, there was a whole lot of nothing. Like Frights gives you nothing on Afton.
Oh,
like character wise.
It gives you on Afton, yeah. But on Midnight Motorist, it gives you nothing but also stories that seem like it should be trying to answer for Midnight Motorist. Like, what is the one with the Freddy mask?
Ooh.
And I haven't read it in a long time.
I know the exact plot of it. I just don't know the name.
But like Michael Afton shows up outside the window.
Yeah.
And then the kid gets lured to Freddy's or something.
Yeah.
With the Freddy mask. I don't know.
Real quick, I guess to end off with some fun, we could go over some of the wackiest Midnight Motorist theories.
I'm ready.
All right. Wacky Midnight Motorist. These are all real theories, by the way.
Oh, okay.
Wacky theory number 1, it's Rory from the books.
Okay.
But
I mean,
my
Rory
thing
had
is-
an abusive family, ran away.
Yeah.
Lines up.
But in FNAF 6, what? Because you
Yeah.
got to
No.
think that character didn't become a thing not until Frights, but until Tales, the last book
Right.
of Tales.
Right. Right.
So-
That would have to have been like a box situation where
Yeah.
Scott had an initial idea for Midnight Motorist and then was like, that doesn't make sense anymore. Let me make this up now.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Yeah.
but no, yeah.
The cars in Midnight Motorist are driving on the left side of the road. Therefore, it takes place in Britain, and it's William Afton's origin story.
That's funny. That's funny. I've never thought about that. Definitely not. But the fact that William's not British in the movie makes me think that Scott made William British just as like a hee hee ha ha, he's the villain.
Yeah, evil.
So he
sounding
sounds
guy.
British. Yeah. Interesting. That's funny.
All right, chat. That'll probably do it for today's Midnight Motorist discussion with John FNAF. Thank you so much for coming on.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Sorry, so scattered. This mini game is just so scattered. So
The game is cooked.
it is what it is.
All right, chat.
Subscribe to T Dreads.
Dude, definitely subscribe to John FNAF and T-Dreads.
I'm good.
Subscribe to both of them.
Subscribe to T Dreads.
Little known YouTube channel, John FNAF. Okay. All right. And always remember, Andrew's in the games. One of the biggest debates in the FNAF community is what exactly Burntrap and Glitchtrap are. So today I'm sitting down with ID's Fantasy to weigh all the evidence from all the different games to figure out the answer to Burntrap's identity. Stay tuned for the answers to this FNAF mystery. FNAF Mysteries with T-Dreads and Andrew is in the games. Hello everybody, welcome back to another episode of FNAF Mysteries with T-Dreads and Andrew is in the games. Today I'm here with a very special guest to discuss Burntrap and Glitchtrap. Please say hello, ID's Fantasy.
Hello.
Amazing introduction. All right.
You said to say hello, so I said hello.
Yeah. We are going to go in order, kind of some simple Glitchtrap questions to some complex Burntrap theories. Who are Glitchtrap and Burntrap on a surface level? So when do they appear, and what role do they play in the games? I will let you start with Glitchtrap. You want to introduce Glitchtrap?
So Glitchtrap showed up for the first time in Help Wanted, where he manifests as some sort of, he's described as an anomaly by one of the previous beta testers, despite also showing up at the end of one of the minigames. And Glitchtrap starts to appear in the hub world when Tape Girl, the beta tester, her logs are collected by the player, and when Glitchtrap appears, there will be a distorted version of some of Tape Girl's logs playing, and as they're collected, he gets closer and closer until Tape Girl reveals that he wants to like digitally consciousness transfer or something with the player, and is like, hey, this is a problem, up until she's like, actually, let him start merging with you, and then do all of these things that will totally get rid of the problem. They don't get rid of the problem, and Glitchtrap merges with the player, who is Vanessa. How many Vanessas there are is a debate for another time, but Glitchtrap locks Vanessa in her own mind, sort of, and has her become Vanny. Glitchtrap is also involved with special delivery, though not as obviously in terms of the gameplay. Basically, in both cases of Help Wanted and the special delivery mobile game, circuit boards were scanned, and the Glitchtrap virus somehow ended up in the servers and in the code, and started causing issues. Like with special delivery, the animatronics that were being built to be shipped to people's houses started becoming hostile and looking to collect a remnant.
That's pretty good.
Meanwhile, Vanny was talking to him and doing weird stuff. And then Gregory, this was like some other kid who was under Glitchtrap's control, and uploaded Glitchtrap into the Pizzaplex. How Gregory got Glitchtrapped, I don't know. But then, in Security Breach, Gregory is free from Glitchtrap, and by beating the Princess Quest arcade games, he is able to remove Glitchtrap's influence from the Pizzaplex and Vanessa. That's a sort of overview. Also, I forgot to describe the physical appearance, but I kind of assumed people knew the super basics of like what he looked like.
There'll be pictures.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'll go into Burntrap then. Get ready. This is about to be a very complex lore explanation.
Oh, the most lore.
All right. Get this, right? You go down an elevator with Glamrock Freddy into the game. Oh my god. It's the FNAF 6 pizzeria, maybe question mark, Proto Freddy's, 2 question marks. But then you walk down and past the blob, and then a charging pod opens, and Burntrap is in there. And everyone went, oh, it's William Afton! Play the clip.
Ah! It's William Afton! William Afton! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god, it's William! Oh, it's Springtrap! What?
But, yeah, you kind of just have to burn him for like the 40th time, and he's able to take control of Glamrock Freddy by inserting his hand into a computer monitor.
It's not even inserting, he just touches it.
Okay, by touching it would have been cool if he did like some like The Ring stuff. He was like, you know.
Yeah, that would have been cool.
All right, he just touches it.
Yeah.
Anyway, then you have to burn him like 100 times in the greatest boss fight ever conceived. And in the final cutscene, the blob comes down, kind of strangles him from behind, and lifts Burntrap off screen as the entirety of that area is collapsing. We never see him again, except in Ruin, where there are somehow little doodles of all the endings, and Burntrap and the blob are one of those doodles.
Yep.
So there's less to go off of with Burntrap because he's a very short appearance, whereas he's kind of a lingering presence throughout all of Help Wanted, or Glitchtrap is a lingering presence, you know.
Yeah.
But with those introductions out of the way, it is time to discuss our 2 major theories, and then later in the video, we'll get into a 3rd theory that's a little more niche. But these are the 2 most well-known ones. So I'm going to let you start cases for both. And I'll kind of chime in a few questions for me, or I'll make comments basically like Phoenix Wright. I'll be playing devil's advocate. We'll both play devil's advocate for each other in a respectful way. Mm-hmm.
Am I explaining my theory, or are you explaining both of them?
I'll have you explain the Afton angle of why both might be William Afton.
Okay. The stance that I hold is that Glitchtrap and Burntrap are both either literally William Afton or directly controlled by him. The reasoning for that is partially because of the way they look. Burntrap especially looks pretty much exactly like what it would be if you set Springtrap on fire a bunch of times and replace some of his parts. He's also got Scraptrap's absurdly long fingertip bones, which I think is funny. And Burntrap in general, he's got the burnt Spring Bonnie suit casing, he's got a spring-locked torso, he's got the same, foot as Scraptrap or Springtrap, I don't remember which one, I think it was Scraptrap at that point. He's got, messed up human flesh and bones, purple eyes emerging in a cloud of purple smoke. Even if the emerging in a cloud of purple smoke was not necessarily intentional on Scott Cawthon's part. And while a lot of people have suggested that, oh, Burntrap's not canon or Burntrap was retconned into being something else, in the Scott Cawthon interview, there are a few things that make me think that it's not meant to be a case of, oh, Burntrap was meant to be something else. The way Burntrap had his original purpose described by Scott was as something that doesn't move and looks like an old decaying movie prop or something. And to me, that gives the vibe of something like Golden Freddy, who doesn't move and looks like an old decaying movie prop, but is still a spiritual manifestation of the spirit in Golden Freddy. So I think that it would have been something similar to be like, hey, maybe William is still around in this spiritual form, doing stuff, but then Steel will maybe just heard, oh, briefly include this guy at the end of the game, and they went, okay, brief boss fight. But the reason I think that it is a case of William and not necessarily something else is because also in the interview, when asked about his thoughts on Glitchtrap, Scott Cawthon said that he has a tendency to lean sci-fi, which people took as him saying, oh, the supernatural's out of the picture altogether, but they missed the part right after where he said that because he likes sci-fi, he really loves the idea of possession of AI, machines, and circuitry, and that's why he loves the idea of Glitchtrap. So if he likes...
Wait, hold on. I think we're actually on the same page.
Maybe.
Because I don't think it's the Mimic.
Oh, thank goodness. Okay. Anyway, so Scott said he likes the idea of possession of AI, machines, and circuitry. And why would you say it's possessed if it's not possessed?
Holy beast.
So, but like, it's not even just haunted, because haunted is just like, oh, there's a spirit present. The possession is something is taking direct control of this thing. And with, like, I do think that Glitchtrap has the base of the Mimic AI, and that is, like, we haven't talked about the Mimic yet, but, like, base of this AI program that imitates behavior it sees, but, and that could be why it has the fabric style costume for Glitchtrap, because those were the costumes that the actual Mimic endoskeleton would wear, but the fact that it manifests so strongly as William on top of that, and how, that very much implies to me that William is the one possessing it, especially since in the Princess Quest games, you need 2 items to get rid of Glitchtrap. A Vanny mask and a Glitchtrap plush.
Yep.
And only once you have both can you get rid of Glitchtrap. And so since the Mimic uses the Vanny mask and hijacks it to take control of, well, not to take control of, like, perceptions and to communicate with the player character in Ruin, I sort of took that as, okay, the Mimic is connected, like, through, like, the Vanny system. Meanwhile, the Glitchtrap plush is representative of William and his influence, and that's why at the end of Help Wanted 2, in the Princess Quest ending of that game, you have to find all of the memories of William's victims, including the puppet, which, like, there have been arguments made for the missing children being something that the Mimic's aware of, but I don't see how it would know about the puppet specifically being one of the kids' spirits. And they're referred to as memory plushies. Well, not as memory plushies, but as memories. So by collecting all those memories, you're able to trade the Vanny mask for a Glitchtrap plush to destroy. So I sort of interpreted that as, okay, you're trading the destruction of Glitchtrap to Old Man Consequences and giving him the Vanny mask. So we get William and his control over Glitchtrap and the Glitchtrap entity sort of out of the picture in that ending. But the consequences of that, by giving it to the character labeled OMC, Old Man Consequences in the files, is that now the Vanny mask correlated to the Mimic is the problem that is in control. And so if Glitchtrap is William, then it stands to reason, in my opinion, that Burntrap would also be William.
Okay, well, there you go. That was pretty good. I liked that. I liked all that interpretation. I suppose on the angle that it's simply the Mimic, this was largely based on the assumption that the books were canon. Then the books got nuked. So,
yep.
But there is a bit of in-game evidence for it, right?
Yeah.
First of all, what the actual Glitchtrap does, the way in which it speaks, right? It has the hello, can you hear me? You know. So, and that is it mimicking the tape girl's voice. So that's a piece of evidence people use for that. And then additionally, if you think that the later tapes, or like the later tape where it's like, let it merge with you, if you think that's the Mimic, or sorry, if you think that's Glitchtrap impersonating Tape Girl trying to get you to let it in, that also lines up with the progression of the mimicking we see in Ruin, where it kind of has some very fluent lines in Gregory's voice, and it kind of also has some, like, go to that pizza, you know, some choppy ones. Other than that, I guess the best you can do is kind of say that the Mimic AI might be involved in Help Wanted outside of just Glitchtrap, right? So you have mini games like Pizza Party and Entered Vent Repair, which do kind of, like, especially Pizza Party. If I went into ChatGPT right now and said, give me an image of a FNAF level, it would probably just start putting shit everywhere, like, all right, Springtrap, FNAF 4 room, you know. And then additionally, in the Pizzaplex itself, you very strangely have recreations of the Help Wanted rooms underground, where customers wouldn't be it's in the basement. Like, these aren't for customers. These are down with, like, the maintenance rooms and, like, other areas that employees and staff bots would be accessing, which I've always thought was very strange and might indicate that the same thing that's running the Pizzaplex had a hand in creating Help Wanted. And I don't think, do you even disagree with that like, the Mimic AI was in some way used in Help Wanted? I think it was.
In order for, yeah, I think it probably was, especially since, like, that would be how William initially bonds with the Mimic AI, would be, because one thing that's interesting is in the books, which aren't game continuity but can potentially be referenced a little bit, the Mimic program was used for storytelling and scenario creation. Meanwhile, in Help Wanted, it's mentioned that the circuit boards there were old circuit boards scanned in for pathfinding, and those circuit boards were stolen back at some point after. So it could be like, oh, there were two different things that were put into this, or it could be William was, with his agony and remnant and stuff, being down in the pizzeria simulator location where the Mimic is located, pulling out those circuit boards, also had some of William's haunting stuff, and that gave him an out and an entrance, an out of Ultimate Custom Night and an entrance into Help Wanted through the Mimic, and he took control of it that way.
True. All right, outside of that, the evidence...
Or both had circuit boards scanned, and because of that, William was able to sort of take control.
Mm-hmm. The evidence that Burntrap is the Mimic, I find now to be actually incredibly little. For one, I think, weren't people saying that, like, cause some Mimic endoskeleton appears with ears in the epilogues,
yeah,
that was Burntrap?
in the books, in the books, the Mimic is described as having antenna. Everyone will...
Okay.
I've noticed people will just say, oh, the Mimic had rabbit ears, and they might have been, but they're technically, I believe, just described as antenna. And I prefer to be very specific with the terminology to not give false impressions that were not necessarily intentional. But yes, the Mimic in the books was looked partially burnt, had antenna, and was in the pizzeria simulator location, and got spring locked at one point in time.
Yep. The only other thing is actually on your screen right now. The little arm curl.
There is also one other thing in addition to this, but yes, there is the arm curl. Sorry.
Okay. Well, I'm forgetting. So what is the one other thing?
The vent scratches.
What is that? Why does that indicate the Mimic?
So, okay. It's the most common evidence I see used for it. Basically, there are scratches that match Burntrap's metal and bone hand. Exiting Burntrap's room, going into the Mimic's room, and going out of the Mimic's room in the vents.
Okay, yeah, well, that's fair.
Yeah, the interpretation of that I have seen is that Burntrap left his room, was chased into the Mimic room by Gregory and Vanessa, was then chased out, but then the vent collapsed on him, and then he somehow crawled back out, and went back into the Mimic room. I have thoughts about that, but that is often used as evidence for, the Mimic being Burntrap is like, okay, and then because he got, like, maybe damaged in the collapse of the vent, that's why its arm looks broken and why it doesn't have the hand that made the scratch marks and that kind of thing.
I mean, I still think there's more evidence.
Oh yeah, I have counterpoints for that one, but yeah, that's the explanation for it being evidence of Mimic Trap. And then there's also the arm curl, which I interrupted you on.
That's fine. I guess we can try to talk now about problems with either of those interpretations. So the Mimic is a lot easier now, but I'd say for William, and these are just unanswered things. These aren't really plot holes because obviously the identity's not set in stone, so you can't say that's a plot hole if you don't know what the plot is yet.
Yeah, the story is ongoing, so of course we don't have all the answers.
So ongoing questions would be, how does that happen, right? How does William Afton come to possess Glitchtrap in particular? There is a way that you can say bars that Burntrap is just William. There's nothing else going on there. It's just his corpse has been collected, possibly being revitalized by the weird scooper in the basement, ? But for
Vanny has a whole setup in the Burntrap boss fight room, so she's presumably been down there potentially working on him.
I completely. So, okay, I'll get into this soon. What I actually think is going on. I think we might be on the same page. But as far as Afton being inside of Burntrap or Glitchtrap, the only thing I would want to know is how he was able to do so. Problems with the Mimic, I have said that there are many. For one, it doesn't make a lot of sense for it to just arbitrarily choose to copy William Afton in a game with so much information in it. Unless you're saying that it is a agony thing. Like it chooses to copy the thing with the strongest emotional energy, right? Which is possible. But then there still seems to be a supernatural aspect to it, where in Help Wanted Curse of Dreadbear DLC, there's a chance to see Glitchtrap dancing outside the FNAF 4 house. And it's like, how would the developers of Help Wanted intuitively know that that was William Afton's house, right? There seems to be things that Glitchtrap does and kind of ways that he acts, especially with the plushes being called memories, that don't really apply to an AI simply copying information it's fed.
Yeah, and memories especially, like with Remnant, the way that often works is like spirits, memories, and emotion get tied to physical objects. And so if it's an actual memory and not just something that the Mimic saw at one point or learned from the FNAF 1 through 3 games in Help Wanted, then like, okay, why would you be calling it a memory if it wasn't a memory? There's also some some interesting distinction in the code for Help Wanted 2 that seems to have been left. I think they do leave some things intentionally in the code now that Steelwool is familiar with people code diving. And there's all these voice lines from a voice that was planned to speak in the game, or maybe it was always planned to just be a code thing. But presumably it was written with with canon in mind, where there's this voice that is talking about stuff, and it's talking about like Glitchtrap, and it refers to Glitchtrap as an it, but it says like a small piece of his code remains. I'm like, okay, and then you destroy, and then she's like, oh yeah, collect the memories and whatnot, and that's the ending where you destroy Glitchtrap. So I'm like, okay, William's code is in there, doing stuff.
So now we will probably spend the rest of the episode talking about kind of just imagery and evidence and a bunch of other stuff for or against what I'm about to say, which is what I currently believe Burntrap and Glitchtrap are. I think it is entirely controlled by William Afton, who is essentially a parasite on the Mimic operating system. That's what I think. I think that, so in order to get into the game, he has latched on to something in there and is essentially puppeting it. On a scale of 0 to 100%, where do you fall on agreeing with that?
Probably about 100. That sounds about right.
Woo!
Yay!
Let's go! Burntrap is not Andrew. I knew it. Okay.
That'd be crazy.
So let's... I'll let you start, because I'm sure you have some evidence for that, because you believe it, essentially. So I'll let you start, and we'll just throw back and forth some interpretations. I have not seen that video yet, so this is going to be all new to me.
Okay.
So, go ahead.
Yeah, the main thing, now that we know the books aren't in the game continuity and we've seen the Mimic in the games, it's the theory of the Mimic being Burntrap especially that I take issue with, because the only thing they have in common is a single hand that isn't the one with the bone fingers that marked the vents. And that hand is still not even the same thing. The proportions are different, the colors are different, and I remember like when the Mimic's model first dropped, I saw people trying to say, oh, the rust markings on the hand match up with Burntrap's flesh bits. And then I looked at it, I'm like, they really don't. Like, I have a picture of it, I can send it in like the group chat so you have like a reference of my side-by-side comparison. But people would be trying to like point to these like smaller similarities and be like, okay, because they share this hand, that is proof that they are the same person. And I'm like, so you're saying Burntrap swapped out every single other piece of his body except for the hand to become what we see in Ruin? And I don't personally think that makes much sense. Even if it is a case where, like, the vent collapsed on him? Yeah, and that's another thing with the claw marks in the vents. To me, it makes more sense that, like, William crawled out of the Burntrap room, crawled into the vent that goes, like, from the Mix's room into the Mimic room, saw that the Mimic was in the Mimic room, and was like, oh, heck no, and then crawled back out, and then got grabbed by the blob. And that's why there's the claw marks going into the Mimic room and the ones going out.
Question here, right? Let's say... Oh, wait, I might be brain blasting. I might have just brain blasted.
Oh?
the Mimic has 2 different hands as well, right?
Yes.
Scraptrap was missing an arm. So what if he crawled in there, stole the Mimic's other arm, put it on him, and crawled out?
I don't think that is the arm that would match there.
No,
because,
it would have been so peak.
It would have been so funny. That would have been great. Yes, because the arm that is replaced is the on Burntrap is the one that the Mimic still has in common. Just the hand.
No, yeah, I'm saying, what if he took the other... Oh, you mean like it's the same side hand?
Yeah, so
the same,
the Mimic's left
dang.
hand and Burntrap's left hand look similar,
Okay.
and people use that as a point of evidence.
Okay. Darn,
Though it
I
is
was thinking
technically
like...
possible that like maybe they
yeah.
like flipped it around. They grabbed the right arm and flipped it around and just stuck it on the
Yeah.
left.
Oh, man, that would have been... See, Scott, if I was you, I would have done that. That would have been based. That would have been dope.
Burntrap stole the Mimic's arm. That would have been really funny.
Well, I mean, that would
But yeah,
explain why he goes in the room.
Yeah, my thought
man.
is like he was like either exploring or trying to escape something, and then was like, oh heck no, I know what that thing is, and left, but then wasn't able to escape because of it. With the vent collapse, I feel like if the Mimic, if the vent collapsed on the Mimic, why would he have turned around and crawled back into the room he was trying to get out of? He was already almost out of the vent. Why wouldn't he just keep pulling himself out? He would have had to, like, crawl out from under the pile of stuff anyway. It would have been harder for him to turn around and go back into the room that we find him in ruin. So I definitely think that it... And if the whole vent did collapse on top of him, why would it just snap off the single arm?
That is...
And how... And if it did damage the rest of it, like... There is... While the ruin Mimic does look pretty different from what we see in Secret of the Mimic, there are, like, in the chest area, there's, like, wires and stuff that sort of imply that the Mimic has removed the box that the data diver can access it through.
Yeah.
And so clearly, and then, like, the wires are stuck together, because he doesn't want to be messed with, presumably.
Yep.
So that sort of gives the impression that, like, okay, the Mimic's probably modified itself over time, and if the Mimic got crushed entirely by the vent, that survived.
Mm-hmm. Okay,
The
now,
arm snapping
Burntrap.
off seems weird.
Let me continue.
Yeah.
We'll move on. Burntrap evidence. Afton parasite numero dos. See, I'm probably not going to be allowed to use this. I will anyway, though, because I'm going to go through everything that there is to do, right?
Yeah.
You have the whole... You will bring me what I want.
Yeah!
And if you fail me, both of you will burn, right? Now, it's
Like,
unclear...
Scott had to sign off on that trailer, didn't he?
I'm pretty sure, yeah. I doubt that was... They could just do that without his permission.
Yeah.
Actually, I don't know. But,
And like,
but what I wanted
maybe
to
they
bring up
didn't. Maybe
there-
he was like, okay, maybe we're not supposed to
Yeah.
have him talk. And then they're like, okay, and that's why he doesn't talk at all in the boss fight.
in the game, yeah. Okay, so I was going to say, though, we know from the ending where Gregory is homeless in a cardboard box that
Yep.
children have been going missing all over the place.
And one of the children on the newspaper looks suspiciously like Gregory.
We also know that there is a giant evil scooper of doom right near where Burntrap is. So it is possible that bringing him what he wants is remnant so he does not die.
Yeah.
In which case, that would be an entirely Afton motivation.
And there's also, in special delivery, all the animatronics are going out and collecting remnants.
Yeah. Ooh, good point.
And they gotta be doing something with that.
Yeah, so I would be saying that would be a Afton motivation, which is, hey there, use the remnant to res me, basically, to help me keep being alive.
Yeah, if the Mimic was just copying William, the Mimic wouldn't know what remnant is. That's not talked about in Help Wanted at all.
And it also wouldn't care because it doesn't need it to be alive. The Mimic
Yep.
doesn't need remnant to be, it's a program. It needs Windows 10 to be alive, not not dead kids. So that is another piece of evidence. Do you have another piece of evidence? Numero trace?
Is this for Burntrap being William?
Or Burntrap being Afton Parasite, kind of.
Yeah, I will say I do think that Burntrap is flat out William. Because, like, I think that's, like, his own body, so it's calling him a parasite of his own body. Technically, like, I don't think that really
I just
counts
think
that
in the glitch
specific
trap case. I think in the glitch trap
Yes,
case,
okay.
it's a parasite, yeah.
But yeah, like, I in one of the trailers, Burntrap's hand is shown, and you can sort of see the spring body casing of his arm in the background as well. And there's like a solid year-ish between that, I think, between that and the game coming out. There is no shot that Scott didn't see that trailer and didn't know what Burntrap looked like. If Burntrap was not supposed to look like William Afton the way that he does, Scott would have said something. He wasn't that out of the loop on what was going on, and I feel like part of the reason Security Breach took so long is because Scott would have to go in and be like, hey, this isn't what I had in mind. And then they would have to change things, but he still wouldn't be necessarily giving them all of the information they needed to fully understand things. But Scott definitely, I see no world where Scott didn't know what Burntrap looked like. So I really think that Burntrap was always meant to look like, it was always meant to have like corpse bits, was always meant to have a spring-locked torso, the spring body casing, all of that. I think that was very intentional. So when I see people be like, oh, he didn't, Steelwool just came up with the design and that wasn't what Scott meant for them to do with it. I feel like people overestimate the communication gaps between Scott and Steelwool. Like, yes, he didn't tell them the story, but he did give them the pieces. And yeah. I feel like people overlook that, because he said, I gave them the pieces, they just made a different story out of it than the one I intended. So I feel like Scott gave them the whole, like, Freddy's I am not me speech. He gave them the design for Burntrap. He's like, hey, put the sister location room in there with all this stuff about, like, therapy and break and mend, I built the breath they hunt now drawn to life, not real, and so on.
Yes.
I feel like people are so quick to discount everything in Security Breach because they weren't satisfied with the game, and they like the idea of like, oh, this is a neat plot twist. And people are very fast to assume retcons when Scott has said that he doesn't in the sense of like actually contradicting the lore, he doesn't retcon things out of respect for the fan base. But people are always like, oh, this is all a retcon, instead of trying to find a way to make it work. And since Scott does, in the interview, he's like, I'm hesitant to say this because I don't want to mess with the lore. That kind of implies to me that what we got is still the lore.
Yeah.
And if it was a case where it was like, okay, Burntrap's not canon, he probably would have said something similar to how he's like, okay, movie novel Doug is not canon. Ignore him.
And he would have corrected it in the next game. Yeah, he corrects stuff in the next game, so he would have. He would have.
Well, the thing is, people often say that, oh, introducing the mimic is the correction, and I'm like, okay, well, if that was the case, why make the mimic look so different?
Yeah.
If they were trying to be like, oh, we're turning Burntrap into the mimic, they should have let Burntrap. They should have had the mimic keep the same arm parts, the same torso. Maybe, like, instead of the white eyes, the black ones, but glowing orange now instead of purple, but nothing is the same except for an altered hand.
And I feel like when Scott wants you to pay attention to something, it's pretty blunt, like typing 1983 to get secret codes, or having a game end by crawling into the crying child's room, or a lookalike. Like, I feel like when he wants to draw your attention to something, it gets done. Whereas with the Mimic, when I first saw the Mimic in Ruin, I did not go, oh my god, it's Burntrap.
Yeah, I saw the Mimic and I was like, oh, finally, this debate is over. It was not over. It was not over.
So, what I think is the best piece of evidence for what I was saying about Glitch Trap, which is that it's kind of this AI that Afton himself is using to his advantage, is actually the imagery that Steelwool uses. Now, MatPat had a video about this sort of thing where he kind of got like canceled because he used the Myers-Briggs test, but I don't care. I think he was onto something.
Same.
Basically, there are different ways to interpret information. A lot of people like to learn solely based off of words or dialogue. I love looking at the games for imagery, and I'm going to send you a picture in very low quality, but I think this is a very important one. So here we have, right, and it's like in 144p. I'll find a better example. Yep. It is an endoskeleton, right? So what you're supposed to see, right? What the actual painting is for customers is it's an endoskeleton hanging out with a couple of kids, right? But that's not the only thing. Spray painted on it, like the hidden factor, is Glitch Trap waving from behind. But not only that, they go out of their way to draw the same rabbit ears on the endoskeleton. And to me, that is clear as day. Hey, I am a background force behind this thing controlling it. That's why it has the purple ears on it. I am influencing this thing. And to make that even more clear, look at the kids. It's an older brother and then a younger sister and a young boy. So this imagery to me screams like, hey guys, I am in the background pulling the strings on this program.
Yeah.
True.
I could see people interpreting it as saying like, oh, Glitchtrap is just an endoskeleton. But like, yeah, like Glitchtrap is shown behind it.
Yes.
So like that kind of implies
he's behind it, yep.
Yeah. It's the ears are on the endoskeleton, but also there's the program.
Yeah, well, that's what I think. It's too. He's enacting his influence on it. The other side of this is Steelwool is obsessed with using and contrasting purple and green. It has been done over and over again, right? So in the Ruin teaser with the little like TV camera thing on it, the logo was flipped purple and green, and then particularly I wanted to talk about this image right here, which is you have a green digital lock that's doing like digital green sparks, and organic purple like pulsating goo that is surrounding the door. And notice the same imagery, right? It's so in the imagery above, it's the Glitchtrap silhouette behind the endoskeleton, right? Kind of looming over it. And on the door, it's the purple goo surrounding it, kind of closing in on it. So it's both very similar things to indicate like, hello, I'm enacting my will, no pun intended, on you. So I think those are two great pieces of evidence. There's also this one, which is interesting because there's no green on it. It's just like a tree. But the purple's still kind of infesting it. You know, it's like a virus. It's like infesting it.
Yeah. And I think it's really interesting with the end of Princess Quest 1, and you get to the glitchy purple rabbit monster, and it says, I always come back, let me out. In the written code, it's just I always come back, but the actual voice is I always come back, let me out. Mm-hmm. How would the Mimic know about that? That line doesn't show up in Help Wanted. How would the Mimic know that's William's catchphrase if it was just the Mimic?
Unless you're willing to concede games fiction, which I am not.
No.
Yeah. Games are are in universe.
Yeah, and like the fact that like the purple coloration, and there's another piece of evidence people used for saying that Burntrap is the Mimic, and there's like a couple shots in some of the games where the Mimic is faintly lit with the color purple, but I feel like that's more because purple's an ominous color, and also is technically not exclusively used for William anyway. Purple's sort of like it's the darkest color you can get, that while still being isn't lighter than black technically.
Yeah.
So like purple has an ominous undertone. So like having slightly purple lighting doesn't necessarily mean the same thing as, okay, this character is flat out purple, glowing purple, the purple eyes, shows up purple in the mini games, all that stuff. Like, the Mimic's always orange. And then you've got Glitchtrap, which is purple.
Yes, yeah. And I definitely think that this is where they are going with it. This also kind of explains, right, if it has the ability to infest things, Balloon World and Princess Quest, right? Where it's kind of this glitch seems to have made its way into at least both of those arcade games. If you think Balloon World plays a role in what happens to Gregory, which I do, I think so. The text in that is purple at the end that says like go to sleep or good night or whatever it is. And then Princess Quest, the amount of Afton imagery in there is you don't even need to think about it. You got the graves, you got the purple enemies that are like chomping, all this stuff.
Yeah, like all the enemies are little rabbit monsters. Mm-hmm. You're basically playing as like Steelwool did change the file name from Cassidy to Princess, but I think that was more to not confirm the name of the Vengeful Spirit than to say, oh, it's not actually the Vengeful Spirit. Because, like, you've got this golden character going through these levels.
Yeah, and vanquishing the
main
rabbits.
enemy's this rabbit monster.
Yeah.
Talks to Old Man Consequences and is told to rest.
Yep.
Chica shows up briefly in the background for some reason. There's the graves. There's text in the files that says it's me. In Help Wanted, there's a banner that shows up that says it's me. The vibe I got from that is like, okay, when when William got connected to the Mimic program, that allowed him to escape Ultimate Custom Night. And the Vengeful Spirit was like, hey, yo, no, wait, come back. I'm not done with you. Stop causing problems.
Oh, and also on that note.
And so then followed William, and or William just trapped the Vengeful Spirit into Princess Quest to not be constrained anymore.
The princess can also transform into an exact shadow replica of herself.
Yep.
Which is kind of some
Golden
Golden
Freddy,
Shadow
Shadow
Freddy imagery. Yeah. Yep. So, to me, I think there is a reasonable amount of evidence to say that the princess is Cassidy. I don't prefer that, like, basically everyone didn't die. I prefer that, like, Afton was the only one that stuck around and all the kids got to die or whatever.
I will say it makes sense, though, because, like, if William's still around, the spirits aren't going to be able to find peace, knowing he's still causing problems.
Yeah, Cassidy and Charlie especially.
Yeah, Cassidy and Charlie are like, hey, excuse me? And then Charlie's name is in the files for the post-it room door. I personally think the evidence for Glamrock Freddy being possessed by Michael Afton is very strong. And it would make sense, like, Mike's whole goal is, like, I'm going to come find you. And, like, if William's not gone, then Mike's not going to want to rest either. The blob's haunted by something.
Sure is.
Something's going on there. And I definitely feel like the masks that are lit versus the masks that are not is meant to be very relevant. And that's probably another one of the pieces that Scott gave them.
Yeah, that's true.
And then we see the blob again in
thing
Ruin.
is
I'm
so
like,
weird.
Sus.
I have a whole video on the blob. Like, why is the Funtime Freddy head, like, not multi-thing?
Yeah.
It's confusing. He's quite the character.
Yep.
Okay, well then, let's say our last question, just to make people mad.
All right.
Does Tales from the Pizzaplex tell us anything important about Burntrap? I think no.
Me neither.
Let's go.
There are things that are useful in Tales from the Pizzaplex, but at this point, it definitely seems like Scott's first draft for the Mimic arc, rather than actually being particularly relevant to what we had gotten so far. Yeah, like, it was helpful in explaining some stuff, like, okay, Gregory was Patient 46. But it definitely seems like Tales from the Pizzaplex was sort of a rough draft for the stuff after Security Breach, rather than, like, being like, okay, this was actually the lore the whole time. And it focuses on the Mimic because it was Scott sort of preparing to introduce this new character. And then Secret of the Mimic came out, gave a backstory that was very, very largely different from the books. And I think that was a good choice because it's so... It gave the opportunity for the narrative to be a lot more refined. The story's good, the characters have more depth and nuance to them. Because, like, in the books, Edwin was just like, yep, good guy, wasn't necessarily the greatest parent, lost his kid, is trying to put things right, is anti-AI, pro creativity, cool beans. But then in the actual game, Edwin, it focuses more on his failings as a father and a husband, and the way he lost
himself. Turns his wife into AI slop.
Yeah. And I like how they kept Fiona around for some time before her passing. Yeah. Because in the books, she just died in childbirth, and it's like, okay, she's barely even a character. But in the games, she actually has more depth and nuance.
FNAF Mysteries with T-Dreads and Andrew is in the games. Hello, everybody. My name is T-Dreads. Welcome back to FNAF Mysteries with T-Dreads and Andrew is in the games. Today we're joined by UG. Say hello.
Hello, how are we doing? Good evening. I think I did that last time as well.
Yeah. We're doing pretty good today. I have decided to victimize you for this episode because we are talking about a subject that you're all too familiar with.
Near and dear to my heart.
And later in this video, we will attempt to answer when sister location takes place.
Place.
But to start, we're going to give a brief kind of breakdown of just all the mysteries to be found in Sister Location, and eventually get to that one, which is probably the biggest mystery in Sister Location, or one of the biggest. But first of all, we can just pretty much go over, super basic level, what is the Sister Location, and who are the main characters in it. So, UG, take it away.
All right. So, sister location is about Michael Afton going into a secret underground bunker, or I guess it's not secret because it's part of entertainment and rentals, Circus Baby's entertainment and rentals, which
part of
is
it's secret, but yeah.
Part of it's secret, yeah. But it's an underground bunker where William seems to be doing a lot of experimentation on the Funtime animatronics, which include Circus Baby, which is possessed by the soul of Elizabeth Afton, Michael's sister and William's daughter. And based on some later theories, which I'm sure we'll get to, the Funtime animatronics are also seemingly possessed by the mixed up remnant of the missing children who used to inhabit the classics. And basically Michael's job throughout the game, as we find out later, was that he was sent here by William somehow, to put his sister back together. And at the end of the game, he seems to succeed in doing this by allowing them to become Ennard, and then he gets Ennard inside of him, dog, and Ennard flees to the surface wearing Michael as a skin suit, and then gets thrown up into the sewers, and Michael somehow survives.
For some extra context in there, I suppose we can start a quick discussion about Circus Baby, because she is different than the rest of the Funtimes in a way. Mm-hmm. She either predates them entirely or has more significance, right? So, Circus Baby is designed with a couple of important features. One is the ability to make ice cream, and the other is a giant claw that hands out that ice cream and also...
It gets a little quirky at night.
Gets a little quirky, and that claw gets a little quirky at night. And it is presumably designed to either kidnap or kill children. It's not clear to me which. I don't know if it's supposed to instantly kill you or supposed to kidnap you. Because Funtime Freddy, another animatronic in the game, has a storage tank in his stomach where you're deliberately supposed to have a kid stored. I don't know if Baby's supposed to store them or kill them.
I'm not
but
sure.
That begs the question. That begs the question on whether truth. Why might Circus Baby be designed to kill children? What the heck? Why might they be designed to kidnap children? What could Afton possibly be doing with these animatronics? Why are they designed like that?
What the flip is he doing?
What the heck?
What the heck and heck? Who does that? Who designs robots to do that? I have a feeling that Baby may not have been designed to kidnap, but instead to kill. Because, like you said, Funtime Freddy specifically has a storage tank, whereas Baby only has that claw, and the size of that claw, based on what it looks like in FFPS and even a little bit in her blueprint, it doesn't look like she's got much room to be keeping kids in there, beyond any bits that are left over after she's scooped them. So I think Afton is trying to basically like agony farm, and I personally believe that the Funtimes, or at least Funtime Freddy, was designed to kidnap kids to bring them to the bunker underground where the nightmare experiments seem to be happening, which is what we see in FNAF 4. And Help Wanted, yeah. And also the thing in Help Wanted is that in Help Wanted, the Funtimes, Baby and Funtime Freddy are the ones that show up there.
Yeah.
We've spoken about this on stream before, but like but like the FNAF 4 bedroom and the plush trap hallway even are connected to the sister location bunker, and in Help Wanted both have sister location animatronics showing up in them, which, if that's not like a this is important, big red arrow pointing at it, then I don't know what is.
So Elizabeth possibly gets killed by Circus Baby right before the MCI.
Yes. Oh my god.
Why do we think this?
Gosh, there's a few reasons, but the main one is also the one which I think a lot of people have either glossed over or have changed their minds on. Gibby just did a video talking about it. I referenced it in my sister location video, but it's essentially to do with the spring locking incident in which is referenced in FNAF 3. So in FNAF 3, there's phone guide tapes which seem to be from around the time of the MCI, or leading up to the MCI, basically, where he talks about spring locked suits and how to do training and how to put them on and use them properly, blah 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 blah. And then toward the end of those tapes, they are retired on night 4. The tape that you hear, they're retired on night 4, and basically he says there was a spring lock incident or a spring lock failure, multiple simultaneous spring lock failures at the sister location, is what he says, word for word. And then on night 4 in sister location, we are put into a spring lock suit, which Baby says has not been used because it was too dangerous, and that it came from her old pizzeria. So if it came from her old pizzeria, she had to be built and designed before the spring lock suits were decommissioned, because it doesn't make sense to build a new spring lock suit after they were already put out of service. And so then therefore the whole spring locking incident has to happen before the MCI. So does Baby's. Therefore she's built before the MCI.
Yeah, that seems like pretty sound logic to me.
There's also like in the 4th closet, and I know there's like obviously it's very yeah it's very ropey when you start bringing in book evidence. I think you don't need the book evidence, but the thing with the books is William specifically says that Baby's death in that, Elizabeth's death, which was still caused by Circus Baby scooping her up, was an accident, and that the MCI was an attempt to, I can't remember the exact quote, but it's like that is the duty and honor of science to recreate the experiment and obtain the same result. I'm pretty sure is nearly what he says.
Yeah, basically.
So that's like an indicator in that. Actually, in that continuity, at least Scott has it so that Baby is the inspiration for the MCI. And if you think about it, it makes sense that if Elizabeth dies inside of Circus Baby, whether or not it was an accident or whether or not she was supposed to kill the child, if she dies inside of it and then he goes and then she becomes possessed, Afton suddenly goes, oh, the kids need to die inside the suit and then they can be possessed, so I'm going to try that again, and he stuffs the kids in the MCI.
And then somewhere along the line, we'll get to the chambers. We'll get to the
chambers. Yeah.
Okay. So, it becomes very apparent when you look at the blueprints and just kind of how the sister location animatronics act in the game, that they are designed to kidnap and potentially kill people. They're not very friendly. This is mirrored in the other continuities as well, where Funtime Freddy is absolutely insane in the Frights books. Froze out of his mind. At the end of Sister Location, all of the animatronics fuse into Ennard. And then they entered inside of Michael.
Of course, as one does.
And and they kind of wear his body like a skin suit. And after that, we have the whole custom night shenanigans, right? And in the custom night, when you beat the max difficulty, you get a cutscene that is Michael telling William Afton that he put Elizabeth back together. So something Michael Afton did during the events of the main game of Sister Location resulted in putting Elizabeth back together.
Yeah,
there are
something he did.
There are two primary theories I have heard for this. The first is that it is taking the chip out of Circus Baby that puts Elizabeth back together. The second, which I like more, is the formation of Ennard that puts Elizabeth back together, getting all those pieces into the same body. Yeah,
I would agree with the latter. I think it also makes sense given what we know now about how that sort of relates to Crying Child, and if William is indeed the Fredbear plush, which at this point I think there's more evidence for than against, given all of the ties that William is given to the Fredbear plush, and the fact that it's sitting on the custom, like specifically the custom night desk where you end up hearing that cutscene. The putting back together speech obviously relates it back to the Crying Child. It's got the FNAF 4 bedrooms. So if Crying Child is in some way split up amongst the MCI, as we kind of see in Happiest Day, it makes sense that in his experimentation, William would want to see if he could do that with Elizabeth. Like if he's trying to figure out how to do it, it makes sense of splitting her apart.
Whose theory you're drawing from?
Yeah. Yeah, like just putting them all back together makes perfect sense. So like the question becomes, first of all, why didn't William do it himself? Why did he send Michael to do it if it wasn't a case of like disinterest on his part? Like why did he bother getting her to be put back together? And why didn't he seem to do that with the Crying Child? Will he care? Will he care? No. And if he didn't care, if Will care ain't canon, why did he do all of this in the first place? And why would he, like, did he do anything with the Crying Child? Like, is the Crying Child put back together or is he not? And what does being put back together mean versus, because even though she's put back together, like she's still clearly capable of doing stuff as Circus Baby, right?
Well, I'm saying like the bite victim, apparently him getting put back together is him being free, but Elizabeth does not get freed, like her spirit. It's very strange.
Yeah. I guess it depends on the ending of
Happiest Day. But then on David getting put back together, it's just him becoming conscious again. Murray.
Yeah, I have a feeling that maybe the idea of being put back together we have conflated with Happiest Day, but it might not be a case of when you put someone back
regaining
together,
your memory. It might be regaining your memories itself.
Yes.
And then you choose what to do from there.
Yeah, or maybe it's like the puppet is the one that is able to, like Jake in the Fazbear's Fright, or Fazbear Frights, he can give people their happiest day, but that doesn't necessarily mean he's putting them back together and at the same time. Whereas maybe what's happening is Mike is putting Crying Child back together, and then the puppet is giving him the happiest day. Like they're two separate things which are being put into the one event.
Well, we've talked about Baby, we've talked about Ennard, we've talked about the general purpose of Circus Baby's Pizza World and the sister location. I guess we can elaborate a little bit more on the purpose of sister location itself.
Yeah.
It is a rental business for the Funtime animatronics, where they go out to your house, right? Yeah. And they are on a certain schedule. And basically, the whole point is to collect this thing called Remnant, which is basically just metal soul-induced goo. How is it made? Fuck you. I don't know. Something
he
to
puts
do
a
with
syringe.
the giant.
He puts a syringe
something
in
to do with
Freddy.
a giant scooping machine. That has trace amounts of remnant on it at all times. So, but it's essentially a power source that actually runs off of like dead kid sadness juice.
Mm-hmm.
That's Remnant, basically.
Yes. Yeah, it's I always thought of it as like agony being like basically conducted through metal. Because it kind of goes back all the way to the autobiography of a yogi thing from FNAF 1, where it's discussing like life energy being conducted through metal, like electricity is kind of conducted through metal, or electricity through water. And that's kind of how I've always looked at it, that it's like the physical manifestation or the like conduction of agony on top of metal, but they're two separate things. It's metal plus agony equals remnant. I'm not so sure that's how it works, or if that's actually the case. That's how I've always looked at it. But it is interesting to note that remnant has its own like properties. Like it's not just like there's a steel bar on a table and it's like got ghosts in it, so it's like, oh, that's a remnant bar. You know, it's like, because they say in like the Scooper blueprint, it says, note when this is talking about the remnant reservoir.
Yeah.
When heated, no observable motion, which means when it isn't heated, it has observable motion. And then it says keep in heated tank at sustained temperature. Substance should be malleable, but not more, which to me kind of sounds like almost like mercury, like it's kind of a liquid metal. And then there's a possibility that overheating might neutralize the effects permanently. So it has a reaction to heat, which is obviously why Henry burns down the whole building at the end of FFPS. God knows that worked though, because seemingly every character is coming back in the Steel Wool era. But I think that's the idea anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So we talked about all that. The point is basically just a big experiment to figure out immortality from Afton, essentially. And pertains to his daughters.
One thing which I will say, I know we were just talking about how it probably isn't the same as freeing a character, the putting her back together thing. But I will say in Michael's speech, he says, at first they thought I was you, and I found her. I put her back together, just like you asked me to. Next line, she's free now. That's literally like he says. I know he probably means she's free from the bunker now.
To roam the streets,
but it is interesting if maybe the idea is that Elizabeth is free, but Baby is still out and about. Like Baby is like imprinted with agony or something, but her Baby's spirit, like Elizabeth's spirit, has gotten
that'd be
out or
interesting.
something.
That'd be interesting.
But, I don't know. She's so like she acts more like Elizabeth in FFPS when she's talking to William about like, I will make you proud, Daddy. You know, that whole thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Like, so I don't know. It's weird. But sorry, I interrupted you. I just wanted to bring that up.
Yeah, how dare you know the truth? How dare you? I hope the Reboot 3 gets 5 views.
No! Damn it, you've cursed me.
No. 5 million views. No, yeah. All right, yeah, we've talked about, so Baby, the purpose of the bunker, a couple other fun times. Ballora, for one, right? The kind of tall ballerina robot, fat knockers. Is she based on Mrs. Afton?
I thought you were just going to say, is she based? And I was like, she's based as hell, boy. Is she based on Mrs. Afton? I think there is a very good argument that she is. And it's not anything about, like, Clara or anything about Mrs. Afton herself. It's more like if you look at the rest of the characters, I think it makes sense to say that they are representative of the Afton family. And by that, I mean, we've got Baby is obviously Elizabeth. Foxy would be Michael. Funtime Foxy.
Yeah.
Funtime Freddy is a really interesting one because obviously it's a Freddy. So like Crying Child becomes Golden Freddy. And also, he's got a little bunny on his hand that whispers in his ear and tells him what to do, which, if you think that William is the Fredbear plush, would be representative of, like, a Bonnie, like a Bunny William character, speaking to him, like a small hand-sized puppet thing. And it's also interesting, like, the idea of, like, the puppet being the actual puppet master, like the one controlling the person whose hands it's on. And then it would leave Ballora to be Mrs. Afton, and she's obviously like a kind of a maternal, like older female figure. I also think that there's a good chance that the spring lock suit on night 4 is a spring Bonnie. So I know I was saying like the little Bonnie on the hand is William, but I also think of all suits to be a spring lock suit, and we don't know what it is, and Scott has said that it's an important character, it's like important to the lore. I think it being the missing character, being like a full, you know, Bonnie, like animatronic, which we have not seen with the Fun Times, that would be, it would make sense if that's the William stand-in. Also, if it's the Springlock suit and it's out of commission, and at this point, we'll talk about when Sister Location happens, but if William is already Springtrap at this point, it's kind of symbolic of him being out of the picture. He's out of the family. He's not included because he's dead in a back room somewhere in a Springlock suit.
Yeah. And we'll get into when Sister Location happens pretty soon. right before then, let's get into schedule theory.
All
right. Listen, it kind of fell off.
Why? Why did it fall off?
Okay, so on night 3, you don't actually shock. Hand unit malfunctions before you can shock. I think it's Foxy, right? Okay. Yes. So now, with that being said, that is a problem with the theory. However, all it really does is just push the goalpost. Yeah, push the goalpost back a bit. Because you're obviously supposed to shock. You're meant to think as the player, oh, that's off. Yeah, that's off.
Yeah.
I'm supposed to shock him. So all the reasoning that creates sister location still works, like relating to the animatronics going out and you supposed to be shocking them, or them going out and acting aggressive that night, or them not getting shocked and acting whatever. But it actually isn't 1-to-1 with when you shock them. But basically, the idea of schedule theory was that Scott posts that whole week-long schedule intentionally to scottgames.com during Sister Location's kind of pre-release era, and that's supposed to tell you the week the game takes place. And there are parts of it that I think fit really suspiciously well, like the Ballora and Baby, right? Both going to a private party, and then those are the two that are in the scooping room on the same day, the following night. So like that kind of stuff works really well. Twitter, I have discovered, absolutely hates this theory.
Really?
And I can I can understand, because I guess the part about the shocking is probably the weakest, because there are certain nights where you miss it, even though it's implied you're supposed to shock them. But I did kind of want to comment on one thing that I was curious about when going through Sister Location is Circus Baby's line about pretending, right?
Yes.
So it's neat, because I'm wondering, I'm assuming she's trying to pretend that nothing is wrong with her, or that there's no like agony or remnant, so that she doesn't get scooped or doesn't get reset, or that her plans to escape don't get foiled. Right? Why is she pretending? To the guards and to Mike. So she pretends to Mike to get him, lured in there and scooped. But she also pretends to the guards that run the Circus Babies Entertainment Rental, because she says Ballora doesn't pretend like she does.
So I would say that we could come up with a couple of reasons, right? So she's saying it specifically on the night that Ballora has been taken in to be scooped. So there's an argument to be made that they only get scooped or shocked, or whatever form of resetting they have for the animatronics. They only get that if they've been acting out, if they've been having problems. So what she could be saying is, like I have the line here, there's something very important I've learned to do over time. Do you know what that is? How to pretend. Do you ever play make-believe? Pretend to be one way when really you are the other. It's very important. Ballora never learns, but I do. They think there is something wrong on the inside. The only thing that matters is knowing how to pretend. Which to me reads like they see the problem with all of us, right? They see that there's something going on. I've learned that if I pretend to not be that way, if I act the way I'm supposed to act, if I'm a good girl and I do what I'm supposed to, I don't get shocked or scooped or tortured. But Ballora is always freaking out. Funtime Foxy is always freaking out. Funtime Freddy, they're always freaking out, and they're always coming back and they're getting scooped, and it's ruining our plans because she needs to be at the top of her game. And so the idea of her pretending so that she doesn't get... Maybe it ties into the whole being put back together thing, where like the more they're scooped and the more they're damaged, the less and less of her there is, or the more mangled up all of their remnant becomes. So she might have a vested interest in pretending to be okay, so that then once everything kind of quietens down and she has her opportunity, she can strike. You know, I've pretended for long enough and now I'm okay. And that's what she does then on night 5, is she pretends to be a certain way and tricks you, even though she literally the night before told you that's what she's doing. But yeah, it's weird because they think there is something wrong on the inside is really interesting. Because I don't know who they are in that situation. Like, is that they being the technicians who are going to scoop them? They think there is something wrong on the inside.
I would assume so, yeah. I would assume the technician. All right, well, Unwithered. Sister Location is separated into kind of 2 separate eras, right? The first is kind of going over the death of Elizabeth, which I would say is probably somewhere between 1983 to 1985. And the second is when Michael Afton goes down to that bunker and experiences the events of the game.
Yes.
When the fuck does that happen?
So I would agree that it is post FNAF 1. I think there are still... I think it's become more unanimous in recent years, the idea that it takes place after 1, but there are definitely still people who believe it takes place before 2. But I have a couple of reasons I think it's after 1. I also think it's before 3.
But he's smelly. He's smelly.
He's smelly. You're right. He is smelly. You know what? I'm a fake fan. Get rid of me. Yeah, I think when it comes to the placement of it, I mean, some people even think it's after 3. I don't necessarily believe that, but you have to look at. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I think it's interesting. There's some argument for it, but I don't buy it. But basically, you have to look at the fun times. You have to look at molten MCI theory, and personally, I think you just have to look at the like framing of the game, the framing of the story, right? So, first of all, the very first bit of information which we can use to say after FNAF 1 is that hand unit at the very beginning says, and I quote, let me see, I got it here. Allow me to fill in this frightening silence with some lighthearted banter. Due to the massive success, and even more so the unfortunate closing of Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, it was clear that the stage was set, no pun intended, for another contender in children's entertainment. And then it says, unlike most entertainment venues, our robotic performance are rented out, blah, 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 blah. So this is saying that Pizza World is unrelated to this quote, right? This is talking about specifically the bunker. I agree. The massive success, and even more so the unfortunate closing of Freddy Fazbear's Pizza. There's a need for another contender in children's entertainment. So that to me is not just like, we could talk about the unfortunate closing because maybe that hints that it's something bad happened, like, you know, killing of kids or death of night guards or whatever. But to me, having a new contender in children's entertainment implies that Freddy's is gone. It's not closed for now. It's not closed for a couple of years. There is no more Freddy Fazbear's Pizza. And so Circus Babies has to open to fill that gap. So that's the first one straight away. Well, then
I'm about to argue with you.
Oh, yeah? Go for it. Hit me with it.
All right. Well, firstly, you're probably about to get into this. I do not think the first Freddy's was a massive success. I think it blew chunks. Spider webs everywhere. Yeah. Definitely not as popular as the 1985 location. I would say that in terms of another contender in children's entertainment, that depends on how you look at what happened with the first Freddy's. Because remember that FNAF 2 is advertised as like a grand reopening, right? It was something really special. It did appear to be kind of the second one in that area, right? And assuming that Afton, because we know for a fact that Afton himself was not of a high managerial position at FNAF 2. He was like a guard, right? A lower level employee. So he wouldn't even have known, right? If he's already out of the company, he'd be like, well, Freddy's, I don't own that place anymore. Time to make another contender. Because he wouldn't be privy to the inside knowledge. So I think the bunker opens after after the 1985 Freddy's closes.
Right, okay, so you think it's around. I mean, that's fair, I would argue that... See, FNAF 2 is such a weird one in terms of William's story, because it's like, did nobody know who he was? Like, I assume he went there under a false name.
And the toys are literal criminal database.
Yeah. Well, like...
And he's still there.
Yeah, it's also like the... Well, the thing is now we have to contend with like the newspaper in FNAF 1 probably being wrong. Like that might be the retcon where Afton probably didn't get arrested straight up, after the MCI. But then he's also on the run after the DCI. And I'm like, yes, okay, sorry, you're right. So, yeah, you are right. Okay, so he couldn't have opened it post... Oh, no, sorry. I was going to say that he couldn't have opened it post those because he's on the run. But in fairness, the cutscene where he's speaking to the managerial staff or the board members or whatever they are in Sister Location is about the pizza world, not about the bunker, because he's talking about the new robots. But anyway, what I would say is the potential is if the bunker is open, for example, like if Afton Robotics is currently open and running and has people going to it, then Afton working as a nighttime and daytime security guard in the FNAF 2 location is probably under a pseudonym and under a false identity anyway. So he could still be a high up in one of the companies because Afton Robotics is still under Fazbear Entertainment. So he could still have a position, but be faking his involvement as a night guard.
How cooked would it be? How cooked would it be if that's why he sends Michael to do it? He's like, I gotta go to FNAF 2, Michael.
Oh my god, no.
Michael's like 17.
That's what some people think. I think that's fair, but there was something else you said about the children's entertainment. I'm losing my train of thought. Stage was set for another contender. Oh, sorry, yeah, the massive success thing. I totally get that, but in fairness, this is a Fazbear Entertainment message. Like this is a thing that's been recorded or written out to be told to people who work for the same company that they're talking about, So him saying the massive success and even more so the unfortunate closing, it's like it could have just been a crappy business that opened and closed in a few years, but they're trying to conflate it with being this super amazing thing that was so great. And in fairness, the massive success could be accounting for the earlier years, and the closing could be accounting for the later years. Like it could be spanning the entire time.
The bunker
it could also
was clearly built very early, though.
Yeah,
because it has the Fredbear's animatronics and the breaker map.
Yeah, well, that's a whole question of now with Fazburger, is that the real Fredbears or is that a fake Fredbears built underground?
Is it the Truman? Is he Truman showing his son to be David Murray?
Yeah, I hope not. But I guess what I would say is also the fact that Afton being involved in all of the closures, there could be an element of irony or double meaning in that statement. Like it's such an unfortunate closing of Freddy's when Afton played a huge role in Freddy's getting shut down, if he conflates that with Henry. So I think that line, in fairness, you can use it either way, but I wouldn't say just because it says massive success or closure, unfortunate closure, it doesn't necessarily mean it has to be an early Freddy's that was amazingly successful. But I totally understand thinking that it was opened early, and in support of opening it early, in the teasers for Sister Location, the gas leak one has a hidden line from presumably William, who says after they talk about the closure of Circus Baby's Pizza World, it's like a line from I think it's just in quotations, where he says, be sure to keep an eye out for Circus Baby and her friends will return soon. Keep an eye out for her in a local neighborhood near you, or something like that, implying that the bunker entertainment rentals idea was something that came early enough in the timeline. Yeah, like the idea, at least, to do that was early on. But that's all to do with the bunker opening.
Deep underground, where memories sleep, anger is restless. I don't know what we've been through. It makes me feel like they've been down there a long time.
So this was the next thing I was going to say is that the molten. So this is in terms of that's all about like when the bunker opens, and you can argue about that. But in terms of when the game takes place, the whole theme of Sister Location, or not theme, but like the whole plot of Sister Location is about these animatronics who have been here for so long, and that they've tried to escape multiple times. They've been being tortured for years and years and years, and they finally escape. Like, they've built up the ability to get out of here. And so, if they've only been down there for, like, less than a year, like, just say it does take place in 1986, and he gets their remnant to put
I
into
agree
the
with
Molten
that. Yeah,
MCI
I agree with this.
Yeah, if you take their remnant in 1985, just say after, or Follow Me is, like, before FNAF 2, you take their remnant out there, and... Or, sorry, it can't be before FNAF 2 because William's alive in FNAF 2. But, like, you have some version of Molten MCI happening where he takes the remnant after the MCI, puts it in the fun times, and then within, like, 6 months, Sister Location happens. There's no way they had time to be down there, get tortured that much, try and escape multiple times, be brought back. Like, it would have to happen so quickly.
This is a double-edged sword. Because the longer they've been doing the Sister Location operations, the higher the chance that they just been going out, killing random kids that never get named. Going back down.
I guess the question becomes, do they need to be, like, directed to do that? Or are they just going out and doing it anyway? Or if William, say, is on the run,
I think it's in their program. I think it's in their programming for sure.
Yeah. See...
Because Baby literally says, Baby's like, I couldn't move.
Yeah. See, that's what I
My emergency stop activated so I could kill her.
Yeah. See, that's the part that I thought maybe... I think in my Sister Location video I talked about it. Like, the bunker opening later actually could work if William is already... like, the entertainment and rentals opening later could work if William is either already dead or close to dying, and they're just being sent out by, like, Fazbear Entertainment for money. And it's not a case of, like, William is enacting this grand scheme. It's like they're just being sent out and they don't even realize what's going on. And all these systems are set up, but they're just, like, duct taping over all the problems. They're like, I don't know why these robots keep acting up and trying to kill people. I don't know, just shock them. Like, hit them with electric shocks. It's fine.
Yeah.
Because I don't know if we have anything to indicate that Afton set up the rentals himself.
I think the whole, like, what's it called? The whole bad odor. I think that's a weak piece of evidence for him being a literal rotting corpse.
Terrible weak piece of evidence, because you then have to answer, like, that in itself might be okay. Like, oh yeah, if you're a rotting corpse, you smell bad. But then it's like, then you have to go, okay, so if he's a rotting corpse, how is he getting these jobs? Like, is he going into the interview, or, like, is he only signing up over the phone, or is it, like, I don't know. There's a lot of questions. And then, like, if he's a rotting corpse the whole time, is he constantly rotting more and more and more? Like, would he just be a skeleton by the time of FFPS? Like, when does the bad odor stop and start? You still have to, I guess, answer that question regardless with FNAF 3. But I have an easier time believing that he got one job in a kind of crappy rundown, like, mom and pop horror attraction than, like, 2 full businesses in operation over multiple decades.
Unless Remnant has healing properties, in which case it doesn't matter anyway, the smell thing, because he'd be
that's the thing. Yeah, that's like, some people will say that, and then I'm like, well, then he doesn't smell anymore. Maybe Michael's just smelly, or maybe it's just Scott giving you the middle finger for having beaten the hardest night in the game and then being like, haha, you smell. Like, that's what it was when it came out, so that's probably what it is still.
Yeah, all right, well, chat, make sure you guys go down to the comments and let us know when you think Sister Location takes place. And while you're down there, you should subscribe. That'd be freaking sweet. Literally. I want money. All right, moving on. I think our final point of conversation for today would be the dreaded secret private room.
Yes.
Where William Afton, he sits down, puts his Fredbear plush with spooky black eyes on the desk, and he dials in 1983, David replica rooms. What the fuck is going on?
What is
going on in that
with
private
these
room?
things?
Why he got the David replicas?
Oh gosh. So I'm imagining
Because now
the
like
answer will be
anything you
different
answer to
now.
this, any answer you have to this, you have to take into account. Okay, why is that David Murray's room then?
Yeah, I'm starting to worry that it's gonna be, because also it's in that ending that we have the like little child robot that gets healed at the end. I'm starting to worry it's gonna be like William trained the mimic to be like crying child or something.
Bro, are you Tom from Game?
I know. I'm like,
think?
why does he turn into a little child-sized robot? Like, why did it have to do that?
Why would a robot need to be gassed?
Why would? Well, that's true.
Or
but
illusion,
that's
or
didophobia,
illusion,
bro.
or
Yeah.
disked, or disked.
Maybe he's not. Maybe they're just full robots in the
This
games.
time, there's more than illusion to fear.
Yeah, you're right. That's very true. Yeah, you are.
Yeah,
you are
classic UG. Only real ones know what UG stands for. Make sure you leave it in the comments. Okay. You're like, please don't do it.
Please, guys, please. It's also like the sister location bunker itself might be the private room is kind of laid out the same as the FNAF 1 office and the Murrays.
It is.
like the research and development and stuff like that.
Proto Freddy's, yeah.
Proto Freddy's, yeah. It's so
it's
weird.
totally fucked.
Yeah. So okay, let's assume. Oh yeah, go ahead.
Go
You
ahead. Fuck. We keep doing that. Okay. I will. I'll say. I think. I am, and I said this in my podcast with Riot Toast. I am willing to believe that the crying child was an experiment victim now.
Yes.
I used
okay.
to. I used to not believe it. I used to think the experiments were done because of the
Michael.
bite victim.
Yeah.
Now I think. Yeah. Now I think we might be pushing the goalpost back. I think it might be done because of David Murray. The experiments might start because of David Murray. And that's
God, I
why
hate
it's his
that.
room, and that's why he's the same exact toys. That's why he's the same exact toys. That's why there's all the similarities between them.
Yeah.
It's because something about the way that either if the mimic's possessed or if Tiger Rock is possessed, right? It doesn't have to be the mimic, because remember, if he owns that property, which he does, he's gonna find Tiger Rock fucking teleporting around for some fucking reason.
Yeah, where's Tiger Rock
No.
by the time of the Sister
Good question.
Location? What's he up to?
But what I wanted to say was Golden Freddy, which we think is possessed by the bite victim, think might be possessed by the bite victim, acts the exact same way as Tiger Rock. Teleports little apparitions in your face of its head and causes hallucinations. Right? So
Yeah.
what if somehow Afton was able to orchestrate a position of that nature because he knew what happened with David, and he recreated what happened with David Murray?
Yeah. Yeah.
Because it's weird that the two kids named Dave who have the same bedroom have a possession that functions the exact same way. Exactly the same way. Giggles at you, teleports
Yeah.
in your face.
Yeah. See, that's the weird thing, right? About the idea that these
David
experiments
room's unwithered.
they were
David
set up.
rooms!
That's the weird thing of having it set up to be David's. Like, if that's the case, right? And if it's the case that he's trying to recreate the circumstances of David's death, we don't yet have reason to believe that David was, like, scared of the... Like, he didn't seem to go through, like, an agonizing nightmare every night. Like, why is this the way that you recreate? Like,
Yeah,
if he wanted
that's
to
what
recreate...
I mean. What's up with the nightmares?
Because if he wanted to recreate David, he should have made like a robot mom to like walk around in there and be weird and like neglect his son, which I guess maybe he
that's
did.
that's what I mean. But
guess-
even with the bite victim angle, all you have for that is what Foxy Bro jumped out at him a couple times. Like, why
Yeah.
the fuck are there
Well-
nightmare rooms?
So I think personally, the way I look at it is like he is researching and studying the effects of agony on a subject and potentially trying to use that or generate enough of that he can use that in putting someone back together.
Or immortality,
So, like,
et cetera, et cetera.
Or immortality or whatever. Like he's farming agony in this bunker. So
Like it's Minecraft.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, he's setting up like an XP farm. And so maybe the idea is that, yes, these look like David's room, but these don't look like David's room. They look like Crying Child's room, and Crying Child's room looks like David's room. And the idea is
why does he have the toys and the shirt and the name and the...
Yeah. Well, so what I'm thinking is if there is some
he's David. Don't lie to me.
No. I am on board, but follow me. So follow me.
Okay,
so
Willie Matt.
If David is somehow the inspiration for Crying Child, and William had some sort of hand, or it was agonyisms or whatever, it was fieldisms, making Crying Child into a version of Dave. He had all the same toys, he had the same room, he had everything. And then Michael kills Bite Victim. Then William is like, I'm going to use Michael to agony farm. What's the worst thing I could do to him? I'll put him in a recreation of his brother's room. So the fact that it looks like his brother's room is not related to the David thing, but the Crying Child's room looking like David's is related. So you've got like this like domino effect of David inspires Crying Child dies, and that inspires the Nightmare rooms. And that's why they look like that. They're not supposed to necessarily say, like, we're not supposed to skip that middle bit. But then it's like,
so
well, Steel will... Yeah, I don't know.
He was Dave chambering the Bite Victim, but then Michael killed the Bite Victim before the Dave chambers could be complete.
No, he wasn't Dave chambering him at all.
Sorry. He was Dave lifing. He was Dave lifing the crying child. Yes. And then Michael killed him before the day life cycle, day life saving time could be complete. And then he said, fuck you, now you are inside of the Crying Child's room, who was Dave lifing it. Yeah. This story is peak.
But my question is, because we've assumed for so long that these chambers were not related to Crying Child. Like, we know they're related to Crying Child, but we kind of had gotten to the point where we're saying, okay, Michael was the one that went through them. So then to make the kid who's more like Crying Child have his room and his toys and whatever,
and the toys
then
and the
it's like,
and the blah, 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 blah.
Yeah. Then it's like, well, you are drawing more attention to the Nightmare Chambers rather than you are necessarily Crying Child. But I guess what I'm saying is, if the Nightmare Chambers were always, regardless of the Mimic story, if they were always based on Crying Child's room, in Scott's mind, what he's saying is, well, if it's based on that room, then that room is also based on another room that used to exist. And it's the Nightmare Chambers are based on the second iteration of it, not the first.
This is so fucked.
But the question is then, like, what is that, like, why? Like, why is this... Well, also there's a question of, like, well, what the hell is the private room even? Like, what are we doing? Because it's set up
observing.
Like... No, but why is there,
it's
cam 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10? Yeah. Because it's also set up like...
7? Sorry.
Oh my god. Like, why is it also set up
there's going to be a dip on the retention graph for that one.
But why is it set up like it's a FNAF game? Like, is that just because game design? Or because if you look at the picture of it in the custom night, if you look at the picture of the map, it looks exactly like the FNAF 4 one, except for it's got those two little side rooms and the vent coming down the middle.
Yeah.
Which... It's like, then is this another chamber as well? Like, are you double chambering
it? But Afton must be. It appears that Afton's in that one though, because he has.
Afton should be sitting there. So, yeah, what's the deal with this whole section of the building? Like, why does this exist at all?
Why does it have hallways and a Foxy's Cove? It has a pirate. Doesn't it have a Pirate's Cove in it?
It does. Yeah, it's got like a fun time. Yeah, I just don't know. Do they have names on each of the rooms actually, or is it just?
I think it's just cams.
Yeah, it's just cam, whatever. So, yeah, I'm just confused. Why? Because he's got the bedroom and the plush trap hallways monitored. Because it's not just the bedroom; it's also the plush trap hallway. So, arguably, both of those are experiments, and both of them are linked to sister location somehow. Which in itself, the private room has like a FNAF layout. So it's like, why does any of this exist? If we go with the
very weird.
farming agony, what do you think, like, what's his goal there? Like, is he gonna like inject the Golden Freddy with agony and be like, get back together? Like, what's he doing with it? Like, why does he need these experiments at all?
I don't know. But listen to my big brain reasoning, okay?
Okay.
All right. So, Scott Cawthon released a Halloween update. Okay?
Okay.
And to me, that Halloween update confirms that kids besides Michael Afton were in the experiment rooms. But why? Well,
the 87 stuff.
right. No. Scott, right, goes out of his way to confirm that all the animatronics in the Halloween update are not canon, except Nightmare Balloon Boy. Conveniently, the Fun with Plushtrap chair is empty in the 1983 cameras and sister location. So I believe the actual animatronic that was there was Nightmare Balloon Boy, right? So I think that Michael did experience that at one point, but later on, Michael, the actual gameplay that we see of him is when he's dreaming of Plushtrap being in the chair. So I think the actual thing that was there in real life was Nightmare Balloon Boy.
Yeah, that could work. Because we do also see, I find it so weird that he said Nightmare Balloon Boy is canon and not Nightmare Mangle, because we later find out in Help Wanted that Funtime Foxy and Balloon Boy seem to exist around the same time, because there's all the masks of the Halloween, like the 4 like Foxy Bully masks, like, you know, Freddy, Bonnie, Chica, Foxy, and then right next to them are Funtime Foxy and Balloon Boy, implying that those two are older characters. I guess what you could argue is Funtime Foxy might have existed, but Mangle didn't exist, like with the 2 heads and the crazy endoskeleton stuff like that.
Except when it was on God Victim's floor, yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's another question, is like, you know, that all ties into this insane thing. I mean,
yeah.
I think it's something interesting that the rooms are empty, implying that the nightmare experiments are not currently active, right? Like, there's nothing necessarily going on right now in those nightmare chambers. There's not a kid.
They might not
in the wall.
have a kid that has been snatched. Yeah, they might need to snatch another one.
Mm-hmm.
Because in Didophobia, at least, it's all automated, I believe.
Yes, yeah, but it also seems like in Didophobia that Rory has been there for many, many years. And when he leaves, the sister location gang are still there. Obviously, this is all non-canon anyway, so we don't need to necessarily take the details from it. But it is interesting that there is an empty chamber, and like you said, there's nothing on the chair even. And then we have the link to like the Minarinas being in that hallway with Plushtrap and Help Wanted. So, I mean, if you wanted to go crazy, you could say that the nightmare animatronics don't exist. Like the actual, you know, like in Didophobia, they're mannequins on rails. What you could say is that they don't actually exist. The fun times are the nightmares, just with illusion something on them.
There's a bit of evidence for that.
Yeah, which is weird, because then like was Funtime Chica taking a break from the posh pizzeria and coming down there? What was Baby and Ballora?
Bonnie. Yeah, Bonnie is another one that's be weird.
Bonnie, yeah. Ballora just turns into Bonnie for some reason, and Baby turns into Chica. I wonder if, like, could the implication at the time have been Crying Child was in those chambers for some reason? Because it is the Fredbear plush right next to it. I feel like it
feels like it. Yeah. You type 1983 to get it.
Yeah.
So 1983 is connected to that room. That room is connected to. You put 1983 to get the room.
Yeah. See, so. I always took that as like, this is the date that made me make this room. You know.
Yeah.
Like
Same,
this is the important date to this room.
Yeah. So experiment start date. Yeah.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. Like he died, and I started setting up these chambers because of that. But like, why? Why was that? But then his go-to?
you put 1979 in that same room to get something else. Then Help Wanted 2. They have you put 1979 in that room to get another thing.
Which you get the
Tiger Rock. White
Rock.
Tiger, sorry.
Which is also not. It's not the date that. Actually, if you think about it, that would presumably be the date that he acquires the house, right? Because David Murray
and maybe
died in
discovers
1975.
and maybe discovers the possession.
He discovers
the
White
possessed
Tiger. Yeah.
Yeah. Ah.
So if he discovers White Tiger in 79, and then in the base Help Wanted 2, you put in 1983 and get the puppet, then
he kills. So he discovers White Tiger, murders Charlie, and then builds.
And then sets up the rooms.
But why?
Yeah. What are the rooms for?
What are the rooms? What are they doing? What the frick is a Cassidy? You see, a couple weeks ago, me and Yuji were talking about FNAF's sister location and all the mysteries in that game, and we eventually got down to the nightmare rooms from FNAF 4. It's at this time where I brought up the weird portrait of a girl in the FNAF 4 bed in Security Breach, and that's when we started to go down a rabbit hole to find out what Cassidy might actually mean to the series. Alright, into the video! FNAF Mysteries with T. Dreads and Andrew is in the games.
Yeah, because it's weird. It's like a little girl with black hair. Oh, it's a red scrunchie. She's in the FNAF 4 bed, which is also a hospital bed, and there's a big X above it and a slash through it. And I'm like, what in God's name are you trying to tell us with that? Like, what is that saying? Why are we seeing, like, is the mimic being told?
It wasn't in a hospital.
No, there's no way. So this is also like, this is where they train the endos, right?
Maybe it's the mimic AI with some resonance of David Afton in it. Like, I don't like the FNAF 4 rooms.
That's what I'm thinking. But what is like the one that Fazbear like printed and put on the wall? Like, it's a little girl in a hospital bed.
No,
with a big
no
X
girls
over
going
it.
to the hospital.
No don't send
no girls
to
going to the hospital.
Yeah, I don't know. It's weird.
I mean, good mess. You know, hopefully that doesn't have to happen.
Yeah,
fair enough, Fazbear. Damn it.
You know what? First thing I liked that you said, Fazbear. But yeah, the whole Rory thing, like William in that voice message is like, oh, remember how much you hated your life, you were running away and you were really unhappy, and now you're so happy and you're safe in here, so you should just keep going in, you should just keep doing it. And he presumably has done this multiple times because it's all like resets at the end. But like, why does Afton do that? Like, what is Afton's motivation to have this kid?
Yeah, he must get something out of it.
Yeah, like, unless it was
which
just
is
the
why
idea
we think
that,
it's like agony battery. Yeah,
unless the idea is like Michael was in the torture chamber up until like a few hours before sister location and he just got out, and Afton, like, his Rory message was like, Michael, go upstairs,
to your sister.
Yeah, go upstairs, watch TV for a little bit, and then go and get a job. I need you to go get a job and help your sister.
Like, no, I'd rather stay down here. I don't want a job.
Yeah. It's so odd, that whole idea. I think until Abyss comes out, we're probably gonna be able to just run in circles and speculate about it. Because also, if the Fredbear plush is here, why is that? Like, is that to show us that William was on the other end of it, or is it to show it that it had something to do with experiments?
I suspect that the FNAF 4 minigame is an experiment room, and the plush is his way of going in from the outside. That's what the plush is. It's literally he's going into the game.
Crying
like it's
Child
fucking
isn't
Spy
real.
Kids 3. He's the guy from Spy Kids 3. He comes in. Hello, it's me. I'm gonna guide you through everything. Oh, don't die this time. Oh, gotta start over. Don't stop dying. Right?
That is the horrendous implication of didophobia as well, given that there is a daytime part of the experiment where like his mom's like in the shower.
FNAF 4 is an observation area. It's on there. The neighborhood.
That's
the neighborhood and the pizzeria.
But we also know that the bite happened. Like, we know the big bite was a thing, right?
Yeah, it was. Even in the games, Golden Freddy's a real spirit.
Yeah, like so unless
he can't be trapped in there forever. He must die at the end of it, right?
Yeah, well, like,
no, he has to die at the end of it. But it's also clearly a room that's being observed. The only other option is that he's taking another kid and then putting them through the exact same neighborhood and having them get killed by Fredbear at the end.
Yeah. which is
Yeah.
so weird.
What the fuck is he?
Like-
What is he doing?
Yeah, like I built an entire fake neighborhood underground with kids and
Well,
stuff.
he did. What else is that? There's one or two options, right? It's either because he has that Fredbear plush down there, right? I'm assuming either he literally is like, all right, here you go, kid, take that, go into your literal Truman Show room.
Yeah.
All right, my son, you're gonna fucking die now, and he dies. That's option one. Option two, okay, my son died in real life. Now I'm going to yard for yard, meter for meter, create an exact fucking replica of our neighborhood. Build the fucking sky with fake lights, right? Build a new pizzeria, build a bunch of fake robot kids. And now I'm going to force another kid to recreate that exact week my son did and have them die by the jaws of Fredbear too. So either way, someone's getting Truman showed on Witherington.
Unless it's a Fazburger situation and that's the real Fredbears up on the surface, which used to be there, which was being observed, but it's still got the blips on it. It's still got
he's still observing it. He's still observing it. He's keeping track of a subject and two animatronics. He's keeping track of something.
Isn't it true that there's only observation 1 and 2? Observation 1 is Fredbear's and observation 2 is the house. And then observation 3 presumably would be
we gotta check.
I'm looking at the map right now, but I can't tell like which ones turn
Yeah,
on.
we gotta
and
watch.
off
We'll
if
have to
you-
watch sister location night 2.
Breaker room, yeah. Okay, observation 1 is the nightmare chambers. Is the like the gameplay house. Is the not the Truman Show. And observation observation 1 is Fredbear's. Sorry.
That's what is the Truman Show. Observation 1 is the Truman Show. Yeah. So he's observing. So, hey, chat, we just figured out, yep, observation 1 is the FNAF 4 neighborhood. That's something being observed. Is the
And
actual
why-
neighborhood the crying child lives in. Is an observation. So
But you
that
know
is
what's-
being watched. So someone's getting Truman showed.
But you know what's the weirdest thing about this? Is for some reason,
What?
the plush trap hallway isn't listed, and yet you can see it in the private room. It's not one of the observations. It doesn't even have an online. It's just nothing. There's nothing there.
Is that, maybe that's supposed to tell you that they're actually the same
Yes. Okay, yes, that makes
Yeah.
sense. So that's saying that even though on
part
this
of the other
map
one.
they're being
Yeah.
shown as like
On other
they're being,
sides, yeah.
like multiple, paces apart from the other, they're actually the same house, and that it's
They're
just
the same
some
observation.
weird. It's just some weird map fuckery that's like, oh, the entrance to this one is here and the entrance to this one is here, but they're, because it's above ground, I guess they could be right next to each other, and it would just be a weird way of showing it. Which, in fairness, then Fredbear's could be anywhere. Like, I don't think this is a geographically correct map. Like, I don't think Fredbear's is literally, the distance. Because also, like, Circus Baby's little room is not bigger than the entirety of Fredbear's.
But still,
so-
you need to think of this, right? And whether, because look, where that white dot is in the FNAF 4 house, that's where the victim of the experiments are. Where that white dot is in the plush trap hallway, that's where the victim of the experiments are. Someone's getting fucking Truman showed on Withered. I don't know who it is, but somebody's getting pranked in that neighborhood.
Let's think about it, right? Is there any, and I'm not talking about books, I'm not even talking about the logbook, I'm talking about only games. Is there any evidence after 4 that the bite of 83 actually happened? Like, for real?
Fuck.
Like, in the games, could Scott have changed his mind so hard about 4 that he said, all right, you think it was all a dream? It was actually all Truman Show nightmare experiments.
The FNAF 4 minigame house was literally a fucking built into the wall Hello Neighbor style room.
Yeah.
With fucking CCTVs that were the sky and the fucking sun.
And fake
And robot kids. Robot kids aplenty.
I mean, they do have robot kids in the sister location bunker. Those little faces.
Oh! Don't even say that those are the kids in the FNAF 4 neighborhood. Disgusting. What color are their eyes? The green-eyed one is the pigtail. No. The dots are connecting.
God.
Dude, if the entirety of the crying child's death was orchestrated,
Oh my God. God David is real, and Afton literally put his son through nightmare chambers to do it.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking about. He's like, oh, the moon.exe was a simulation. I'll create a simulation of my own to program a personality.
Okay, so the only evidence we have, like, that I would say post 4, sorry, other than like outside game material, is the logbook. Because the logbook says the party was for you, it was for me, and Michael says he fell on Freddy's teeth, it wasn't our fault.
Yeah. But like, listen, no matter which way you slice it, right? The white dot on this map is supposed to represent the victim of a William Afton experiment, right? There's no white dots in the bunker because kids aren't intended to be placed there. The bunker itself has no white dots because that's not where the experiments are happening. The white dots are where the victims are in the FNAF 4 house, the plush trap hallway, and then there's one in the bite victim's room. So listen, I'm sorry. This is just based off simple observational evidence, right? Simple like pattern recognition. The white dot is supposed to represent a victim of William Afton's experiments. Why is there one in the crying child's bedroom? Either it's the crying child's getting Truman showed, or he designed a Truman show around somebody else and like around the crying child, and someone else is going through it. In which case, is he just farming? Is he just sending a bunch of kids to die in the jaws of Fredbear?
Why? Why is he doing that?
See, this is why though I'm genuinely starting to think that FNAF 4 isn't fucking real. I'm starting to think that whole mini game is inside of a fucking wall somewhere in the basement.
So somebody did say to me before on one of your streams, like months ago, maybe a year ago at this point, that they had the idea that basically Dream Theory got Scott so messed up that the reason he made these was to basically do the hardest counter to Dream Theory that he could by saying, no, it's not a dream. It's like literal rooms in a building with cameras in them that you can see. So like you can't ever argue again that Dream Theory is a thing, because like not even the stuff that you thought was a dream, like the stuff that's literally called a dream in FNAF 4, the nightmares, those aren't even dreams. So if you ground the entire thing and just say he's trying to just say it was God Victim that he was trying to answer, right, with 4. If he then goes into this game and makes it all fake, then Toy Chica missing her beak, the mangle on the floor, the kids
my
knowing about
fucking
stuff,
god!
none of it has to be explained. It's just all fake.
He put it there.
He just put stuff in there from the future.
He put shit in there that he wanted to make happen in real life.
Oh, well, if okay, if we're gonna go there,
I thought that's what you were saying.
Well, okay, so this is a little like pet theory I've had in my brain that I don't necessarily, because it's like based on so many others. But if the idea of the nightmare experiments, if God Victim is real, the nightmare experiments could be to make his own God Victim. Like he's trying to make a God Victim on purpose.
Which again, a little weird that he would make himself get spring trapped by putting a plush trap in the.
Yeah, so that's the thing is if he's like trying to direct it that way, that's weird. Like what was Toy Chica taking her beak off for? Like why did he bother putting that? Like he's like, and then I'll make a robot.
I could see it just as like an observation. Like okay, if the beak on the actual Toy Chica comes off, I'll know that it was.
Well, so okay, what that theory came from was the idea that the FNAF 4 minigames were real. They happened. William noticed God Victim happening. He was like, oh shit, this kid has influence over reality, and then he makes fake chambers to influence reality.
Okay, he makes a fake neighborhood afterwards.
Yeah, so the real thing happened, and then he makes a fake neighborhood to recreate the scenario of the original.
This is so fucking stupid.
So, and then the nightmares would be based on Crying Child's nightmares, so that he can go through, like the kid can go through the same experiences.
And yeah, either way, chat, you gotta remember, there is literally something called Observation 1 that puts an online symbol over an entire neighborhood. Something ain't right.
Yeah.
With that neighborhood.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
And if you think about it, a God Victim that you can talk to and tell what to do with a little Fredbear plush is useful.
Yeah, but like and everything here, remember, the other thing is under Afton's control too, right? The plush trap chaser is part of his experiments. The nightmares are part of his experiments. He designed all the fun times. So Fredbear and Spring Bonnie, he must control as well in the situation. So like I said, what if William Afton has a giant bite my son button?
Yeah.
And he clicks it.
Yeah. Because they are indicated the exact same way as the nightmares and
the fun times.
I hate
so it's not an accident at all. He's not an accident at all. He'd kill my son button.
No way. So
that's what I said. He controls all the other ones. I'm sure he can set the nightmares and plush trap on him.
I'm just saying, like, if we're going with the idea that FNAF 4 maybe did still happen and this is a recreation of it, that it's not, he didn't literally make...
Literally, this isn't literally FNAF 4.
Yeah, this is a recreation of it.
Yeah,
and
a recreation of it,
observing somebody else going through it, then yes, he would need a Bite My Son button.
But still, it does explain why FNAF 4, that house is so different from the house on the hill and the nighttime house and the Murray house, which we think they would do, if it's literally not a fucking house at all.
Yeah.
It's just
so
it's
weird.
just built inside of a cave somewhere.
If an abyss, I'm calling this now.
That's why Fredbear's is literally welded to the house, because it's all a set.
I'm calling this now. This will be the weirdest thing ever, and I don't want it to happen. But if this happens, I'll freak out. in Abyss, we're running around, the mimics chasing us and whatever. We break through a wall and we sit up and we're in like a Truman Show like recreation of the neighborhood. And there's all these like mannequins being like, I hear they come to life at night. You know, it's like it's like the Indiana Jones like it's like Nuketown. You know, it just looks like Nuketown with a big like fake sky.
Oh, that will be so crazy. If like that's what he's been getting at by making all these stories like Help Wanted, where it's just like he moves in with his family and his family are all staff bot thingies.
Oh shit. Oh, no.
The books, the book,
so
Help Wanted, the book.
You're so
his
right.
home life, he's hanging out. He doesn't realize they're mannequins the whole time. The pigtail girl and the balloon kid.
And that's illusion discs, isn't
all
it?
Just
Isn't it illusion discs that make him think that?
Yeah,
in
that
Help
is
Wanted?
illusion. That is illusion discs. Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
no.
That is illusion discs. That's why he keeps using that trope. If that's why he's using that trope, if the bite victim never talked to a single human that entire week, it was all just fucking mannequins.
So was Michael fake as well?
Yeah, Michael would have been fake too.
Michael's a robot. Michael's the mimic. Michael's the mimic the whole time.
We've come full circle.
Ugh. Okay, so
that's the one thing that makes me think this can't be true, because Michael has to be a real character with guilt.
But again, only if you include the logbook.
unless he was also just in there. Unless he didn't know either.
Yeah. Oh my god.
Victim.
Oh my god, victim. So,
Wow.
okay, could this tie in with the mimic? Like, could this be something to do with like putting the mimic through this, or putting Michael is the mimic or some shit? I don't know.
Because like, why would Michael be the mimic?
I don't know. He's trying to teach him guilt or something. I don't know why. Why is it so weird?
Why would we put the mimic through a fake game where he gets bit by Fredbear and then is told by a little plush that he's going to come back to life, and then gets put into FNAF world where all of his memories are assembled into? What the fuck is he doing?
My question is, why do we...
If all that is orchestrated, what is he doing?
Well, my question is, like, why is he... Or how does he get them to go from, like, Fredbear's to the nightmare experiments every night? Like, is he like, knocking them out and then dragging them through the bunker?
No, it's all connected by tubes. There's all little translucent tubes that connect it together.
Yeah, but they connect to the bunker. Like, is he dragging...
Well, yeah, he drags them all the way through Circus Gallery. Oh, wait. Circus Baby and as Funtime Freddy are their Ubers. They're Ubers. They have stomach hatches. They take them. Remember, in Help Wanted, dark rooms.
Oh, the mini arenas.
Funtime Freddy and Circus Baby are the only ones that are there in the actual house, right? The gameplay house. Like
that's why he has a storage chamber. That's why Funtime Freddy has a storage
tanks. They're Ubers. They're Ubers.
The idea
they take the kid. They take the kid, walk him all the way back to the nightmare room, dump him out, take him back in the morning, dump him on the bed.
The idea that Michael is like bullying his brother and then gets knocked out, and Funtime Freddy shows up and like picks him up in his stomach tank and walks all the way to another room and then just spits him out, and he's like, all right, nightmare, go.
We don't have a much better explanation, dude.
Oh my god, that is absolutely insane if that's the case. Honestly though, that would be a cool visual in Abyss. I don't like it from a story point of view, but if we crash through a wall and we're in like a fake neighborhood, that would look sick. That would be so creepy. But
and Funtime Freddy shows up and takes us to the fucking nightmare.
See, the reason that I have issue with it being all fake from the very beginning, that like Bite Victim wasn't ever a real person even, and Michael never did any of this, is then where did William get the idea to do, like, did he just come up with this on a whim? He's like, and what if then on the third day he gets locked in a room and I'll stop talking to him through the plush, and then on the fourth day he'll do this, and then on the fifth day he'll get bitten by Fredbear. That'll be cool. Like, where did the idea come from? Because at least if it's based off of the crying child's experiences,
yeah, if it's based off of his life, yeah,
we can at least then relate it to like what may have inspired this, and like why it's very specifically 1983, and why the TV has this on it, and blah 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 blah. Like, then
that also means there has at one point, because I'm not going to believe he designed this whole thing and didn't use it ever. So there was at one point a little kid in the Bite Victim's room that got transported through the entirety of FNAF 4 and chomped. Cassidy.
Yes.
That's why she's in the FNAF 4 bed.
The one
on the fucking security breach.
Wait.
Oh Christ! What if that's why they have the same animatronic they're Oh, that's disgusting. That's disgusting. That's disgusting. That's disgusting. Ew.
Could Fredbear have done the bite of 87? And that's who it was Cassidy? He put her through fake.
I don't think so.
That's the party
Cassidy
at the end of the
through
week.
through the bite victim's exact life, and that's why they share the same suit. It's because they died in the exact same way. That would be crazy.
I mean, there is this weird thing of FNAF 4
surely she just gets stuffed in there after being killed. Surely. Surely it's just as simple as, hey, Cassidy, come to the back room. But that would give you a reason why she was vengeful and the other ones weren't.
Yeah, it really would.
Fuck, dude. Instead
The
of
party was
instead of
for
just
you.
taking Cassidy, the party was for you. Oh, because I've been to the party and it wasn't for
What's your favorite childhood toy? A plastic purple telephone.
Because
She
she's
knows.
seen them all. She's
was
seen
in-
them all in real life.
Do you have dreams? Do you have dreams?
Do you have dreams?
No,
Because I do too. Was your favorite childhood toy a plastic purple telephone? Because mine was too. Oh fuck. The party was for you because we were both there. Dude, that's so good.
No.
Cassidy
fucking way.
experiments in the big 25.
No. Hang on, I'm opening up the logbook. I gotta get the logbook open. This is crazy.
Oh my god.
This was the
You
answer
know
to the logbook
comments are
all
about
along.
the comments
People
are
will
about to
hate
be
this.
absolutely furious.
I wish this was live. People would be freaking out right now.
Now we're claiming that William Afton took Cassidy in 1985, put her in a fucking exact recreation of the bite victim's entire life, and then stuffed her into Golden Freddy. All right, what are all the Cassidy
okay.
questions?
Okay, so yeah, we've got what do you remember? Was your favorite childhood toy a plastic purple telephone?
Check.
Do you remember your name? So
Not check.
I mean, shit, the whole time if they were calling her Dave, they were like, I mean, if Cassidy is real, then it could be that he took a boy and put him in the room and was like, hey, your name is Dave. Do you remember your name? Oh, that's why my name and your name is so confusing in the book. It's like she's telling him his. Oh, okay. So, do you have dreams? Yeah, obviously with Nightmare Fredbear on the
You
side.
check. Yeah.
Do these toys look familiar to you? And then there's like the telephone, the bike, the puppet, or the Jack in the Box, the flute, the little girl, and the guy with like the afro.
So the phone is familiar there. Yeah.
So the phone, yeah. To one of these, yeah. Was your favorite ride the carousel?
That's interesting because there isn't one, I don't think.
There isn't one, but if there was in Fredbear's, I guess we wouldn't know.
Yeah.
What do you see, which is next to the mirror, which is across from the Cassidy puzzle?
I see myself.
Oh, wait. If
Someone in the exact same situation. It's
Yeah.
me.
Yeah. Oh, wait, yeah. So if Cassidy is supposed to be a recreation of the crying child, God, Cassidy, if this is supposed to be a recreation of the crying child and showing a mirror, what do you see? It's me, Cassidy.
It's me.
Okay.
Oh God! Somebody shoot me.
Do you miss them? Oh, because then she'd be
Do
aware
you
of
miss
the whole
the mannequin
situation.
kids? Do you miss the mannequin kids? Do you miss Mike? Do you miss the Foxy Mike?
Does he still talk to you with the Fredbear plush? Because he still talks to me. Oh,
He doesn't
no.
talk to me anymore. Does he talk to you? Does William Afton, the creator of our experiment, still talk to you? This is fucked. This is fucked. Because we always looked at it as like it was just in his mind. But what
Yeah.
if she and him had the exact same experience?
People to invite. The party was for you.
Is this song familiar to you?
That's on the TV. It's page 83, and the little Bonnie, he's making the same poses
Bonnie
on the
with
TV.
guitar notes.
Yeah,
Which is on the TV.
he's-
Fredbear and Friends 83.
It's on the TV, and it's
Yeah.
on page 83.
Oh, and yeah, and so,
So
yeah,
she
I
would have
remember
heard
that.
she-
That was on
she
the
would have
TV
heard it on
as well.
TV.
Yeah, in the fake. This is fucked. Oh my God, Cassidy experiments in the big 25. I almost said
And
85.
it's across the way from Baby Singing, which if we were tying it into the bunker.
Yeah, that's both those because we've always thought it was
Oh
just
my
because
God.
Cassidy was inside the bite victim's mind. But what if
Yeah.
instead the reason they're in the same suit is because they had the exact same life?
Oh, God.
That's so fucked. That's so fucked.
Because we have a lot of connections between 87 and 83 because we have 2 bites, we have the Toy Chica stuff, the Mangle stuff, the kids coming to life at night, all of that stuff. Is there any way that we can connect this idea of Cassidy experiments to the whole 87 thing? Because there is a birthday scheduled for the end of the week, which is presumably where the bite happens.
I mean, all we know is that Golden Freddy is tweaking during the DCI.
Yeah. Somebody used one of the suits, yellow one. We had a spare in the back. Now none of them are acting right.
Somebody kidnapped a kid and took him to the David Chambers.
Oh, Jesus. So
people are going to hate this idea.
This is going to be the most hated theory of this year. I bet you.
Anything. And like, if that's why in Security Breach, the little girl in the FNAF 4 bed with the slash through it, that's because Cassidy had the same fucking thing happen to her.
Yeah.
That's fucked. If this is somehow true, that is so incredibly chopped.
Okay, so because honestly, with this theory, other than the like picture of her in the bed, I would say Cassidy would make more sense because he's basically recreating everything,
every aspect. Yeah.
And then actually, now that we think about it,
Spirit, it would be why the Vengeful Spirit looks like Bite Victim. Fuck.
Yeah, I was just about to say it would be
looks like Bite Victim.
It would be both. It would be Vengeful both. Like as in they would both like it would be Vengeful Cassidy, but she looks and has all the connections to Bite Victim. There's more than this time. There's more than an illusion to fear.
No. We know who our friends are. I'm still your friend. He said the line to both. No. We know who our friends are. He said that same thing to both of them.
No way. I'm looking up the Vengeful Spirit.
This time
lines.
There's more than an illusion to fear.
And if it was Cassidy, and this is how it feels. You get to experience it over and over and over again. So Cassidy went through the experiments.
Trapped in an illusion feels.
Yeah. This is how it feels to go through FNAF 4 because I went through the experiments.
Oh my God! Wait, that's good evidence. We know who our friends are, and then the singular. I'm still your friend. Oh.
This is awful.
So if Bite Victim is saying that, no, let's say Bite Victim's Nightmare Fredbear. We know who our friends are, right?
Yeah.
That's referring to him and the Vengeful Spirit. We, who both went through the same thing and heard that line from you, we're well aware who our friends are. It's not you. Fuck, dude. The one you shouldn't have killed is a boy named Cassidy with the exact same appearance of the Bite Victim, because they were deliberately designed and experimented on to live the exact same life as the Bite Victim. The one you should not have killed is a Bite Victim clone, deliberately morphed by William Afton to be put in an underground chamber and talked to through a plush. What are the other lines in UCN?
I'm trying to find. I'll just look up UCN all voice lines.
Oh my God.
I'll go on Genius. Why is it on Genius?
Let me take you back up. Let me put you back together and take you apart all over again. That's another one that's said to the kids. That's another one that's said to the kids in FNAF.
I will put you back together by recreating an entire version of you. Like he's like, I'll put you back together by putting like a whole other kid in your place. I'm gonna make a new kid. Oh my God. Okay, let me go Happy Frog. So she says, we've only just begun, and then there's Ned Bear. This is how it feels. You get to experience it over and over and over again. I will never let you leave. I will never let you rest. I'll never let you rest, like as in I'll keep you up during the night with nightmares.
Greetings from the Fire is weird.
Yeah, well that would just be
But that would have been something that they saw if they were in the FNAF 4 rooms, somehow, Halloween, ?
Yeah, well, I was gonna say like just that that's just like the fire, like that's the FNAF 6 fire, like they were both there.
Yeah.
Because of Molten MCI or whatever. No.
The shadow fears me. That's like the fake version of Bite Victim.
Shit. Cassidy is Shadow Freddy.
Golden Freddy is Shadow Freddy.
Cassidy is Shadow Freddy. She's literally a shadow of
the Bite Victim, designed to be his shadow, designed to be in his image. The shadow fears me. Cassidy, the shadow of the Bite Victim, the thing you've designed to be the Bite Victim. That's what created Nightmare. That's what's scared of me.
And that's why. Why is there evidence? That's why happiest. No. That's why. Hang on. That's why Happiest Day works for it's Cassidy receiver, but it's all the Bite Victim stuff.
Because it's the same shit anyway. Why is there evidence for this? Why is there actually evidence for this?
This is insane. I must be crazy.
I will vomit you back to relive your horror. That's something you'd imagine if like Funtime Freddy scooped you up in a stomach hatch and dumped you out and dumped you. I will vomit you back to dump the kid out to relive the horror.
To relive. Is it relive the horror or your horror?
Your horror.
That's literally what happened to Cassidy, was that she was vomited back over and over again to relive the horror of William, like his son's death. It's reliving it over and over and over again.
Let's see how many times you can be pulled apart. Let me put you back together and take you apart all over again.
This is actually the crazy. This is not what I expected to get in the last section of the sister location video. The Ned Bear and the Happy Frog lines are very, very similar. Yeah, we've only just begun. I will never let you leave. I'll never let you rest. Then Ned Bear says, this is how it feels, and you get to experience it over and over and over again forever. I will never let you leave. So that's very Nightmare Chamber coded. What are the other melodies? Is he tried to release you, he tried to release us, but I'm not going to let that happen.
I have seen him, the one you shouldn't have killed. I am remade, but not by you, by the one you shouldn't have killed.
Because they know what they look like, because they went through it. Like, if the nightmares are nightmare gas experiments, and they don't look like that actually, that would be what they looked like to the kid that went through FNAF 4. And there's a FNAF 4 office.
No light can save you now. I've always been hiding in your shadow. What a gift to relish, a victim that can't perish. Oh my goodness gracious.
He tried to release you. He tried to release us. But I'm not going to let that happen. I will hold you here. I will keep you here, no matter how many times they burn us. Us is also interesting and well, if there is actually... No. More?
Toy Chica the high school years is all about her trying to find an exact fit for something.
Oh, no. Yeah, and it ends with saying, tomorrow is another day.
Once again, I'm left with nothing but a broken heart. But tomorrow is another day.
Oh my God. Cassidy, lobotomized experiment victim, has so much evidence. Fuck.
Here's an interesting one. Now, this is removed content, so we can completely ignore it. But Pig Patch has a deleted line, which is one of the Vengeful Spirit lines, which says, have you begun to realize where you are yet and who I am? Or are you still so delirious and confused that you still think you are a night guard? You'll understand, and even if you don't, it doesn't matter to me either way. Interesting if the idea is kind of like...
delirious and confused.
Yeah, you still think you're this person? Have you realized yet where you are?
You're
No?
another
Oh, that's
person.
interesting.
Yeah,
You're
I
a
realized
different
that you're
person.
something else. Are you being tricked into thinking you're another person? Because that sounds familiar.
And this all ties it to God, David. Because then we just have to ask, were they both being made into
This is fucked. This is fucked. This is fucked. This is fucked.
This is actually insane.
Andrew's in the games!
Andrew is in the games?
You're telling me Andrew is in the games?
Wait, no. This actually makes a lot of sense. Andrew might actually be in the game. Wait, what?
FNAF Mysteries with T-Dreads and Andrew is in the games. Hello everybody, my name is T-Dreads. Welcome back to FNAF Mysteries with T-Dreads and Andrew is in the games. Today we have assembled the FNAF Avengers to talk about the greatest character in perhaps all of fictional media. And reality too, just the greatest thing to ever exist. And that is Andrew from the Fazbear Frights series. So today we are joined by special guests like Unwithered Truth.
Hello, everybody. How's it going?
Gibby.
Hello, everyone. This is going to be a fun one.
And little known channel breaking into the niche. Game Theories Tom.
Well, hello, Internet, and welcome to this discussion that I'm sure will be perfectly civil and normal and fine and good.
Welcome to Andrew Theory. When's the 5th channel coming out? Andrew Theory. You guys like
Just
that?
Andrew Theory, that's all we do.
It's untapped niche. Untapped niche.
Yeah, Cheaters, I think you can just change your channel name to that, and then that'll be fine. You can join.
Oh no! So
We'll just adopt
this won't be out yet. The mascot for the 2nd channel is Andrew.
Theorist has co-opted T-Dreads. What? Latest news.
When I get a scary email from Scott Cawthon, like, what are you doing? Remove that character. Be like, well, please, Scott, show me what Andrew looks like. Show me his trademark design. Oh, please. Okay. Anyway, basically, Andrew started a flame war a while back that went on for years and years. Still sort of conversation around today, not as much after Secret of the Mimic. But within the continuity of Fazbear Frights, which is where he comes from, he is undeniably the vengeful spirit in that continuity. That's like the only character trait he has. And so this led, I don't know if it was half the community, but it certainly sounded like half. It was quite loud. Half the community to be like, well, guys, he's the vengeful spirit in the games. And so I wanted to first start and go through the panel and be like, you might have some hot takes here. We'll see. Did you ever actually think Andrew was the vengeful spirit in the games? We'll start with Unwithered.
No, I did not. But I honestly, to be completely honest, the reason that is because during the period of time where like Frights was coming out and like the whole Andrew Jake saga, the Street Trade stuff was going on, I was not super invested in FNAF. I wasn't keeping up to date as much as I obviously do now. Like I kind of have dipped in and out of FNAF over the years. I was there in the beginning and then kind of fell off and came back and fell off and came back. So I never had a race in the Andrew game until it kind of came to this like new era of my life where I have to talk about it all the time. So that's when I started learning about Andrew and being like, probably not, but I know that's also colored by a lot of years of separation from being there at the time. And I'm sure there would have been arguments that would have swayed me at the time to be like, well, the game just came out and now we've got this new book series and they're saying all the stuff from the games is happening in this, like, oh, there was a fire and there's this puppet thing that was in the fire and oh, there's this kid that's haunting William Afton. Maybe at the time I would have been more swayed, but I haven't had a big I think I said a race in that game, but I think I meant to say horse in that race. But I don't currently believe he is canon or anything like that. But I do believe he is pardon the slur, he's a parallel.
No, you can't say the P word. Editor, bleep it out.
that might be a little worse. If he just said pardon the slur, beep. I think that would be bad. Let's not edit that one out.
I think Andrew is bleep.
Yo, good call, Gibby. Oh, I turned into a tomato. Gibby, you want a job in PR?
I'm already your PR guy.
Okay, all right. I'll break some hearts by saying this. Andrew is so much of a joke to me that I made it the channel's entire like theme.
You released a Christmas album about it.
I released a Halloween album, a Christmas album, a fan song. Half the emotes are Andrew references. It's the whole thing. I never thought he was a Vengeful Spirit. Even like during the time, I didn't make my own videos yet, but obviously I watched Game Theory, FNAF, etc., etc., etc. I feel like the man in room 1280 just isn't an accurate representation of what UCN is. And so the kind of discrepancies between that story and Ultimate Custom Night, to me, were a big kind of hit against that being the case, or at least the games being one-to-one with the books. Gibby, how was your experience in the Andrew realm?
Kind of like Unwithered, I wasn't really getting into making videos until after Frights was done and Tales was already like being published. So I'll never be able to know how I would have reacted to, the Frights 4 where we first meet Andrew and then all this stuff. Like, I genuinely do not know if I would have fallen into the, like, oh, we're finally getting the answer after, 2 years or whatever. This is the answer to the games. This is UCN. He's finally in the books. Like, we're learning who this Vengeful Spirit is. I don't know if I would have believed that. By the time I entered the community, I had already heard so much about how the books contradicted canon and how it didn't really fit and how, well, maybe the Stitch line is or maybe Tales is. So I told myself, I'm going to be totally agnostic. I'm not going to take one side or the other until I read the books myself. And then I read the books myself, and I said, there's absolutely no way these are in the games. And it would be kind of insane for Scott Cawthon to write the character of Andrew, give him absolutely no backstory whatsoever, have him unceremoniously get thrown out of the story based on something Jake did, not even something he did, halfway through the Stitch line, never elaborate, and then say, and that guy was the most important character in the games, actually. So yeah, I've never thought that Andrew was actually in the games.
But what about the story where a kid puts a tooth in a science kit and it grows into a monster and drinks his pee?
See, that one could actually be canon. That's one of the ones that doesn't actually contradict. I am just saying that one could be.
Technically doesn't contradict anything. It's just there.
Precisely.
What was I going to say? Yeah, all right. The last three of us that have given our thoughts have been, we're frauds. We're new cats in the FNAF game. But if only somebody was around during the heyday of Andrew's reign I'm like, oh wait, Tom from Game Theory. What can you walk us through how Andrew was interpreted back then?
I mean, you've bigged me up as if I was there in the heyday. And this is the thing, I'm in a weird like middle ground camp where Matt had obviously been theorizing on game theory for years, and I was watching game theory. It wasn't until I didn't join the writing team until 2020, and my first FNAF theories came about when I came on full time in 2021, so like just before the launch of Security Breach. I also had to catch up. Like, I got the job, they gave me the job, and I just remember going, oh no, I have to read the FNAF books now. Oh no, what have I done? And so I had to go back and like, we did the FNAF live stream for after Security Breach, and I had basically got like, right, you've got 2 months to binge the entirety of Frights and the novels. Go. So I did, and it was fine. It was, you know, you when you binge it that quickly, you notice the ups and downs very quickly. But to the point with Andrew, so yeah, a lot of my initial interpretation had come from game theory and the idea of these are, as Unwith had said, these are parallels. These are similar characters, but there are too many contradictions in the story that where some of them line up. Like you talked about. And the man in room 1280. It gives us a lot of insight into stuff that might have happened or how things may have worked, or like there's similarities, but they're not one for one. And because of that, it makes it really difficult to go, this is 100% the way this goes. And yeah, I just remember sitting down with Matt because he was like, right, we need to like sort out the lore and make sure that you're up to speed with kind of game theory and where all this is. And I just remember talking about Andrew and bringing out, because I'm like, I see a lot of people are really like mad about this thing, or really like wanting this to be the truth. And we just ended up talking about basically, while it solved certain problems, it caused a lot of others and had a lot more contradictions. Suddenly it's bringing in all these stories that, like you say, some of them don't contradict anything, and it's just like, that's just weird and feels odd. But then there's a bunch where it's just like, this doesn't make sense with the world. And obviously that got muddier and muddier when you then start bringing in the Tales books or the interactive novel books as well. While I was into FNAF, I wasn't into the books until much later, so I was not in the Andrew camp to begin with. I was always, games are first and foremost. If the books happen to align, we can learn some stuff, and Andrew kind of fits that bucket where there's probably some lessons we can learn from him about the main games and the story, but he is not in the games himself.
Nice. Okay, so obviously, the main debate in the community back then was, is Andrew the one you shouldn't have killed from Ultimate Custom Night? The little face that appears in the vents, torturing William Afton, whatever. There are still people who think this is the case right now. I don't think it's as much nearly as before Secret of the Mimic, because I feel like that definitely did kind of lead us to thinking about certain things when it came to the books. Right now, there is a kind of mini debate going on, and I think even some people in this call will have different takes on it. And I think started by game theory largely is the interpretation that Andrew and Jake in the Stitch Wraith are a parallel or an allegory for Golden Freddy, which is two spirits that interact with each other. So yeah, one of them can't see, one of them has limited control over the body, etc., stuff like that. However, there has been a debate lately about whether Andrew is a parallel to Cassidy, because they're the Vengeful Spirit, black curly hair, if you think Cassidy has that in the games, or if Andrew is actually a parallel to the Bite victim, because of kind of stuff like, for example, Andrew is the one that cannot see. Andrew is the one that seems to be more deadly, where if you think that, if you look at the week before and other stuff, Golden Freddy, the agony of the crying child, seems to be somewhat unique compared to the other energies that the kid spirits put off. And when the Stitch Wraith touches somebody, they kind of instantly die. Golden Freddy, like, invades your mind is how it's described. And even in the games, Golden Freddy's jump scare is just like a giant translucent head that flies at you from the hallway instead of getting up and actually moving to attack you. It very clearly operates differently. And then also, I probably already mentioned this, but I'm forgetting, the way Andrew feels in the suit would be the same way that the Bite victim feels, which is the whole, I'm blind, I don't have a lot of control over where I'm going with this thing. Unwithered, I want to start with, because I think your take right now is the unorthodox one. What do you think about the purpose of Andrew in relation to one of those two, or both of those, kids?
So I used to believe that Andrew was a parallel for Cassidy, who I believe to be the Vengeful Spirit. But I've come to the kind of... I wouldn't say I'm like 100% like, oh, this has to be the case, but like I'm pretty confident in the idea that Andrew is representative of the crying child, the bite victim, rather than Cassidy. And I have a couple of reasons, like the ones that you kind of stated there, that are big driving forces in it. Because, you know, I used to think, oh, he represents Cassidy, but their places in the suits are flipped, and it's sort of, you know, it's playing around with that. But the more I've looked at the role of Cassidy in the games and how it's been sort of co-opted by this idea of like kind of working backwards from the idea that they're the Vengeful Spirit, I think people go, well, Cassidy's the Vengeful Spirit, therefore, and then work backwards to figure out what other things represent Cassidy. Whereas if you don't start at that point, there's a lot of other things you can kind of interpret about Cassidy's character. So from that, then I was looking at Andrew, and the main one that I started really thinking about was the parallels to him if you are in any way a subscriber to the God Victim theory. Because because the idea in very brief summary of God Victim is the idea that the crying child through the 0 point field is influencing reality around him after his death because of his unique circumstances surrounding his death, which then cause his like kind of memories of the FNAF 4, like the toy Chica missing her beak, the Balloon Boy kid, the Mangle toy, all that stuff, that sort of influences
it's reverse stream theory, Tom. It's reverse stream theory.
Yeah, it's stream theory flipped. My latest video just came out about it, so if people are curious, they can go and watch that and hear my full thoughts on it. But essentially, what led me to thinking about that was looking at Andrew and Frights and how he connects to the 0 point field, and essentially how his agony, which is spread over multiple objects and multiple places, is the thing that causes most of the events early on in Frights. Later, it sort of gets co-opted a lot by Eleanor, and then there's like kind of questions of like, well, why was she never mentioned earlier? She just sort of shows up halfway through the series and was like, it was me all along, and Andrew just vanishes, you know? But I would say Andrew having that sort of effect on the whole universe basically in Frights, and being a very integral character, when you start comparing that to the bite victim and how I believe he operates, they kind of mirror one another. Especially if then you go even the further step and think that bite victim might be the Vengeful Spirit, then you look at Andrew and you're like, he's a guy who doesn't remember how he died, but just that he really hates William and he blames him for everything, and he can't see and he has problems remembering things. He's freed in somebody else's memories. I'm sure we'll get into that later, but there's a lot of things about him that I find interesting, and like why we never get his backstory in that game or in those books, and I wonder if him not having clear memories of it is important to the whole character and like how he relates to the bite victim in my point of view.
Yeah, a couple, more good parallels there. Sorry, Twitter, forgive me. The whole getting freed in Jake's memory is what happens to Andrew in the books. Happiest Day, for that to be set up, you need the other children there. The other kids need to be present for the Golden Freddy kid to move on. So if that's bite victim, that's another connection there. A lot of interesting stuff. And then, of course, if there's some semblance of like his memories or his influence being over multiple things in the series, that is literally just what Andrew is. He's the catalyst for a lot of Frights.
And I actually think that the whole like Andrew getting freed thing, or sorry, bite victim getting freed thing, I have this kind of latest take on Happiest Day that what usually people think is that Cassidy gets freed through the bite victim's memory of the bite, and it's like inverted and made good. I'm currently operating under a belief that the Cassidy's memory of her birthday party or their birthday party or his or whatever, is actually what's used to put the bite victim back together. It's that Cassidy's memory of their birthday is injected with the crying child so that he can move on. And that's like the purpose of Cassidy.
The party was for you. Yeah.
the party was for you. It's that whole thing in the logbook of their conversation is Cassidy putting the crying child into her own memory to free him, basically to give him his like happiest day. Put that kind of last thing, the neat bow on the whole thing. Anyway, that's just connected to my thoughts on Jake and Andrew and how that works. And some of that is working backwards, some of that's working forwards. But anyway,
I can see Tom's brain exploding in his head.
Yeah,
I'm just racking it for like I'm like making the connections and going, yeah, okay, and then my brain is like trying to think of all the other like all the reasons we've believed what we've believed up until now, and just going back and making sure that you double checking my answers and going, okay, how did we get to that? Why did we think that? Okay, I see what. So my brain is currently you're seeing it in real time.
Yes.
No, yeah. Unwith and I have been doing a lot of looking into recently because, like, Happiest Day, for example, Golden Freddy is only represented once as one kid, despite comic consensus being there's 2 souls in the suit. Logbook has 2 spirits in it, obviously. And then other continuities, the movie, the novels, even Frights, if you're going to say that Kelsey is a projection of the kid that died in there, because there's at the end of the story, I think Matt uses actually
black curly hair, by the way.
We're talking about Andrew, whatever. Yeah,
that's Andrew.
I think the kid in the suit is probably Andrew. The hair and black hair in the suit. And then he projects as a blonde kid for some reason. Who knows? Because it's Golden Freddy, don't you see, guys? It's actually a subtle reference.
The kids literally say when they walk into the building, they go, "Hey, that bear looks like you, Kelsey." Which, like, if you're trying as the as the author, you're like, "Huh? See, I'm poking you. I'm poking you."
It's Golden Freddy. You see a kid with like blue hair, you're like, Bonnie.
And then a kid with purple hair. Goes, no, I was Bonnie. Exactly.
No, I was Bonnie. Gibby, would you mind walking us through some of the reasons people think Andrew is a parallel to Cassidy?
Okay, so you're asking for like I'm explaining the orthodox opinion?
Yeah, I just don't know what you believe right now. So, but we need the opinion explained.
I don't know what you believe.
I believe something significantly more complicated than what Unwither just said. So,
lovely.
So before we melt our brains that way, I guess I'll just talk about like the orthodoxy.
I predicted this, by the way.
when we're talking about Andrew, a character who's only in the books, and we're using names like Cassidy, whose name doesn't appear in the games, and you only get from solving a word search in a logbook and is mentioned offhand in the fourth closet. We're already beyond like FNAF 101. We're already in like graduate level stuff where we're just mentioning nonsense. Oh, the new kid, the story about the projection from the Fredbear because Nick and Devin leave Kelsey there and he eats him. Like what?
Obviously.
Nonsense. So the
good first date conversation starter.
The community's understanding is that there's 5 missing kids that we first learn about in FNAF 1. We go on to learn 4 of their names pretty definitively across different continuities and stated directly at the end of FNAF 6, which are Gabriel, Fritz, Susie, and Jeremy. And we never learn the 5th one. In the Silver Eyes, we do learn the 5th kid, and their name is Cassidy. And in the logbook, we do a little word search, and we find that one of the voices speaking is named Cassidy. And so the idea is that the 5th kid, who would be inside Golden Freddy, is this Cassidy character. And they have nothing to do. Kind of like what Unwithered was just saying, is you sort of backwards engineer stuff. So we have this character named Cassidy, who doesn't do anything in the story, because they're so enigmatic, and they're so over there doing ghostly Golden Freddy things. And then in UCN, we have the one you should not have killed, who speaks through the mediocre melodies, who people like Mangle and Jacko Chica is like, I have seen the one who you should not have killed. And there's this weird phantom face that we see in the vents. And we're like, okay, so this voice, this person, this character, who we all also assume is the red bear that you get when you do the secret Easter egg to talk to Old Man Consequences in UCN. Again, nonsense. Who Old Man Consequences says, oh, you should rest your own soul, leave William to the demons. So we sort of see this person doing things over here, the Vengeful Spirit, and we see Cassidy over here who does nothing, and we're like, what if these are the same character? And so that's where Cassidy Vengeful Spirit comes from. And Andrew Vengeful Spirit is just the idea that this character's name is Andrew, I guess, or like that they're parallels, that they are telling a similar story across the 2 different continuities. I think if you were to poll the FNAF community, that would be at least a 65-70% like agreement that is who they believe the Vengeful Spirit is. I don't, but I don't want to melt Tom's brain too much, so I want to hear from him first what his opinion.
Oh no, we're gonna make you say it.
and then I'll explain the nonsense.
Okay. Sure.
And then I'll melt everyone's brains.
Yeah.
Give us your Andrew thoughts.
Yeah, I guess to kind of jump off what you were just saying, Gibby, it's that sense of you have, because the main connection point for us with the Vengeful Spirit and Cassidy and the second spirit that's in it with, like, because again, you've got these two spirits talking in the logbook. One of them is implied to be, uses words like, it's me. And so it's like, okay, this feels like two spirits. And these two spirits talking from like inside Golden Freddy, similar to how Jake and Andrew do in the Stitch Wraith. And so you've got that connection. In Ultimate Custom Night, if you beat, I think it's 50-20 mode, like the hardest mode, you unlock that secret clip of the Golden Freddy suit writhing and like twitching as if like the Vengeful Spirit refuses to let go, as if it is still like trying desperately to like cling to this world and like continue torturing Afton. Like, there's a billion ways you could interpret that clip, but just the fact that by doing the hardest difficulty, the thing we see is Golden Freddy. He's like, again, you're right, it is a loose thread, but it is like the only thread we have to like go, hey, this is the one thread that connects these two things of like, we've got two spirits that we believe are tied to Golden Freddy because of the books and because of a few other reasons. And so here is this Golden Freddy connected thing. The biggest prize is we see Golden Freddy. That's our connecting dot. And the joy of FNAF is we often only get one or two dots. And so sometimes we it is that the thing that I remember talking to Matt about a lot was always, sometimes you just need to go with the simplest answer because otherwise we start getting into chaos and craziness. But also that's part of the fun. So there's two sides to that coin. And then with like the whole Andrew crying child or Cassidy connection, I know for us, like the big connection has always been that because you're right, there's a lot of connections to Andrew and the crying child, and kind of those two things do work together if you don't work backwards, instead work forwards. I think the thing that we've always stuck to is Jake's story. I forget the name of it. Like, it's escaped my brain. There's too many stories to remember the exact name of. But the story of Jake, and he has, he is in a hospital bed. He's got like a brain tumor, I think is his thing. It's like, so it's not a bite victim. It's not the same. And again, it's where you have to get into that thing of, are these parallels? Are they loosely connected versus direct connections? And so got this kid in a hospital bed. Dad talks to him through a walkie-talkie, through his toy, in the same way we see the Golden Freddy plushie down in the basement of Sister Location has a walkie-talkie. Psychic friend Fredbear, as we always call him, is the one talking to him through this walkie-talkie. And so it builds a lot of connections to Jake specifically, which means that it would be weird for it, like, to then make Andrew the Vengeful Spirit feels more right because he's vengeful, he's angry, and then you've got the second spirit trying to help, as Cassidy, trying to help the crying child remember who they are, have their happiest day, all those sorts of things. As with everything we've said, there's a lot of things that like work together, don't work together, always open. But yeah, that's kind of been our basis for that interpretation. Now, Gibby, please destroy me.
We're gonna flip the coin over to the chaos and confusion or whatever.
Let's go.
Wait, Unwither, do you have something to say?
Oh yeah, I was just gonna say, now that I'm, because I think there are a lot of really good, like you said, like the connections between Jake are also strong. And honestly, maybe it's a case of there isn't a parallel between two characters. It's that they're both like one half of Crying Child. Like they're both in some way a part of the Crying Child, like, diverging.
Those
like
who know
in the
Shadow
movies,
Freddy.
as you've got you've got good Crying Child who lived with a happy family and died peacefully at home, and then you've got like angry, vengeful, sad Crying Child who doesn't remember how he died, and you've got the two halves of them rather than them.
It's my mysterious dark side.
Because again, the golden duo thing comes from there being two people in the Stitch Wraith. Like, it goes again backwards when we're going, which one of them is Crying Child and Cassidy? We're assuming that they have to be, even though the entire basis of that is already like based on that story itself. So like maybe Golden Duo just isn't a thing, and we're misunderstanding Cassidy entirely and who they are. But anyway, Gibby, throw us for a loop.
Okay, so the problem with like FNAF in general is that everything is constructed in like a big wobbly Jenga tower where if you pull one block, then like everything topples over. But maybe it doesn't. Maybe if you do it really carefully, it doesn't actually knock everything over. So here's, my viewpoint's going to be so different than the orthodoxy that people are going to immediately just reject it. So I do think that Jake, in the real Jake, is a crying child parallel. Like you said, having a tumor in your head is kind of like being bitten in the head. He dies in a hospital bed, very similar to crying child. So the Jake is the crying child character. My problem is, I think that when Scott made UCN, he left the identity of the Vengeful Spirit to be that one last loose dangling plot thread to be picked up in later entries. And a lot of people thought it was being picked up in Frights. And I don't think it was being picked up in Frights. And a lot of people thought it was being picked up in Tales. And I don't think it was being picked up in Tales. I think it's being picked up now in the
here it comes.
era. We all need to remember Security Breach was delayed a couple times. There was a little thing called COVID in there. So I don't think Scott expected it to take like 7 years to get to where we are in the story right now. I think that the Vengeful Spirit is David Murray. And I think that in the logbook, when we get two names, when we get Dave and Cassidy, I think Dave in the logbook is David Murray, and I think that Cassidy is just the actual name of the crying child. I think it's Cassidy Afton and David Murray as the two things that are sharing one thing, with David Murray being the Andrew parallel, the person who's Andrew in
Plastic
the book.
purple phone.
We don't know Andrew's backstory. He literally has no memories. Jake's like, "What are you?" He's like, "I'm just angry. I don't know. I guess I died further back on the timeline than any other character, but I don't know anything about my past." It's to do with David Murray. And so I think Andrew is a proto David Murray in the games. It's the William's secret first kill who becomes vengeful and whose death echoes out and like causes all the rest of the stuff to happen, who meets the nicer character, and then who causes all this stuff to happen. And as Tom, I know you're aware of this, I think that Old Man Consequences / Monty from Secret of the Mimic is sort of a stand-in for Edwin, the way that Bonnie is for William and that Freddy is for Henry. So it makes sense that the character, the proto David Murray, would be symbolized with an alligator mask, if then in the game's continuity his father is symbolized by the alligator character.
And you have was your favorite ride the carousel? There's no carousel in FNAF 4, but there is one in Murray's Costume Manor.
There's another...
Oh, that's good.
So I looked at all of the alligators across the franchise, right? We have...
As you do.
Andrew with the mask, we have, Edwin being sort of like a Monty thing, and we have Old Man Consequences. In Ruin, we get the scene where Glamrock Bonnie's dead on the floor with the 4 floor bots around it. Which I think is very clearly sort of recreating sort of like an Echo or an AI reimagining or whatever we think is happening in Ruin and the Pizzaplex and the Nexus and all that stuff in the Storyteller. It's recreating the Springlock incident. We have Bonnie dead on the ground, and we have 4 things looking over it. And because I think at least we all believe that Monty killed Bonnie with his claws, the 5th person who would have been present is equivalent to the ghost we play as in the Springlocking minigame. So we have the 4 children standing watch. That's
my god!
Watching Monty killing Bonnie, and so that 5th spirit, the Vengeful Spirit, is the character that would be associated with the alligator, and so that would be Andrew, or in this case, it would be just the son of Edwin, or it would be a Murray or David Murray, etc. So the alligator keeps popping up in these sort of different incarnations. So again, I don't think Andrew is literally David, but I think he's a proto David in a different continuity that Scott was testing out to get us to now the canon David Murray. And so that's my theory.
Yeah.
It's really funny.
Go ahead.
It's really funny because when I'm thinking of like stuff for my reboot series, I'm always thinking like, what character can I kind of, maybe I can rejig and make it a little cleaner. And one of my first ideas for like planning down the road was like, what if Andrew was a Murray? And like, what if he's like the Dave in the because he's an alligator, right? And then I thought exactly. So when you said this to me a while ago, I was like, oh no, it makes sense. Like it really. I think it really does work, especially if there is some sort of God David going on where you've got, David Murray becomes Crying Child and they act similar and they are similar. It makes sense then that in the logbook, it would be the two of those people communicating. It would be the Crying Child with so my question then. Yeah, the same toys, exactly. But my question then, Gibby, would be in the logbook, are you saying the Crying Child is trying to put David Murray back together?
Andrew's the one who doesn't have his memories in Frights, so yeah.
Yeah, okay. It's gonna be a hard pill to swallow for a lot of.
What about the whole like you are broken, I will put you back together? Like, do you think that's separate from what we see in the logbook? Because I've always looked at it as that logbook is like a kind of non-FNAF world way of showing us what happened in FNAF, like what happened with Happiest Day, how that occurred.
Yeah, I'll walk that back a little bit because there is the party was for you, it was for me, which is very clearly a FNAF 4 and then Happiest Day ism. But it almost sort of, because game's version of David Murray we know literally nothing about them. It's hard to sort of ascribe a motivation to him, because we don't know anything. Like this whole thing I just said is completely predicated on William killed David Murray, which half the community doesn't believe was not the case in the books, and we have no evidence for other than it kind of makes sense as something William would do. What if William started the Fall Fest fire and killed Fiona? What if he did kill David Murray in the parking lot? Like, we don't have evidence for that other than guessing the way that typically people write narratives. Like, I think that that's something Scott would do, but there's no evidence for it. So my entire theory is that there's no reason to think at the moment.
I just realized, and it's been something that I've tried to grapple with like so many times with the logbook, because I've always been like, just teetering on the edge of like, there is no Cassidy. Cassidy's not real. It's not a real character. It's just the bite victim's name. Because the logbook seems so like about, finding that named the Crying Child, right? It's always that like, trying to tease it out. But then when you get to the end of like the end of that puzzle, you get the other character's name, and it's like, I thought the other one was the one that they couldn't. Do you remember your name? Do you remember your name? Do you remember your name? Are these your toys? Whatever. And then we get the other guy's name. It's like, okay, why? If the idea is on the page opposite the Cassidy word search, there's a mirror, right? And underneath the mirror, it says, do you remember, or sorry, it says, what do you see?
What do you see?
If the idea is in the reflection, the Crying Child sees my name, right? The words like my name, which is written on all the hints that bring you to that page, the thing on the opposite of the page, the Crying Child is responding, my name, Cassidy. That's why it says my name on all those hints, because the thing that's reflected in the mirror is my name, not the name of the person leaving that written down. I know that sounds really stupid, but I've always been like, oh, it's me, blah, 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 blah. But what do you see? It's me, Cassidy. Makes sense. And if it's my name, that's what's being reflected in the mirror is the name of the person looking in the mirror. That could work with the whole David Murray thing. That'd be so great. I wish I thought of this when I was making my David Murray Vengeful Spirit video.
The moment Secret of the Mimic came out, because we had Hyperdroid had like just solved the Dave in the logbook thing. And then Secret of the Mimic comes out and we find out this other character named David, and this is what led to God David, right? It was like, why are these characters that are so similar also have the same name? What if they don't have the same name and David is just the David Murray character? Like that sort of picking one of those two. Either Scott's telling us something really important with naming these characters the same thing, or we were just like a little bit wrong back here. And now with further context, we can kind of figure out, okay, wait, this was actually David Murray the whole time. He's the Vengeful Spirit, which would also be...
But it feels so wrong to have Cassidy, the Crying Child, being the one trying to put David Murray back together. That just doesn't feel like...
It could still be David Murray trying to put Crying Child back together.
I was going to say, yeah, it does feel odd. Obviously, David Murray being put back together is thematic. to the whole like M1's goal.
Well, and it's just part of
part of it. His whole thing is he needs
plot.
to be put back together. That's literally the starting point, really, of the franchise, is him needing to be put back together. It is.
Shouldn't Crying Child also be cooked?
But this is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying is we could still have the name of the Crying Child be Cassidy and still be the altered text, right?
Yeah, the one answering the questions can still be Crying Child if their name is Cassidy.
Yeah.
Yeah, if their name, like, if you want to interpret the my name being left around is being left by David Murray, so that when Crying Child looks in the mirror, he sees his name, my name. You know, when you're looking in the mirror, what do you see? Oh, my name. It's Cassidy.
Yeah.
That's why it's being written everywhere, because that's what leads you to that word search. So when David Murray writes my name, he's not writing David Murray. He's writing Cassidy.
So just my name itself is a hint. My name being written is a hint.
Yes.
Basically. Okay.
Yeah. To the Crying Child. So how do I do I remember my name? No, I don't. What's my name? My name is page 59 and it goes across 10. My name is page 63 and it goes across 2. And then he goes through the Cassidy word search.
Yeah.
Funny enough, that would actually be a cleaner explanation, because that would mean that 100% of the things Faded Text writes are hints, and not most of them except my name, which is randomly put places.
Yeah.
It's to make everything written in that logbook is a hint for the Faded Text to pick up on.
Yeah, I think the logical conclusion to this, which I'm not ready to believe or accept or even put forward in like a legit theory video yet, because I hate it, but it does seem to be like sort of the coherent thing, is if the David Murray Vengeful Spirit character is trying to get Cassidy Afton to get their memories back, the party was for you, sort of implies that maybe David Murray was around during that time, maybe witnessing events, maybe David Murray is the Fredbear plush. And I don't like it, because there's no way Scott thought about this all the way back during FNAF 4's development, but it works. It fills in the gap really, really well. Who would be dead and already haunting something? The only previous victim, David Murray. Like it
really works as well with Old Man Consequences, because Old Man Consequences, we find out in Secret of the Mimic, is a water game that David Murray used to play with Monty the alligator sitting by the river and then by the lake, and you see that in Moon.exe. Old Man Consequences, representing his dad Edwin, is there at the very end as he was at the beginning, and he says, "There is nothing else. Rest your own soul."
Oh man, and does he still talk to you next to the Fredbear plush? That would also give Dave a link to that thing being in the book as well, if that were true.
Yeah.
I'm using sort of David and M2 a little interchangeably.
Yeah.
Because I do believe that M2 is possessed. So something I was resistant to at the time, but that T-Dreads was harping on about, is in
anytime, buddy.
Moon.exe, on the first screen, if you pick up the phone, you hear a Crying Child's voice, and so you're sort of already hearing a connection between these two characters, going all the way back to the earliest point in the timeline.
Yeah.
Also occurring sort of in the digital world, which is also kind of what FNAF world is. Like, maybe you're playing as the David Murray character, putting the pieces together, finding the clocks, etc. Like, there's so many, kind of like the hole that we went into when we're like, we don't know who Cassidy is, and we don't know who did this. What if it's the same thing? We have a David Murray, and we have a I don't know who's playing FNAF world. What if it's David?
Yeah. I guess the only question I would have then is why is kind of to the God David part of it all. Why are the Crying Child, if that is Cassidy, why are they so similar to David Murray if they are not connected in that way? Other than just
that's you, TD.
Don't forget Gregory. Don't forget Gregory, guys.
Yeah, the Band-Aid on
you see, Gregory is from the 1960s, and
wait.
Well,
I thought of something new. What if he's a robot?
Okay, well, if we go with this idea that David Murray was indeed killed by William, which I think is going to be a twist reveal in the future, because I think Tales set us up to be like, oh, well, he obviously was hit by a car. And there's that audio thing in Secret of the Mimic that's like, oh, I don't mind about building this playground so close to the docking bay. Oh, that's fine. And it's leading us to think, oh, Fiona just left him outside. His ball went into the docking bay and he got hit by a truck or something coming in. And that's how he died. I think it will be a reveal in the next game or the game after that he was killed by William, and that William did it specifically because he was trying to target Edwin and take over everything. So he was like, I know what'll throw him off his game, his son being dead. So he might have like machinationed his way through that. If that does end up being the case, then I've completely lost my train of thought. I talked myself out of what I was saying.
Average theorist moment.
While you're coming back to that, maybe this can jog you a little bit. So I have consistently, and you guys know my arcade theory, I've consistently been looking for an in-universe reason that Save Him isn't a retcon, and it could be something to the effect of William driving up and killing his business partner's child when they're alone outside happened twice. And so when in FNAF 2, when it's depicting what is actually literally Charlie's death, the ghost in the machine got a little confused and thought, it's like, oh yeah, it was David, right? Save him? Well, he's the one that William killed outside? And so it's kind of like...
Okay, so yeah, I'm back on the train. So yeah, what I was going to say was that yes, that is a pattern, right? Is William killing his business partner's child outside the restaurant when there's no one around, right? So that's one.
If he did.
And if he did. And if William is, at this point, already a murderer, right? And we know Charlie's murder is called Alchemist's Fantasy, the music that plays. Mm-hmm. So it's like, was that maybe, I know he didn't stuff her or anything, but like, was he more aware of things at that time? Because we usually tend to think of William as like, oh, he didn't figure out possession until like Elizabeth, or maybe, the crying child, or maybe, like we kind of think of it as that era of the timeline. But if we go as far back as David Murray, then we can have a situation where all those God David connections that you were mentioning, Tom, about, well, why are they so similar then if they don't have that connection? They can have that connection, and there could be more intentionality behind it, because William can be already at that stage where he's trying to put things in motion. Maybe the nightmare chambers were some sort of weird experiment for him trying to create another David Murray. I don't know why he would do that, but it would explain why they look. It's in his bedroom with his toys and stuff. Maybe William finds out about the tiger. Maybe in the next game we'll go into the FNAF 4 bedroom and the tiger will be there, and it'll be like, oh, William was trying to get the crying child to connect with the spirit or something. We don't know, but if he's a murderer that early on, it leaves open the door of like, well, the crying child stuff could be more intentional or not as random as it might seem right now.
Yeah, it's an interesting thought, because and it's just a series of facts that I hate, right? The first one, in FNAF 4, the crying child sleeps in a different house.
To leave. He can't stand this anymore. He's just
he's
just shut his blinds.
No, he was just reducing
very bright, so I just wanted to.
He was reducing the. Yeah, his face was a little blown out. Okay. So in FNAF 4, the Afton house, the house the crying child's in, is clearly not the same one that the night gameplay takes place in. Mm-hmm. Say that 10 times fast. It's not the same room. And so that's fact number one. Fact number two is we know absolutely beyond a doubt that the FNAF 4 nightmare rooms are observations. They are intentionally set up by Afton. They intentionally spaces that exist with scary animatronics to scare a kid. That's fact number two. Fact number three is he designed them and built them to look like David Murray's room. Why? So he's not rebuilding his son's room, because his son's room looked different. It had the bed in the side and random stuff in the corner, no closet, whatever. Completely different layout for the house, next to Fredbear's Family Diner, right down the road, which, in fact, is on the other side of the map. So those are two different places. So for some reason, he has constructed one of these places to look like David Murray's bedroom.
Unless they have two houses for some reason. Like Midnight Motorist.
Yeah, and that's just inside the house on the hill.
Yeah, that's the Murray house, and Crying Child sleeps in David Murray's old bedroom, and then when he dies, William recreates that room for some reason. Because they're not the same room. I was going to say he could have repurposed it, but they're not the same room. They're just inspired. One inspires the other. Yeah, but it could be Crying Child had two rooms if he's like the Midnight Motorist Runaway, for example. He might have been in the David Murray room in that minigame. Yeah.
In my idea, from Scott's perspective, or from the perspective of a writer, there's no reason to have you go in the FNAF 4 room as the climax hook of that game. You are supposed to walk in that room and go, holy shit. Like, it's hard to describe, but for me, if the end of that game's New Game Plus ending that you have to work the hardest to get, if that isn't somehow relevant to that same room appearing later on, all the other connections between David and the Crying Child, etc., I feel like it's such a weird thing to just be like, and here, this looks like this, guys, get it? It's a subtle reference. That's like the final thing you're supposed to see in that game. After you, like, guys, who remembers
it's
this robot,
reveal.
guys?
Yeah.
And then a tiny robot boy comes out of the closet and starts walking up to you, and like it's very clearly on like, this is important.
Your Twitter critics and the people in your comment section are like, it's an Easter egg. It's there to remind you of FNAF 4, but like to the player. Yeah, to have that be the big thing at the end of the game and just have it be a little
you have to
reference.
Spend like 40 hours to get
it
that.
would be bad writing at the least.
Like, it doesn't have to be like the canon ending. Like, that's the thing, is like saying it's the canon ending versus saying it's that ending is important, it's meant to teach us something. Both can be true. And it's the same even when we were like, I think when we were, or a bunch of us were talking in our own videos about like the Choose Your Own Adventure books. It's the same thing of like, that ending isn't the canon ending, but because we found a note in a drawer, that note in the drawer still exists, it's just not found within the canon timeline. And so you definitely, like, the fact that it's, the hardest ending to get, and it's really, really presented to you, does feel super important. It's just like, whether it's canon or not is kind of irrelevant to that discussion.
So Andrew.
Sorry, Sam's gonna get back to Andrew.
Let's like just rewind back to our favorite Just Andrew from Frights. We've kind of talked about how he appears in like Stitch Wraith number 4, and then he's in 5, and then he like disappears in 6. His main story is a combination of the New Kid and Fetch, because in the New Kid, he's implied to be in Golden Freddy, and Kelsey is his projection.
Guy forgot the Man in Room 1280.
Man in Room 1280. You're right. Yeah, it's forgettable. The New Kid itself is so bewildering, because up until the last page, it is such a coherent story, and then the last page makes absolutely no sense, because what you're telling me is that Andrew projects himself as a blonde boy named Kelsey, who goes to schools and finds socially inept kids who might be like also rude to people, and then tricks them into going in the woods, and then makes a magical Freddy's appear in the woods. There's no parking lot. It's a Freddy's that is in the woods, and tricks them to go in there, and then tricks them into Golden Freddy to eat them or something. It's like, I don't know if Scott didn't communicate the story properly to the author, or if Scott intended us to get something that we just didn't. But the idea that, you know, Andrew is a spirit of justice, okay, that's fine. But the idea that then that same Andrew is running around a hospital as a little boy in a mask, but William's been in the hospital for years, as the book says, but Andrew's only been appearing for the last couple weeks, so Andrew only appears when the priest comes in.
And also isn't aware that he's doing any of this. Also isn't aware
he has no memory of this.
Projecting himself as Kelsey and then luring kids back to his curly black hair in the suit and killing them.
Yeah, he has no memory of this when he's talking to Jake. And then he vaguely remembers being in Fetch because William goes to the Fazbear distribution center and he explodes his agony everywhere, so all the different items in the warehouse get infected. But for some reason, Andrew's soul is only in the Fetch dog that he shares with William, but Fetch also has its own AI motivation, so it tries to serve Greg, the kid from that story. But maybe it only like is vicious enough to kill people because of the evil of William inside of it. But Andrew does remember being Fetch.
I'd say that's
I don't get
Fetch's
it.
battery that was put into the Stitch Wraith, right? Like it's like if we do like a Fun Times, you know, soul splitting thing, it would be the most of Andrew's remnant or agony or whatever is in the Fetch puppy. So then when they take the battery out and they put it in the Stitch Wraith, his soul is kind of split up amongst a lot of stuff, but the part of his agony that's like physically in the robot is the part that was in Fetch. So he remembers that. And then I suppose as they collect more stuff, they never do a thing, right, and correct me if I'm wrong, but they never do a thing where like they pick up the plush trap chaser and they go and they like absorb all the agony off of it and go, I've gotten it. They just kind of collect it all together and then they're going to destroy it in the compactor. Am I correct in saying that?
And Andrew gets booted off to heaven right before all of that trash combines into one thing, and then William takes control of it. Yeah, so we never know if Andrew would have remembered being the plush trap chaser or the Foxy from Step Closer or like any of those other items. We never know if Andrew would remember that because he's excised before any of that could happen. Yeah.
There's a good opportunity to talk about the wise words of Scott Cawthon himself, which have caused this entire discussion that's happening, actually. These words from Scott are the cause of this entire podcast and probably like half of the FNAF Theory videos on YouTube. While future games will look forward, look to the books to fill in some gaps from the past. What did he mean? What the hell did he mean by this? He's a liar. So I mean, I'm sure we all agree the same thing, but I like bullying Tom. Tom, why did he say this?
What year did he say this again? At what point?
Yeah, was this had to have been, or was this about the Silver Frights?
Before Into the Pit came out, I believe.
Yeah.
Before Into the Pit came
Post
out.
Post UCN pre-Frights.
So 2018?
Yeah.
2018.
Yeah, it's like there are so many random Scott statements about the books. I lose track of which one is which. Yeah, so he made this
as a way to get people to buy Frights.
Yeah.
Which, you know, but it's just good marketing.
It's called marketing.
And maybe that's all it was. Yes. Buy my books, please. Keep this franchise living for 10 years and more. Again, and that's the thing, right? It's like, that's the phrase that just throws everyone into a spin when it comes to this. It's like, what does he mean by you can use it to fill gaps from the past? And so that's where you start getting into, it feels like, again, exactly what we've been talking about, to be honest, is the stuff from these books, Into the Pit, Frights generally onwards, was kind of there to help us find where the gaps were in the original 7 stories, where the stories were or where the future of the franchise was kind of going was somewhat nebulous. It was like, you know, just about to get handed over to Steel Wool to do Help Wanted, and like what at the time especially felt like a reboot of the franchise or like a restart, like new story, new characters. Obviously, as time's gone on, it all ends up connected, and we're now where we are. But at the time, that where the franchise was going felt nebulous. We weren't even sure we were going to get another game at that point. I don't think. I don't remember when Help Wanted was announced, but it was like this Ultimate Custom, like FNAF 6 and Ultimate Custom Night really felt like the end. Like, this is Afton's Purgatory. We've reached the end point, but there's still so many mysteries. So now buy the books so that you can kind of refill this. And then the story will be complete. And then obviously it's like, but what if more game? And then we continue the story and it becomes even more complicated. And so that's why, like, again, like when it comes to Frights, my focus has always been, like, you can always, the joys of interpretation, you can kind of pull anything from anywhere and attach it to anything if you're smart enough. And so you can kind of pull these pieces anywhere. But I think I like to try and use Frights specifically when referencing old stuff, and then Tales kind of does that for the more modern era of stuff. They are connected, and yes, there are things that kind of follow through, but as the majority, I do think it ties to Andrew, Crying Child, Vengeful Spirit, all those sorts of things, trying to help us solve those mysteries more than anything. Everything else is kind of a bonus on top, because as we've seen, Scott likes to then go, this thing I meant for this old thing is now for the new thing, because I can't leave anything still for too long in case you figure it out.
Yeah, like this entire time we're like, it was meant to fill in the gaps from the past, like the Vengeful Spirit, and half the discussion has been, but is it David Murray? a character who wasn't introduced until like almost 10
and this is the thing, right? It's, again, this statement was made in 2018 before, again, as Gibby said, I refuse to believe Secret of the Mimic was in the plan in 2018, given, you know, how long it feels, and especially given Scott's writing style of being much more of a gardener, where he like sows some seeds and sees what grows, rather than an architect. I did a whole video on this, but architect and like planning out the entire story from beginning to end. Here it is, and now we just fill in the middle. I kind of just don't believe that he had David Murray planned from that especially at that point when the book. So he can make that statement, and it was true for the books at that and for the story at that time. Is it still true now? Is it true for stuff that is coming out now? Questionable.
Well, because when you have stuff like GGY, you're like, oh, okay, yeah, I could see that being a something that fills in the blanks from the past, because the entire story seems to be very, like, yeah, I get this. But then, like, it depends how, you know, or like Didophobia even. Like, okay, I guess that makes sense. But then you get to, like, Lally's Game, The New Kid, Pizza Kit. Like, how do I use these? Because, like, what's the New Kid supposed to tell you? Well, guys, Golden Freddy actually sent a little kid out into the suburbs to kill middle schoolers. like, well, you know what I mean?
You know,
what?
I could argue that maybe if we were going with this, like, vengeful spirit idea, and the thing that usually catches people up about Cassidy being the vengeful spirit is the image of the vengeful spirit themselves, which is, we know, a picture of Scott's son, which he edited to make creepy and scary, and they seem to be like a young blonde kid, and I think the kid in the movie is like a dead ringer for that image of the vengeful spirit. Even if he's not like a dead ringer for Scott's son, he looks exactly like that image, and even the haircut they gave him and everything. But if we have the new kid, can we just say, oh, that's the Kelsey of the games? That's what the vengeful spirit looks like, because that's the Kelsey projection of whatever other kid you want to put in there. Now, that's a very, like, you know, hand wavy, oh, well, the new kid says Golden Freddy can project as a blonde kid, so I can actually say literally anybody is in that suit, and it's actually just, that's the human face of Golden Freddy. And maybe it's a case of Scott put the vengeful spirit in thinking it was one thing, and then he was like, I don't know, maybe I'll go with David Murray instead when he came up with him. I'll write a story that Golden Freddy can look like a blonde kid and it'll be fine. The way we'll really know is if in the movies at some point the blonde kid, like, fades away as a mirage, and, you know, Garrett steps in or whatever, and it's like, oh, he was just projecting, you know.
It was me, Mike.
Yeah, it was.
It's
yeah,
me.
Honestly, we don't know what happened to Garrett, so who knows?
I mean, but then again, they made Charlie the vengeful spirit in the movie.
But they're all angry. Like, Golden Freddy's angry, Charlie's angry, everyone's angry.
Yeah, Golden Freddy was way chiller in this movie.
I think
at
it's
the
time
end of the
for us
movie,
to
he
go.
shows up. He's like,
we've not been here
man,
at all,
I'm
but I
tired.
think we're done.
I'm out of here.
Like,
See you there.
Yeah.
Not too soon.
Listen, Mike, next movie my actor's gonna be like 17.
Yeah, he'll regenerate into like
yeah, they'll
teenager
scream
Garrett.
Garrett. We're like, really?
Who's that? And they'll be like, Garrett.
He'll be in a really bad wig to make his hair look the same as it did in the first movie.
Angsty teen.
Yeah.
Perfect. Listen, lean into it.
It'll be like in like that old YouTuber Fred was playing like a
We'll
kid, even
pitch
though
their
he was
voices
like
up.
something.
Yeah,
It'll be like that. He'll have like overalls on.
Yeah. He'll have a little balloon boy hat.
Yeah.
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 Big lollipop.
God.
What's up, Mike?
But, you know, maybe that's what the new kid's for, right? Also, Scott did say, in fairness, that, like, a lot of the Fright stories were just him, like, riffing. He was like, what if there was some creepy, like, you know, bunny rabbit thing that was going to come kill you at night because I was on a vacation with my family and I ordered my family to be attacked by pandas or something? You know, and he's like, oh, yeah, I'll write the bunny call story. So I think a lot of Frights was just Scott having an opportunity to not have to write about specifically the main story, so he could just be like, here's a funny little thing I don't need to worry about, and then some of it will be kind of important. And that's where he maybe was workshopping ideas, like Gibby was saying. If Andrew was a proto David, maybe it is a case of he kind of goes through the books first and he's like, I wonder what people think of this character, and then he kind of refines it as he goes back and puts it into real canon, quote unquote.
I just think Scott needs to tell us when he's doing that. I kind of... FNAF is like trying to find a needle in a haystack, but when Scott won't even tell us where the haystack ends and when, like, the landfill that the haystack is in begins, it's really hard to tell, because he can just be like, oh, they'll know that Pizza Kit there's nothing there, and that's just a funny Goosebumps story. But if they look really, really closely at Together Forever, they'll figure out that the reason that the Pig Patch animatronic is heterochromia is actually because I already have this planned for my Tiger Rock. Like, how are we supposed to know one from the other? It's literally impossible.
Oh, you go ahead.
Please.
You go ahead, Tom.
No, you go, because you were going to give a serious answer.
No, I wasn't. I was going to say, I think FNAF is like finding a needle in a haystack, but there are like 6 needles in the haystack, and he doesn't tell you which one you're looking for. There's just a bunch of them in there, and you're like, is it this one? I just picked up a needle. It could be the needle. It might be another needle over there. Some of the needles are bigger than others. I don't know what it means.
And the thing is, if he confirmed anything or like was specified anything, we wouldn't be here talking about it, continuing to perpetuate the popularity of this franchise when there's not a single game coming out.
Yes, exactly. I think Gibby and I talked about it a lot before Secret of the Mimic came out regarding the books, and we were like at the point where we were like, we should write like an open letter as a community to Scott and be like, can you tell us at least like what they're for, and don't like all it is just, you know, right now at the time it was a big argument, and I think a lot of people were just like bashing heads over these arguments rather than like it creating, you know, intrigue, which I think is the reason he didn't want to tell us, is to create conversation, like you were saying, Tom. But it was just creating animosity and a bit of that, Gibby. But like it was creating animosity between people, and it was like harming the community, I think, more than it was helping. And I think now, honestly, the discussion is better in terms of how we talk about the books or consider the books. And I think, you know, it's good that question was answered by Secret of the Mimic, but it kind of felt like Secret of the Mimic didn't even necessarily want to answer the question. It was just it couldn't help but answer the question, you know. And I don't think it was a case of Scott being like, and now I'm going to reveal that the books are not canon and everyone can stop talking about it. It was just
because they were working on them at the same time. They said so.
Yeah, and it had to reveal that. It had no choice but to do that.
They had to reveal that, and also it was giving enough new confusing mysteries that it's like, we don't need the books canonicity to be the mystery anymore. Like we can now debate whether, like, who's a mimic, who's not a mimic, is God David a thing? Like, all of these debates can become the new mystery that we butt heads over for the next 5 years while we wait for whatever comes next.
I think there's a great middle ground where Scott cannot answer lore questions, but can still help us by not going in the complete wrong direction or pointing us in a slightly right direction. I get comments to this day from people who think that the Chica Secret Party chapter from the new Ultimate Guide is just full-on AI hallucination. Like, it's just not supposed to be there. Like, the quality control of this book is so bad that this chapter just formed into existence from ChatGPT.
It was actually the agony of fast theorists.
If Scott...
Yeah, that was Matt Pat's agony, just like imbued into a book. He moved on before he could. He had to add one last thing.
The other half would be the Abyss Leon Risk and ARG thing, where a lot of people thought it was real, but it ended up not being. And if Scott just like used the Twitter account to be like, "Hey guys, this is canon," or just "this is real."
Yeah.
That's all I'm asking for.
I
would be nice.
Still can't believe we don't know what the retcon was, because it's the most crazy thing in the world to me to say there was one change ever, but it doesn't really matter that much. I'm not going to tell you.
Well, don't you see
and
it
then
was
like
seamless?
run away.
It was seamless, don't you see?
Yeah, it was so seamless that we just don't even have to worry about it, because it just opens up this massive hole in any discussion where anything from FNAF like 1 to Sister Location, you can go, well, I think that might be the retcon, and so actually the MCI could happen whenever I want it to happen, or William didn't have to get springlocked here, or Charlie wasn't this character, or
exactly.
Blah, 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 blah.
It gives every single person a loophole, because here's the thing too, I don't believe Scott, because keep in mind, I think, what was it? He gave MatPat... Just listen. He gave MatPat, like a month or two to solve FNAF 4 before being like, well, you guys stink. No one figured it out.
Even a month? I felt like it was less than that. I can't remember. I can't remember the exact time, but it wasn't long.
What I should have said is, I don't trust Scott Cawthon, who is like one guy, to have looked over the entire stratosphere of FNAF theory Reddit posts that get like views in the 1 to 10,000s. You know, there's probably plenty of theories out there with like 100,000 views that Scott has no idea about. So him saying like, well, guys, nobody noticed it. It's like, well, is that true? You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's the thing is like you can never take those, you know, everyone solved it or nobody solved it or people didn't notice or whatever. It's so hard because it's like, well, I don't know what were you only listening to MatPat? Like, was your entire reference for the community MatPat and maybe the front page of Reddit? Like, perhaps. I don't know. So yeah, it's just, if it's not important, just tell us what it was so that we can take note and go, okay, thanks for that, and then move on from it. Because there's probably, and also he, you know, the way he's writing this story, like you were saying, Tom, as like a gardener, like who knows what any, like just say it was something like the FNAF 1 newspapers of, you know, maybe the date of the MCI or that William got arrested or blah, 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 blah. Any of those like tiny details that, yeah, maybe in FNAF 4 didn't matter. And it was just like, it was just a tiny retcon, doesn't matter. As the story grows and grows and grows and grows, these kind of like tiny details, ironically, as the story gets bigger, the smaller the detail, the kind of more important it can be, because that can be like the linchpin to something that you're talking about. And then suddenly you just go, oh, I forgot in the FNAF 1 newspaper it says this. And if that's the retcon, it would be really useful to know, oh, well, you can disregard that. That's fine. He retconned that like one game in. But to not know is so funny because then it just leaves this huge, you know, elephant in the room, but nobody can like definitively say.
I think you said that around the time of Sister Location. Yeah, the story is much broader now than it was then.
Oh, it's so much broader. And like, yeah, especially with books and everything like that. Like, it's really hard to say, oh, well, this thing can't be in the game. Like, even like in a canonicity debate, if there's some sort of retcon from the games that we don't know about, that even if it's a small detail, it could be something that contradicts the book, and we just assume, oh, well, that can't be canon because in the week before they say this and in the game it says this. But if that's the thing that's been retconned, we can't know, you know?
There's a mistake within the week before itself.
Yeah.
I mean, Capellia's age changes between chapters, and it's like, if that can happen. I know that Scott didn't literally write the week before, so it's a little different because it's not like the voice of God coming down to tell us information. You know, there's always mistranslations with that kind of stuff. But, you know, if he can make mistakes as small as Freddy's arm clipping through each other and Bonnie floating a little bit, why can't we just justify, like, oh, you know what theory I don't like? Is I don't like the theory that in FNAF 4... the purple guy was, you know, in the background helping a guy get into his suit on the same screen that Plush Freddy can talk to you. So a lot of people will use that as evidence of saying that it's not William who's talking through the plush because they can be on screen at the same time. What if that's a coding error? And so you can just say, I think that was a coding error and Scott did it wrong. And then that can justify, you know, throwing away a piece of evidence because Scott is a fallible human. I did look it up. The GT live stream was 6 months after FNAF 4 came out.
Okay.
It was in December, and the game came out June.
That's still not nearly long enough.
Not that long, and like the whole box he closed. He closed that sooner than that, didn't he? I think the box was like,
that was like
that was
a lot sooner.
Weeks had passed. And he was like, well, no one solved it. It's been 2 weeks, and Matt was like, my guy.
Yep.
Yeah.
Didn't even give me a chance.
Yeah, Dream Theory references that post. I'm pretty sure the Dream Theory video has him being like, "Oh, so Scott thinks we didn't solve it. Would the community accept it that way?" Etc. Etc.
Yeah. Gosh,
none of it was real.
Yeah, it was a little over a month later.
Yeah, that's crazy. Backtracking slightly, just because I think it's important to discuss. It is to the point where, like, okay, Didophobia, for example, one of the books, right? You have a character who gets hunted down by nightmare animatronics that are designed by William. They're in his bedroom. He's being manipulated through some sort of hallucinogenic technology, and then he escapes, and now he's in the Sister Location bunker, and he's walking around, and he sees Ballora, and he sees Funtime Foxy. That, you look at it, and you're like, okay, nice, that's absolutely supposed to tie back to the games, maybe. Okay, what else is there? GGY, a kid named Gregory, weird, possessed, robot-looking, possessed by AI, tampers with Glamrock Freddy's codes, remembers him. Okay, sure, yep, that's... Oh, Patient 46. Patient 46 is a hacker. All right, that's probably in the games. The week before. Under that logic, that would absolutely be in the game timeline. And yet, like, there's issues with that. It's just very odd how each of these stories you're like, okay, well, this is obviously supposed to be what happens in... I feel like just making the story very similar to what happens in the games, we go ahead and we're like, okay, yep, I guess that's what happened in the games now. When there are other like YouTubers, like Fazbear, it's a smaller FNAF tuber, just named himself after the company. It's funny. He doesn't think you can use the books for anything at all, because even the most like similar stories after Secret of the Mimic, he doesn't think you can take those and be like, okay, here's probably what happened in the game. Like Didophobia, he doesn't even think the and I just want to highlight these perspectives because they do exist. Doesn't even think that there are experiment rooms underground. It's just William's house on the surface. Like, that there are no underground experiments. And it's just the entire... All the books did was mislead us, and they have no merit. Gibby, what do you think of this perspective? And then Tom.
So, I agree with the beginning and partially disagree with the end. I 100% agree, and I've gotten in trouble for saying this before, that the books are actively misleading us. That is just factually true. If you read The Mimic and the Storyteller... Fiona dies in childbirth, and then, you know, Edwin lives in a warehouse, and his company is already owned by Fazbear, and then, you know, David dies running out on the road, and then all this stuff happens. Like, that's telling us about these characters, Edwin and David and Fiona, almost intentionally, so that when we then go and play the game, we don't expect what's going to happen because we were lied to. It's like, it's intentionally twisting what's going to happen. It's like, I'm sorry for referencing outside media, but like, we found out that Iron Man 3 was going to be based on the Extremis storyline from the comics. And if you read the comics, it turns out this guy is the bad guy. And when you watch the movie, they just twist it entirely and a different character is the bad guy. It's like, hey, you thought it was going to go this way because you read the source material? That was intentionally a misdirection. We're actually going this way. And so I definitely think it's possible that Tales is not just not canon, it's lying to us on purpose. If the next game came out and it turned out that GGY isn't Gregory because the story GGY was lying to us, that would be in line with what the Mimic story did.
That's fair.
I don't think this means we can't use the books for anything. I just think that anything we do learn is sort of like, is it literally true useless in the games? Is it telling us a detail about the games? Or is it a misdirection, which makes it effectively useless, but I still think we can still
Tales is like
use
the
it.
trailer for Infinity War. It's got like so many things edited and changed that should misdirect you that you might as well just like, it's a different thing altogether.
Mm-hmm. How about you, Tom?
It's one of those things like, I would love the world to be that simple. I would love it to be you only need the games. It's all you need. And you can solve the whole thing. I think we'd all be happier if that was true. I think it's throwing the baby out with the bathwater. And it's like, yes, you are right. A lot of this is misdirect. A lot of this is just wrong. There are still things you can take. I think as kind of Gibby was saying, you have to hold them lightly. It's not something you can be like closed-handed about. It's like, no, this is 100% true. It's like, no, for what we have right now, this is the best we have. So like GGY is a prime example. We do not know what the deal is with Gregory. If you only play the games, we really don't know anything. Mm-hmm. We know at the start of Security Breach, he's like, oh, I'm in Golden Freddy or Glamrock Freddy and I need to escape. And that's kind of it. Like, and you know, we know he's now working to help, and is aware of the Mimic and stuff because of Ruin, but what like Patient 46 is in the games, and we know that there are like, you know, there is supposedly deaths of the therapists, and so again, like those things tie into the story of and like the GGY code we see on all the arcade cabinets. So it's like, okay, a lot of these things tie into this. They don't strictly contradict anything, and they do fill in a gap that we just have no other answer for right now. And look, and so like I go, in the same way we were kind of joking about it earlier, it's like, oh, if it doesn't contradict, is it a problem? It could happen. And so it's like, I kind of hold it in that, like right now, it's the best explanation we have. If in the future like Scott turns around and goes, I'm going to tell you the security breach story in a game, and Gregory is literally just some kid and watches Patient 46 run away. He's like, hey, stop using my name on all the arcade cabinets. And like, and that's it. It's like, okay, sure. That will be the new thing. And it's like, you know, I think with theorizing, headcanons, all of those things, a lot of it is and I kept trying to say this in a lot of my FNAF theories, is just open-handedness. This is what we currently think or are exploring based on what we have. It's okay if that changes. It's okay if we get proved wrong. It's okay if we get proved right. It doesn't really matter. It's just based on what we have now. This is the interpretation we have put together. And so I think using the books is probably, like, it shouldn't be necessarily primary evidence. The games, I think, is always going to come first. But if there's a gap and there's no other answer, the books might offer some extra insight into how that gap can be filled. And in the future, we'll see whether that holds true.
Yeah.
I think there's such a focus on wanting to solve things now and have the solution now. And make everything like, we have finally solved it. It's like, guys, there's going to be more games. There's going to be more stuff. There's like, this franchise isn't ending. We don't need to, like, when the franchise is over, then there's a thing of like, right, let's set the record straight and get everything on the table. But right now, it's like, things will, as we've said, Scott likes to change things or retcon things or make decisions down the line. And so it's just better to go, this is how we feel now. In the future, we'll see how Scott feels about it.
It's like, I was thinking about it earlier when you were describing, when we started this about, Andrew and the man in room 1280 and how those like UCN connections are brought up and like the similarities between the two, and like, especially when you were looking at it, if you were looking at it at the time, seeing those things and being like, oh, I can see, this is the Vengeful Spirit in the game because it's the only other reference I have to the thing in the game, so why wouldn't it be the same, But it's interesting if you are coming at the books now with the perspective that we know, like, oh, they're not like supposed to be in canon directly with the games. They're not supposed to be in continuity with the games. It's kind of interesting if you just look at them more so as the way we look at the movies, where like it's an adaptation of the game's work. And yes, William's in the man in room 1280 and he's rotting away after a fire and his suit's been melted away and there's a kid that's like clinging onto him and torturing him and whatever. That very well could happen in the movies, At the end of FNAF 3 or FNAF 4 or whatever movie we get where it finishes off the series, William could end up being tortured forever in hell by some vengeful spirit. And it might look very similar to UCN, it might behave very similar to UCN, but we'll know just by the merit of the entire, like, format of the film that, like, oh, this is not supposed to be the games, but they look very similar, or they have the very similar ideas. And I think the books are in that same way, that we can look at them and say, okay, this is not literally what's happening. This is not very extremely, like, it might not even be that, oh, this character is intended as a puzzle piece, which we slot next to this other puzzle piece from another book, and if we put them together, then we solve something in the games. I don't even think it might be that, straightforward. But what it might be is Scott's playing with the same ideas in the same kind of world. He's going, oh, there's a spirit, and he's a bit angry, he's a bit vengeful. He's not thinking about Andrew as like a puzzle piece that we can slot into the Golden Freddy and go, now we understand it. Maybe he is, but I think it's probably more that he's playing with these characters and he doesn't want to say anything definitive about the main one, so he'll come up with some sort of similar idea, but it's a little bit different here and there. It's like when someone writes a Star Wars book with a, rambunctious scoundrel of a main character who has a special ship that they fly and a cool, sidekick. They're not literally Han Solo, and they're not supposed to tell you something about Han Solo, but they're clearly inspired by another thing in the same franchise.
How dare you reference outside media?
How could you? I love Dash Rendar. How could you?
I was just thinking of Dash Rendar. You're right. I apologize.
I do find it interesting you mentioned this with the truth. I think it is fascinating that Scott is gotten to the point where he's just rewriting stories.
Yeah.
You had like the first like
oh
four
my
FNAF,
God, yes.
like the first few FNAF games. We then had the Silver Eyes trilogy. We've had Into the Pit flipping 3 times.
Yeah, literally
4 times, yeah. And then you've had and now we've got the movies like retelling the original story in a slightly different way, and it's just like we're literally he's beating the whole like, oh, Disney's making a live action reboot of everything. He's like, no, I'm just gonna do it all. I'm gonna reboot myself 3 times and we'll see what happens. Maybe one day I'll get the story right.
Yeah, it's like a rare franchise in that way, where usually the adaptations aren't done by the guy who made the original as well. Like, he's doing every, like, I know he's not literally writing the books or he's not literally directing the movie, but, you know, he has his hand in every pie. Like, you know, as much as some people might like to tell you, outside media warning, sorry guys, you know, George Lucas wasn't sitting down with every writer and going, all right, I'm gonna approve your Star Wars story. You know, he just was like, all right, whoever wants to make a comic or a book or a, you know, now movies. We don't have that with FNAF. It's like Scott is at least partially in control of all aspects of all these different adaptations, which must be very interesting from his point of view, to kind of look at the series as this smorgasbord of universes that like all are by you but all have to be like slightly different.
The only thing I've ever found that sort of is equally frustrating as this exact topic in a different franchise is the Zelda lore, which itself has retcons and time travel and alternate dimensions and things like that. So the most recent game, Tears of the Kingdom, has this whole backstory that took place like 10,000 years ago, and it tells us the event, this thing called the Imprisoning War, and it talks about the first king and queen of Hyrule who settled the kingdom, and then the Imprisoning War happened and it sealed Ganondorf away. The Imprisoning War is an event that happened at the end of Ocarina of Time, which is also retold in the prologue to A Link to the Past. And we meet the first king and queen of Hyrule in Skyward Sword because it's you. It's like Link from Skyward Sword is the first king of Hyrule. Like, we've seen these events already in the last 10 years, and the same guy, Eiji Aonuma, is still making the games. He's just like, nope, this... The thing the developer said was, oh, it just happened again. It just happened differently this time. He's like,
God Zelda. God Zelda.
God Zelda.
Yeah, we saw the founding of Hyrule twice, and they're literally like, well, it was founded, and then it existed, and then it stopped existing, and then someone else founded it later, and it kept going. And we're like,
that's crazy.
That's the worst way to tell a story I've ever heard.
Yeah, and that's where we need what exactly you were saying earlier, is that thing of like, when the original creator is involved, and like the movie's like, he is like, on the second movie, he is the only credited writer. And so you're like, we need you to confirm that this is or isn't true, like canon, because again, if like this was rebooted 10 years after the franchise had died and it was some rando or some fan who was like, I'm gonna make this into a movie now and it's gonna be a brand new thing, it's gonna, like, you go, well, this is an interpretation. It's the same with like fan games, right? Like, we have never covered a FNAF fan game because you have no idea how like, we did GT Live reactions, but we don't haven't done like a full theory on it because it's really hard, because you go, what interpretation of the lore are they taking, which direction, like what do they believe about Andrew, Golden Freddy, like, is it Golden Duo, is it Vic, like who is it? And so you're having to get through layers of stuff before you can even start solving this game, and but that's part of the fun. It's like their interpretation of the lore, it's their thing, but because it's Scott, it's like, oh, well, this feels like it must be tied
it must be important
to something.
It's made by the same guy.
Yeah.
But who knows?
Like, is he sitting down and writing a book and going like, you know what? I'm going to make this as different as possible. I've already come up with the story for Secret of the Mimic, so I'm going to write what happened if the opposite happened of Secret of the Mimic in the books, and then it'll be a big twist when the game comes out. Or is he going, I kind of like that Edwin Murray guy, but I'll just kind of write something else about him, something similar but not the same.
Yeah,
like, it's crazy.
I'd say another frustrating part, like, as a theorist, kind of in the same vein as like the one retcon thing, where like Scott has told us or implied certain things that kind of can change our perspective. Tom, cover your ears for this, but like, Scott told Pat, it was totally joking. Scott told Pat like the answers, right? But like, he didn't tell him the answers to the modern lore, but he told him the answers to the past lore. So that sort of implies to a lot of people that the answers to the past lore have a coherent answer that Scott can explain in one afternoon to Matt, that then sort of don't require the new games to retroactively make them make sense. If the answer to what was the plush in FNAF 4 is something that we don't know yet because it's going to be answered in a future game, then Scott couldn't have told Pat that, so it must be something that's already solvable. So the lore is solvable. Scott has the FNAF Bible written down. He has an answer to literally everything because he gave it to Pat. And a lot of people assume that, but we also just don't know if that's actually true. And I think Scott sort of not clarifying things like that is what keeps getting us into trouble, where people can just dismiss evidence if they want to, because they can just say, well, what if that wasn't the case?
and it's like, Scott's human. Like, this is the other big fact. He is not a god. He has faults. He has,
impossible.
How often do we write videos and theories, and then afterwards go, I missed that piece of evidence. Oh, dang it. I forgot to mention this. And like people like break you over the cold. Yeah, exactly. It's one of those things where there is so much to keep track of. And so it's like, for him, as this overarching person looking over this entire thing, I wouldn't be surprised if he's forgetting things. If he just goes, what did I say about Vanessa? Oh yeah, that it'll be this now. Like for the movie, you're like, oh yeah, like that's kind of close enough to what I vaguely remember. And memory is faulty. You know, the more times you remember it, the worse you actually remember it. Like that's a real psychological thing that happens, which is so fascinating. And so I could easily just see this being one of those things where, as time goes on, it just becomes harder and harder to keep track. And you know, the books are primarily ghostwriters, where he gives them an outline or an idea and goes, this. And so again, like with Edwin Murray and the Mimic, is he just bad at writing outlines? Was it always meant to be the same or more similar? And he just kind of wrote, here's the main plot points. And they just took it in a direction because they're like, I don't understand what this is. I've got no context. We'll just go with this. And then when he was like, I'm going to actually write the story now. I was like, no, this is what I really meant. Like, who knows? And he won't clarify anything. So we'll never know.
I have a hunch, and it's based on absolutely nothing other than just like the feeling I get from the writing of these games. I get the sense that Scott sort of writes these games in the same way a person playing Dungeons and Dragons who DMs for a group of people writes a campaign where you come up with the kind of basic idea, right? You come up with the like setting and you make a thing, right? And then people interact with that and they go, oh my god, what about this and this and this and this character, that, and then they, you know, run off with it. And he goes, oh, okay, that's interesting. Yeah, I kind of was thinking along these lines anyway for this character. So not saying that like he's just letting the people write it, but as in, you know, he's got ideas and then he's sort of letting them grow every time he's gardening, like you were saying, Tom. He's gardening as he goes, but, you know, as he's going, he might have an idea that gets so overtaken by other things that as he's creating and gardening, that just like gets completely lost in the background. I mean, that's basically what he said the box was, that it was like, oh, I had an idea and then it didn't really go that way, so I never had an answer for it. And I'm sure there are more things like that in the series that he doesn't want to, you know, say, oh yeah, this whole thing that you've been theorizing about for years, I actually don't even know what that is. I had an idea at one point, but it's not really come up again. You know, like maybe the DCI was that, you know, that was a whole thing that he was going to do, and then he went, I never really got there with the ideas. But I also think that because the illusion, in the same way as and that's why I think of it like a DM, part of the like role of him as the storyteller is to keep up the illusion that everything is crafted and is complete as a puzzle, so that when you're playing the games and reading the books and watching the movies, you're looking at it like, oh my god, what is he, what is this master craftsman after having created that we can like pick apart, and oh, this one little detail here is going to tie in here. And he doesn't want to shatter that illusion by being like, oh yeah, this thing in that game, don't worry about that, and this thing was a mistake and that thing was this, which I understand, you know, I do get it.
And actually, on that idea of a DM, right, a lot of that is improv and a lot of that is yes and a lot of that comes down to like, if the players have hooked onto something, that's now integral to the story. Doesn't matter whether you intended it to be or not. And so I could easily see like whether it's either small details or whether it's even just answers where like the community just like hooked onto an idea completely and he just went, that wasn't my plan. I guess that's the story now, because he's just like, it's so much work to unpick, like a really hard, fast-held belief, that it's easier for him to just go along with it and develop a story with that now as the cornerstone, which then requires that messiness of now I have to kind of start retconning or start like molding it to now fit this thing I didn't intend for as well.
It's also just, it's not really fun if every single game that, like, just say maybe Scott's got this, like, every game he's got like a concrete answer for it and he puts it out, and like FNAF 4, nobody got it. And, you know, it's probably not fun if every 5 seconds you have to be like, hey guys, no, stop thinking that. That's not right. I didn't mean you to think that. That's not what I meant. And because at that point, then you might as well just put out like your lore Bible, because you're going to constantly be telling people, no, I don't think that there's two spirits in Golden Freddy. You know, like you can't just shut down every, you know, line of discussion. First of all, it's bad for business. But second of all, it's not fun as a community to just constantly be told you're wrong and that the storyteller has a better story that you just need to figure out because you're not smart enough yet, you know. So I think there's a lot of aspects that play into why the communication with fans is the way it is, and why we have debates like Andrew is the Vengeful Spirit.
One of the things I always go back to is that Scott let the community believe that the name in the logbook was Evan for like 7 years. And I think, because I do generally believe that the answer is Dave. I think that to him, he's like, I don't need to correct them because if they just keep reading it, they'll figure it out. Or maybe he went to Reddit and he typed in Dave Afton and he found, hey, this guy, he may have only gotten 2 thumbs up, but this guy figured it out, meaning the rest of them can figure it out eventually. Because I think in sort of the world that you were just depicting, that I don't want it to be. I don't want it to be the world where, oh, the whole community believes in one thing, but it's wrong, so I need to correct them. If he's confident enough in his puzzle, he can let us be wrong for almost a decade and it be fine, as long as he sort of, not clarifies it in future games, but as long as he's aware that when he does reveal answers later, it doesn't also fit into the false belief. Because if he makes a game that's like, this will fit for the real answer and for the wrong thing they currently believe, that would be bad. And so he needs to go out of his way to not do that. But beyond that, I think he's obviously fine with letting us believe the wrong thing.
Yeah. I think in the future, I don't think this will happen. But, and I'm surprised he didn't to begin with. But like, for example, if we get another short stories collection where it's 3 short stories in a book and, people start theorizing, oh, let's use them to connect to the lore. If there is a story that's explicitly tied to the lore, I think that should be indicated at this point, especially after Secret of the Mimic, because for one, now that I would presume, I don't claim to be a marketing expert, but I would presume after Secret of the Mimic has thoroughly convinced everybody that Tales was never canon, I think another launch of a book series would perform less well. Because I feel like the people buying the books are already people who like, oh, I love FNAF. I don't know if like little Jimmy watching Markiplier one time when oh, cool, FNAF game, that's nice. I feel like people that are going out and actively being repeat investors in the books are people that like the series and like the lore. So it would really be nice if you are, just in everything from now on, if you are supposed to use it for the story, for that to be stated.
Yeah, I would... I'm not
it won't
sure
happen,
because I have to see numbers and stuff like that. I don't necessarily think that the people who are like the main, demographic or target audience of those books are people who are like the ultimate, FNAF fan who's going in and reading every line with a, making sure that all the words fit together in the right way so they can put a theory in. I'd say the majority of FNAF merchandise and book sales come from kids who are, like you were saying, little Jimmy watching Markiplier and at the Scholastic Book Fair. I would say that's like, because I have, like, I'm obviously a fan of multiple, franchises. Forgive me, Reddit or Twitter or whoever. I love, I'm a big fan of Star Wars. I've loved Marvel over the years, DC, lots of different franchises with lots of different communities. And I think often what happens with like super fans who are really into every detail is like, it's easy to forget that like the majority of an audience is generally like the kind of the common denominator, like most, I don't know how to say it, like your typical average fan, who's not necessarily combing through every word, because that's not enough. There can't be enough people like that to justify selling those books at the scale they do, in especially with Scholastic, is such a big publisher. They're not made for like you don't get Lego sets or Mega Bloks or whatever, or action figures for a thing that only has a very small tight fan base. But that being said, I would like clarity, because I think there is a market for that audience, that if the general people are going to buy it anyway, this is what I said about the movie as well, is it seems that a lot of the stuff about the movie is kind of, or the movies, is made to be palatable for like you're kind of the FNAF fan that just wants to see, I want to see Toy Chica kill somebody, and I want to see the puppet jump out of the box, and I want to see William Afton wearing the Spring Bonnie suit. And it's like you're kind of, the general fan base, if those people are going to see it anyway, then also cash in on the hyper fans, because those are the people that are going to really like get invested and keep the discussion going. And so if you made a book series which is canon and it's supposed to be picked through and it has all these puzzles and stuff like that, then the people who are going to read it, your general audience, are going to read it anyway, and they're not going to care. But the mega fans are the ones that are going to really push that and like laud it as a big success. Like the week before was a massive success. Like,
well, I actually want to talk about that real quick.
Oh yeah,
because I don't know if this supports what I don't know if that supports what I was saying or not. I've pulled some stuff up here.
Okay.
Lifelong search volume, right? The peak search for the Fazbear Frights book series is 3 times that of the peak search for the Tales from the Pizzaplex book series, which is significantly higher than the peak search for the week before, actually. So in 2023, Tales from the Pizzaplex is showing the most search data that I ever had. In 2021, actually, probably let me go even back further. Actually, go back here.
I think that the primary sales, like the most people who bought these books, were children in Scholastic book fairs. Like, I do not think that most people who bought these books were me. I think they were our friend Withered Circle, because he was 10 years old when they came out. And
that's how we got into FNAF.
Like, oh, yeah, no, it is. I've seen Markiplier, or my friend's older brother played it on a laptop and it was scary, and then you see it in the book fair and you read it, and that's your entry point. And I do think most of the sales came from that kid, as opposed to us weird adults who are talking about this online.
I don't even own all the books.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm just interested that with each subsequent book series they develop, they are less and less successful. The interactives are less successful than Tales, which is less successful than...
But we saw that in our numbers as well on Game Theory, just in terms of views. If we were doing theories on books in the early days, it was like Tales from the Fazbear Frights books and the novel trilogy. People were like, oh my gosh, like this is like so... Because again, it was like, oh, this is going to help solve things. Oh, this is interesting. This is weird. And then Fazbear Frights got weird. And that's when, like, when we started getting into Fazgoo and the Sea Bonnies, and like nearer to the end of the series, it was like, this is weird. And then when we started covering the Tales books, people were less interested. When I did like the week before and the interactive series, it was a lot lower. Now, there are other factors, obviously, in terms of YouTube, in terms of the host transition, all those sorts of factors that also play a part. But in terms of general FNAF, we did see that anything to do with the books performed less than if we were just talking about the games generally, which was, and that got lower and lower every time a new series came out, because I think people just got tired. I think people got, especially before the whole they're not canon with Secret of the Mimic, people were like, oh, is there really another book I have to read to understand this story? You know, there was that meme going around where it was like, you know, like they want you to read about the Mimic. No, FNAF is FNAF, and it's just like, what do you mean they changed the law? And but that was a real feeling, that just like, oh, that exhaustion of just another thing I have to know to really understand. This is too much now. This is getting too complicated. And I think a lot of people who were the older FNAF fans, who were like edge cases, who maybe weren't who weren't like the super fans on Reddit and Twitter, who are like theorizing for themselves and are commenting on every theorist video. The ones who are kind of like, I like this series, I thought it was interesting, I really enjoyed watching Markiplier play this, or I enjoyed watching Matt Pat's videos. And now it's just like, this is too much. I can't dedicate the time that is required to understand what the heck is going on. And I think that's a real thing that happened over time.
I wonder then, would a non-canon series that's very explicitly non-canon actually get some of those people, like, if the idea is like fatigue is what set in, would the idea of something being like, this is definitely not canon, this is like a Silver Eyes Part 2, you know, or a new universe that's very fresh, and it's like, we're telling the classic story again, would that be like something that would have a market, do you think?
I think you could go to either extreme. I do not think you should stay in the middle. I think you should go to either extreme. I think you should either leverage, this book will solve the lore, or you should be like, this won't solve shit.
This is just a good book. Well, that's the other thing, is it has to be like good and not just like nonsense that's thrown in between like one story that you're like, that might be important. I don't know. The
exact thing you're describing was like the Marvel Ultimate Universe in the 2000s, or the DC Absolute Universe right now. People got so tired from continuity. They're like, this is not canon. This is another universe over there. Familiar elements. We can start from the beginning. We can pull things from the original that people liked. We can go in drastic new directions that are actually a twist that you wouldn't expect because it's not the same as it was originally. And those sell more than the main timeline books do because they bring in this new audience that isn't scared of the continuity. And those, it lasts for a while, maybe a couple of years you can do that. But it definitely sells more, even if it might not be the healthiest thing for the brand. Because typically brands will do things that sell more when they're not doing too well. But yeah, that'll make money.
But it's why we've also, like, you know, we've thrown out a few times, like, it happened when Help Wanted came about, and we've talked about it with some of the books, and even Secret of the Mimic. Like, it's this thing of, like a reboot at this point isn't the worst idea. Like, to, like, just reset the timeline, but because it's that thing of, like, it would allow you to go, there's the old lore, that's that story, you can keep trying to solve that if you want, or we can lay it out and it's fine, but now all those fans who are, like, disenfranchised, or people, or new people that are coming in that are going, oh my gosh, there's 10 years, 11 years, 12 years of lore that I have to figure out to keep up, and I have to be as passionate as this guy on Twitter that's yelling at me. Like, that's a whole thing. Whereas if you start and you go, like, and I'm not saying necessarily reboot as in, like, start again from the beginning, but I'm like going, hey, this is now, we're kind of like, we're moving to a different location, like we're at a different part of the world, and like there's maybe a connecting thread to the original Freddy's, or like that legacy exists in that it's the same world, but it does, and that's what I thought like the Fanverse initiative could have been, and been a really fun thing to go, these are similar stories in the same world, and that would have been a fun like way to reboot the franchise in a way which gives you fresh and new stories.
That's what everyone thought Sister Location was gonna be.
Yeah,
like,
right.
That was the idea. Oh, there might be something connected. It's in the same universe, but like it doesn't touch the old story. That story's over. Lie.
But instead, Scott was like, "What if we went back to 1979 and with emails from William Afton, and now there's 3 Davids." Thoughts?
Yeah, it's
investors,
like,
shareholders.
I would love to see an international FNAF game, like, you know, Freddy Fazbear goes to England, you know, whatever, like, you know, and they have because then you can have all different like animals that are more regional, and you can have like fun designs and unique, you know, features of the building and stuff. I think what happens is franchises do that, like, we're doing a fresh start and everything's going to a new direction. But the problem is, if you do it where it's like cold turkey, the old stuff has gone away, then people get annoyed, because that was like with the New 52 in DC, was where they went, this is the thing you're reading, it's the gritty, cool new version, and everyone went, no, I miss my old Superman and Batman, where are they gone? And then eventually they kind of have to backpedal and go, I think that might have been what like happened with Sister Location, is it was supposed to be, or like it was kind of intended in the initial, like, you know, creation to be like a bold new direction, but then, you know, people are kind of like, because I remember when Sister Location came out, it was like what is going on? Like, we're in a sci-fi bunker, and there's like these robots were electric shocking, and they can talk now, and what's going on? You know, it was very much like, this seems to be connected partially, but like, what's going on? And then the next game is like, this is the most connected game to all the other games that you could possibly ever have, and it has the Sister Location stuff. So I think if they went super cold turkey and just went full reboot, new thing, like, you know, what I'm doing with the videos, then people would be annoyed, because they'd be like, no, we're not finished with the old series, we want to see what happens to the real universe, quote unquote. But if they had something that was running alongside it, like a book series, or the movies are an example, I suppose, you know, people can get invested in that and still have their safe classic FNAF over there.
Last thing I'll say is, I think that no matter what product you're releasing, you should probably, it should be clear what it's for. Even with, like, for example, with YouTube videos, right? A lot of the big advice would be like, you know, when they are in the video, make sure they know what's going on. You know what I mean? Like, even if you look at
mission statement,
Mr. Beast or whatever, you'd be like, I just strapped 100 people to this train. Well, there you go. So I feel like
there you go. I know exactly what the video is.
Yeah, I feel like part of the reason the books may have suffered is because different groups of people are picking them up and be like, what is this thing for? So I hope in the future that's all.
Yeah, and along with that, Into the Pit, the game, I think, suffered from the same thing. It's that thing of like, this is a Fazbear Frights story, but it's a game now, but it's a very different art style and gameplay loop. where does that fit? And then there's all these Easter eggs that kind of refer to everything from the timeline. This couldn't possibly make sense. And like that's the kind of thing that's like, hey, like you're kind of saying about like have this spin-off books or whatever where it's like this is just for fun, this is like a fresh thing. Like that's what that could have, like you could have, like Into the Pit could have been in that series, just like, hey, here's this fun thing, it's a new thing, it's fun or whatever, don't worry, we're still gonna make Security Breach 2 or whatever it is we're working on next, but just have fun with this for now, it's fine. I
hope that's what that is. I hope that's what it becomes, because like I remember when It came out and I was just like, because before it came out I was like, oh, this is going to be part of the game series and we're going to get so many answers because it's time travel and it's going to be able to bring us back to the MCI, it's be crazy. And then it came out and it was like, wait, what? There's like so many things here that are so out of place and seem to all contradict with the games and doesn't make any sense. But you know, now that I've kind of like made my peace with that's not part of the games, I don't believe it's in any way connected, like in the same way that the books aren't and the movies aren't. I think those games aren't going to be, but I'm actually very excited to see what they do with like a rebooted Stitchline story. Like I'd really be excited to see that adapted into that format, like and Fetch, and then bringing that in with like, because they can't do every story, right? You know, there's too many of them, but if they just took the best parts of Fetch and of Into the Pit and they just do different, you know, little
they do the Stitchline essentially,
yeah, and then at the end we get a Stitchline game, and it's just like about Jake and Andrew, and they fight the trash rabbit monster, and then they fight Eleanor, and then that's the game, you know, or a Larson.
So we get a Stitchline games.
Stitchline games. Finally.
Stitchline games. That's what it should be called.
That's what this all is. This is Scott's elaborate long con.
SEO thing.
There was one retcon, but it was seamless. All right. Any final thoughts? Anybody? Final thoughts?
To piggyback on that for a second, we're getting a graphic novel adaptation of the epilogues from Tales, but Scott never did the graphic novel for just the Stitch Wraith for Jake and Andrew. Like, if there's one story that you'd think he'd want a second draft at to put, you know, to put together, it would be the Stitch Wraith. But that he didn't do that, and that kind of always like he just had sort of disappointed me. I'd love to see that. If he says in the beginning, this isn't canon, but here's a good story. I like these characters. I like Larson and Margie. Like, I want to see this story. So yeah, I'd love it. That was the next game, pixel art game.
All right. Well,
Andrew.
there you go. There you go, guys. we went from Andrew to David to Cassidy to Vengeful Spirit to the books to marketing advice. And now it's time to end the episode. So, thank you so much.
Andrew's in the games.
In conclusion, Andrew's in the games. Can we all get a soundbite of saying that, like, really, like, hype and crazy, and then in the beginning of the video, I'm gonna do like black and white tension music, like dun, 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 cuts between us. Yeah. Okay, ready? I'll go first. I'll go first. Andrew's in the games. Okay. you don't have to do that much.
oh my god! Andrew's. Wait, no. This actually makes a lot of sense. Andrew might actually be in the game. Wait, what?
Andrew is in the games?
Right, Wait, you're telling me Andrew is in the games?
Oh, this is so peak.
Lean into the memes. Let's go.
All right. Okay. All right. Thank you guys for joining us. See you later.
Bye.
See you guys.
Bye.